The Aegis of Champions. It is a chronicle of greatness. A decade of iconic triumphs carved beneath its crest. A symbol of perseverance that drives the worthy to discover hidden depths. And a beacon of spirited battle, forged to challenge and inspire the very best. To fight for a place at the International and force a grand reckoning on Dota's biggest stage. Now, after a year of fierce matchups in all corners of the globe, hardened competitors have earned their invitations to join their counterparts in Singapore, where the final pathway to glory awaits. Here, the era of past stars has faded, and a wave of fresh talent has stormed the field. But on this proving ground, the crown is never passed onwards. It must be taken, and the remaining Titans fight to prove this is still their day. As eager fans gather around the world to witness online and live in Singapore, there's only one question left unanswered. 16 teams battle for ultimate glory. Only one can seize immortality. Who will emerge victorious? The battle begins.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the International 11. We're off. It is time for the playoffs here, and in just a week and a half time, we will have a new champion in the world of Dota 2. 16 teams will play in the playoff brackets. 16 teams ready to juke it out in a double elimination. And it will be bloody, it will be rough, and there will be tears. There will be also tears of happiness, of course. There can be only one champion, and there can also only be one panel. And I'm so happy that I'm going to be on this panel to talk to you guys about TI 11. And I'm also very happy to do it with my wonderful colleagues. I'm joined by Jenkins, I'm joined by Effie, I'm joined by Lacoste. Lacoste, how are you doing this morning?
Doing good, a little nervous, even though we've been going for 10 plus years with this game, celebrating the beauty of it. Every single time it feels like, a Christmas morning, every single time the TI starts.
Goosebumps.
I am just so excited, but just like Lacoste said, every time it feels different. But I'm just so happy to be able to watch some great Dota with you guys.
Yeah, it's the one time of year where, it's called the International because we're getting all these, countries together and they're battling it out. But it's I also feel like it's international in terms of everybody who has ever played Dota comes back to Dota for this time. So that just everybody's watching. This is the one thing everybody cares about in Dota. It's just the apex of everything, which is what makes it insane every year.
Every year, it's insane, and I'm totally with you. There are these people that come in for TI, watch the International, and then log off until they watch the next one. And if you're one of those people, then you would have ended it with Team Spirit winning the International. They hold on to the Aegis at the moment. Of course, they'll have to give it up, or potentially not give it up, depending on how they do, in just about a week and a half. And I would say that if you indeed have only watched last year and this year, there's been a little bit of a shift, because Team Spirit winning the International, Lacoste, had a pretty big ripple effect.
It really did, because things did change. We had this shift coming from the old school players. You had 4 old school players plus a new blood, and the Team Spirit did change that. They changed the formula completely, putting in one old school player in Miposhka and having 4 new different players. They came through the qualifiers, came through the lower bracket, and just showed how great of a Dota they can play. And I think the whole DPC system did allow this to happen.
And we've seen a lot of teams just adapt that approach that Lacoste just talked about, most particularly in OG, who have had a fantastic year. They have taken 4 fresh, young, excited players, put them with their coach in Misha, who has all of that experience, and it is working wonders. So I think Team Spirit have really set a precedent for all of these younger players, and they've gotten them very motivated. Maybe in the past, they didn't really think that it would work out the way that it did, but now every young player thinks that they can reach TI. They think that they can win it, and it's just so fun to see.
Yeah, I remember like last year when we were all talking about it, it's like you have this theory that like, oh, this is going to motivate so many players to play at TI, to give it their all in Div 2. Like you can really make it through Div 2, through Div 1, and then make it to TI and then win. Like, but you never know that that's actually what's going to happen until it does, right? So it's cool. Yeah, this year it's for 53 out of the 100 players. It's their first or second TI. And for over 90% of the, just over 90% of the players here, they haven't been to more than half of the TIs, which would be unprecedented like a few years ago. It was all old blood in Dota. One of the biggest criticisms people had of our competitive scene is like, oh, it's just all old people. That's just not the case anymore. It's not the case.
We have 41 newcomers this international. This is including coaches, by the way, and it's a bit of a controversial fact because I don't know if we are counting coaches or not. And of course, Misha, he was coaching. He's the first player. Misha is position 5 from Team OG. He's the first player to coach first and then play a TI. So we don't know exactly if he's counted as a Royal Roader because he has experienced TI before, but not as a player, and that could be considered to be like a different experience. So at the moment with those 41, I'm not counting him. But 41 new players last year, if you counted coaches, it was 39, which is crazy because we have a lot of the same faces still as well, Lacoste.
Yeah, I mean, seeing new faces, how they adapt to the game, bringing fresh ideas to the table is like, we needed this. Like, they have a bit of a different approach to the game, how the game is going to be played. And I think that's the reason why this TI will be remembered as the closest in the overall skill of the teams, because it feels like anyone can take a best of 3 right now.
And it's not just the fresh ideas, it's the energy, right? There was that interview that Puppy had during the Last Chance qualifiers where he basically said, you need to play 14 hours a day and not sleep. And we're just too old to do that, right? We need these younger players to come and do that for us. And that is the best way that you can compete. So they just come in all fresh and revitalized, and it seems to be working out.
Yeah, you need to grind. You need to grind for sure. And all the players that we are going to watch for the next week and a half, they have grinded pretty hard to get to this point. And we love to share all that experience with not just the players and not just my panelists, but also with you guys at home. And make sure to join in on the conversation on all your social media channels. It's at Dota TI on Twitter, at Dota 2 on Instagram, and Facebook is Dota 2 as well. And if you want more, you can get more because as of now, Secret Shop has been opened. Dota2.com/TI11. Secret Shop. There you go. It's pretty simple. And speaking of interactions, we're going to have an interaction. I'm very curious about this one because it's been a while. Let's hear from Slacks and Casey. It's been a while. Let's hear from
That's us. That's us. That's us. That's us. Oh my God, are we live at an international event together? What? Casey? Slacks? What's more?
When I tell you I heard this man's voice from the airplane before I even arrived in Singapore, who here has heard Slacks in just the last 5 minutes? Oh, come on! All right, you guys, this is the first time you and I have gotten to work together in a bit. It's also the first time that all of these people have gotten to gather together for TI. Who's ready for it? All right. Where is everybody from? Who wants to be on TV? Why did I ask that? That's the dumbest way to get people on TV.
I thought
That's how we got on TV.
Hell yeah. They just asked if we raised our hands. It was great. Nobody? All right.
Yeah, so, come on.
Hey, you want to be on the camera, mate? Hello, my friend. How are you doing? Great. I'm great. What is your name? Stanley. Fantastic. Are you here to watch some Dota? Definitely. How's it feel to have TI and SEA, baby? Toxic. Yeah, very toxic. Well, we have all been there. Yes. Is anybody in there toxic in this arena? Any toxic people?
What?
Ah, that's my people right there. I love me some C-pubs. You find anybody,
All right.
Casey?
Okay. You got some excitement over there. I got some excitement over here. Am I right or what? Yeah. All right, where do you guys come from?
Australia.
Oh, Australia.
Yeah, Melbourne.
Oh, yay! I just tried to imitate your accent on accident. I'm really sorry. The minute you said Australia, I'm like, oh, really?
Oh, yeah.
Who do you think's going to win this first match?
First match, PSG. PSG LGD.
I don't think they're in this first match.
Well, then I don't know.
Back to Australia! Back to Australia! We were looking for EG or Thunder, but you know, whatever. All right, you guys, we're going to send it back to the studio. Can you just make as much noise as absolute possible? Be louder than Slacks. Oh, Slacks, let's do our thing.
Let's do their thing. Well, they can continue doing their thing for the entire international. I'll never get tired of those interactions. We'd love to hear more from Casey and Slacks, of course, but that's all later on. For now, we're going to get to the order of the day because, of course, a lot of Dota needs to be played, and a lot of Dota already has been played because, yes, there are 16 teams here now, but just about a week ago, there were 20. We had to say goodbye to 4 teams already, and that all happened in a group stage. And in case you missed it, there were so many games, and it's okay if you missed some of them, but we've gathered some of the top plays from the group stage, so let's have a look.
Kaka, he's in a bad spot right now.
By Carapace won't save him in this situation. There's a red field, but look at the Mortis kisses flying in from X-Nova. Double kill for him. Chalice finds a vacuum wall. Not gonna be able to catch everybody though, but the fire snap cookie catches on the 2. And here comes RNG with the wave.
Rampage.
X-freaking Nova gets himself an ultra kill.
Eles querem trazer uma briga agora, vai sendo utilizada a fumaça, ele pode partir pra cima, olha o Cálice, que lindo! Juntamente agora nessas beijoncas maravilhosas, conseguindo levar o time inteiro da Gaming Gladiators, o que é isso?
Случится он или нет? Пока что Никс, кстати, скауты перевели смог. Да, ведь не был там, вернее, был в смоке Торонто, если ничего не могу ускорять, что он сколько там дэмэджа взлетело, минус 2 на ровном месте. Пытается хоть что-то сделать коллапс, но он не выходит из баши банально. Как же больно, Team Spirit, я-то уже не боец. Лопается там бат, и что это был за чудо, врыв от шторма сейчас, коллапс никуда не уйдет.
11次才有一点机会，这个4两这个刚刚如果能把这个老落单抓了的话才有机会。现在5v 5。
Nix Assassin tá por trás, agora vai sendo utilizado com o Mandio Kong, ele não consegue, enquanto isso vai sendo levantado através da Snap. Nix Assassin utilizado com o Mandio Kong, o Enigma não consegue se aproximar, pode utilizar para seu buraco negro, puxando o 3! Vai puxando o 3 de um momento maravilhoso, conseguindo pegar uma boquinha justamente do Tiny, mas eles vão sendo levados, já vai sendo eliminado o time inteiro da Team Spirit.
Jumping West gets to the full 33, what a ravage! And then the black hole onto 3, coming in from black hole!
Hook shot in, no way, no way!
He gets the kill and the Aegis! But again, the false off Dragon safety, another one as well, but Ori's in deep, he wants to bring down the Thunder from Raven, he didn't have to save it, but black hole comes out from Jap, and caught the post inside of it, oh my god, that's beautiful!
Isso agora da Nightfall pode ser levado buraco negro! O Rubik não conseguiu pegar por causa da Linkens. Enquanto isso agora vai tendo um crack desse momento, o Nugget pode ser finalizado, não vai conseguir mais nada e vai sendo levado buraco negro novamente do Enigma!
断一下，哎呀，睡一下 A 型 ，A 型还在这。你不是说想弹扛住了，斧子一刮，不敢 A 了，一下 A 不死，他有支配的，很肉，他有支配，很肉，真的很肉，再来走上完到6口，崩溃哥。
He's got Divine Rapier. This Jarkov that has to be addressed directly right now. He still has the cheese to work with, and Skidder is already dead. It's Jarkov of the world, and he has dominion over all. Thunder Predator take game 1.
Nigma lo quiere solear. Le va a poner al Observer, lo va a solear con los Eidolon. Silence, hay un Silence quiere acabar la partida, se da cuenta, cuidado, tiene que retroceder un poco. La pelea se está dando mientras que agarra con el RP. Está utilizando la fortificación. El Blanco seguro lo va a soltar encima del Silence. Se acaba el juego, no se acaba el juego, tiene que regresar a defender. Alguien, el Blanco, no te creo. Jay, alguien, el Edge, estonea, algo, te creo, muere, el Enigma. Y ahora el equipo de Aster ha podido aguantar todavía. El Enigma se perjudicó, casi se acaba. La va a acabar, mira lo que está haciendo en parte de arriba, la van a acabar. No, el multidisparo acaba de cancelar por ahí el sniper, pero el Cerro le aparece por la parte de abajo para poder acabar la partida. El mando se da cuenta, sin embargo, lo tiene que pisar, pero no tiene pisada, simplemente va a terminar acabando y gana. escuadra de Fnatic.
We have it. There's double elimination bracket, and it is massive because we might have had 20 teams before the group stages started, and yes, we lost 4, but 16 teams going into that playoff bracket is still a lot of teams. Now, of course, there's a little bit of a divide of teams because some teams went to the upper bracket and some teams go to the lower bracket, but obviously that's the way it goes. It's part of the competition. Here it is, the big bracket, Jenkins. What's the first thing that stands out to you?
Well, the first thing that stands out to me is that no starting in lower bracket team ever has won a TI before.
Ouch.
And Team Spirit, they are our champions of last year, and they are starting in the lower bracket. So that'll be interesting to see how that plays out.
It will indeed. Here is that lower bracket indeed. I think, Lacoste, you were already sad to see 2 SA teams there in the bottom.
Yeah, I mean, a bit unfortunate. Hokori is going to be playing against the Beast Coast, so we're going to have to say goodbye to one of these teams. For me, I think Entity, I chose them to be my dark horse for the whole tournament.
Hey, so did I.
I'm a little surprised, considering how well they were playing prior to the international, that they are starting in the losers bracket, lower bracket, and it's going to be a difficult task, considering that they're playing against RNG.
Yeah, and part of the reason why Hokori is facing Beast Coast is because they did really well in groups. They came 5th, meaning they just missed the cutoff for the upper bracket, and a lot of people were like, Hokori? How did they get here? Who are these guys? You know, Effie, this is a relatively new squad. Talk to me about them.
Yeah, I mean, they have such an impressive story right now because if this team makes it far, keep in mind, this team got relegated to Division 2 before qualifying to the International. They are the only Division 2 team in this entire tournament right now, and it looks like they are the dark horse that has emerged recently. They had a bit of a stroke of luck during the SA Regional Finals, right, with Tempest having the internet issues and Infamous having the draft penalty. But in spite of that, they have proven that it wasn't an easy road for them just because the qualifiers are easy. They're talented and they deserve to be here.
And something we talked about this like formula, working formula for the teams. They also have like one experienced player in Teolicor, and for we can call it like new up and coming players. And one of the reasons why they're doing so well. Also, if you checked like when did they join the team and everything, Analog, he joined and rejoined the team like 5 or 6 times. Analog off, Analog in, and yeah, that's just my man. He loves to be in this team, but also take some time off.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good balance there. And of course, a lot of new players from a relatively young region. I feel like this is something that we have to talk about, Jenkins, because the South American region is showing up big this year.
Yeah, this is the first year in TI history where China is not #1 in terms of players at this TI. In fact, they usually double or triple the next country. TI3 was Malaysia, but now Peru has the most players at this entire TI. And not only that, Beast Coast is the most experienced 5-man roster in terms of TIs. This is their 3rd TI with this roster. LGD, in terms of games played with the roster, has a little bit more than Beast Coast, but both LGD and Beast Coast are top 10. And I feel like if we were to, this would be just unprecedented, like 3 or 4 years ago, that a South American team we're talking about, it's like, this is the most experienced team. We also have the dark horse from South America. We also have Thunder Awaken, which is upper bracket. Like, this region goes deep now. This is a solid region. It's not the Forgotten Lands anymore.
And that is a true dark horse in Hokori, but also Thunder Awaken, even though they had an excellent year and nobody looks down at them, they are contenders and they have shown that they can go toe-to-toe with even the greatest teams. So for the first time ever, it's not 1, but 3 South American teams playing on the main stage of the International. And that really just goes to show how investing in a region does yield results.
Yep, and we just saw already that the best result that a South American team ever has had is top 8. It was, of course, the former infamous, now Beast Coast at TI9. It was a little bit ago, but there's definitely a lot of potential with the current squads. Yes, we know one will be eliminated in round 1, but then there's still 2 remaining. So we'll see how well they'll do here for this week and a half. There's 2 other teams that I feel like we got to talk about because they have had an unusual run. If you normally only only tune into the international, you're like, okay, why did we start with 20 teams instead of 18? It's because there is a last chance qualifier. 2 teams came from the last chance qualifier, Lacoste, and they're doing pretty well at the moment.
Yeah, I think that's also a big surprise. I mean, also not having Team Secret and Team Liquid as the organizations would be kind of a bummer, but here they are. They made it, and like I think what's impressive about Team Secret in particular is because like you could feel that the roster was not working out. They had pretty mediocre results, and then everything just clicked. Like when we talk about the chemistry, the resolution, and Syed's joined, you can feel that it's a completely different team. And same goes for Team Liquid. This is Matu's last year, and it feels like everyone wants to like contribute. Everyone wants to give their best, even though these like Dota retirements are false from time to time. You know.
Retire in a big air quotes.
I feel like this one might be real. And even Zai talked in the interview about how like they're giving 100%. They want Matu to feel as comfortable as possible because they know it's going to last for only a couple more days.
Yeah, and here's the results that Team Secret has had this year. It says most recent tour 5th, but they were 5th every single tour, Effie. They've had a rough year, and it wasn't until recently that obviously they started to click. Obviously, some roster changes there too.
Sheaves, I think rough year would be an understatement. This team did not attend a single major, and not only that, they ended the year with 78 DPC points. That is actually something that is so hard to believe, especially when it comes to a team with Secret that has TI's most decorated player of all time, Puppy. To think that his team could have such poor results, but somehow just make it in the end and just have that miraculous comeback and have everything fall into place, it sounds like it's a recipe for TI magic.
Yep, and TI Magic, that is something that Team Liquid indeed needs as well. This is a team that has gone to the majors, Jenkins, but they didn't do that well. So them showing up here is maybe everything comes together for them?
Yeah, Liquid has had a fairly like strange year because, you know, they've done very well regionally. And when you look at regional, well, the 6 teams that didn't get relegated from Europe Div 1, they're all here. They all qualified in some way. So it's like this is obviously a very strong region, and they compete regionally. But yeah, they've had a tough time at the majors.
Had a tough time, and of course, I mean, with the last chance qualifier, they've done really well.
Yeah, I think like Insani actually said in an interview that regardless of if he wins or not, obviously he wants to win, but. Yeah. The teams that come through the last chance qualifiers will perform very well going into group stage. And he was correct. He just happened to be correct about himself and about Secret. But he was correct about that. And I think, yeah, I mean, it's a gauntlet. And the patch came out like not so long ago. And quite a lot of things did change in that patch. We're on a competitive level. You have to figure it out. So these teams got a high pressure situation where they could practice the new patch, and the other teams didn't.
Yeah. That's why Insane is Oracle's one of his best heroes, you know, 'cause he can't predict the future.
That's right.
He did.
He did indeed. There's been, as you mentioned, there's been a lot of like slight little changes to the meta that we've seen over the group stage. And to give you guys a full like report of what's been happening with the actual Dota being played, we're heading over to Tsunami.
Why have you guys not been tuning in is the real question. Why do I need to catch you up? We've already played 183 group stage games in addition to the 103 last chance qualifier games, but I'll bring you up to speed. I'll tell you which heroes, which players, which factions you even need to be aware of. Let's start off with the win rates. Radiant versus Dire. Now, normally, I wouldn't really feel that this is too relevant to bring up, but if you tuned in to the Arlington Major, these numbers didn't look so balanced. 52.5 for Dire, 47.5 for Radiant. In the Arlington Major, it was 60% for Dire. That was just a few months ago, but things are settling out as we roll into TI. So that's how Radiant and Dire stack up. How about some teams? How about some hero pools? How about our most storied organization here at TI? It's PSG LGD. 53 unique heroes played over the course of their group stage. It's a sharp contrast to poor little Entity with only 33, but it's okay. Entity, 5 players, all 5 players at this TI. It's their first TI ever, so we'll cut them some slack. It's their first time. LGD, though, 53, they raised the bar quite a bit. And what heroes have they been raising the bar with? Well, let's take a look at some of the most picked heroes throughout the course of this group stage. Marcy, I'll explain a little bit about Marcy later on today, but all you need to know right now is Dota 2's little anime introduction has been popping off. 76 most picked by far over the course of the group stage. After that, Shadow Fiend making a resurgence back to the mid lane. Undying, Tiny, and another new hero compared to TI-10, Primal Beast, bringing up the end of the most picked heroes. How about the highest win rate heroes? Sure, you may get picked a lot, but are you winning? Storm Spirit is, much to the chagrin of Evil Genius fans, I'm sure, because you never know if Bulba might see that number and be like, huh, maybe it would be good for Abed to play an 80% win rate hero. Only 10 games picked, though. Lifestealer also popping off quite a bit. And Tusk, Naga Siren, and Crystal Maiden, 65% win rate, 42 games. She's doing very well. But I really don't care about the heroes that are doing well. I want to know the ones that you see them picked in the draft screen and you're like, oh no, why did they do that? Why did they pick, say, how about Mars? Why would they pick Mars? You'd think he'd be good. Not the case. Not the case of this TI. 21 games, 38% win rate. It's not looking like it's going to be another collapsed Giga Chad Mars year. Not this time. Next up, Drow Ranger. She's also been, she's been quiet. 22 games, 32% win rate. After that, some supports. Rubik, showing up with 18 games and a 28% win rate. Oh my God.
He's huge.
Yeah, you think he's huge, but it seems disproportionate compared to the number of games that he's winning. Batrider, also a very, very typical TI mainstay. Yeah, 18 games, 0% win rate. And then for mid laners, how about Queen of Pain? You'd think with Shadow Fiend being so popular, maybe Quap would be good. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, I'm sorry. Are you not feeling too good with your 0% win rate after the group stage ended? 9 games played? Yeah, it's a bit of a shame. I'd feel bad too. And last but not least, Earthshaker. Also, you'd think every single time TI rolls around, what feels better than stuns? Yeah, it's not that easy. It's not that simple. Stuns may win games, but they don't win internationals. 18 games played, 33% win rate. May need to start shaking things up whenever you go into the main event. And we go into our first series of the day because I won't take your time much longer. Shiver, take it away.
Thank you very much, Tsunami. It is indeed about that time. Let's get through this. We know that you also want to know what's going to happen, because I have been saying 1.5 weeks, and you're like, wait a second, TI doesn't last that long. Yes, it does this time around. We have a little bit of a different setup. So the schedule for the upcoming week, we're going to have first 4 days of playoffs, and then the grand finals weekend next weekend in 29th and 30th of October. There you go. And then, of course, today. Today is an interesting day. It's going to be a painful day. We're going to start with 2 upper bracket series, best of 3s. Lovely. We like that. Then there's going to be 4 games, and I do say games because the whole series is a 1 game. It is best of 1 elimination. Lacoste, that's spooky.
It's always difficult to play these BO1s in the lower bracket. Like how prepared you are. For me, I'm looking at Spirit versus Boom, because Boom, they were like already eliminated pretty much from the international, slightly above 1% chance to be able to get there. They beat EG 2-0, and then they beat Bet Boom, Sonics, and finally they're here. If they can beat Team Spirit in a BO1, that's going to be a big momentum. It's going to be a huge boost of confidence, eliminating the TI champions.
Yeah, but Boom are such an interesting and unusual team, because it feels like oftentimes towards the very end when it gets difficult, that's when they pull out their best plays, but they are just so inconsistent in their ability to channel that stability into their gameplay. But once they can do it, they can pull off these incredible victories like the 2-0 versus Evil Geniuses and such. So I wouldn't count them out versus the Sears versus Spirit match.
And
rather.
Like no matter how today plays out, it's going to be pretty devastating, because if Boom, it's going to be interesting. So if Boom makes it through, then we have this team with a lot of momentum from SEA that had this crazy, last day of group stage that goes through. If Spirit makes it through, then they're going to eliminate who they're going to play against is whoever loses Secret LGD, right? Mm-hmm. So top 3 from last year, one of them is going home. And then on the other side of the bracket, you have EG, who they got into TI because of Beast Coast. And if EG loses and Beast Coast wins, then EG could eliminate Beast Coast, who got them into TI. Like, there's a lot of ways this could play out where it's pretty...
It's going to be a nail-biter. One game to have everything decided, but all that is later. It is first time for our first series of the day. It is Thunder Awaken coming up first.
Thunder Awaken.
Thunder Awaken, ready to take the stage. This is the first team in history from South America, starting off in that upper bracket with a lovely best of 3. And they, of course, have also a formidable opponent for this best of 3. It is time to welcome in EG.
Panda Boo shaved his head. That's awesome.
EG won the group stages was in 2015. That's right, that was the year they took the ages. This time around, they once again won the group stage. Can they do it again? Can they lift that ages? Of course, it all starts here in this upper bracket. They are the team that have chosen their opponents in Thunder Awaken. And I think Thunder Awaken is looking to make them regret that. It is going to be one best of 3. Whoever wins here will be secured already top 6, which already for Thunder Awaken will be the best result ever for a South American team. Although I do think this team wants to be... you know, they are not going to be happy with top 6. They want to go all the way. They want to go the full distance. And this series, Effie, it should be quite fire.
Very fire indeed, Cheever. But it's not just that. These two teams are very familiar with each other because throughout the year, the SA and NA teams can scrim each other constantly because the ping isn't too bad compared to, let's say, whether Thunder Awaken wants to scrim a European team. That's almost impossible. So of
There
all the
he is.
matchups, there he is.
This guy's a legend.
You guys want to do sorry, Effie, want to do over under how many people have shaved their heads? Because we also know Scam shaved their head. This is of course all because, well, I would imagine it's because Yutoro shaved his hair right before finals. He said it was a tribute to the Dota gods, and obviously for him it worked. So there is going to be people following in their footsteps. We're even a little bit superstitious.
I had an idea. Okay, with the 2 teams that are in the grand finals this year, they need to agree that one player on both teams will shave everything, including like their eyebrows and everything. So then next year, every player shows up with just entirely like Mr. Clean level body. That'd be good stuff.
Here's
we'll
the
get
thing.
that in the works.
If everybody is trying to access that power and shave their heads, then that power isn't individual or
it's being
powerful
depleted,
anymore.
yeah.
Exactly. So if there are many shaved heads this year, I don't think it's going to have the outcome that they want it to.
What is the sticker? What is the sticker? I can't see it.
Is that a fast food tier list that he just put up there?
It's very important for the draft.
Yeah, it is.
Anyway, guys, these two teams know each other very well. They've played together constantly. So of all of the matchups that we could watch today, I do think this one will probably end up being the closest.
Yeah. Let's talk about the teams a little bit more because for EG, you might be looking at the roster and like, oh, yeah, they only made slight changes since last year, Lacoste, but it didn't go that smoothly for them.
No, they were very slow at the start of the first DPC, second DPC tour, and you could feel like they need to shift things up a little bit. So they did bring Fly into the EG one more time, and this man still has a lot of things to offer. And I want to point out something very important because I had like I was watching the games, but you can't watch every single game. But every single EG game that I watched, I'm like, they got the first blood. So in all of their 18 games that they played in the international, they got the first blood.
Okay, well, we can talk about these teams for a very long time, but we also just want to see what's going to happen with the Dota part of things. It is time for the draft.
Evil Geniuses versus Thunder Awaken. Game 1.
5 seconds.
And let's see who is going to win this first game of this best of 3. It's always good to have that little bit of momentum, have the first game, win the first blood, take the first blood of the game. Works for EG a lot. For Thunder Awaken, this is a fresh squad for the org, but it's not a fresh squad because before Thunder Awaken, they were no ping esports, Jenkins. And this team has also, they has steadily improved over the times. Better yet, they did really well during the tours.
And they've only, if I'm remembering correctly, they only replaced Oscar with.
Correct. And they added a coach with Sacred.
And they added a coach, which I mean, teams that perform very well will typically pick up a coach. Like, all right, guys, let's do this for real this time.
Mm-hmm. But it really feels like with Thunder Awaken, Pakaz is just the rock of this team. You can always count on him to have this incredibly explosive type of playstyle.
I would say Dark Mago is the rock because he's the one that plays Tiny. Yeah, there we go. Sorry, Effie, continue.
Yeah, go ahead, Effie.
Oh, I'm glad you brought it up. Most teams.
Oh my God!
Speaking of the rock, there we go.
So, interestingly enough, most teams who have played this Tiny during the group stage have opted to play it as a position 4 hero. That has been its most popular role, and it has a really high win rate too, over 60%, I do believe, in the position 4 role. But Thunder Awaken is one of those teams that just plays at mid. I don't think any of the Thunder sports have played this Tiny. It has only ever been Dark Mago. So I wonder if they're going to stick to that formula here or change it up a little bit.
I do think they played it.
Okay. If you look at the Dota buff, how EG played, this is their successful combo. This is position 5 Sven with the Shadow Fiend. Shadow Fiend right now with the Shadow Raises. It's not Shadow Raises. This is like Snapfire ulti with the slow and insane damage. Plus a Sven, when you have someone that goes in and tanks for Shadow Fiend, then you also do have a stun to protect and also an easy setup for Raises.
And they go for the Zeus.
So this is interesting because the last time that Thunder played this Zeus, it was actually their mid lane hero. And it was versus, I believe, an Enigma, and they had just used it to be that kind of explosive damage with the scouting potential. So that Tiny that we talked about may potentially just be flex support in this first phase.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, for a long time, Matthew is a fantastic Tiny player. It's just that you're totally right in the fact that they've not touched it at all lately as a 4 position. It's exclusively as a mid. So you know that this team has made the distinction that, like, guys, this is either like a bad support, or I mean, it could be just coincidence, right? It could be just they want other supports.
You can feel the difference now and a couple of patches before. Like, you can feel the mana cost, Tiny with his limited mana pool, especially early on because the hero is so active. Like, you needs to have constant mangoes, clarity.
You need the farm level.
Yeah, and it's very difficult. I think also the teams got better at playing against position 4 Tiny. But so far EG on the other side with Shadow Fiend undefeated, 7 out of 7 games. So this is their bread and butter, this DI.
And Abed has not played it once either as their mid. It's been Arteezy.
But speaking of Abed, it looks like they are target banning his Spirit Hero pool, which is a very, very strong indicator that yes, this is going to be a Dark Mago mid Zeus. It is a way to protect us. But I like what Lacoste brought up with the mana costs, because Thunder Awaken are also a team that plays heavy emphasis on the Crystal Maiden, so I wouldn't be surprised if this Crystal Maiden 5 came out in this phase just to help the Tiny and the Zeus's need for mana.
You told me something, Jenkins, when we were doing prep in our green room about the TZ Shadow Fiend. If this happened a couple of years ago,
yeah, it would just be insane. You'd be like, this guy's griefing his games. Pudge and Shadow Fiend are his most played heroes in this tournament. This is Arteezy we're talking about. Like, I know when you say Arteezy Shadow Fiend, it's like, oh yeah, well, like back when he was the mid 1v1 versus Relic, you can buy null tallies, congratis, very old people will get that reference. Like, it made sense, but like lately it's this guy plays Terrorblade and Medusa every single game, but he's actually playing fast-paced heroes. Pudge and SF, they both they show up with this like overwhelming magic damage early, and then they also scale incredibly well, which is why I think they're amazing heroes. but they're not slow-paced heroes. They're very active.
Yeah. And not just that, the SF in general just ticks so many boxes, right? You've got the mixed physical and magical damage. You have the minus armor aura that helps you with taking team fights. It helps you with taking Roshan. It also just has a big team fighting ulti that you can pair up with a lot of supports that potentially look for something like that in order to do damage. So of all the heroes, I would say that SF is the most versatile, and that is reflected in how much every team just looks to take him in this first phase.
And also for sieging the high ground. This has been always the most difficult thing to do, is pushing the tier 3 towers, and Shadow Fiend, like with the Dragonlance build, if you find the Grow Bow, he just becomes a turret, and the others are protecting him. Insane hero right now. One of the reasons why he's so popular, recent changes to Shadow Razes, as we mentioned, and you also need to have someone to protect the Shadow Fiend, because he's like, and one of the reasons why EG did ban out the Pudge, because if he gets hooked, you know that this hero is going to die. One of the most satisfying heroes to kill in the game.
It really is. But then the like Death Requiem can sometimes kill you, which is just some classic Pudge action. But actually, the Flesh Heaps do protect you against that now. But Invoker being picked up, so of course this is like we're looking at, this is going to be a carry SF Invoker with the Alacrity on top of the SF, who is going to be doing insane damage to towers because of his talent, where he gets the armor reduction on the towers. Like, he's going to be doing so much damage.
And that's a good call, Effie. Calling out the Crystal Maiden. You need to match up the early aggression that EG is putting on. This reminds me of EG like 2 years ago. They're so heavily focused on the laning stage, one of the reasons why we see these super strong laners, and this is one way to match it. You need heroes that consume a lot of mana. You have Zeus, you have Tiny, so this Crystal Maiden does make a lot of sense.
Yeah, and we've talked about how mana costs have become more difficult. It's because Soul Ring has kind of been destroyed as an item with the increased gold costs, and something like a Falcon Blade isn't really a build-up that it's looking like a position 4 Tiny wants to do. So Crystal Maiden has just gone up in value so much because of this aura and what it gives. And not just that, this aura doubles in radius if you are laning with somebody. So you can pair up this Crystal Maiden with that heavy aggression lane partner
like
and just spam spells. Yeah. So it's just a really cool approach to playing versus EG, I think, because if you're going to beat this team, you have to start with the lanes.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, EG they've been known for this, especially in like NASA. Like, you play scrims against these guys, and like people expect to lose lanes and just beat them in team fights, beat them in RTZs hitting creeps somewhere. And they go for the Silencer, which we've seen a lot in throughout the group stage, usually paired with the Enigma, so that way you can global while the black hole's going off, and then there's no counter to the black hole or against the Enigma. So it's interesting to just see the hero getting picked up.
Doesn't strike me as a good like Silencer game. There's nothing that he's gonna like heavily counter other than,
I guess. Like
sure, but maybe during the Rolling Thunder. Global Silence, and then he's just gonna roll. Shadow Fiend with Alacrity that you mentioned could easily just kill Pangolier if he doesn't get the shield crash off. And also having a Dispel mechanic against the shield crash with the Invoker's Tornado is gonna be pretty big, I would say.
Yeah, I think the Silencer is a nuisance to the Zeus in particular, right? Like, this hero does love to play versus the spellcaster types, especially if it has a decent start on lanes and can have impact in the team fights. But as we've talked about before, it is looking like a mid-Zeus, so an early global silence can be the difference in winning or losing an early fight. So I can see the logic behind it as well. Also, not just that, like, the hero is a strong laning hero, regardless of whether or not he needs to counter anything in the game. That's always been something that he's excelled at, but he falls off later on.
I wouldn't mind seeing something that pierces Magic immunity, to have like ability to kill Pango during Rolling Thunder and have a bit of more of vision. Beastmaster comes to my mind from the off lane paired up with the Silencer. It's a strong lane because this is going to be a position 4 Silencer, something that Crit has played so far in this international. And also, on the other side, I mean, my brain just works differently. It's Rolling Thunder Awaken. That's what they've been going for.
You were waiting for using that one. With Enigma still in the pool, by the way. I would imagine that for EG, we're still looking. Enigma is not still in the pool because I am blind at the first ban right there.
But they are looking for Nightfalls.
They are looking for Nightfalls here. So what heroes are still in the pool for him?
So the way that Nightfall has been playing, it's just been the early aggression Wraith Pack buyers, and because he's laning with a Silencer, we can mostly look towards potentially something like a Dawnbreaker or something like a Lycan, any kind of melee hero that can pair up with the Silencer early on that can also have impact later in the game.
Yeah, I'm down for Beastmaster, Lycan also. Like, these these heroes don't like to be run at. Zeus and Crystal Maiden, they don't deal well with the Zoo. Like even this tiny, it could be like just some aura builder from the off lane is going to give EG a lot of momentum.
Yeah, you could argue like, you know, CM originally was like a counter to Beast because you frostbite the boar and it dies from full HP, but you don't really play Beast with the boar anymore. It's a lot more about the axes in the laning stage these days. Still, you could like maybe formulate the argument where it's like,
it depends on the matchup.
Let's go Lycan instead because like the wolves have the magic, you know, magic resistance, whatever.
Also, I do like the idea of just Beastmaster for that BKB piercing ultimate. We also talked about the potential mid Zeus, but now that this Pango is out, we don't actually know where either of these heroes are going.
I feel like if EG is banning Void, they're not picking Beastmaster because I think Beast is the best lane counter to Void in the game that exists. I think it's like an impossible lane to play for Void. So it's making me think they're going to pick something like more off the wall, but I don't know, we'll see. A lot of Nightfall's heroes are banned.
Yeah, the only heroes that are still in the pool from the heroes that he played during the group stages are Razor and Lycan, as far as I can tell.
And
so
it's not a good, it doesn't feel like a really good Razor game. There's nobody to really leash on in this game. Like Pango's going to jump away, CM's going to frostbite you, Zeus has Heavenly Jump, Tiny stuns the ground, he walks away from you. Like, but they're going to see the pick here, so they get the lane counter.
But also, their draft is just really flexible still to this day because this Tiny could potentially also be flexed to the carry position, right? Because this Pango comes out and this hero has been most effective as a mid laner. This Zeus's position in the game could potentially even be a 4 if that's what they're looking at here. So Thunder do have the advantage right now in terms of EG not being able to read their lanes necessarily.
Well, that's a Bloodseeker coming out. Do we like this?
It's something.
It's a strong lane. Like
it's
Crystal Maiden
strong.
plus a Bloodseeker. I think this is what they're going for, just to be able to have something. It's more for the lane than more for the game. Having a BKB piercing ability, a BKB buyer, an early BKB buyer after a Maelstrom, so you don't care too much about these heroes other than the damage from Shadow Fiend, then your armor is naturally very high on Bloodseeker, so looks really good.
But also you just have the age-old combination of Bloodseeker and Zeus, right? You can just amp up his damage so much, and you can take advantage of the vision that he provides for you, right? If a hero is low, you see with the Bloodseeker, ultimate Zeus, it's just something that has been played forever.
I do think also when Bloodseeker gets like the Basher Ag Shard eventually, you can man up against the SF. It's very hard for SF to sit there and be a turd and right-click you. Especially with the Pango disarms that are also going to be coming in. So yeah, it works out nicely.
There's the Tidehunter, so it might not be an Enigma black hole, but it looks like we still might have some big ultimates coming out from Nightfall this game. Now that there's 10 heroes on the board, time for some final thoughts. Jenkins, what are you going to look for in this game? What do you want to see?
I would say, if you're asking for my prediction, which eventually I would do anyway, I guess, I like Thunder Awaken's draft, to be honest. I'm not a big proponent of the Tidehunter. I think the Ag Shard looks really cool in theory, but it's kind of goofy in practice. I think their lanes are really strong, and that's where EG usually gets a huge advantage. So I'm going to say I like Thunder Awaken's draft.
Yeah, I think the Tidehunter is more so just being able to get that early Wraith Pack timing and just being able to collapse early on, play that 5-man, go mid, get that Aegis for the SF. So I do think that if they're able to get that sub 15-minute or around that 15-minute Wraith Pact, then EG's lineup will really pop off, and they do have the ability to play into Thunder with their Global, with their Ravage. So I think it's just going to be dependent on whether or not this Tide hits those timings.
I'm looking at EG's draft. I'm not a big fan of Tidehunter as a hero, but I think it works here really well because there's no real counter. Pango can be slight counter if you can connect your stuns, but I feel like EG got this one.
Okay, we got a little bit of a split panel. Seems like we're gonna be just having to wait and see what's gonna happen in this first game of the International 11. And who better to kick it off than OD Pixel and Fog?
Thank you very much, Shiva. Yes, myself and Fogged here, live in Singapore. The crowd, of course, already amazing as we get ready for this first series. Evil Geniuses versus Thunder Awaken. Fog, we've just had the drafts. What are you excited to see from these two teams? Because so far, from group performances, they have impressed.
Looks like battle ready from both sides constantly, especially from Thunder Awakens, which is what we've come to expect from them. Look how much they're spending spam is going to be coming out in this game. Zeus with Bloodseeker, with CM, with Tiny. I mean, this is just constant aggression. Let's see if EG's able to hold on to their game with their really stable draft they've kind of gone for. Lots of team fight, their SF, their Invoker to kind of stabilize things together. Let's see how it all goes.
How do you think both teams as well felt with the close-up to the draft? You know, obviously Thunder Awaken getting that Bloodseeker carry for Picasso as the last pick, and EG, they leave their off-lane pick to the last and they get the tie. Do you think that both are pretty happy with this, or do you feel one of the sides was maybe a bit sort of forced into a corner with the last pick?
Not sure, honestly. I think Thunder's probably pretty happy because their lineup is all about aggression, and Bloodseeker thrives off of the 4 heroes before that, right? Everyone's going to be spamming spells. Heroes are going to be low, so Bloodseeker could have a really good advantage. And I heard the panel saying, you know, a lot of the game could be perhaps how this Tidehunter's lane goes. If Bloodseeker is constantly thirsted up from all this spam and everything, maybe that lane could get a little rough. We'll see, because CM has been seen to be one of those really aggressive heroes.
Trying to start things off there with a stun into the Raze, but if you're quick with the Avalanche, we'll be able to hold back the two of them.
Now let's see how this top lane goes too, right? The double melee into that Sven Shadow Fiend could be a bit problematic. These Pangos, been seeing it more and more in the off lane, but still is not the strongest of lanes. Panda will get zoned away.
Let's see indeed how well Crit can keep this bottom lane safe for Nightfall. Or if Thunder Awaken will be able to pressure the Tide here in the early stages. He is at his weakest.
I think that the Silencer should be able to deter the Bloodseeker and the CM from putting on too much pressure. The constant Arcane Curse is really problematic. Especially for that CM. You don't want to really tick yourself down and get killed in these type of lanes.
Of course, top lane, Arteezy on the Shadow Fiend, something that looked fantastic from him time and time again in the groups. This game, do you sort of like the overall game plan that Thunder Awaken have gone for to deal with the Arteezy SF?
Yeah, to be honest, traditionally, even let's go back to old Dota times, like Dota 1, etc. kind of things. Burst damage has always been something that does work pretty well versus Shadow Fiend, and you look at their lineup, it thrives on burst. So that poke from distance and burst could be something to be able to bring down Arteezy in a lot of situations. And looking at lane manipulation, it's already starting to happen. Thunder, they have to try to pull this lane top because the double melee versus SF, but it will be caught. So unfortunate for them.
And as you say about that burst, you know, one of the benefits as well, right, having that Bloodseeker last pick, the spell amp, it's going to be there. So that burst is just going to be another level that Arteezy's got to be prepared to deal with and rely on his teammates to bail him out when Thunder Awaken goes straight for the Shadow Fiend in the midst of the team fights.
Yeah, and the really important thing really is going to be the lack of BKB piercing disables that are coming on AG at some point, right? Because at some point, Thunder Awaken, this Bloodseeker will have a BKB, and his target priority is going to be either that Invoker or Shadow Fiend. He's going to run at them, and there's no way to stop him unless they have, you know, like an Abyssal or, you know, something like that. They catch him out of the fog before that BKB happens.
Yeah, so the defensive maneuvers they can rely on being sort of the global silence, the Warcry buff.
Warcry's going to be one of the bigger ones, at least to protect the Shadow Fiend, of course, versus that Bloodseeker. But we've been seeing them go for it so often. Nobody really getting left too much out of the dust here. Arteezy missing some of those last hits because of the creep manipulation, but so far pretty even.
A couple of minutes in, and nobody getting hit too hard either in the lane stage.
No. I like the response from EG, the Invoker versus that Zeus. I mean, we've seen this so much, this Invoker versus those spam heroes in the mid lane. Just sustains, he's able to get on them always too. So we'll see what Abed's gonna look to do. I imagine he's gonna look to be pretty active this game. Going for this Quaswex build.
See a bit of a chase down here on the bottom. Frostbite into the Blood Right. A lot of damage, but Picard won't look to dive under the tower.
Matthew will be able to get away. Does get triple A's. Arteezy was waiting for him to try to do some creep pulling. And as we said, this is, you know, now it's going to start getting a little harder for Nightfall until he does get a little bit tankier because the constant spam. See Panda. Does go for the 1-1 build.
You see the confidence as well there from Picard, just standing his ground against Nightfall. See if he's going to be able to finish off the kill here. He'll look to chase him down. Stick charges there from both sides.
It's close.
Paz, they'll get it. First blood here for Thunder Awaken as they take down the Tide.
I love that they do that when they see he's still got these naked items on him, right? He's just got wands, quellings, no actual stat items besides that. No ring of health either, so they're trying to just take advantage of that early aggression. Nicely done.
Yeah, absolutely. Choosing the perfect time to strike there.
And Crit's low mana now, too. So they tried really hard to just deter that kill from happening, from using all the silencer spells, but the next time it happens, Crit won't be able to deter nearly as well.
Got to be super careful down here, EG.
Yeah.
See with the pull hit, Crit trying to get back control of the lane.
Right now, Thunder's lane's looking pretty solid, all three across the board, farming nicely. The Pango, of course, as we said, this is going to be the harder lane, but he's actually had a better start than the Tide Runner because of these kind of creep manipulations that's been going on. Nightfall will have his Ring of Health finished now, so it will be a little harder for them to commit onto this kill.
See again, Panda, maybe setting up to get a bit of a wraparound of crit on Nightfall step up.
Nightfall's playing very well as that shield to protect the silencer. And Crit does get a full clarity off, and he does have the Sages, so he's gonna be able to get that double spell combo off. Pakaz, though, with that early wand, it's paid massive bonuses for him.
See top lane. Cute. Standing with the Avalanche, toss back onto Fly as well to make sure that Fly's not able to chase Matthew down.
Slowing him down, won't be able to close the gap.
Good control there. Sacred and Matthew making sure that neither Arteezy or Fly could finish off either kill.
Feels like next, this power rune that's going to be coming out at 6, someone's going to have to make a rotation for Mago, unless he just wants to go to base. Looks like it's just going to be the choice to go to base. Fill up before that power rune comes out so he can contest with mana. Abed just continuously burning him down.
See bottom lane. Panda, EG, they're going to look to try and make a move onto the CM here. Chasing Panda down. The same time, though, you've got Pakaz going for crit. Panda will go down to Nightfall, but underneath the tower, Pakaz will find the trade. Both cores able to chase down the supports, gets each other a kill.
Panda will take that one. Anything to enable Pakaz. That's the name of the game for Thunder.
Yeah, so far, as you can see, both safe laners. 28 and 10 here for Arteezy, 25 and 5 for Pakaz.
Yeah, they're putting quite a bit of pressure with this Tide Hunter, to be honest with you.
Seeing now the 6-minute power rune coming into play here, and EG, they're going to make sure they have control around this mid area. They'll look to charge in under the tower. Stick charges at the ready, though. Fly's not able to dive in and finish the kill off. This was EG bringing both supports over towards the power runes here to make sure that they're able to control them against the Zeus.
Yeah, Thunder just unable to move the resources to go for that rune there. Mago, very lucky to survive, has Arcane Boots now finished up. And there's level 6, so now EG does have to be careful of that global threat.
Absolutely. We saw at the same time with the supports moving mid, Thunder did attempt to make a play towards Nightfall, but at this stage, Nightfall, he's got sort of through the rough part of the laning stage, and now on his own, he's pretty hard to take down here for these two.
Absolutely. The boots, he's able to distance himself as long as he connects the anchor. He's okay versus that Bloodseeker now.
Top lane.
That Zeus ult, it's at the ready.
See if it's going to be, won't be enough at the moment. Still holding on to it. In fact, the turnaround's just there from EG.
Oh. And they still can't finish him off. They know he has Raindrop. It would not kill him.
Bottom lane, Thunder. They'll be able to make a move here with a bit of a buff that Pakaz was getting. So we'll find crit in return, but yeah, that top lane, that's a very juicy bit of play there for Arteezy with those 2 kills getting handed to them underneath their own tower.
Not what you want to do versus the Arteezy Shadow Fiend so far. This tournament, he's been dominating on it. And we said this was going to be the tough lane to look at for Thunder. Really trying to push the issue to just use that Zeus ult, but not able to quite find it.
See here, quick smoke from the mid lane. I'm seeing if they can get some sort of setup around the mid, see if they can catch Abed by surprise.
I mean, I think Abed knows this happening because Mago was actually nuking from the high ground while smoked. So he didn't see the Zeus and he sees these nukes coming in, so he's like, okay, I gotta be a little careful.
He's gonna try and go for the play down bottom instead here. Margo, and with the Avalanche setup, should be a pretty dead crit. So we'll be able to pick up something here. The quick rotation down towards bottom off the back of that smoke.
They're bullying him. 3 deaths already in this game. Just putting all the emphasis onto slowing down that silencer too. Mago, they give him the last hit. Rune will spawn bottom.
Oh, it's going to be an arcane as well. Abed able to grab it. Turns with a cold snap onto Dark Margo, but Panda's here to help out Fly. Charges in with the War Cry and the Storm Hammer. Will find the stun connection onto the Zeus. I'll continue to run him down here. We'll see Panda have another slow in a second. And further backups coming in Matthew. Make sure the Dark Margo's going to be safe. Toss back into the 2-man Avalanche. The ult as well. Can Thunder have the damage to finish off even these kills? Abed turns with the cold snap. He's into the Ghost Walk. They'll drop a sentry, but he's too far for the rupture. Pakaz also joined the fight. They'll go straight for the immediate TP out though, Abed, and he is away safely. Fly will get left behind. Pakaz, of course, he'll charge on forward with the extra help there from Matthew and the toss. It's quite a bit of a dive, but they get the job done. Pakaz, 8 minutes in, able to find a kill underneath EG's tier 2.
And we said the thirst was going to be crazy this game. 8 minutes in, already rotating toward the mid lane.
This is the sort of action you love to see, and you knew that they were going to go for when Pakaz comes in with this last pick, Bloodseeker.
Beautiful rotation, but at the same time, Abed playing it clutch. Such a nice TP there, walking onto the high ground. no disables at the ready.
See him actually come back onto the map on the bottom lane now. Maybe looking to put some pressure onto this tier 1 tower. See who tries to turn up and soak up some of the golden XP from Thunder down here.
Wants to get a kill in particular, right? Just wants to get that earn charge so he can start making easier rotations. They just want to pull the attention away from the Shadow Fiend, right? So making the moves bottom, it's going to kind of force rotations from Thunder to make moves down there probably. But we'll see if Thunder does fall for that. Maybe they will just still put the emphasis onto Arteezy.
This is a dangerous area of the map. Ravage is at the ready if it's even needed, and doesn't look like it will be just for this kill alone. TPs are coming in though. Thunder, they want to see if they can find anything in return. Sacred ready with the Rolling Thunder, gets it off before the Ravage. Will be able to connect on to all 3 here with the initial stun. Jump forward from Dartmark, and they get it onto Arb, and then take down the Invoker. Panda will lose his life. But Thunder, to get the kill on the enemy mid, they'll look for Crit as well. He's out. Oh, he's not going to be out with a TP. The Lightning Bolt there in time for Dark Margo. And Thunder, they're not done yet. They're going to look over towards Nightfall. He'll go for the keeper, but another Lightning Bolt. Dark Margo just cancelling TPs left, right, and center. Nightfall is going to try and run from this, but a toss forward gets Dark Margo in range, finishes off the kill. Thunder, they were more than happy for EG to go looking for that fight round that tier 1. They were ready to turn up, and they knew they'd be able to get more out of that trade than Evil Geniuses.
The second EG steps a little too far into the tower range there. They commit too many spells. Yep, perfect rotation. Sacred comes in. Really nicely played from the Pango. And Pakaz, he was still staying up top, so it's not like he was just leaving the lane totally free for Arteezy. He was still kind of like putting a tiny bit of pressure in a way. So really nice rotations coming out from Thunder Awake.
Very, very clutch there to commit immediately with the Rolling Thunder. We saw how close it was to nearly be getting caught by the Ravage.
They don't quite have enough of the damage between these two to go for this kill onto the Bloodseeker.
And Pakaz, he's playing it smart. He knows he can't, sort of push his luck too much on that top lane alone. Won't stick around longer than he should. EG might struggle to find him.
If they have the SF, they absolutely have the damage. He's kind of the biggest damage deal that's going to be coming out.
Yes, TP's on cooldown with the play that they made down bottom. So Pakaz, what sort of backups are you going to get? It's just going to be the one TP coming in to help out. But the Requiem's there, raises from Arteezy, burst him down low, and Arbed finishes off the kill. EG, they get in, they get out.
I like that he commits the Requiem. Honestly, it's just like, at this point, you're killing the most important core in the game. Don't need to worry about like over-committing anything. It's exactly how you want to do it, just in case there's TP rotations.
Yeah, they're so close at the moment, these two carries in terms of net worth. Pretty much even, but off the back of that kill, Arteezy will now start to be able to build that lead.
I mean, this game it's pretty much dead even across the board here. All the cores, nobody's too far behind. Pango only 600 behind the counterpart of the Tide.
You see there, it's an incredible win rate. No surprise, of course, with how well Evil Genius has been doing in the group stage. They've just come out of 100% win rate on the SF.
He's gonna have to, the thing is this game is typical because he has to try to like think when he's gonna go for the BKB because of how much magical burst there really is gonna be at Thunder Wake. They will be able to get on top of him at some point. As we mentioned earlier, the Bloodseeker BKB, that's gonna enable his team to just run at SF, run at Arteezy. So we'll see when he opts to go for that BKB. Right now, he's chilling in the jungle farming, not too much pressure onto him.
I mean, for Thunder now at this stage, who are they looking to run towards? You know, where is the easiest play to be made? Are you trying to get into the jungle to try and find this Shadow Fiend? Do you look to try and bait EG again into a fight around this bottom tier 1 and react?
I think you can fight around the bottom tier 1. I don't think you're at too much pressure of like needing to do anything at all right now. Pakaz is chilling, he's farming, he has Maelstrom. Zeus is having a great game too. The lanes have gone pretty well for having like this Pango offlane that we've seen sometimes suffer. So I don't think they're forced. If they say EG overcommit, they'll absolutely take the fight.
Let's have a look, see if they want to do anything about this tier 1 defense. Last time it worked out very well for Thunder. We'll scan it out, and you can see this time EG being much more careful with how they put the pressure onto that tower. They'll start to back off for the majority of them. Look over towards the mid. As Thunder are looking to trade with the pressure applied here instead.
Nicely done. Forcing some reactions. Mago, Invis. As the Kaya finished up, so lots of burst. Also, Max Lightning Bolt is done too. So eyes on the Zeus to really bring down these targets really quick in the fights. And as you mentioned, it really is so much burst on this team.
And straight in they go. They see a chance there to jump, fly, and fly. Gone in an instant.
Now, they really have some of the highest nuke burst heroes in Dota that you can combine all as one. As the Ango is getting quite low, but he'll be okay.
Still sticking around here. Thunder Awaken, they're happy to take another fight. Will be difficult around Nightfall's presence, though. He'll arrive at the tower, has Ravage. He's got the hook complete.
Exactly. He's going to go for his standard build. You know, he's going to go for Wraith Pack plus the pipe. The damage mitigation just seems to be pretty crucial at this tournament so far. But yeah, as you said, you know, that burst damage, it's nothing to laugh at ever in this game. That's why I'm mentioning the BKB for SF. Eventually, he has to kind of think about it.
See Panda did step up here. We'll drop the ult with a few right clicks from Arteezy. He takes him down, and they might see if they can chase for more. They'll look towards the Zeus. Bloodbright gets laid down, but flies in on top of Damago. They've got the Ravage as well, catching out the two of them. Sacred rolling across, controlling Fly, but Picard has to back away.
A little bit of overcommitment there, getting a bit too aggressive.
I was watching from the side here, but with 4 members of EG, to be in pretty good state right now. It's not a fight that Thunder Awaken will look to step back into quite yet.
EG looks like they will respect it though, right? They did commit Ravage. They're gonna back up, let themselves just farm. Don't want to risk going into Thunder Awaken's constant spam lineup, going for a tower here this early.
How close are we seeing that BKB on Picard? It's, you know, that's going to be the next focus really for Thunder. Get this BKB done on the Picard's Bloodseeker, and then they'll truly be ready to just go into these fights. And Picard, he'll have very little that's going to stop him going for whatever target he wants.
He can just really beeline the Shadow Fiend. It's going to be mostly like the SF and the Invoker in most of these situations. And yeah, we see Arteezy, he understands, you know, BKB is queued up for him too. It has to happen this game. It's just way too much magical burst. We did see Matthew's actually gone for phase boots this game, so opting to delay his Blink Dagger a little bit. Does have tumblers, so we'll be able to help him a bit, but does mean the initiation for Thunder will be a little bit more difficult in most situations. No real blink stun kind of thing. It's just going to be reacting to EG's first moves. Sacred, I believe does he have it done? I think he does. Pretty much the Lotus is going to be finished for this Pango. So they'll have options to be able to counter this Silencer as well in this mid game, which we haven't seen the global yet.
See, bottom lane this time round, EG, they should be able to finish off this tier 1 tower.
They're hesitant though. He's not going to do it himself.
They're still being careful.
Let the catapult do it.
Never be too sure when Thunder Awaken's ready to bring the fight. Matthew, step forward here. Look at the combo to crit, and with the follow-up at the ult, they'll burst through the Silencer. In return, they'll look towards Matthew. They'll try and zoom out of there with the phase boots. That Sunstrike not going to hit. Doesn't matter. Fly. Want to finish off the kill.
How dare you, Fly? Arteezy's last hit was going to be coming in there. He needs some money. Got to get that shard on time, too. Not really the most value shard, I would say, this game for the Sven, but versus the Bloodseeker, of course, it's going to have that massive benefit, at least for the Shadow Fiend. But besides that, everyone else is just kind of magic damage, so.
Right, 800 gold to go. For the BKB on Picard.
Still neck and neck though. This game super close right now.
Yeah, BKB's on the 2 carries. It's going to mean everything for each of them.
Will it be enough to protect at least Arteezy? Because as we said, you know, this Bloodseeker will be able to just pierce the back lines to get on top of him. But at the same time too, looking at Thunder, they don't really have any. They have nothing versus that BKB besides Rupture as well too. So it'll be a pretty explosive team fight when it all kicks off for those BKBs. Both teams look like they are playing a bit careful for the moment.
Absolutely, I could, without a doubt, go either way. The first big brawl that we see from these squads, 17 minutes in, 10-9, and less than 1,000 gold difference between these two teams.
Crit could just cripple the fights completely too, right? Like if you see the Pango rolling up, you can get the global, you get these Ravages that can come into the control, so. You see how Thunder Awakens approaches the fight without any initiation.
See Matthew, caught off the back of the tornado into the cold snap here as he steps up mid. I'll be able to finish him off with the numbers. EG put some pressure onto this tier 1 tower mid lane, knowing that Thunder Awaken might not look to try and bring a full fight here with one of their heroes down.
EG rallying around that pipe right now, the Tide. They know how strong they are when he's inside of the fights. This magic resistance, aura, and everything. It is going to be able to counter a lot of that Thunder burst that we've been mentioning.
See what Thunder want to try and make happen here then. I know that Arteezy's not present here for the team fight.
That's
the 4 of EG.
Sacred, he's completely owned.
It's true, he's out 1 charges as well. Nothing to sort of buff himself back up for the fight. Over to the side, stunned into the silence. The Ravage as well, they've caught out Picard. Will be able to get the BKB off. Is he able to fight with this? They'll
he's turning.
Use the Zeus to try and enable him, get them low, but it's not enough for Picard to be able to completely commit in on this. Sacred charges him with the Rolling Thunder, holds them back. Another connection onto Arbet will finish off the Invoker. EG, they're starting to back off now. They've used their big team fight ultimates. They've just got the Requiem left. Will come out from the high ground, catching onto Matthew with the fear. But Fly goes down. Matthew, he's still alive. Finally gets taken out there. Arteezy with the last right click. But Thunder Awaken overall Without a doubt, they're going to be very, very happy with how that team fight went. Huge ultimate, these long cooldown ultimates used by EG, and it wasn't enough to allow EG to take the team fight.
They didn't have the SF there when they're focusing on the Pakaz. He is that physical damage. This is a pretty tanky Bloodseeker. The Invoker with the Quaswex, it does not deal as much damage versus this.
Oh, we really saw it there.
That's what you saw.
I mean, pretty much what the stuns, Fly setting up into the Ravage, they get him low, but as you said, getting him low at this stage is not good enough if the SF's not around. BKB from Pakaz, there's nothing else to really touch him.
No, and they barely got the mana too for Sacred, right? We were mentioning how he was I think he got bottled up from Mago, and then I think he got maybe like Arcane Boot from something else, so.
Yeah, he must have, because I would imagine as well, that's probably something EG were going into that fight having in mind. They were like,
exactly.
We caught the Pango with the EMP, he's not going to have mana to play, but as we saw there, Sacred coming in once again with a huge Rolling Thunder.
And that was also before the SF had the BKB, so he was being, TZ being a little bit more hesitant how much he does come into the fights. Now also, so Thunder, after that, Sacred, he's pretty much going to have Blink Dagger, so, we were talking about a little bit of awkwardness perhaps for their initiations. Now, that's going to be pretty clean for Sacred in most situations. Abed starting to fall behind.
We'll see around the power rune. It's just going to be the regen down bottom. Nothing too explosive.
How much longer for these cooldowns though? 30 seconds at least on the Ravage. Does feel like Thunder could perhaps go for something pretty soon if they want to. They don't really have any rush, as we were mentioning though. Their draft, they're fine with scaling in this game. Especially with how well Pakaz is having a time.
See the three of EG up towards the top. Brit and Fly just making sure that RTZ is kept safe at all costs here, just in case any sort of play was to be made towards him.
There's a little awkward to be able to go onto this Pango now too. If he sees the stun flying in from the Sven, he's just going to Lotus Reflect. Also, nice play there from Sacred, hiding his Blink in the trees, trying to make sure that EG is not aware of that one for the next fight.
They do try and make a move immediately off the back of this pickup, because as you say, it will be into these ultimates from EG. As we did see last time round, that proved to be something that Thunder Awakened didn't have to be too scared about at all. They can still come in with the outplay against the team fight ultimates as long as they're the big cause and Pakaz doesn't get bursted, and Sacred at all costs is just able to get that Rolling Thunder on.
Look at this vision right now. Thunder has some beautiful vision down there, completely seeing all of EG's movements across the map.
Thinking about going for this hit. They're in. There's the ult to set things up, get the vision. Sacred ready to roll forward. Pakaz turns towards RTZ. The BKB is off as Pakaz is just able to stand his ground against RTZ. They take him down. As off to the side, Nightfall in trouble as well. Avalanche setting up the Bloodbright. As two dead on EG. EG, they've got to run.
They do get the Sunstrike at least for one kill to come back, but beautiful jump. The burst damage, we saw it. RTZ BKBs, but he's already, what, 30% HP or less? BKB from Pakaz, Rupture, gets right on top of him. We're seeing all that burst damage really being a big problem for EG.
Absolutely, and as you say, one of the sort of lackings of EG's lineup is just the potential to really bail the SF out of this trouble. If Pakaz gets on top of RTZ, BKB or not, it's not going to be a fun fight for RTZ to stand it.
Now look at that. He's 30% HP immediately, and then his whole team is already having to bail. They can't actually get the
They can't do anything to help him at this stage.
Beautiful play, really, by Thunder. And we're going to see that a lot now. When they have the Zeus ult, when they have this Pango constantly, they see everybody when they Zeus ult, Pango gets those initiations, and that's the dream Blink reveal.
And the last few team fights have been chosen very, very well here by Thunder Awakened, starting to build a bit of a lead here against EG.
Yeah, and EG, they're not really near any kind of these defensive items for RTZ from the supports, right? They've gone for the Shard on the Sven, and then they've gone for just the Veil on the Silencer, so no Force Staffs, nothing like that to kind of protect him. So he's gonna have to stick around Nightfall for that lifesteal, for that pipe and everything. They have to play these team fights pretty clean now.
Still have the Ravage here.
See what they find.
Make a move with.
They do see Sacred. They do have that ward down.
They're up there in the triangle. Sacred clearing the wave and playing it safe. Still going to try and look for the setup. Tornado won't catch, and Sacred put the shot. Able to dodge the EMP and slide out with the swashbuckle. Lotus as well. EG, they can't dive for this.
He even holds the Rolling Thunder. That's actually huge. A lot of times you'd see, just a little bit of safe plays just to roll up and Rolling Thunder out, but they can actually go for perhaps taking the fight right after this.
Thunder Awakened keeping it very, very cool here. Pakaz pretty much having his next start done. Manta.
Oh boy.
Should be ready for the next team fight.
And now he's got the Dream, right? That's the always true and tested items versus the Silencer. Oh, he's going to be able to prevent everything. Yeah, he's massive. They just used the Zeus ult to scout, it looks like. Feeling very comfortable now, 3K lead. Just really loving the warding. It's one of the biggest things that I've been seeing, at least from Thunder Awakens this game. Just some clever wards, a little bit different ones, but it's been catching EG off guard.
I think at this stage, for Thunder, is there really any pressure on them to sort of make these moves, or are they just waiting for EG to come to them?
I think they can do kind of what I think they're feeling so comfortable with the map. The Zeus is having such free farm, almost as Ags. Like, these fights for Arteezy, they're gonna be complicated. And look, he's actually going for some magic resistance himself on top too, going Mage Slayer, going into just a bit of a different type of build to survive this burst damage. But it's just gonna get bigger and bigger once the Zeus keeps getting these levels and finishes up his Ags, which it's about to be done. Okay, so Matthew Blink Dagger's done it, but now also we see Nightfall, he's changed things up. Looks like EG's getting a bit annoyed of them not having any form of being able to start a fight. So now he's gone for the Blink rather than going for Wraith Pact.
I mean, in these fights, you know, EG, who's sort of your top priority in terms of who you want to be jumping and blowing up? Is it the Pango?
Any of the cores. I think if you can just explode one of the cores, you're probably off to a good start for this one. Zeus might, it's tough to say really, because Zeus is still such a priority in a lot of situations, but you almost will never find him first.
Oh, sure. Yeah, Dark Margot, highly likely to be very solid with his positioning.
Okay,
only died the once this game.
Let's see, they're trying to catch him off guard, hiding the Blink Dagger from Nightfall.
What are they going to do? There we go. Nightfall immediately with the jump ravage to burst through the Zeus. They'll get him. Matthew tried to come in with the toss back. Won't be able to save him in time. Now with the Rolling Thunder, Sacred attempting to turn this around, but Arteezy's in with the BKB. He's beating into Pakaz. Pakaz has to back off for now. His own BKB starting to come to an end. Sacred rolls across Arbed, but no follow-up damage this time for Thunder Awakened to take anything in return as EG. Good seize of the opportunity there from Nightfall. They see that chance to jump, ravage one of the cores, get the Zeus.
I was going to say, they have to make something out of this, though. It's a nice kill, but they have to get something else. And into the Roche.
I think they'll get this very easily here.
Nice. Nicely done from them. And that time, this, you know, we were just mentioning, you usually don't get caught in the Zeus, but that was the Blink reveal. Didn't expect it whatsoever. And a beautiful play, really, from Abed. The Sunstrike to scout before that Blink Ravage comes out. Nicely done from EG.
We saw, you know, an admirable attempt there from Matthew, of course, trying to get in with his own Blink reveal to get the toss back, potentially save Dark Margot, but too much burst from EG. Aegis on Arteezy. See what EG's going to be able to set up for next. They don't have a Ravage, but they do still have the safety of the Global to fight under. Ooh, actually finding a little bit of an opening here. Matthew is around as well to help Sacred out. See the BKB's popped up, it's standing his ground. We'll see an attempt to charge down Fly, but the disarm's already there onto Pakaz. He has to back off himself. We drop the Rupture onto Arbed. BKB from him comes to an end. Sacred's going to try and roll in and finish off this kill. A couple of bounces with the Thunder, blood right down. Pakaz finishes off Arbed. Turn their attention now over towards Nightfall with the damage of Pakaz, Dark Margot, and Sacred. It seems to be a lot. The Global Silence comes out. Backups here. Arteezy and Fly have turned up as well. Arteezy stepping forward very confidently here, of course, with the BKB and the Aegis. Turns towards Pakaz, standing his ground against the blitzing, but Pakaz tries to run, but Arteezy able to take him down.
He keeps trying to go for the SF, but he's got Warcry on him. He's got like 40 armor on this Shadow Fiend every time the Pakaz runs in. And that's actually, Pakaz, his BKB just came up, he popped it, ran in, and died right afterwards. So now we're at that 6-second EG finding their footing. And that was Thunder forcing the fight because they know, you know, Ravage on cooldown, they're trying to persist into something, and they do lose their big boy Pakaz.
I think they sort of just underestimated the ability for EG to bring in all the members. You know, Arteezy able to step up. And of course, something that you won't hesitate to do so with this Aegis ready to go. Still 3 minutes of play on it.
Pakaz was really pushing the limits there too, right? He was sitting 10, 15% HP. BKB was 5 seconds cooldown, healing off creeps. Tries to reinitiate, but yeah, just can't really disregard how tanky the SF is from the Warcry.
So as well, that sort of initial struggle for Pakaz, having to deal with that long disarm. He gets caught by. Even though they're able to find Arbed, see from this part of the fight, Arteezy knows that there's action to be had. Able to walk over, join the rest of his team, and make sure that Thunder just weren't able to stick around in this triangle, to make anything more.
Just look how risky, though, what Pakaz is doing there, right? Like, just really depending on all the damages.
Quick moves as well from EG. They've got the Ravage back up. They're immediately smoking up into the triangle of Thunder Awaken. Looks like Thunder Awaken are pretty aware. They're backing off.
They have the Wraith Pact now too, so this team fight could be a lot more complicated. The burst and everything from Thunder is no longer nearly as effective. Versus Mage Slayer, versus Wraith Pact, versus Pipe. EG's got a lot of ways to just protect their cores now.
You can see here, Thunder, no intentions of stepping up into this triangle. They know that this area would be incredibly deadly with EG in position.
Aegis as well as all those ults being up. And also, Arteezy, they don't know this, but he's now hit level 20, so a big peak timing for the SF. Massive damage increase. And I think he also does have, he does actually have the full Bloodthorn as well.
This is, he hits hard.
Oh yeah.
And with these sort of decreasing durations of BKBs, as soon as that BKB comes to an end, they have to get out of the fight here. For Kaz in particular, he's used that BKB in Manta. They're able to catch him with any sort of stun, the amp up at the Bloodthorn. This Bloodseeker's going to get destroyed by the SF.
Yeah, now also you have to watch out for your Zeus, your Pango, etc. If the SF's able to get on them, he can actually just clear them out on his own very easy. Threatening with the Zeus ult. See the SF. Arteezy the only one really showing. Yeah, I think they did see the pipe aura actually on him though, so I think they did know that the rest of EG was in the area.
EG definitely still trying to see if they can make something happen with this last minute. The Aegis on Arteezy.
Yeah, they're kind of like controlling the map and constricting a little bit, right? Preventing this Bloodseeker from going for the triangle. So just making sure that they are restricting a bit of that farm. But Thunder's still not really like losing out on the farm much, right? Still lingering between that 1 to 2k gold lead. But EG wants to fight. Now they have a blink also on the Invoker, so for Abed, easier positioning for him. Either to buff up Arteezy or to get these disarms and control.
Do you think there's an opportunity for Thunder Awaken to try and look to force a fight, you know, in conjunction with the ending of this Aegis?
Knowing them, that's kind of their style.
Yeah.
So let's see if they want to try it. It's still very difficult because we
look.
mentioned there's a ton of damage mitigation that's coming out on EG.
They're very much ready to go. Matthew stepping up.
Let's see what they find.
Here's the jump. Matthew in with the avalanche toss combo. Bursting fly down low. Roll forward for Sacred. He's going to look to try and chase down the Sven. Flying Crit getting forced out of the fight here as Thunder run down the two supports. Fly goes down. Crit as well looking to be in a fair bit of trouble as Thunder now immediately take out the two supports. The cores of EG nowhere to be seen. They'll back out. They'll completely get themselves out of this fight. They don't want to have any part of this.
Fully ditch the supports, right? Like the globals popped and all three cores just go nowhere near to help them. So
top tower is under attack.
We'll get some push going in the top lane though. Abed, he kind of stuck around there. Does have the double forge there to hit the tower a little. We'll get answered. And yeah, in typical Thunder Awakens faction, they're gonna look for those fights. You know, that's this team in a nutshell. Constant aggression. And now they also do have Sacred with his own Wraith Pact, so damage mitigation versus damage mitigation. I would say overall though, EG, they have a little bit of an easier way to kill that Wraith Pact with that, you know, Invoker, SF, they can easily target it. On the side of Thunder Awaken, killing Wraith Pact in fights is not gonna be the easiest thing.
For sure, sort of the, you know, their only sort of fast hitter is the Bloodseeker, and
yeah, he doesn't want to waste time.
Indeed, he doesn't want to spend moments on hitting the Wraith Pact in the midst of a team fight.
They'll need the CM level 20 at some point.
See Matthew. Get chased down here, Bloodthorn into play, see how much damage comes through as a few of those hits come in. Same time, Sacred's in with the ult, over towards Arteezy. Arteezy pops the BKB.
Sacred.
That's to beat into Sacred as Sacred has to roll away. Will manage to survive.
That was kind of their big go right now. Ravage still available for EG. Thunder has to be careful. Yeah, they're just having a lot of difficulty with this SF, and he's soon approaching that Satanic too, so.
He's going to be huge. If they don't burst through Arteezy, he's going to be back up to full HP.
They got to try to isolate him somehow or just get the grab on him first.
Let's have a look at.
They're going again. I mean, this is in typical Thunder fashion. They do have the Zeus ult at the ready. Pango ult in about 30.
Don't have to, and by that, yeah, they do now. The global silence also back up, so EG ready with their ultimates to respond. So it has to be a very, very clean jump from Thunder Awaken and a quick one as well.
They're still being cautious. 45 seconds on Arteezy's BKB, so he's pretty much just sitting in the base. If he gets caught. If he gets caught from the tiny, he's kind of just dead. So
scanning.
Nice attempted smoke there from Thunder, but EG very well aware.
EG know exactly what's up. Incredibly hard for Thunder to sort of find a way to get in on top of this lineup when EG is grouped up as much as they are.
Still keeping that gold lead, though. The golden experience lead they've constantly had at this game. But the net, that win probability is just dead even. We've seen it throughout the whole game. The battles back and forth. Some good aggressive vision, though. Thunder, when they did go for that swoop, did put down some wards. EG probably well aware of that area, so they're not going to go near their triangle for the moment.
Imagine EG, I don't feel any reason to try and force anything until the Satanic is done with how close it is here for RTZ.
This is a cool next item queued up there from Pakaz. You really understand why, of course. Just the blink, no swift blink. He just wants to jump onto RTZ and kill him, right? That's going to be the name of the game for him. Well, let's see if he does have that damage. As we keep saying, the war cry, it's nothing to ever laugh about.
For sure.
And it gets stronger if the Sand ever gets levels. Let's see.
See how much they want to try and commit in onto this, as the rest of Thunder Awaken pretty far back away from this lead in from Sacred. He'll opt for the TP out.
Okay.
They weren't looking to do anything too crazy here this time, Thunder.
I believe they also did see that Shadow Fiend Satanic now, too. Roche is back up. It's a shard available. Would be a nice free one there for RTZ.
We'll spot this out. Nimbus now trying to head over towards the pit.
There's no rolling thunder, there's no Zeusel.
It's going to be very hard to contest this. Will Thunder still try and give it a shot as Roshan is very low, but they'll put the global EG, make sure they keep the area covered, and indeed without their own ults, Thunder Awaken not able to contest this.
EG playing very smart with how they just pick and choose their battles here. Even though that gold lead, as we said, for Thunder has been there, EG continues to get this Roshan advantage from their incredible Roshan lineup, of course. But
see, actually, Pakaz as well changing it up, looking to amp up the damage, go for the Silver Edge.
Okay, cool.
Look at the toss back here onto Nightfall in the mid. Will force him to use the Ravage, catches onto the fort, but of course he's far away from the rest of EG. Pakaz charges in, they'll be able to take Nightfall down. Now they look over towards RTZ, of course RTZ with the Aegis and the BKB will stand his ground here, punch back at the Pakaz. Pakaz has to keep his distance, he's pretty much one hit away from dying. Ahmed tries to catch with the Tornado, but the BKB is still on in time to keep Pakaz safe. Underneath the tower, Sacred charges forward with the Rolling Thunder. They've taken out Crit as well. Jump forward from Matthew Thunder, they're ready to look for more. They've got the Frostbite to Fly, Requiem from RTZ trying to keep the space here to keep the rest of EG safe, but Thunder, they still continue to poke here underneath the tier 2 tower. Frostbite from Panda, another jump from Sacred in with a shield crash. Matthew looking for the wraparound on towards RTZ. RTZ turns towards Sacred. Sacred, he's still alive. He finally died. The last hit there from RTZ takes him out for Pakaz. He's going to go back in. He believes in the bash, gets to the BG. Bash and puts the blade active as well to hold back RTZ, but now the buybacks are coming out. Crits in, back into the fight, wants to make sure that Thunder Awaken don't poke for anything more. Thunder Awaken, they'll back off. They certainly shook EG up quite a bit there underneath that tier 2, folks.
I mean, Matthew, right? These tossbacks just kind of putting EG in a position where they're like, wait, what's happening? Why are these fights going on? The poke and prod from Thunder, beautifully done.
I mean, it really is with this team. Just when you think they've had enough from the fight, they go for that extra bit more.
Yeah, I mean, Matthew is really quite dangerous. We've seen why this Tiny is so prominent, especially in the SA region. Even when this hero started to falter a lot, SA was still all over it, and we always do see why. Yeah, just EG's like trying to position themselves to not get hit from this, but it's just beautiful from Thunder to just get this, literally just completely zone them on the outside and get that constant spam.
And it really was just sort of toss back after toss back from Matthew. Started with the play onto Nightfall, catches out Fly, and then here behind the tower, another toss back, and Fly once again, Crit before Fly. An incredible fight there from Thunder Awaken that EG definitely weren't expecting. They were not ready for Thunder to come at them that hard at this stage.
Yeah, and it's a huge gold injection too, right? For Pakaz, he just had bought the Chrysalis. Now he has a 3,500 gold, so can choose to what he goes for here.
And just sort of the heads-up realization that they could go for that move. Something that you won't see a lot of teams go into these sort of fights underneath a tier 2 against a squad that's just picked up an Aegis.
Thunder always will. They will always go for those fights. If they see an opportunity for these type of plays, absolutely. E-Blade done for the Zeus. Even more damage, ways to protect himself as well. And now let's look at for these items, of course, since we are now 37 minutes. We always talk about this tier 4 items versus Silencer. Of course, a lot of them are going to be there for the Dispel.
He might look to start something off, but he's in on a crit straight with the Abyssal Blade, eliminates the Silencer. Rupture as well to Abed. He has got the BKB, but not a lot else to help him. Bash is there from Pakaz, it's a double, and they're not done yet. They're ready to look for more Fly, trying to set up the fight in return with Nightfall. They've got RTZ coming up, looking towards Matthew, but Matthew's able to charge away. Pakaz pops the man to get back up the high ground. EG, they've got to be careful. RTZ's already used introduce the BKB. It's coming to an end. Sacred rolls forward, blink forward, over towards Fly and Nightfall. Picard's focusing down the time, just beating through, takes out Fly as well. It's 4 dead on EG. Arteezy lucky to get away there. Able to TP away in the last moment. But 4 dead on EG yet again, 2 times now. During this Aegis that Arteezy has, where EG is a squad, they're not prepared for these fights that Thunder's bringing against them.
These guys are just way too damn good at team fighting, really. They're just dancing around EG. And the way they just get the initiation, too, it's Pakaz who starts the fight, right? The Bloodseeker running in with the Zeus ult, takes out the support quick, gets Abed right after.
Arteezy?
Uh-oh, he shows himself.
This is a risky bit of a move here from him under his own tier 2 for sure, but we saw what happened around the tier 2 mid last time.
Here comes Pakaz.
This is not a place that Thunder are scared to go. As Arteezy, that's going to be the Aegis gone, surely. He'll put the Satanic, but immediately thrown up in the air with the Yules. That's the Aegis gone.
He's got backup now, though, so Thunder. So back up for a second. I will wait to see how far they back up, though, because knowing Thunder, they could just jump back in, but no, they'll wait. Oh, and a big pickup.
What time this relic. And a lovely one as well that's out for the aura on the team as well. Telescope as well, found by Sacred.
Thunder is getting blessed with some of these items. They've got the items to remove the globals. They've got Blastrik to protect Sacred. And now that Timeless. And yeah, we see there Pakaz.
I mean, he was sort of just in the neighborhood, sort of sees them, crit, standing around, and he's like, well, why not? We'll start a team fight off here.
These fights are getting really awkward, though. You were seeing a few times now, Nightfall is jumping in with, like, the supports, but he's like, wait, where's our backup of damage? We don't have our SF. Our Invoker had died, and we just blew everything. So Mago is able to reset, and then Thunder's able to take these fights. So
I mean, yeah, even if they're alive, sort of outside of Arteezy, I mean, Arteezy's the damage at this stage. Outside of that, nothing too crazy that's going to burst through Thunder. They need Arteezy in position, deleting these targets, something that he can do as an SF. But as we've seen Thunder just poking and prodding, jumping in and out of the fights, making it very hard for them to finish the kills. I mean, countless times we've seen like Pakaz running in, running out on minimal HP, and making the perfect call of when to head back in, despite how low he may get.
It really feels like he needs a Blink Dagger to be able to have that follow-up for the Ravage, and he is, that is going to be the natural build-up for the SF when he's getting that 25-2. And SF, level 24, just about to hit 25. We did see Pakaz hit 25 in last fight with 2 ruptures.
Oh! Sacred! He's into the trees with the swashbuckle. The bash is there, and Arteezy's TP is going to be put to an end. He's being ruptured. Is there anything they can do to save him? Put the Requiem, but Sacred back across again with the Rolling Thunder. The rest of the backup of EG is hit because Arteezy is so incredibly low. Jump forward, Global Silence there is return. Arteezy turns, takes out Matthew. They look towards Sacred. Sacred's out with the swashbuckle. There'll be a buyback straight away from Matthew. As Thunder, they want to continue to pressure EG here. You see how scared EG is, having to run right away from Thunder.
I cannot believe he gets out there, though. Great global from Crit to kind of cover the bases.
And that certainly could have gone a whole lot worse there for EG.
Yeah.
Definitely was a scary moment there for Arteezy, though, when he gets clipped in the tree line by that swashbuckle bash.
And BKB is still going to be on cooldown for him for 50 seconds. EG is smoked, but Thunder could look for him as well without that BKB.
Look at Matthew.
Insane.
See in the river. Jump forward onto Sacred, they're trying to burst through him. Abed has got the Hex out, Ravage as well. They're locking down Pakaz. Have they got enough burst to finish him off?
It's so close.
Back to the BKB. Pakaz, he's out of there. He'll start to heal up on the creeps. You know this man, he's going to be ready to go back in. He's looking over towards Abed. Abed caught by the side of Swashbuckle. Shield crash from Sacred. They take out Abed. They take out Fly. Maybe they can find more here in the trees. Nightfall trying to hide, but Pakaz, he's on top of the top of the shot. Pakaz getting burst down, but he's going to hit him.
How is he alive?
Pakaz will survive. They're ready to keep going once again here. Thunder Awaken as Arteezy crit the last 2. Left behind it for EG. Arteezy's down. Crit as well. It's a team wipe. They just can't deal with them, folks. They cannot deal with them. Thunder. The calls, the shot calling, the team fights they choose to take, it couldn't be done any better.
Oh, and they are just way too damn good at taking these fights, just dancing around over and over again, too. We see the Ravages are coming out, but where's the Arteezy damage? Abed had it there. He had the Chaos Meteor with the 20 talent. He had the Sunstrike, but Pakaz, I think he lives, with 90 HP, 60 HP something. Heals up, gets the full turnaround.
Yeah, I mean, this Bloodseeker pick, it's been played to perfection here from Pakaz.
I mean, the whole team has made it look so good, too, right? Matthew, by the way, Matthew is 0-8 this game, but the tiny performance so far,
the impact that he's had, absolutely, yeah, the KDA does not show how much he's been doing here for the squad.
And, I mean, they're going all in here.
I mean, there's no buyback on Arteezy. 50 seconds without the Shadow Fiend. He's 900 gold short of it. Thunder, they will back off, though, respect the rest of the respawns coming in from EG. I know they don't need to force it too much. They're 20,000 gold lead. They've been able to clean up the mid set of racks. And they know as long as they can keep playing at the level they've been bringing for the last 20 minutes or so,
I mean,
these team fights aren't getting any easier for EG.
I mean, look at him. Look at Pakaz. They throw everything. Oh, 60 HP. Gets the Manta and runs away. Also, his team, of course, super good on how they bail him out. They all run and Lotus him immediately, but damn, Pakaz, time and time again, getting out with the skin of his teeth.
I'm playing perfectly with the heal up there. You know, fortunately, that juicy little creep wave there in the mid, allowing him to heal back up to a point that enabled him to get back into the fight, back into the action.
And now Sacred, a total menace this game as well, 8-2 and 14. Oh, he's starting these fights.
What are they going to do about this one? Nightfall, caught by the rupture. I mean, it's got to be terrifying for EG. As soon as, if you just see one member of Thunder Awaken jump at you, you've got to be in full defensive mode. Like, you've got to be terrified when you see one of these guys coming at you.
Absolutely. I mean, you're really just seeing so many problems, it feels like, for EG now. Like, lacking of damage, lacking of ways to reset and protect the SF. Thunder, they've kind of broken EG at this point. In all these last, I mean, how many fights in a row has it been that they've won? It feels like they've won like 5 or 6 in a row here for Thunder.
See what EG can find here. They need to make this fight work.
No rolling Thunder, 20 seconds. Maybe trying to find something with that. Look at Mago's positioning here. He's going to TP to join his team.
If this doesn't work out, this move from EG, they are going to be in a very painful spot.
Look at Panda.
They're not already hit.
Panda's just waiting in the Roche pit too. Does have buyback, so he is in a good position to try to break that smoke for his team.
Thunder at the high ground.
They see everyone. Sacred.
EG, what's the plan now?
See Abed now too.
They know that they see them.
It's constant poke.
Into the side as well. Nightfall, fly. They'll look towards Panda. They'll try and go for the easy of the kills. Panda will get burst through. Sacred jumps forward with the roll up. He's in on top of Arteezy. They've been able to burst Nightfall pretty low here. Again, Sacred with the rolling thunder passes by once more. Arc lightning from Dark Margo finishes the kill. There'll be a buyback from Nightfall. Fly's going to get taken out though. He's also got the buyback available. Commits it immediately. Arteezy, he needs help and he needs it now. Pots the BKB, trying to get the off. The pistol blade act is still there from Picard.
Oh.
The Ravage from Nightfall. That's going to send the Red Grip. Nightfall, he might just have been able to turn this fight around. No, it doesn't matter. Matthew still ready to jump back in with the blink. 3 dead on EG. Neither of them with buyback available.
They're not letting Arteezy get any attacks off. Either he's getting bashed from Pango swashbuckles, he's getting avalanche constantly, he's getting ruptured and put into a different position. I mean, this is just absolutely perfect plays really coming out from Thunder. These team fights, time and time again, they're barely losing anything.
Their chance for a Roshan now. And deservedly so here, 28k gold. We saw the last few times EG struggle to make much happen at all with the Aegis. Now that Thunder are the ones to have it here on Pakaz.
You can't kill Pakaz once. How are you going to kill him twice? He's also got 6,000 gold to boot. Has the buyback available. I think all the cores now have... Okay, never mind. Mago did spend his gold.
And again, they don't have the buybacks yet. Arteezy's been going full in on the purchases, so 2,000 gold pretty much short of a buyback.
They might just be able to end it.
I think they probably will do here. Thunder onto the tier 4s. See the jump forward from Matthew. Does get caught out by the immediate Hex Sunstrike. Bursts him pretty low, but the space is just being made here for Thunder to take down the tier 4s, get on towards the Ancient. EG, is there anything they can do here with the 3 of them to push them back? I don't think so. GG is called. Thunder Awaken.
Wow.
Turn up in game 1 of this best of 3 and take EG down.
And they break that Shadow Fiend there. That 100%, it's gone now. They've defeated it.
Some absolute confidence there from Thunder, already being shown, as you say, from the draft alone. We've seen them do it before in the groups. They let through these heroes, the Shadow Fiends, the Marcies, the Enigmas. They don't care.
Nope.
They know that they've got plans, they've got strategies to deal with them, and we really did see it there. A bit of a slow start in both teams, very even, but that point where Thunder started to get the team fights going their way, it just never slowed down.
No, they just pick and chose every battle, poked and prod, didn't let this SF pretty much do anything. And EG did look a bit disconnected with some of the fights. These Ravages, missing some of the follow-up. They're going to have to fix this. Thunder, with this type of momentum, can definitely do it.
Absolutely. Well, what a start. What an opening game here at the playoff stage at the International 11. Cannot wait to see what else goes down in this series. But as it stands, game 1, Thunder Awaken will be able to take the victory against Evil Geniuses.
What an action-packed game that was. We're going to give the players a little bit of a breather before we head into that second game, and that gives us some time to break down, or at least attempt to break down that first game of the best of three. I'm joined by Jenkins, Effie, and Lacoste. Effie, I want to go to you first. This game was non-stop fighting, it felt.
It really did feel that way, but the thing that stood out to me the most was Thunder's ability to isolate targets in this team fight. It often felt like it was just a simple matter for them to go on these supports in the backline, to push the Shadow Fiend away and put the Sven in a position where he can't really have impact in the fight outside of like pressing Warcry. So this collapse of the Pango when they went into the triangle, I think Sacred played an excellent game. Sorry, I'm so excited, but he was getting all of these catches, he was getting all of these chainstones, and every time you felt like the fight was over, there was just another Thunder hero coming in with a cooldown and taking it. So I really think this one was just down to team fight execution, because at some point EG did hit their timings, but it felt like they were disconnected from each other.
Thunder Awaken did realize where the real threat is coming from. They know that like most damage is going to come from Arteezy, and that's why they've been isolating him, and also the itemization, double basher on Pango. Like Pango from the off lane, it's one of the heroes that just like doesn't work in most of the cases so far in the international. He's been 0-7, and this is his first W. So that's a pretty big deal, because Sacred he played a mean Pango. Understanding that the Shadow Fiend, maybe he cuts into backlines, forces a BKB here and there, and then makes things easier for Pakaz to come in and clean up.
Right, and to highlight, or the thing I wanted to highlight, which actually goes off of both of your points, is Sacred again, when he hid the Blink Dagger in the trees, and then in the very next fight, he just devastates the backline of EG, like Effie was mentioning.
I gotta say though, with all of that being said, I do have to dial it back down to draft a little and just talk about how little I liked this position for Silencer. I really feel like it did not do what they wanted it to. It was like
it felt like 2 5s. Yeah, it felt like two 5.5s.
Yeah.
This game.
But I just don't think it accomplished what it wanted to do for EG in the fighting early with the global silence, potentially like stacking these ultimates on top of each other. The one time that we did see the Ravage come out right after a global, there was just no follow-up damage on Bloodseeker's first BKB use, and it was just kind of downhill after there in terms of
I love this fight. Look what Pakaz is doing. He goes down to, I believe, 50 or 60 HP, and there's a creep wave approaching. So how many times in this game he's going to the creep wave and actually healing up? Look at EG is going to pop the glyph just to try to stop him healing. So that's pretty nuts. Like they realize where the problem is, and the fight near the Ancients as well. Pakaz going in, healing up, and
he tried on the Ancients. That was the one time that he died because Sacred stole a last hit on the Thunder Hide.
Actually, it wasn't Sacred. I think it was the static field from Dark Maga.
It was the static field. Okay,
I don't think Sacred would grief him in such a way. It was just really cool. But also the Silver Edge pickup by Pakaz did so much for them. That Tidehunter, whose entire job was just to mitigate damage, to buy the pipe, to have the Wraith Pack out in the fight, and then be able to press Ravage, was completely shredded with just the break plus the Rolling Thunder from Sacred.
Before the break, they still had like an ability to cause Tidehunter to use bad ravages. Matthew on his Tiny plus a Rupture, you bring him down to like 30% HP, and then Bloodseeker comes in and forces him to like use a really bad ravage, and then the fight becomes much easier for Thunder Awaken.
Yeah, I must say we highlighted Sacred earlier. I want to talk a little bit more about Pakaz, because yes, I mean he was set up for success with the Bloodseeker pick. It was great, Pandabu, great on the Crystal Maiden, of course. But holy crap, that guy. I don't know, like we obviously have been keeping track of him the last year. Everybody's like, oh, look at this guy from South America. He's going to do big things. And this is the first time in front of this big of a crowd on the international grand stage. No pressure. He leveled up.
He's very explosive as a player, where he tends to like farm up for like 15 minutes, like his Templar Assassin, his most famous hero, and then he joins a fight and constantly keeps fighting with the team. Bloodseeker is pretty much the same type of a hero who can be in every single fight, especially with the Zeus so many times, just scouting things out, providing vision, and also allowing him to enter the fight with a much higher move speed.
But I think what really distinguishes Pakaz from other carry players is his ability to join fights in the early game without actually losing out on much farm or space on the map. He's able to identify when the best time to rotate is, and he does it constantly. He will never prioritize farming 2 creep waves, which, they call it the K1 TP, when the other South American carry everyone looks at, Hector, just prioritizes that. He is able to join fights right in the correct moment and also capitalize on his item timings better than any carry player I've seen.
He has a really good game sense for when the fights are going to happen and where. And it's like, in this game in particular, he didn't TP to the fights. He was just already there anticipating that it would happen. So and it doesn't surprise me with him going in and out of fights and showing up to them and just like, you know, getting the kills at the last moment. Like this guy has the highest KDA out of the 2 previous majors to the degree that now that we're seeing this from him, it's crazy that it's kind of expected from Pakaz now. Yeah. That's how good of a year that this kid has had, is that we expect so much from him, even though he's a new player.
Yeah, he's a new player. I mean, Thunder Awaken, only Matthew has been to an international before. The rest are 4 new players. And, of course, new coach as well on the ground stage. That stage must feel electric right about now. And we're going to find out exactly how the crowd is feeling with this Slacks and Casey.
Oh, hello out there. Yes. How is the crowd feeling? Well, you have to wait for that because we wanted to show you a little special opportunity, all right? That's something you're normally going to be able to see. We're going to give you a backstage tour.
Yeah, because there's a lot that has to happen to make things. Hey, we actually have a bouncer.
All right, go ahead.
You promised you weren't going to do
that.
Go ahead. We have a bouncer that's helping Myron back up as we show all of the computers that are back here, making sure that everything is running smoothly, from stuff that's going on in-game to things that you're seeing in the broadcasts. And yes, broadcasts, because we have several, including the fact that it's all stemming from the world feed. What are you doing? What are you looking at?
Nothing. I'm just amazed by
this isn't a tour for you.
I'm
it's a tour for
really interested. I didn't know any of this. It's very cool.
Come on, we're making
There's so much technology back here. So many people making this show happen today. Very cool.
Oh, very cool.
Yeah.
Oh, very nice. All right, this is the control room. These are all the people who make us promise every year not to put them on camera. So wave.
Hi, production.
Hi,
production. These are the guys that make the show actually happen. If you mess with this computer at all, the entire program goes down.
All right. Okay. Why don't we get out of their way and keep it moving? Do you mind walking backwards, Myron?
Okay. Here we go.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. Okay. We're going to see if we can make it out to the crowd so that we can show you a little bit more of what's happening here.
Oh, yeah. You would be like players. This is where the players leave.
Okay, well, why don't you act like a player?
Okay.
Instead of a jackass. What?
Okay.
Oh, this way. Okay.
What? Over here.
Oh!
There you go.
Oh, my gosh.
Do the walk.
Sorry, Myron. Okay, there you go.
Do the walk. Do the walk.
All right. Now where do we go? This
yeah,
way?
and then you go, and then the players
Can we run?
out here.
We got to run.
And then the crowd goes
wild. We got to run. The crowd goes wild.
Oh! I'm picking Marcy, baby!
Whoa! Who's excited for some Dota? All right, how many people think EG is going to come back and take this next game?
Whoa!
How many think it's going to be Thunder Awakens? Oh, come on, guys. You all sounded equally.
They just love Dota.
You're so nice.
They don't care.
Why are you so nice?
Oh, okay. Well, what? Give us game 3. Well, say it again.
Give us game 3. Come on.
Game 3, anybody?
Game 3!
All right, let's get through game 2 before we get to game 3. All right, everybody, calm down in here. All right, calm down.
Okay.
All right.
Well, this is what we're dealing with here. This man, but also these people. All right, you guys, who wants to see a game 3? Okay. All right. Well, that's all we have here. Do you have anything you'd like to add before we send it back?
I love production. Don't fire me.
That's
back to you.
No, that's not the cue.
Back to you.
That's what it looks like backstage.
What was the? Oh, that's what it looks like backstage. Back to you.
Well, thank you very much, Slacks and Casey. Yeah, I do think, though, I mean, the crowd, you know, they were like, who's going to win EG? Yay. Thunder Awaken, yay. Game 3, yay. You knew, though, you were cheering for EG then, but, you know, that didn't seem to click that well. But at Game 3, we'd have a lot of Dota lovers in the crowd. Love that. And love Dota. Before we get to a Game 3, though, we need to see some adjustments made. And it is EG that's going to have to do most of those adjustments, Lacoste. What changes would you like to see them make here?
Something that we mentioned. I want to see crit on a hero that can make a bit more rotations early on, because it felt difficult at one point, like how to make gank. All they had was a team fight with this Tide Hunter, but they needed something else. Like they needed classic crit hero that can move around and get stuff done.
Yeah, EG did have a window to win that game, especially when they got that Aegis, and it felt like they hit their timings with that Pipe Ready, that Blink Dagger, that Wraith Pact on Tidehunter. But the issue is, if you mess up the execution once, or maybe you Ravage when SF is a little bit too far away, or if you global in a reactionary way and not as a way to kill the Pangolier, you just miss out on your window completely. So as much as it looked like comfort for EG, that draft was incredibly difficult to execute. So maybe a little bit less Silencer and a little bit more Marcy for Crit Jenkins.
Yeah, that hero was unpicked and uncontested, which is crazy because I think she's the second most contested hero of the tournament. What's number one again? Enigma, of course, yeah. And during the last chance qualifiers in group stage, or the last chance qualifiers, I think it was Marcy, and then Enigma became the number one, which was contested because I think Enigma just presents a lot more of a problem than Marcy does. But still, it's like, yeah, it felt like they had 5.5s.
So far, head shaving is working.
It's working.
It's working. Yep.
Yeah, Crit has played a lot throughout this tournament, is the thing. So I think I think they're in a phase of like, he's the experimental player for the team. That one didn't seem to work out. Silencer, we've been seeing get picked up a lot with Enigma and against Enigma. So yeah, maybe they'll just go back to the Rubiks, the Miranas, the Marcys that we're used to seeing him play.
Yeah, that way they would also be able to set a higher tempo earlier on in the game. I think one thing that stood out in that first game is that it was even for a very long time. And that's something that in games that we normally see coming out from EG is just not really the case, right, Effie?
Absolutely. And a question that you can ask in games where it seems even until it isn't is, how much value did you get out of your carry's first BKB use? And I would say that the first BKB use on Bloodseeker was absolutely what you wanted.
Good as it gets.
You bait out the Ravage and the Global, and you still live. You get a couple of kills, and you don't lose anything at all. Whereas it took a while for SF to get that BKB. And when he did, he could stand in manfight, but in the end, he wasn't really able to get kills, right? They were able to disengage with Swashbuckle. With the Bloodseeker Thirst, they were able to run away, and of course Zeus with the Heavenly Jump. So at the end of the day, you can talk about the lack of stuns. Outside of the Sven stun and the Ravage, how do you catch these heroes that are running away from your Shadow Fiend?
Good question. I mean, they didn't have like limited amount of stuns because Sven has a 5. Usually he goes in, tanks some of the damage, dies. If they don't get too much done with the Ravage, BKB is down. The fights that they take after are going to be very difficult. Also, I think I saw Arteezy yawning on camera. He needs to go and wash his face. Yeah.
Too bad. I don't think you can leave your chair anymore after you sat down for game number 2.
He has a water bottle.
Oh, there you go.
To be fair, though, I think of all the EG players in the last game, Arteezy and Fly were the standouts. Arteezy played a really great game. It was just a little bit too disconnected when they needed it to be perfect. So if you want to just break it down to basics, maybe don't put yourself in a situation where you have to play a perfect game.
Yeah, that's like some other hero that can carry the game that's not just Arteezy, because like I don't see, I don't know how as a Shadow Fiend you're supposed to ever beat a Bloodseeker late game. He gets, like, he's the hero currently for just sticking on like a ranged hero with the Ag Shard. You lifesteal so much that you can do it. You build a Basher, you gain this insane amount of attack speed. Like, so it's like, okay, then everybody has to peel off of Arteezy, but if they just don't because the rest of the Thunder heroes play well in kiting, then Arteezy just, no matter how well or perfectly he plays, they just lose the game.
Because they did put a lot of eggs in that one basket.
It was a lot of eggs.
Because in terms of scaling, like Tidehunter did go for like more teamfight items, which is fine, but he doesn't scale as a hero compared to like some other offlaners.
He scales based on the other damage that you have, which would be Arteezy again.
All right, well, let's get into game number 2 of this first series here today.
Evil Geniuses versus Thunder Awaken. Game 2.
Now, 1 game up for Thunder Awaken, and that means they're 1 game away from securing top 6 here at the International 11, which would be the first South American team to do it, and they're looking good. Momentum is what I want to talk about because this team seems to have it, Lacoste, in front of a crowd for the first time for most of their players at an international. There are some players that crumble a little bit under that pressure. They don't seem to have that issue at all.
Definitely not. I also think it comes down to new players who really don't give a damn about. So like we've seen Team Spirit, how mentally strong they were in the true side.
Yeah.
And seems like these players, they're like, whatever, we're going to show you. You need to have that mentality at TI that you are the best and you're going to show it to everyone out there that you actually are.
Yeah.
And that kind of goes back to what you talked about in the pregame, Shiva, with how the impact of Team Spirit and what they did and what they achieved had on younger and more hopeful players, right? It kind of imbues that sense of confidence that you can do it, and it doesn't really matter if it's an experience or if it's an organization that has more resources than another. It's just more so about you as 5 players, what you can achieve together. And it seems like Thunder Awaken have a winning combination. The chemistry between these players and the confidence and the trust in each other, it's really showing so far on this main stage.
I think it's also been like a really formative year for them too, though. Because I remember at the first major just talking to Panda, and you know, he's kind of like this in general, but he was really energetic, jumpy. You could sense the nerves off of him. And I even heard from like Avo, there were some nerves and some issues that they had to work out during the first major. And then going into the second one, it gets a lot better. You can notice from talking to these guys, like they've gained this massive amount of confidence over the year. And I think a huge amount of that comes from the Stockholm major. I think that's where they really came to be like this team that we see today.
I remember watching them at Stockholm Major, like their team fight execution, near perfect. Like spell usage, everything on point. Realizing like they never overuse their abilities, like they never overextend in terms of like, oh, we need to have something else on top of this. Everyone knows what they need to do at every single point of the game.
Yeah, and so they are great with fighting, and of course, previous game they had the right heroes to do so. We're going to find out if this time around EG can maybe shake things up so that they also can go toe-to-toe in those type of fights. We did not really like the composition that they had. I know that after the draft was done, we also had some question marks with the Tidehunter, but it seems like on hindsight, our question marks are mostly going to the Silencer as a position 4. And that kind of stems from going the open with your position 5 with the Sven that has very little flex potential at the moment.
Yeah.
So maybe a different opener.
Yeah, and I think what's more important is Thunder have shown EG that they can beat their SF Sven opener, and they're not scared of it. So I think EG might be looking to pick up this Marcy in the first phase now, and potentially pair it with one of their older school duos, like maybe a Razor, depending on what Thunder goes
that's
for.
an EG classic right there. That's about as classic as the Storm.
And we just see how this happens. It's a back and forth, right? If you can beat an opener, we'll just go to another one.
Unless EG feels so confident in their Shadow Fin to pick it again, because it was 7. They won 7 out of 7 games with SF. So shifting things around a little bit, banning out Crystal Maiden instead of the Dawnbreaker.
Is this the first Crystal Maiden first phase ban we've seen in like decades, or what? It
might have been a decade.
How happy are you?
I'm incredibly happy. Please don't nerf her. Thank you.
She has a very high win rate.
She does.
She's strong.
5%.
Disgustingly high win rate for the amount of games that she's been played too. Usually you don't see over 60% win rates on heroes that have been picked more than 40 times, but Crystal Maiden, she's got
Especially a first phase 5 hero. It's insane.
That is crazy. We do have Marcy, of course, coming out with that. The hero that got let through instead of Crystal Maiden is the Dawnbreaker. That is a hero that we have talked about because Sacred is insane on that hero in the position 3 for Thunder Awaken, but they do open it up once again with the Tiny like they did previous game.
Yeah, and this Tiny, as we talked about before, Thunder do tend to play it on the mid lane, on Dark Mago, but they showed us last game that this is something they can flex to Matthew and pick something else potentially. So again, we'll have to see where they're going with this, but it gives them that really nice flex advantage in their draft. Whereas for EG, we know that this Marcy is going to be a crit hero.
Even like I think the lane of Marcy plus SF is really strong. There's always the potential of laning crit in the safe lane with the SF and then just having Fly play in the off lane. But even if you don't do that, the ability for Marcy to rotate to the SF once he's got like 2 points in raise is it's pretty insane. Like you're guaranteed to get a kill.
That's why Marcy is so popular. You do have a stun, you do have a slow. One of the easiest hero to gank with. Maybe like an Earth Spirit where you just show from fog and then you know that you're dead. And still gonna ban out that silencer. I mean, it's a great hero against the Dawnbreaker, and did cause some of the issues in the early game. But Lotus Orb pickup on Pango and also the tier 4 items did make Silencer's game quite difficult in the late game.
For sure. You also have the scaling potential that exists a little bit more on the side of EG just by having this Marcy over this Sven. The issue with the Sven last game, honestly, was that it felt like it had to put itself in a position to be alive for as long as possible, which you don't really want out of your position 5 in a lot of games. Sometimes it has to go in and die, but when you're pairing it with the SF, you need it to be alive to spam Warcry, to have that passive aura from the Shard constantly, or it doesn't work out. Marcy, on the other hand, can just amp up the SF so much while doing damage herself. The one thing is, though, that Thunder could potentially be looking at this Lich now for a Panda instead of the Crystal Maiden. It's another heavy kill hero, but it also mitigates the damage coming out of Sidekick. So.
I think EG needs to protect Shadowfiend with potentially like a Pudge, because Bakaz was amazing. Even Faceless Void comes to my mind, because there's like no real save. And you do have a setup for Dawnbreaker ulti as well, so could be a bit difficult, giving you this global presence as well with the Dawnbreaker.
But what I do like about this Tiny and Dawnbreaker opening on Thunder is that these two heroes can punish this SF early on, right? If this is a mid-Tiny and it gets a good blink timing, it can play with the Dawnbreaker with the Solar Guardian. And they banned out the Silencer, so they have protected its ability to hunt heroes like SF early on. Because as strong as this hero can be, when he gets a good start, he's still susceptible to dying early on to rotations.
Yeah, he's squishy. That's the thing with SF, is like, I feel like the way that you beat safe lane SF, or at least back when like Gaming Gladiators first started doing this in Tour 1, like way back when we first started seeing it as a safe laner, it was just kill the SF. That was the thing. It's just harder to do that now because the Raze is much stronger for laning. You get the slow, and so there's always that like backwards kill threat where you go try to kill the SF and SF just kills you, and the Requiem, of course. But Tiny Dawn, it's just so much stun, so much damage between these two heroes, especially if they're cores.
But that said, we see the Silencer, of course, banned out. That's a support that would go with the Shadowfiend as well. And are there any supports that could secure that laning stage that are still in? I keep thinking about Undying. It's another hero that was really popular during the group stages, but ignored for now.
Yeah.
We have the Invoker removed once again. Abed, of course, a strong force on that. And it also means that compared to previous game, we saw in this phase a lot of spirits removed for Abed, so it does make me think a little bit like, okay, Ember Storm still in the pool.
I mean, if they want to stabilize the lane, something that Jenkins mentioned is pairing up this Marcy with Shadowfiend. There's also Clockwork in the pool, like some of these like strong 5s, like even if we think about Chen Enchantress come to my mind, where you can stabilize the lane for Shadowfiend. It's not a setup for raises, but like Clockwork is.
But also, I do think that the spirits being banned out last game, the target ban of them was just a way to protect the mid Zeus that they revealed really early on. This time around, I do feel like they are inclined to build around this mid Tiny, and that is a hero that isn't really scared of spirit picks, the same way it's scared against annoying heroes that can match its rotations like Invoker. So I think a lot of Thunder's bans are kind of telling the story of what they want to do right now.
Yeah, I agree. I think like for EG, they could opt to pick some Undying, which is banned out, or Clockwork, because it means that I think already like Effie saying Thunder does want to run the Tiny mid, but if you pick like a Clockwork, you're basically forcing the Tiny to go mid. 'Cause I don't think it is Thunder. We did see them do something similar last game, but you usually don't want to run a dual melee lane against an SF plus a Clockwork.
They did struggle.
They struggled in lane. They struggled.
Yeah, it was a difficult lane for
They're
them
looking
to
at
play.
Lich still, potentially. Yeah. So I did mention this Lich earlier. It's just that Frost Shield is such an easy way to mitigate the damage coming out of Sidekick, which is the main thing that you think about when it comes to the synergy of Marcy plus SF. So Lich, while also providing strong lane presence, can also counter their opener. So a pretty nice pick coming out here from Thunder. It also gives them team fights and a way to just stack an extra disable, I guess, with Sinister Gaze. I mean, it's not the best part of the hero's kit, but it does do something as well.
You know what would be really nice right here? And we've not seen this that much during this tournament, and I don't think Thunder's even picked it, but Grimstroke plus Lich right now, you got the Grim plus Tiny combo. Grim Dawn in lane would be really strong. You double the Chain Frost. I know it's a little weird, but just in case they pick it out.
You could end up with the same problem that EG had, where you have, like, if things don't go too well at the early game, you would end up with 2 5s. Like, it's still a possibility because Tiny does checks a lot of boxes. It fixes the draft where you have a low cooldown stun, so could be potentially good. Yeah.
This EG pick now makes my thought just goes immediately to they're gonna pick a Clockwork or something like that here, because Razor Marcy, like, how can you not lane these heroes together? It's just the most, other than Viper Marcy, it's the most devastating lane.
There it is.
We did mention, it makes a lot of sense. And now you have like 2 strong lanes, something that we did mention before this series started, where they do have
hero.
2 heroes on the side lanes, and also this time around, Nightfall will be able to scale on his Razor. Like last time he was playing Tidehunter, so a bit difficult, and like what Nightfall does with his hero is like he tends to take over the game, like be on top of the network, but still use his network very efficiently.
Yeah, and I like the Smurf lane coming out from Thunder. It's just such a typical thing to pick versus Razor. Back when Razor was a monster, you can just replicate,
you steal him.
You become the static link. The damage is negligible, but also it's a carry that isn't scared of dying to a Clockwork gank early on, right? Just because it can waveform out. Also, when you put it on the safe lane versus the Razor off lane, it's a way to break the link early on, right? So it's not just how this hero counters it with its ulti, but how it can put some distance between it early on. That coupled with the Frost armor, I do think that regardless of Marcy and Razor being an incredibly strong lane, Thunder have a good way to deal with it.
I think that lane actually, that's a strong lane.
EG doesn't have much control for this Morphling. They don't have a single silence, so we see that Thunder Awaken, they are protecting Morphling with this Ancient Apparition pick that could have been mid. So yeah, any kind of silence, it's a good puck game.
Also a Storm game.
Yeah.
Pucker's Storm Storm's found out.
I wonder if maybe EG looks to flex the SF for the first time and put the SF mid, and then, well, then again, it's against Tiny, which you can die to Tiny. But then they could pick like a Void. Pango, okay.
So that does give them that nice lockdown that they lacked. We saw how effective it was last game, but also it is a pretty good hero at dealing with Morphling early on before it gets 6 slotted, right? It builds Diffusal Blade, it can rotate early on with the runes, and there is synergy in having these 2 incredibly skirmish-heavy supports like Marcy and Clock and something like a Pango that can always go with them.
Yeah, EG does not lack stuns in this game. Last game it was some long cooldown stun problem, not an issue anymore.
I did mention puck for EG, but it also looks good for Thunder Awaken. Unless, maybe they could still flex this Tiny, right?
They could, yeah. I could definitely see them doing a Dawn Tiny lane. That sounds right up Thunder's alley.
What I don't like about the 4 Tiny here, though, is I don't think it'll be put in situations when it has a Morphling that needs a while to farm where it can get that Blink Dagger early, because the way that Tinys are played is that they fight for it.
If they want to go with position 4, I like Snapfire a lot. Gives them a lot of team fight as well. It gets you away from the cogs, but okay, Lion.
Okay, so actually, they have played this Lion plus Dawnbreaker lane before. It's really, really good at killing heroes early on. You've got 2 disables with Dawn's ability to gap close and just burst damage later on. But also, if you are able to secure some vision around a cliff or something, and you see this Pango, the Lion can hex it. And if you kill this Pango, that takes away EG's win condition in the fights, right? If you can just find him, make sure he doesn't do that damage, and it looks like a pretty solid pick for Thunder.
All right, what do you think, Jenkins, of the final 10 that we got?
This is a pretty free Morphling game. That's what I'm thinking. And this hero was the scourge of the last chance qualifier.
Yep.
So I don't think it's been adequately figured out by now. I have faith in Pakaz's Morphling.
Yeah, they don't have a single silence to deal with this Morphling. And also, this is going to be Tiny on the mid lane.
Yeah.
So Dark Mago, Tiny, probably his best hero besides Kunkka. So you got to be very careful. It's going to be a completely different game what happened in the previous one, where this Tiny, very slowly getting into the game. Tiny's an explosive hero. He can easily take over the game.
But also, it's just the Dark Mago specialty to play Tiny versus these ranged agi carries and just toss them into the team and just wreak havoc. So I do think this SF is in danger. Contrary to last game, we are now looking at this Pango and this Marcy. How much can they do for their team early on? Can they shut down this Morphling? Because if not, it looks like a free Morph game.
Well, if EG got what they want, it sounds like they should be getting an action-packed game. And I know 2 people who like action-packed games. It's OD Pixel and Fog.
Thank you very much, Shiva. Yes, we're ready here in Singapore for Game 2 of Evil Geniuses versus Thunder Awaken. Fogged, what do you sort of read from this draft change-up that we're getting now in this second game? Do you think EG's going to have a bit of a better shot, or is this again one of those situations where at a certain point it could become a little too much for them to deal with? There was a very action-packed Game 1 and little too action-packed for EG to cope with.
I mean, this Morphling has been a problem a lot of times in this tournament, so it could be one of those games. He does have these matchups, you know, he can turn into the Razor, he can turn into Pango, turn into SF, does have a lot of really good things that he can do as this Morph. Could be a bit scary if it gets to those later stages. EG, I think they want to, you know, do what they've been doing most of the times in this tournament. Set that pace, set that tempo, get a good early advantage, because their draft, it's very strong around some good early timings. They can fight constantly, not really too cooldown reliant. Strong lanes. So let's see how Thunder comes out of these lanes this time, because I do think this time it should be a little bit more difficult.
And of course, you know, Thunder's approach with the draft, the way they close it up, something that they're very flexible with, of course. Dark Margot on the Tiny, Tiny core support. It's going to be fantastic from Thunder Awaken. They do it very, very well in both positions, and allows them to end the draft with a Lion. Not something that a lot of other teams will do, but definitely gives that extra bit of threat, that instant catch, instant hex, that for heroes like that, the Pango and the SF could catch them by surprise. And once again, not the biggest amount of sort of defensive capabilities that EG's heroes can offer if they get jumped.
Yeah, not till later on, until when they have like the Marcy Shard, if he perhaps wants to go for something like that, to go for some type of saves. Yeah, absolutely. So we'll see. I'm really curious how to see this line is going to work. I do like seeing it come up more, especially when you're playing into something like Marcy. Having double disables when you have just a damage dealer as well too is just always amazing. So see what Matthew's going to be able to do with Sacred. Let's see how do they actually pair these lanes. Do they actually put Fly with the SF and the Marcy with the Razor? Because that's more than likely what we'd imagine.
The battle begins.
Let's have a look. I mean, we saw, of course, start of last game, I think pretty much up to the 20-minute mark. It's kept very, very close between both teams. When you look at the lane setups this time round, do you think we're going to see a similar story, or is there the potential for someone to get heavily harassed out of the lane early on?
I'm just not sure how this top lane. It's just the Lion has to be really careful to not get caught at level 2 pretty much from the clockwork, because then he just dies immediately. Besides that, I think actually Thunder should be okay. We'll see how they do bottom. Sometimes this can be a little volatile because Marcy just does so much in laning phase. Even though Morph has ways to break Link, you can pull him back in and stuff like that. So we'll see how that first few waves goes, at least for Bakaz.
And what about this mid lane matchup? Dark Margot Tiny against Abed's Pango. What do you expect out of this?
Margot should do just fine. Abed should be able to get some decent farm, but I think Margot should come out ahead. He's just so comfortable in these matchups.
Talking about comfortable, you know, Bakaz this game, Morphling. I mean, we saw how well he was able to play on the Bloodseeker in terms of just being able to know perfectly the hero's limits. And if you want to play a hero that you can really push to its full potential and play around those sort of risky situations, Morphling, this is sort of the next step from the Bloodseeker, right? You know, you've got to be prepared to see Bakaz juggling around his HP, his agility to a perfect balance.
Yeah, it really is exactly that, right? Those are the two highest volatility heroes when you're just trying to push the limits this top.
So set up for the kill here. Flight with the chase down. Fairy Fire's there from Matthew, but a few more hits of the Battery Assault will get the job done for EG. First blood for Fly.
A little worried about this one. They actually did it before the level 2 even comes out for the Clockwork. They just come in. Almost getting both heroes too. Sacred, thankfully for him, TPs to the tower, but they do force them both away.
And I imagine this time round on the bottom lane, unlikely that we sort of see Nightfall in a dangerous position as he was in the early laning stage in game 1. Is this really a lane where Thunder Awaken can look for kills early, or is it pretty safe for EG?
He should be pretty safe. He just has to be a little bit careful how much he trades when he does have like the Link building up, how much the Lich has, how much distance the Lich has to get like multiple nukes off. So lane positioning is going to be important for EG.
Of course, EG, you can see themselves very much primed and ready to try to get a kill out of this lane themselves.
And we're going to go on Bakaz right away. Yeah, he has the adaptive level 2, so
he's going to take quite a hit on the way out here. Crit trying to block him up, shifting into that strength. So will manage to survive. Has to be careful in this lane. Some sort of misplay here or caught out at low HP. Bakaz could get burst down by these two. They've got great ways of sort of getting that damage in from the distance, whether it's Crit throwing themselves in on top of him or the Plasma Field clipping him at the edge of the circle.
Yeah, until he has that waveform, it can be a bit of a risk versus those double waves to keep him on that lane. The top.
Top lane.
Nice
bit of a turnaround. Fly has got the Fairy Fire, drop down the cogs, but Sacred, one more hit's all he needs. He's not going to be able to get it.
Oh, the cogs.
Fly's able to get out, and now Sacred's got to back away. Mango's at the ready. Arteezy beginning to stack up the raises. Thunder have to keep their distance.
They are struggling up here, though. 9 last hits on Sacred. Sure, you see the 9 last hits on the Razor as well, too, but he's just constantly sitting like half or below that on the HP. This Clockwork SF lane a lot harder this time around.
Absolutely, a very nice duo to play with in the lane.
Yep.
Fly just being able to charge and get on top of a hero with the battery assault and just providing that control for Arteezy to line up the razors.
And this is actually a pretty big thing to actually talk about here. So on the retreat there, Fly going back to base gets a half pull. So what this is going to allow is now the wave is going to go back into the tower for the Shadow Fiend. So actually a pretty impactful play coming out from that clock.
A little something extra.
See bottom lane. Despite sort of the harassment that EG are applying to Picard, he's still farming safe. 17-7 against Nightfall's 13-5.
Look at, not even going for the waveform, not even a 3. Just going for 2 points in adaptive.
That's confident.
It's cool, too, because now they do have burst damage where maybe Nightfall can die.
That's
now
true.
It's a lot of magic damage.
Very much so. They've got good follow-up as well from Panda. So the ability to sort of just be able to slow down EG if they're ever trying to chase this morph, giving Picard the space to just simply walk back under the safety of his tower. To top lane.
Sacred.
Setting up onto Sacred here for Cogs.
Okay.
Stage the raises, even if they stack up, not quite enough to burst through the high HP of the Dawnbreaker.
Nightfall, they're literally just burning the raindrops. Bottom lane, Nightfall just got his delivered pretty much. It's down to 2 already. They're just constantly spamming him out, making sure they can potentially go for that type of kill if they do go for an overcommitment with the Link. Yeah, because he's chilling down here.
And it's really causing this sort of state of the lane where EG not really able to put as much pressure onto the Picard's morph in this early stages as maybe as much as they thought they might be able to get away with.
Yeah, they definitely wanted to maybe get at least one type of catch onto maybe the Lich or something like that to enable the Razor to shut down this morph a bit. But yeah, because Falcon Blade's done, he's going to continue just free farming. We haven't got a chance to look at the mid lane much. It does now, of course, waveform is picked up at 4. And they will find Panda.
They should get Panda here with the rebounds done. Oh, it's actually still got the Fairy Fire. In fact, with that, he will manage to get out alive. Salva the ready as well. Panda able to stick around. Still got 2 mangoes to play with. Top lane. Set him onto Fly with the stun and the hex.
He got the battery salt off, though.
He's able to put a stop there for the Starbreaker of Sacred. Fly up to the high ground in time. Last hit, not enough to take him out. And now Arteezy, he might be able to line up some kills himself. Looks towards the Dawn. Sacred might look for a neutral deny, and he's not going to get it. Arteezy able to get the last hit in time. Gets the kill before the deny can be found.
Little bit of a slip up there, Thunder. They don't get the chain stun to not allow that battery assault. If he doesn't get battery assault, they probably get the kill on the clock, but does get that little mini stun to stop the Starbreaker. Runes being checked. This first time we actually put any emphasis on mid lane. It's pretty much even.
Pretty much, yeah. 35-5 against the 32-6. Arbed is going to be very happy with that Arcane Rune. They've got to be extremely careful on the side lanes as well now, Thunder Awaken.
Absolutely.
High chance that there could be a Pango turning up and looking to fight.
Yeah, and let's see if they put any emphasis to slow down Abed, because let's see what build it's going to be. I think we imagine it's going to be that Diffusal, but he's got the Corrosion done, and that could be one of those things that could cause some problems for the Morphling.
That's true, it's an excellent Diffusal game across the board.
Yeah, even versus the Dawn and everything, right? These
Low
strength
HP.
floors, strength, low mana, etc.
Low mana.
Yep. Pretty big. So, yeah, we do see a move already just to fill up for the bottle since he didn't get the rune. And, oh, I say that. He actually did not get the fill up. He did not have an inventory slot. Whoopsie.
Fortunate that he's at least full HP, but I think not the best of situations there for Dark Margot.
It happens. Yeah, still farming just fine. Phase Boot's done. Has stacks to work with, too. We see Panda backing up and getting some stacks. Right now, 2-0.
We're going to try for a play here between the two of them.
I like this.
Smoke up from the mid, they're going to head straight towards the top lane. Not before EG's already there themselves, though. Both supports flying crit, ready to start setting up the play. Sacred will get the hammer out. Able to pull himself away, but Arteezy closing in upon him. TP's coming in, and now Dark Margot with the 2-man avalanche. He's going to look for the toss back, finds it onto Crit. Stun now from Matthew onto Arteezy. They're able to lock down the SF, take out 2. Maybe even more here. Panda still has the slow hit applied to Fly, but backup's in terms of Arbed. Arbed, see if he can get some kills in return off the back of this Rolling Thunder. Good angle onto Panda, but there's 4 heroes here, and Arbed cannot try and pressure for more. He has to back away, not able to turn around this fight and find anything in return there.
I love Thunder, how they play around the understanding of, SF. it's a weak hero in the early game. It's very fragile, so able to punish it nice and early.
Secret actually jump in aggressively around the power rune spawn. Will end up being down bottom, DD. See if they can burst through crit for this. They certainly can. Toss back into the stun. Thunder gonna take another kill around the river.
And how many times has he tipped crit already in this series? Oh man, great rotations though, as we saw. Just knowing exactly how to punish this Shadow Fiend, very squishy early, good moves. And how Sacred, even getting a good connection under the tower.
Fair bit of damage onto Arteezy here.
Yeah.
He'll be fine though. Does have a few one charges, good to go as well. So he'll still remain safe on this top lane.
But the fact that they're making these moves, forcing reactions, making crit even go top. Look at Pakaz, he's got the free lane, the free farm, with no attention put onto him now. Panda.
He's gonna go for the TP out, but the damage from Nightfall underneath his ultimate, far too much for Panda to TP out from.
Cute little attempt though, he cut the tree, got in the fog for like a quick second there, but yeah, not quite able to survive.
3-3. EG with a slight gold lead overall. And 9 minutes in. Preparations are being made here in the triangle of Thunder Awaken. Stacks will begin.
Yeah, they're gonna work on those now, it looks like. Perhaps Smago. Gonna be nicely enabled for these stacks, honestly. The phase boots this early done with the blink's gonna be done probably within the next like 3-4 minutes too. And that's gonna apply tons of pressure. These squishy heroes, and look at all of the heroes on the side of EG. The 3 cores, all Agi cores. So strength gain kind of minimal. So could definitely see Dark Mago have a pretty explosive game.
Absolutely. And especially when you consider the lineup that he has around him, right? Everybody's got a fair bit of damage to throw into the combo.
It feels like that's just the Thunder style, right? We saw last game tons of nukes on every single hero. This time it's very similar. Not bad.
Just gonna step up.
Got the solar.
Got the hex into the stun. He's dead. A quick catch there from Thunder as Abed not prepared for that move at all, or maybe feeling that Crit would somehow be able to bail him out, but of course no options were there for Crit to be able to save Abed. Thunder, they'll now step up for more. Fly stepped into the river. They'll pick up both kills. And at the same time, bottom lane, it's actually Pakaz that's draining Nightfall. As with the static link and the adaptive strike, Nightfall is so close to dying here. Not quite. He's going to have Plasma Field in a second. The mana's putting up Pakaz.
Oh my god!
And it's not enough to kill him yet. He's still trying to push up, but the TPs are coming in. Pakaz, he gave it his best shot. He nearly gets it there, but he won't. EG able to punish him. I mean,
what a play.
He was going to go for that kill in every possible universe there could ever be.
I mean, that's still so nice because Nightfall, like, he actually rebought his raindrop charges earlier, and that's actually the thing that allows him to live because of this overchase. Raindrop protects from that plasma field, all the little things. Pakaz tries to push the limit, gets punished.
I'm sure he'll be telling his team Space Maid here. I mean, look, mid-tier 1 tower, only taking a fair bit of damage from Thunder Awaken.
Yeah, he's like, Zeus, ult, please. Beautiful. Mago, though, as we saw, got that double kill. Probably the most important thing to talk about. That blink's going to be coming out super fast. And yeah, very fragile cores on the side of EG until they start getting some HP items.
That really is the thing. You know, how prepared will EG be to deal with this early blink dagger?
Yeah, I mean, Nightfall's going to have to be the one to kind of stand as the frontliner as this Razor, as we've seen many times. But he's not having the best of games as this off-lane Razor.
20 seconds and Sacred will be ready to back up any sort of move they make around the map, and indeed in sync with that they'll look to make the smoke play.
They've got
to set up.
They've got more than enough burst for
They've got all the ults. I mean, top lane, EG, smart move from them to get aggressive onto Sacred. He's the one that provides the global backup. If they take him out, there's nobody that's able to bail him out.
Nightfall knows. He's like, wait a minute, nobody reacted top. Oh god. And he knows he's going down here.
Yeah, they'll throw out the ults. I see Matthew holding back the finger. Wants to make sure that he's got that at the ready. No need to farm unnecessary stacks at this stage. It's a long cooldown level 1. You make sure you have that for the next kill.
They could look to actually make the move again, and Dawnbreaker respawning can TP somewhere and Solar Guardian into the next team fight.
Absolutely, yeah. You know, saving the finger for the next kill. Matthew, he's very ready to go. We'll see, in fact, TPing up towards the top.
He TP'd. Matthew actually TP'd mid. They saw Abed.
Oh, mid, sorry, yeah.
Second. Oh.
Matthew coming over towards the mid. Sacred he'll be the one to head back top, continue to clear out the waves.
Matthew TP'd pretty much like from the hard camp near the outpost to the mid lane, just really trying to kick up that pressure, have a very quick-paced early game. Even again, just like the last game, after lanes, things are looking dead.
We'll see if this catches out Sacred again. I mean, once more, EG, they know at this stage you make the moves towards the door. That's the cleanest thing they can do.
Reveal.
Mid lane, Dark Margot will indeed find the jump. onto the Marcy. Again, at the same time, the move's made onto Sacred. TPs will come in this time round, and Sacred able to pull himself back to the safety of the rest of his team with the hammer. EG not successfully able to take down the Dawn this time round.
He's not an easy kill. I mean, look at this Dawn. With the Falcon Blade, with the Bracer, 1600 HP. They have to commit so much. If he just gets the hammer out every time, they don't have that follow-up disable. And now, Matthew, as we said, still holding on to that finger. It feels like he just wants to use it on Arteezy exclusively.
Absolutely, yeah, he's been very controlled with this, and it definitely hurts for EG. They know that threat of the burst will be there. They're going to try for Sacred once again. This time Sacred a little further up than before.
Got the
Managed to get the hammer out, but the cogs are down. Has the backup of Matthew and Panda. Chain Frost is there. Fly, hook shots out. They're taking out Sacred. This time Matthew ready to burst through Fly with that finger. Finish him off. Abed will turn up from the side to make sure they get a second, but Dark is in with a blink, and here's the buyback. Dawnbreaker, Sacred ready to fly over towards the fight and turn this around as it's a double kill for Matthew. Crit tries to run, the tree will chase him. The Sacred ready to dive in underneath this tier 1 tower. Crit trying his best with the Jukes.
Oh,
not doing a bad job about it at all.
They see him now.
They do indeed. He can only hide there for so long as Thunder take him down. And they'll take out the tier 1. A solid buyback there from Sacred.
Thunder is really on some next level stuff. We saw this in the last game too, just constantly looking for the fights. EG probably was like, oh, we're good, you know? He's dead. He's not coming back. Who buys back in 14 minutes like this? Great play again coming out. Thunder really understanding how to take these fights.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
Once again, as in game 1, still overall close between the two teams, and both carries in a very similar spot. Bakaz and Arteezy within a few hundred gold of one another.
But seeing this Morphling having this type of game is definitely some concerns for EG. As the panel mentioned, sure, they've got this Rolling Thunder, they've got the Marcy Stun and stuff, but they don't really have like these silences. Morphling will be able to always survive, probably versus the Burst. And he does have that matchup. I mean, turning into Pango, turning into Razor, he's got a lot of different things that he can do here on this Morph. So EG, these next few moments feel like they're pretty crucial. Abed, Defusal is done. Let's see if they can actually find a kill here. This could be what allows them to get maybe.
Ours would be the big one. Very quick with the waveform. Fly not able to catch him with a hook shot in time. Does have Sacred around. On the mana though, we'll try and swing forward with the Celestial Hammer, and indeed EG, they won't continue to chase. They know it's highly likely that Bakaz has got more backup behind him. As Bakaz able to get away from that smoke, EG not quite able to execute that initiation as they wished for.
No, they're trying to find the moves, but yeah, just as we said, the Morph is going to be a big problem for them to ever try to kill. And now hookshot on cooldown, and that was also the Defusal reveal, I believe, for Abed. So Thunder will be well aware of it, and immediately look at them. Like, the smoke is already going. They see an opportunity to go for a kill. They have this ward bottom. Finger not at the ready. Might need one more follow-up. They do have the Solar Guardian if they want to call for it. And Nightfall does show.
Yep, they know he's in it. Dark Margo.
Yeah, they're gonna use it.
Able to get him with a jump. And of course, once they get that opening stun, so much follow-up to make sure there's more than enough time to keep them in position, allow Sacred to connect with the ultimate and get whatever pick-off they look for here.
It's so fast the way they're moving. It feels like they're just constantly smoking and just swinging across the map. Just first they were top, now they're bottom within like 2 minutes afterwards. EG trying to get back them, trying to find Bakaz.
See what they can get underneath this tower. I mean, they know that there's no Dawnbreaker able to head over and help out Bakaz.
But Panda, he walks in. He did see that ward, it looked like for a quick second. They're gonna go for him.
See if Thunder want to do anything about this. It will take a bit of time to take Panda down.
He's still
In fact, if they can take him down at all, they can't. Panda able to walk away. Thunder, they'll happily take the fight that EG try and poke for us. Once again, EG attempting to make these moves, but just not quite able to get that catch onto Thunder as they wish for.
Thunder is just, they're reading the map better, honestly. The macro play so far has been perfect. Just like last game too, the wards that they've set up, it seems to just be doing every little thing and just keeping Thunder in a perfect position, not even losing their 5. And we're seeing the skill build from Bakaz. This is, you know, we've seen this so much now from the Morphs. You only need that 2 points in your attribute shift. So he is very scary if he turns up and fights. A ton of burst damage from Waveform and from the adaptives early.
I mean, do you imagine if EG wants this BKB's done on Nightfall, will they look to try and force a fight? So top lane Matthew, it's getting gone on, but Bakaz is thinking about maybe trying to find something themselves out of this. Dark Margo's in with a jump, he's able to close the gap on Arteezy, he just burst straight through him! Able to jump straight over towards Artur at the back of the fight, throwing out the tips as well.
That is massive cause for concern. I mean, he's able to just one-shot him. Look how huge his tiny is.
He's got an Echo Save and the Brigand's Blade. It's so much damage from the combo once he gets on top of them.
And as we said, you know, the EG lineup, it's very fragile. Nightfall, as you mentioned, you know, the BKB, they're going to have to try to force something big with it, some type of fights, because things, even though it's only a 1K gold lead for Thunder, it feels like it's starting to get quite a lot higher than that.
See here, again, Margot. Able to come in from the river, get the catch onto Arbet, toss back into the Hex, the fingers at the ready, Arbet gets burst.
They are just, the synergy on this team is insane right now. The toss, every single time, toss back into like a follow-up stun from either the Dawn or the Lion. Yeah, everything going their way. EG, kind of crumbling right now. And it's, even when they have the BKB on Nightfall, I don't know, forcing a full fight might still be difficult. Arteezy's just dead if he walks into a fight, it feels like, so. Maybe for Nightfall, they can go look for some type of expedition with 3 heroes or 4 heroes and leave SF away, but I think going for a full team fight might be a disaster for Arteezy.
Absolutely. He's going to want to have no part of any fight until his own BKB is done, Arteezy. Still a bit of time until that will be out for him.
Thunder, they're starting to feel very comfortable. You know, they made all these early moves. Now they're like, okay, I think we have a pretty damn good advantage right now. Sit back, finish up an item. I think they have the Matthew Blink Dagger also done, so they can even look to make these moves if EG does step out of position pretty easily while they're just farming. And they've got the global threat, so things are really looking quite amazing right now for Thunder. And they will actually also have a carrier of that Wraith Pact, as we've seen Sacred do this in most of his games on his Dawn. He's got the Vlads, he's gonna be going for that. EG, they do not have that this time around. It's gonna be Crit who's trying to opt for it, but it's gonna take him a lot longer. So that damage mitigation will cause problems. It'll cause already a Manta now too.
Arbed, very close to having the Blink, should have it ready for the next fight. So a chance for him to maybe get in and get that opening stun. So you're able to walk the river, and look at the pushback onto Sacred. Separated from the rest of us seen by the Cogs, but Chain Frost is out. And Arteezy goes in with a jump, finds Arteezy in the river. Arteezy not able to get off a single spell as the Shadow Fiend falls. See Nightfall have to just opt for a BKB TP out of it.
Oh, and
no fight to be had. This is around the Roshan Thunder. They can look for this. I mean, we were saying it, Arteezy, there's just no place for him around these points of the map. He cannot turn up like this. He needs the BKB. We've seen every single time. If Dark Margot even catches a whiff of this SF showing up, he's on top of him every single time.
That was like save your buddy syndrome.
Let's see Arbed. Arbed. He's going to try and go for the steal here. Roshan not quite low enough for Arbed to finish off himself. He's going to have to go for the TP. He nearly does die during the Rolling Thunder. He'll be able to bail out in time, but not able to find the interruption around the pit that he hoped for. Thunder Awaken, they get the kill, they get the Aegis on Picard.
EG have to they have to get the SF BKB to have any type of chance. I'm still just astonished that he showed up there. As Nightfall,
bottom,
they're going for him.
They made the jump. They know that the BKB here for Nightfall on cooldown. Finger at the ready. Nightfall, he's got the stick charges, the static links, but there's nowhere to run. Picard finishes him off with the adaptive strike.
18-8. It just feels like all over the place for the last 10 minutes. It's just been Thunder making every single move successfully.
Dire's bottom tower.
EG, that BKB still not finished up.
And look at Thunder, they're ready to go for more. Into the triangle here, Crip. Tries to turn us down his ground with the ultimate. Won't be able to get him with a stun for the rebound. Matthew able to line up the 2-man stun here. Return, catches both supports out. 2 more dead on EG.
There's Sacred just runs in. Frost Shield drops Wraith Pact. He's good to go. EG fully crumbling right now. Thunder just taking advantage of every single one of these moves and still looking to play aggressive. Look at Mago chilling in the enemy jungle. Pakaz on the bottom side. There's nowhere for EG to go.
It's so difficult for EG in this sort of position. I mean, this is the thing as well. Even when the BKB's done for Arteezy, with the kind of lineup that Thunder have and the way that they play, you've got to be so ready to press it, right? There's so many ways to bait it out or indeed just catch him before he even gets a chance to react.
Yeah, there's a very high chance he won't even get it off. And even if he does get it off, now at this point, do they even have damage? Is their lineup actually going to be able to do anything with these BKBs? Or are they just going to use these BKBs to stall out a long inevitable death?
There we go. The BKB is there for Arteezy, but the same to be said for Dark Margot. He's going to have even less fear if that's even possible.
He's just in.
He is. So with the jump, Nightfall immediately pops the BKB. They're just terrified of EG. There's the jump back you. He's able to find the Hex onto Arteezy. The stun follow-up. A perfect jump there from Thunder. Causes the death of Artur behind the tier 2s. Once again, Thunder's favorite place to fight. as Crypt falls, 3 dead on EG. They're ready to go past the tier 4. Dark Margo in with the avalanche, 4 dead on Evil Geniuses, as it's just too much for them, Fog.
They are just feeling themselves fully. Last 13 minutes, it's all theirs. Even since the last game, it's been all theirs too. EG, it's starting to feel like they don't really have much gas left.
I mean, Thunder, they're going to keep this going. They've still got over 2 minutes left on the Aegis here for Pakaz.
I mean, look at this. Like you said, they see RTZ, they just immediately jump him.
I mean, watch Matthew.
See you later.
He knows that's all he needs to do at this stage. He gets that opening Hex, and suddenly there's no way, nothing that EG can do to provide any sort of time or safety to allow RTZ to live through that initial disable and get his BKB off. He's just not going to get the chance.
Yeah, 9K lead versus this Morphling who nearly has the Ags done. Like you said, they've got the Blink, they've got the BKBs, but it feels like they've really lost too much.
I mean, this is the only way that EG can take fights. Even with having the BKB, they have to do it off the back of the smoke. They cannot be the ones getting jumped, because we've seen every single team fight where Thunder's able to have some sort of information. They'll always find the opening that they need.
But do they have the damage now at this point with this when they're this far behind? There's a Solar Guardian that's gonna come in.
Get the opening roll in Thunder. See the ult coming in from Sacred. They didn't have enough damage. Dark Margo only gets burst down to half HP. He's ready to put the BKB turn. Take down Crit. Hookshot there from Fly, but the heavy hits here from Thunder. Take him down as well. Stun, Hex locked down onto Arbeck. 3 dead on EG.
They want more.
And Nightfall, he's up on the cliff. He'll opt for a TP out. Same to be said for Artesians. The 2 cores will manage to escape here with a BKB TP. But again, they're just having to run. They're just having to back away. And this is not what they needed to be happening once they had these BKBs come out. They just came a little too late, and a few too many fights taken beforehand that just put EG too far behind. It seems impossible now for them to take any sort of fight against Thunder.
Yeah, that was them. Like, I think they were trying to take advantage of that Sacred was dead. Maybe they can burst the hero, but he respawned right when they get the jump, has the Solar Guardian, and yeah, Dark Margo's BKB comes up like 1 second afterwards. He gets it off. Thunder just, playing to perfection, really.
Extra agi and attack speed he's able to take with the Ags. Just tearing through the buildings. Nothing that EG can do to push him back here.
You know how they're feeling right now on the side of EG. They're just like, wow, yeah, I don't know if we can ever take another fight. They're going to have to hope that Thunder really just oversteps their bounds and kind of throws this one away, because it's feeling completely impossible to ever kill this Morph, or pretty much anyone but Sacred, any of those cores except for that Dawnbreaker.
Car's just so far ahead. It's same to be said for Dark Margo. Both of these cores easily 5k gold ahead of their counterparts at this stage, this early stage as well, just 25 minutes in. And sort of a period of the game that, in terms of the group stage performances, EG, they've been reveling in the earlier wins. But Thunder very much showing that they have the ability to shut down EG so early that EG just can't get that footing, can't get that momentum that's enabled them to pop off as they have been in the group stage.
And EG did get the first blood that they've been like looking for, I think. I know in this game, I don't remember the last one.
Bottom Matthew. He's gonna get the 2-man setup here. Next is going to follow up on Nightfall. Sacred, pretty beefy, and with the finger burst onto Fly. He's gonna get taken out. Arbet does off to the side again. Nightfall and Arteezy, all they can do with their BKBs is BKB and TP out. They cannot fight them.
No damage. Now they can't even kill Sacred at this point. They've gotten him in the first few of one of those fights, but yeah, he just drops the raid pack. There's no damage.
In terms of sort of fights that they can put together around the defensive on the high ground, do you sort of see any play that EG can try and go for in terms of punishing Thunder when they go for the high ground? Matthew.
He showed himself.
They know he's in the trees somewhere. Matthew's going to go for the blind stun.
They're still just
quite
going to
find
chase him.
Jukes are there from Arteezy, but Matthew, he'll still be able to chase him out. Hex is there. They're on top of him with the combo. Tips once again being thrown the way of Arteezy. Godlike for Pakaz.
And to answer the question of the comeback on the high ground, they don't have the team with the tiny. They don't have these toss-back plays or anything. It's looking quite impossible. On to the next Rax. It's going to drop in seconds.
30 seconds without Arteezy.
30 to 9.
Looks to matter too much considering the state of the last few fights we've had. He has the buyback back up.
They just have to watch, even with Arteezy.
Ooh, quick blink there. Arbet will be able to avoid the catch of Dark Margo this time round. But the top racks, it's gone.
They're just too far ahead now. No fights, really, it feels like. EG, you said they got to just hope the Thunder oversteps massively, even a couple times, because 1 or 2 times won't do it. maybe 3 throws or something, but yeah, Thunder. Phenomenal play. All game, it's just been relentless aggression.
Now for Thunder Awaken, they can look towards that bottom lane. Push forward towards that final tier 2 standing.
Yeah, they don't
side of the map.
They don't have to really go much of anywhere else now. I think the Scotty's about to be finished for Pakaz as well too. He's 2-3 items ahead of his counterpart. And all of EG. It feels like they haven't even hit a creep in these last, what, 5 minutes or something.
Definitely feels like they're running out of fallback plans. To be able to sort of rectify the state of this game.
Arteezy can't even finish getting souls. He just has to sit in the tree lines with his team. Because even if he shows, if he shows himself, he might just die immediately. Look at Matthew. Immediately whips himself. He's like, let's go.
With the scan EG, so they know that Thunder Awaken's there, but not really too much they can do with that info apart from continue to stay hidden in the tree line.
Matthew knows. He's in.
Oh, he's in with the jump! Straight away they're with the Hex. They burst through Fly. Nightfall puts the BKB in time. Tries to come in with a static link, but Pakaz is there. Heads in with a wavefall. Takes out Nightfall immediately. Sacred committing in deep. Starbreakers to land onto Arteezy. Arteezy will put the BKB. Arbed's in with the stun. On top of the Dawnbreaker, but the finger burst. The Hex is there. They lock down Arteezy. The SF will fall. Arbed, the only one to get out.
GG.
As there it is. GG is called. Thunder Awaken. Turn up here in the third series of the playoffs here at the International level and take down EG 2-0, knocking them down to the lower bracket. And this was a pretty severe knockdown, folks.
Yeah. First game was close, very even through the majority of it. This one, Thunder came to play. They knew exactly what EG was going to do, and they did give EG that Shadow Phoenix.
They did.
Still able to just defeat it with ease.
Absolutely, the preparation very much showing from Thunder Awaken coming into this series. 100% win rate on that SF EG had before today from the group stage results alone, and Thunder Awaken, they deal with it twice. First game, a very well played second half. This second game is from start to finish, really. It felt like that the options for EG, they were just running out with every single minute that passed.
And we have to give a huge congrats to Thunder Awaken, because that's top 6 guaranteed now for them. Massive.
And if they continue to play like this, I don't think there's going to be any sort of question on how far this team can go. Once again, just continuing to look better and better throughout their group stage, and now turning up on the main stage, opening up with a performance like that. They've got to be feeling over the moon. Can't wait to see more from them. Of course, we'll see EG down in the lower bracket. But as it stands, Thunder Awaken, they'll be the ones to move up in this upper bracket, taking down EG 2-0.
Thank you very much, ODPixel and Fogged. Indeed, Thunder Awaken, top 6 guaranteed, the first ever of their region to do so. Massive congrats are indeed in place. We're going to break down this game, which was straight fighting from the get-go. It felt like this was a brawl, Jenkins.
Yeah, so I have this theory that's maybe it's a bit off the wall, but I feel like it is kind of reasonable. Maybe you guys can tell me if it's stupid or not. But
it's stupid.
It's stupid. Okay, move on.
All right, moving on. Effie,
No, go ahead.
Thank you, Effie. I appreciate it. I think at TI, there's just obviously this immense amount of pressure for players. And I think when under pressure, people seek comfort in their teammates.
Yep.
And I think in Dota, the way that you feel that comfort is through positioning. And so because of that, team fighting becomes very strong at TI. Maybe Earthshaker's not so good in this meta, but Enigma is the top hero that we've been talking about. And what have we been saying about Thunder Predator all year? They're the team fighting team. Thunder Awaken. Everybody talks about how Thunder Awaken in SA is all about optimizing team fights. So this doesn't come as a shock in that respect.
For sure, I like that you said that, because not just the game that we saw right now, but the previous one before it, they outfought EG at every moment. And I really wanted to highlight the play coming up from the support duo of Thunder Awaken in this game. It really felt like that Lich and Lion popped off completely. Like in any other team's hands, a Lich and Lion support duo may have looked slow, may have looked weak, may have gimped them a little bit, but no, they were just out skirmishing a team with Clockwork Marcy supports. That is just so insane to me.
After watching these two games, I feel like EG fell into a trap that Thunder Awaken knew exactly what EG is going to go for. Like, we did manage to protect some of the picks, and you know, if we can do it, these smart professional e-gamers, they can do it as well. And it felt really bad for EG in game 2. Also, I think Shadowfin might become like a new meme for EG besides the Storm Spirit, because so far they picked it 9 times already. It was like this. It was working out until now, but seems like it got figured out. I also want to point out Dark Mago's Tiny. This is his best hero without a doubt, and how they managed to get him into the game is getting some big stacks in the triangle, if we can call it even a triangle right now.
Yeah, we can.
We can, okay.
Yeah,
and also the blink reveal, something that they did in the previous game with the Pango. This time around, also picking up a blink dagger on Tiny and then doing big things after, getting a lot of kills.
But not just that, to me it really felt like Thunder won the draft the second that Morphling came out, and then they were stuck with this SF Marcy Razor, where Razor, a hero who has been nerfed many, many times, patch over patch, you pick him to win the lane. And if you put him in a situation where he's not winning the lane, he really can't do that much fast enough for his team. So I really think that this Morphling / Lich safe lane that came out of Thunder was genius, and it put EG in such an uncomfortable position
Yeah,
from the get-go.
A lot of games during the group stage, we saw EG having a great game where obviously they got their hands on the Broodmother a lot. Banned first, and it did feel like Nightfall was a little bit lost on the offlane in this one, also because it was very much countered indeed by the side of Thunder Awaken. And Thunder Awaken, they do take this victory. It is Pandaboo that is going to talk about that with Casey right now.
Pandaboo, congratulations! Oh, look at this man! Look at this man!
Míralo, míralo. No puedo, estoy muy feliz.
He's too happy. He's too happy. Oh my gosh. Okay, so what was the moment? I have to tell you, when we were watching behind the scenes, after the draft finished, we went, Thunder has it. Did you feel the same way? What was your impression after the draft?
Nos han dejado todo, es una falta de respeto. Tenemos Pacas Morphling, Antonio Entini, Matthew, ya Matthew no importa. Saturday contra Breaker, ya ganamos.
He says they gave us everything. It's a complete lack of respect towards us. They gave us Morphling Pacas. They had Tony Pepperoni, Antonio Dini, no sé, Anthony the Tiny. He said Matthew can play whatever, doesn't matter. Sacred had Dawnbreaker.
My God, yeah, you are radiating joy. It's like contagious. How do you say contagious? ¿Cómo se dice contagious in español?
Contagioso.
Contagioso. I knew that. Yes. Okay. Well, we're gonna send it back, but really quickly, Secret or PSG LGD? Who do you want to face next?
PSG.
PSG.
There you have it. All right. Muchas gracias. Congratulations, Felicidades. Back to you guys.
Oh, I love the energy of that man for sure. Love the shaven head as well. And of course, Thunder Awaken moving forward in the upper bracket. They're going to have an opponent later down the line. This will be decided by our next series. And for that, let's welcome PSG LTD.
PSG LGD.
And here they are. They are your grand finalists of TI10, and they are looking to repeat, but this time the championship. As a result, of course, they have a road to go here in this upper bracket. PSG LGD, their first opponent will be none other than Team Secret.
Secret.
It is Team Secret in the upper bracket. This team has had quite a rough year with one of the longest routes you can imagine to get to this stage via the last chance qualifiers. Of course, at the helm, it is Poppy. This is his 11th international. Incredibly impressive result. And of course, he would love to finish, or not even finish. He would love to have another win to his name. We could talk about that a little bit, because if you look at the most recent, well, if you look at the results that Poppy has had over the last years, Lacoste, I believe he should be getting second this year.
Yeah, every single year it keeps getting better for Poppy. He's getting closer and closer. Last TI, he got the 3rd place, and considering how they're playing
before
right now.
Before that 4th,
yeah,
before the top 6.
I feel like this could be the year. I mean, this Poppy guy, he's pretty good at Dota.
This Poppy guy, I mean, it feels like TI is his home. It really just seems like this is the stage that brings out his best gameplay, and by doing that, his teammates as well. Resolution and Zayats, we've praised them time and time again, but they have really stepped up and glued this team together. I'm really excited how they're going to match up versus the unanimous favorite to win the entire tournament, PSG LGD.
Last time they met, PSG LGD did lose to them at Riyadh Masters because it was the reveal of the new secret roster, and people had doubts because considering how the previous roster didn't work out, and then you bring in new people. Usually it does take time. This is the definition of when we speak about Dota chemistry between the players, is what Zayats and Resolution are bringing to the offlane. Like, you just feel that they are naturally good together.
Yeah, I really like what Puppy talked about, how like there's the language, not like barrier in this case, but like language bridge almost, you want to call it, because like in the laning stage, Resolution and Zayats can speak in a different language than the other lane that is being played, and it kind of like separates the comms in that way. And there's like, if you take any teams and you put them in lane practice and they're just sitting in voice together with just the lanes, they perform like 150% better in the lanes, because all you're focusing on is that. And that's what they get to do in game, which is really cool.
Yeah, that's actually a really cool point that you bring up, because often comms can get very diluted. There can be a lot of talking going on, and it may get a little bit confusing, but just by having that language in common, it makes it easier. But also, outside of that, Rezo and Zayats have been playing together forever. I remember when Rezo tweeted out the best offlane duo in the world looking for a team, and people were like, aren't you on vacation? But they get picked up by potentially the best team that you want to pick you up at that stage, the team that has the likeliest chance to actually qualify for TI outside of the DPC system, and it happens. It all worked for them.
It really did. Of course, a new addition is also Chrysalis. I imagine, it's been since 2014 that Sing Sing was on the stage at the International. It's about time that we have more Dutch players coming in, so a nice one there for sure. Their opponents, though, they have... Team Secret came second in their group, which means they do not have the luxury of choosing their opponents, which means they got left with PSG LGD. Tundra picked OG to face instead. It's a tough opponent. This team
nobody wants to play against this team. Nobody does. Except for Thunder. Except for Thunder.
I mean, that's why Thunder's doing so well, because they want to prove everybody that they're the best. Like, if we can beat PSG LGD, we can beat anybody. And I mean, the reason why PSG LGD is so strong is like they play variety of the heroes. You don't know, like, it's very difficult to guess what they're gonna go for in terms of like counter picking. They're one of the best teams out there. And one more thing to notice is, like, we just have to enjoy seeing Ame and Fate Beyond play, because they're one of the greatest players that ever touched the game, and they could potentially retire. That's what they said. You never know with Dota players, but enjoy.
So Faith Beyond for sure is retiring based on the video that he posted on Chinese social media. There have been rumors that Ame wants to take this win and just not touch Dota for a very long time. Now that one could still be up
That's
in the
fair.
air.
That's fair.
That one could still be up in the air, but come on. For me personally, this is LGD's year. They have come so close so many times. Last year had to be painful. And they've also got the retirement story, just like Liquid. I mean, they have to be itching for this win, more so than any other team in this tournament.
Yeah, and they have also had good results this year. Of course, they came first in the tour for 2 tours in a row. They did well in the regional finals for both of those tours as well. Arlington Major, they came second, losing to T-Spirit in the grand finals. Maybe a little bit painful memories.
The crazy thing is, against Spirit outside of grand finals, they're like 14-3 versus Spirit. But then when it comes to grand finals, they're like 17-9 or something like that. So it's like Team Spirit loses unless it's grand finals, where LGD seems to not be able to just push it a little bit farther.
But you know what? I think LGD has a bit of an edge this year, because I think that loss to Spirit and Arlington really humbled them and taught them a valuable lesson, because up until that point, it really felt like Spirit, it felt like LGD were so confident in the ideas that they have that when they do lose, it kind of shakes them, right? Sometimes they'll get stubborn and pick a hero twice in a row, even when it's not good. And getting that experience losing so early on in the year is going to be even better for TI. I mean, we saw them kind of suck day one of group stage and then just bring it back completely. So just being able to recover mentally is a very, very good sign for LGD fans at home.
Yeah, one thing to keep in mind as well is that for PSG LGD, they might not have had a lot of experience this year on in LAN settings because there was just no opportunity for them to. But this team is no stranger to playing on LAN, so any kind of stage jitters you can imagine, they don't have them. They have played under the biggest of pressures, of course, in that finals. If they want to do that again, they need to start in this upper bracket and just win a couple of games. Let's see if they can do that with the first one. It's over to game one.
PSG LGD versus Team Secret. Game one.
It's nitty-gritty Dota time. That's right, the draft will shortly be upon us. It's time to talk Dota now. We just came out of a series where we had so many kills. It was so action-packed. Lacoste, are you feeling that this is going to be the style of Dota we're going to see all day, or is it these two teams creating a different style?
I think it's going to be pretty much the same story, where it's going to be heavily lane-focused, a lot of aggression early on. You want to get that first Roshan, keep the advantage, as we've seen in the previous game, where they just like smoke, take the fight near the Roshan, and then go for like an extra objective after that. Makes the game a lot easier. Both of these teams, they know how to play aggressive. They know how to play with the advantage. They also know how to play from behind. So it's just going to be a great Dota, I feel like it.
I do think that this series will go a little bit slower, but I mostly agree with everything that Lacoste said. I do think that main stage meta shifts a little bit compared to group stage, though, where you can see a lot of fighting, a lot of heroes becoming popular, but when you're actually on that stage and the nerves are hitting you, you do tend to go for comfort and potentially more textbook type of plays. So I do expect LGD to not take any risks when it comes to this game one.
All right, well, here we are. We got a first phase ban. Chen, respect on Puppy there, who I believe has just broken a record during the group stages with the hero-player combination of Chen.
Of course he has.
Yeah, it's maddening how many games he's played on that hero. And Marcy on the side of bans. And it's, okay, PSG LGD is like, Puppy, you know what? None of that, please.
Yeah, those are Enigma still in the pool. That's the big hero, I think, both of these teams are looking at.
It's going to be a no-brainer.
Yeah, first.
And I mean, it's Secret Silencer. Like,
you got a Silencer.
He has to. Like,
otherwise, you're going to get Silencer Enigma'd. Yes. And then that's a really tough combo.
I remember one game from the group stage where Puppy played Silencer and he did go for 2 knockdowns. Like, he's really,
of course,
has a game of chance.
Yeah.
Like, he tends to break the game with his builds as well. Extremely greedy position 5 player, but he does make it work.
So an interesting thing that Thunder did versus Enigma in the first phase was just try to counter it with a gyro pick, and it worked out so well for them. They didn't have a silencer, they didn't have some niche jump on him hero. They just went for a carry that could outlane him and then outfight him on his timings.
Sniper works too for a similar, well, you don't have to stop the black hole, you just peep him from outside of the black hole radius.
But, I mean, in a way, Nyx is pretty cool for that too early on. Before Enigma gets his BKB, you can just turn on your Carapace and walk into the black hole and just have an easy way to cancel it.
This feels like an age-old combo between these two. Like the Nyx and Leshrac. If you just have a list of all the things that Leshrac wants and that he doesn't do, Nyx Assassin provides that. And if you look at the list of the things that Nyx wants and that Leshrac does all of that. It's like if you hero to scout, you take towers. Nyx doesn't want to sit in lanes and farm creeps. Leshrac consumes all the creeps on the map. They pair perfectly.
But not just that, Nyx is a hero that does like to play around the mid lane as a position 4, right? He wants to secure runes. He needs a hero that can do the kind of damage that he doesn't offer. And Leshrac is one of the best heroes where you have a roaming 4. Because if you make a really good rotation around that 5-minute siege creep or that 10-minute one, that's just an easy tower and easy access into the enemy's map. So I do like this Nyx a lot.
Yeah, it's also a flexible pick for Team Secret, this Leshrac, because it has been played on the offlane as well. And like these 2 heroes with double stuns, you're always going to have a kill potential. And being able to kill Pango even with the Diabolic Edict, something that Pango doesn't really like to play into, is he gets on top of Leshrac. Usually if there's no BKB piercing ability, like you might get a fake picture of how much damage you're taking from this Leshrac. Like you connect onto a hero and while Edict is running, you might just die.
And speaking of heroes that went untouched, the SF still in the pool.
Yeah.
I do think that's something that Secret could be looking at, and even potentially LGD. This is just such a high value pick, and the fact that it made it through the first phase entirely is really interesting to me. It just shows how much these teams have prepared for each other and value individual and niche picks more so than the popular ones.
I do wonder, like, speaking of popular picks, like, were they watching that series and they have a different picture of SF now? It's like, if we pick this, it looks like Thunder has figured it out. If we pick it, is, you know, LGD or Secret, will they take that, the counter into their draft after watching that? Like,
also, looking at the bans, they did ban Lifestealer, which is a bit of a unusual ban in the second stage. And something that you mentioned, like Gyrocopter, he does work well against the Enigma and the Eidolons. So if they're looking for Gyro, now this Lifestealer ban does make sense.
10 seconds remaining.
I'm really feeling the sniper for Secret. It's like, I mean, there are more heroes that LGD could pick where it becomes kind of like you have to punish it with the sniper because they have so many heroes that just like don't get on top of him. But already against these two heroes, I don't feel like Pango's really that great. He's not like a traditional backline jumper. Yep. Like, yeah, he can get on the backline, but you can peep him and kill him through his role. Right? It's not like a Storm Spirit who actually assassinates the backline. He just disrupts them. I don't think Sniper really cares that much, but we'll see. We'll see.
The thing about Sniper, though, is the Sniper player on Secret has always been Nisha. I don't think I've seen Crystals play it once, and unless they're flexing the Slush Rock to carry Entity style or offlane Baseka style, which I also haven't seen Secret do.
They offlane Lesh. Yeah, they offlane Lesh.
He goes the same build, too, as the mid Lesh, just Rush Bloodstone.
So then I think you're onto something potentially if they flex the Slush to offlane. I also think TA is a hero that you can look at versus both Enigma and Pango.
Yeah, so far, Team Secret has played Sniper 3 times, all in the hands of Nisha, all wins as well. That being said, I mean, they won a lot during the group stage, so I'm not sure how much that is because...
Oh, yeah, I totally forgot that even got through. That's insane.
Of
okay.
course.
That actually made it through the second phase of bans.
Yeah.
Great against Pango, too, because... You know, when he's going in with the roll, it's like, you know, that's when LGD wants to commit with everything else. So even barring the black hole, it's still a, you know, good, decent silencer game.
Also still in the pool, the SF that we've talked about.
Yeah,
I wonder if it's something LGD is going to pick up here or just give it away to Secret in the next phase.
It does synergize nicely with all the minus armor from Pango, SF, Eidolons deal more damage.
Tusk.
Now it's going to be Tusk.
Team Secrets.
That's a bit of a backline jump for a sniper or an SF. Like, I feel like you're less inclined to pick it unless you just think that it's really overpowered.
So I actually expected them to just secure their safe lane in this phase on the side of LGD, but they're just gonna leave it for last. They go for the Dazzle and the Tusk. I think Tusk is a really good hero for annoying the Silencer early on, right? Silencer is a good hero to counter Enigma, but when you have these nuisance type heroes like Tusk and Pango that can just go on him early on and set up for a good black hole, it really makes Enigma's life easier. So I do like this Tusk concept here.
Also in the
still like the
stage.
SF.
Yeah, just the shards plus Eidolons. Silencer does love to play aggressive, get the glaives. Puppy, one of the few players that actually get glaives early on. Like, you know, he wants to steal.
You gotta do it.
I mean, I've seen Silencers go in the group stage 0-4-0.
I can't.
I can't as well, but it is what it is.
Gotta get that in.
Also on the PSG LGD side, double save. You have this Dazzle plus the Snowball, Shield Crash coming out from Pango. The heroes are going to be pretty difficult to kill.
Yeah. Also, the issue that LGD are a little bit concerned about right now is just this Lush plus Nyx potential offlane duo, right? You can't really put a carry in there that's just going to get kicked out of the lane at minute 5. And if you do, it has to be a flash farming style of carry like Sven, which is maybe something that LGD don't want to do in this game.
It's still a flex pick because both like Resolution and Crystallis did play Dawnbreaker with the last track. So for now, Team Secret just keeping their options open. They do not want to reveal where their heroes are going to go.
But this makes it so annoying for LGD, right? They don't understand if they have to counterplay the slash from their safe lane or counterplay it from the mid lane.
I feel like LGD doesn't actually feel that much pressure on them to counter anything right now, just because Secret has no backline jump. You have a Dazzle in this game who's going to be saving, and Tusk, not really a backliner, but it's save, and then Enigma too.
Yeah, but you do have like Nyx Assassin to scout things out, Dawnbreaker with the ulti, followed by Silencer ulti. So it's like it's pretty simple. Yeah, it's a gank. It's like simple to execute Dota, I would say, from Team Secret, where like Nyx Assassin just scouts things out, global silence, you isolate the target and kill it until they get some like defensive items, some force staffs, something to dispel this global with.
And not just that, when the Lesh gets his Blink Dagger, it just becomes so much easier to take these chaotic fights on the side of Secret. So I don't think backline jump is that much of a concern. If they can get a good start on Secret, they can itemize for it and just count on their draft to do the rest.
Yeah, people are going Blink Lesh. It's like Bloodstone Blink, Bloodstone BKB Blink.
5 seconds.
It does eventually turn into that, especially with the Nihilism. If there's some backline right clicker, it can be pretty nice to make it so that they can't right click anyone.
So I haven't actually been able to catch a lot of Secrets games during the group stage, but I think it's so interesting how Resolution has just evolved his hero pool so often, right? I did catch, I think, one offlane Mirana game that I thought was really interesting, but just the fact that offlane Lesh has become a staple for him when previously he was just known as being that Dawnbreaker guy, makes me have a lot of faith in this iteration of Secret to not be in a situation where they can get easily outdrafted.
Yeah. And I don't think, PSG LGD, they are, of course, as we heard from Toonami earlier today, the team that has the most heroes picked, the most diversity. So they're going to be pretty comfortable as well in that draft.
Looking for 2 heroes for PSG LGD, Luna / Terrorblade. I think these 2 would fit because you are ranged in the laning stage. For TB, it's like half-half, but then again, you have very strong group up, and Leshrac does not like to play those heroes, especially Terrorblade. Like when you think about it, like you may think, oh, Leshrac gets on top of him, but he gets dismantled by TB.
There's also still SF. Like this hero is still in the pool. And I do think it synergizes really nicely with the rest of LGD's heroes. It also can go into the jungle and flash farm, but TB can do the same for this team.
I remember one game when they played Dazzle plus Naga Siren. It's very deadly, and also it's a good way to like just split up, because you do build into Manta Style as your first item. You can dispel the global silence with that, and then like reset the fight for your own team with the song.
The thing with Naga though is I feel like
but you're playing against Lesh.
You're playing into Lesh, Like people always think like, oh, Lesh counters TB because of the illusions. TB's not a real illusion hero. Lone Druid, okay. Yeah, I mean, there's really nothing to deal with the bear out of all of these heroes on Secret, and I feel like that's kind of the situation in which you like to pick Lone Druid right now is just when there's just nothing to deal with it, and it's all of a sudden it's like now there's this thing that has to be answered by Secret in this next pick.
Yeah, the thing with Lone Druid is early on, if you don't have a good way to stop the Lone Druid's push once it gets the Malcolm Madison Dessa, you just end up losing so much on the map. And yeah, I think Secret's lineup can kill the bear quite easily once they get some items up on the Lesh and the Dawnbreaker, but before then, you're looking at this Enigma Wraith Pack timing, this Lone Druid hitting just a couple of items and like giving up too much on the map.
That is a off-lane silencer, by the way.
Oh my god.
Oh, it's time. It's time to bring it out.
All right.
Okay.
Cool.
Also, Crystal Maiden last pick.
Yeah.
We saw Crystal Maiden being banned in the first phase.
Yeah, I love it.
This hero got a lot of love.
So the Frostbite's going to be really value against the Lone Druid Bear, which we talked about, which is probably why they were looking at it. Also, just the freezing field as a means to fight early on is pretty cool. Like, we talked about how important it is for the silencer to get gone on first. So if disables are used on trying to kill the silencer, your support CM can actually do a lot for you if there's nothing to cancel her freezing field. So I think it's interesting, but I do like LGD's draft more.
So do I. Yeah, so do
I just think that this Lone Druid can do so much, and they got this Enigma. This Enigma's just been the hero of the last 2 or 3 tournaments. It just seems so broken.
It does.
It just makes it so easy to group up and play for the objectives that you want. And I really don't feel like Secret are going to stop LGD's timing.
Maybe I'm too focused on lanes, but I feel like if you're Silencer against Lone Druid Dazzle, you're pretty sad. Like, that is a tough
It sounds very difficult to play this lane. It really does.
It really does. All right. Well, it could be that we are missing something completely. Who knows how this first game is going to play itself out? We're going to find out together with Sunspan and Synderen.
Thank you, Shiver. Sunspan here with Synderen. Upper bracket stop looking at TI11 Secret versus PSG LGD. This is That's my voice line. All right, that distracted me a bit. We are in game, though. This is going to be... this is a hype matchup. Second seed Secret, unfortunately for them, have to face off against PSG LGD, who many feel are the favorites going into this tournament, but they ended up third in their group, Cinder.
Yeah, they had a little bit of a slow start. I think LGD's day one was one of the weaker ones they've had in quite a while, but they picked up a lot of steam throughout the groups, and that, you know, that's kind of what you want. You want to go into the bracket in top form, and I think there's a lot of good things to be said about how LGD have developed throughout this tournament. So very curious to see this. Like you said, Secret definitely, is it fair to call them an underdog in this? You probably always call teams underdogs against LGD, right? Just historically speaking.
Especially you, yeah.
I always think LGD is going to win until they don't. But
well, you were telling me they've been top 3 at 5 TIs. Is that right? That is kind of insane. Obviously, different rosters for a lot of those, but regardless.
Yeah, they've played every TI since TI2.
Yeah.
And they've got 5 top 3s, but they've never won. I think they've got 2 or 3 second places. Out of those top 3s, all right. Let's see.
We're going to see some early action for the bounty. Zayat ends up netting himself that, but Resolution's going to take a little bit of damage here, which, of course, we are going to talk about Resolution a bit here, not just because he's awesome, Cinder, but he's playing a silencer, position 3.
Oh, I thought it was because he's playing your voice line. Okay.
I did tell him to do that, and he's been a very good boy so far. Thank you, Roman.
Yeah, silencer offlane, very unusual here from Secret. It is something that I think Puppy's teams historically have been really good at, or how to say, it's kind of hit or miss sometimes, but he's not afraid of doing uncharacteristic and creative approaches to laning stages to try to solve problems. I'm kind of with the panel, though, when they say, I don't think Silencer fares well against Lone Druid Dazzle. I think this is going to be a tough task for Resolution to do a lot with. He's playing with a support core in the Nyx who doesn't have the most laning impact compared to, say, something like a Marcy. So I think they might have their work cut out for them down here in lane. A little bit of a trade-off here between Nisha and Nothing to Say. And I just wanted to wrap up the thing we talked about with LGD's TI attendances, right? Because something that's funny about Secret as well is that they've placed like every position at TI, more or less, in the last 6 years. The only ones that have eluded this roster, I think, are actually second and first place. Last year they got third, the year before they got fourth, and I think they had a fifth, sixth, seventh, eighth. You know, right. More or less gone up one placement per year. So is this the year that Secret reaches the final?
I mean, as you know, I did pick these two teams to end up in the finals, which may be a little awkward since they are facing off so early in the upper bracket, but
that doesn't rule it out.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, Secret, I think I've locked them in for second place. It's just how it's going to happen. Obviously, Puppy knows more than everybody. But yeah, PSG LGD obviously very strong, but the groups not as, I mean, they bled a little bit, Cinder. What do you think that is attributed to? Do you think they've been playing so much over the past, like all these tournaments coming up into TI, maybe a lot of research has been done against them? Or is a lot of it like Secret and teams like Liquid that have really gotten this ball rolling because of the last chance qualifiers?
Yeah, I think in part certain other teams have really raised their level in the last month and kind of caught up to an extent. But I also think aside from that, LGD have been very creative in their strategies. I think when you play this many different heroes and this many different strategies, some are going to miss. Unless you think back to something like Wings at TI6, where they were just so much better than a lot of other teams that they could run almost any heroes they wanted and just win on raw skill. The competitive field now is just so much closer. So I think if you do run a lot of different strategies, you're not going to hit it every single time. And also, like we said, just a little bit of a slow start in day one, right? I think after day one, they more or less dropped, I think, 1 or 2 games in total.
That's fair. That's fair.
They just had to warm up a little bit, perhaps.
Yeah, in the mid lane right now, Nisha sitting on 15 and 1 CS. As you can see, a little action top lane. Faith Beyond taking the brunt of the damage here. Chrysalis still with the Starbreaker, will fully connect, and that looks like first blood goes the way of Secret in this game number 1.
This is just such a good carry against Enigma in lane. So what generally does well... Oh, this is gonna... I hope we're not going to hear this every time they get a kill. I listened to you enough already.
Sorry about that.
Why did you have to make that one?
Had to try to compete with Slack, you know?
Yeah. Good luck with that.
Yeah. Splitter Earth does connect from Nisha. Nothing to say, in a bit of trouble. Gets off his shield crash, pops the Fairy Fire, will survive. But you can see the CS. I mean, it's pretty even overall. Would you say that this is kind of expected, Lesh versus Pango?
Yeah, I think it is ultimately slightly Leshrac favored because you have that range advantage and you're just going to spam out the harass. A lot of what ends up happening in this lane, I think, comes down to whether you can ensure that you get the 4-minute water rune on Pango. He might not even get the chance here. Nisha going, okay, that was a little bit too crazy. But he's really trying to bully NTS out of lane here and ensure that he gets the water runes. If there is a rotation coming in now from Puppey, which I think there will be, who's, by the way, in classic Puppey style, jungling minute 3 on his Crystal Maiden.
Yep.
For value, obviously, Dawnbreaker, one of the best carries in lane against Enigma, so doesn't need too much help. He can kill the Eidolons on his own with his 2 spells. And PSG LGD will be the ones to ensure both water runes. Actually, a bit surprising that Puppey didn't come down here at all to try to help Nisha out, because I think now the mid lane is more or less going to equalize with the resources that Nothing to Say is going to have coming in now.
There is still a bounty rune for Nisha to pick up right now as well, and it did cost them a little bit of rotation. I mean, they're rotating in to help him out, but I mean, like you said, frostbiting those creeps in the jungle. Yummy, yummy for Mr. Puppey.
Yep. Closing in on level 3. Probably going to see him skill the Arcane Aura. I'm curious about his build. Puppey, I think, is one of the Crystal Maiden players historically that's been the happiest about maxing out Aura just to try to dominate the side lanes by giving them that extra influx of mana. As there will be the level 3 point. Pretty standard to go 1-1-1. It's going to be telling what he does from here on out, because I think there's also a lot of good things to be said about especially the Crystal Nova in this game. It's a good spell against the Lone Druid. It's a reliable, strong slow. It's good against the Tusk. You know, you want to slow them down so they can't stay on top of targets with Tank Team. But maybe he still rates the Aura higher. All right, gonna see a little bit of a poke down here on bottom.
Yeah, Poison Touch slowing a resolution to a crawl. You can see Zayat is coming, but it's going to be too late. So first kill for PSG LGD so far in this game.
I'm actually impressed with how much farm Rezo has here. I think having 21 and 7 here is pretty respectable given the laning
that is true.
matchup that he
has. It is a silencer off lane.
It's silencer.
Very odd.
It's very... I think odd is a good word to describe it. We'll return now here to the lane. I think... So I don't think silencer off lane is not viable and can't be run. Obviously, I mean, Secret are on something, right? They have an idea with this, but I do think Nyx is perhaps a little bit too much on the greedy side in terms of laning presence. Like, let's say you're playing with Clockwork or you're playing with Marcy or something. I think there's more potential to stand your ground and fight and hold the lane. But what's Zayat's going to do for you? He has 1 Impale, and the Lone Druid is just going to run at your silencer, and you have to yield every single time. But the good news for Secret is the other 2 lanes are going great. They get there, obviously, the core Dawnbreaker, as expected, doing great against the Enigma in the top lane. And as we alluded to, Nisha still doing just fine in that mid. Both level 6s now picked up in the mid lane. Wonder if we're going to see a potential rotation. I mean, both Crystal Maiden and Nyx have plays against Pango. You have the Frostbite, and you have the 2 stuns on Nyx to set up the Lesh. With that level 6 Pulse Nova could be a potential play.
I don't know what the stats are now, but last I heard, Crystal Maiden win rate was approaching 70% with actually a respectable amount of games played.
Yep.
Why do you think that is?
So I haven't looked too much in detail exactly at which teams play it.
65.9.
That is a very high win rate. I think part of it is what teams elect to pick it, right? I think Secret have been running it in multiple games, and they have a great win rate. So obviously that's going to inflate it a little bit. But I also just think CM in general has received some meaningful buffs lately. I think Crystal Nova is a very powerful spell when you get the right talents. And maybe also a little bit about the pacing of the game, right? And teams maybe have a slightly better understanding of what to pair it with as well. You know, in the past, one of Maiden's problems has been getting run over in lane, but you put it with Dawnbreaker carry. You know, you're probably not too worried about being beaten in lane. Then you go in transition, and something that your hero can do that a lot of 5s can't is actually you scale incredibly well with few items, right? If you get a BKB on this hero, if you get some sort of utility.
Nice snowball. Ends up getting out of the range of the Starbreaker, but it matters not because Puppey is here to play as well. So 1 kill for Secret as Wyatt. Approach the tier 1 tower will be fine. Resolution in the meantime. It's going to lose. Nothing to Say actually died to Zayats.
Yep, so there was that mid-rotation coming in from the Nyx and getting full value out of the 2-0-2 build. Very standard for Nyx to not get mana burn until later in the game. And what you do offer then is that if you connect that first stun on Pango, he can't really reset, right? You just stand in his path and, oh well, he can try to, he needs to be a little bit careful about how he jumps with Swashbuckle essentially, and you can maybe catch him with Carapace as he does that to hit the creep wave. Use that as a setup for a secondary stun, and then Leshrac with the 3rd stun.
Oh, but Snowball in onto the mid lane. Nisha already at half HP. And here comes Nothing to Say with the Rolling Thunder, but a big Solar Guardian coming in as well as Crystal is trying to focus down Jin Q. They'll be successful eventually, and Nothing to Say has to roll away. So rotations from both sides ends up netting Secret the kill on the Tusk.
This is something Secret's lineup has in spades, actually. They don't necessarily have the best setup. You only really have the Nyx that's going to initiate moves, but you have so much counter engage. You have the Dawn ult, you have Global Silence, you have Spike Carapace. if the enemy team is the one making a move on you and you have your spells ready, you got to be very wary as LGD about how you initiate moves. And yep, that was a nice punish there. It will, at the very least for LGD, it will give Faith Beyond level 6 and a little bit of space in that top lane. He's happy to finally have a little bit of space away from this Dawn.
Secret find Ame. Zayats gets off the Impale, but see the ult coming out from the Lone Druid as Nisha's here with the Pulse Nova. Y gets up a nice poison touch. Nice blocks coming out from Zayats, but the Grave comes out as well. It's nothing to say is coming to try to help out his comrade, but oh, he actually does TP out just barely enough HP, and Nisha and company have to hightail away, but Nisha gets blocked in by the Ice Shards. Split Earth only hits on one. You can see Resolution trying to help him out. It actually dodges the swashbuckle as Jin Q will be one to fall. And now they're going to turn this around to nothing to say as well. So it ends up being a 2-for-1 as Secret looked like they were going to lose out on that engagement, but a nice turnaround and a great voice line from Resolution. Perfect timing.
I love that movement from Nisha in that moment, by the way. It's one of those situations where Pango has an expectation of, okay, Lesh is going to retreat in this angle. Nisha just ran into them, and he took some of the swashbuckle damage, but Pango couldn't connect afterwards because he jumped across to the other side, expecting Nisha to be running away. And that means they don't have that damage in the tank to finish him off, and he will in turn just kill off, I believe it was the Tusk, and then, you know, Pango finds himself in a very compromised position as well afterwards. Worth noting, by the way, Resolution is not going global yet. He's level 7. He's 4-1-2 build, so I thought we were going to see the global silence as a solution to some of this aggressive movement that LGD can make, but doesn't consider it worth it just yet.
Yeah, very interesting. As the runes have been kind of eluding Mr. Nisha for quite a while. He's guessed bottom like 3 times in a row and has not been there, but still, both him and Crystallis are top net worth at the moment for the entire game. But overall, the game feel like, in terms of the actual, like, the feel of the game right now, who do you think this favors? Because we have Faith Beyond getting quite a bit of farm now into that triangle.
It's kind of hard to say. I feel like a lot of the time when Secret gets to these super late game situations with Dawnbreaker, it falls a little bit flat a lot of the time when they play it as carry. It has its limitations. The level 25 talent, though, is amazing, but you need to get there and get the 2 Starbreaker chargers. With that said, though, they have come off to a pretty good mid-game situation now where because Enigma's...
Zayats impale into the Solar Guardian. Ame gets off his ult again. Very tanky boy.
Remotely close to being enough damage when he gets the true form off. And it might cost Crystallis.
Yeah, the snowball is going to connect. You can see the Lone Druid Bear going pretty ham here, but Puppey's there with the slow. And the hammer coming in now to Jin Q with the help of Resolution. So again, Secret getting the better of this engagement despite being the ones falling back initially in this fight.
That was a good time to find that skill up point into Global Silence, preventing the Shallow Grave from coming in with a potential save there onto Xingqiu. And yeah, good movements from Secret so far. I think they're doing a really, really good job at connecting heroes. And wow, would you have a look at the CS right now? Nisha, 10 CS per minute. Ooh, he's got 114 to the only 58 of Pango. So again, the big winner on LGD in all of this is Faith Beyond, who gets the space, but he has a lot of ground to cover. If Secret can keep up this pace, we're looking at a potential kind of formidable mid-game where, yeah, you have this Enigma, you have this team fight, but you know you need to work around Global Silence, you know you need to work around Spike Carapace, and even Solar Guardian. So until you get BKB on Enigma, I feel like Black Hole is kind of a pipe dream. You're not really likely to get off. They will get the top tower, though. Rotation now from Ame will connect on the Lone Druid. Get that last hit for his Enigma.
Yeah,
Great Effect maybe is a time for them to try to do something. I think they're just probably end up conceding this tower. Nisha has a haste rune. Nice D-ward there.
D-ward as well. And Nisha, let's see if he waits around for that Diabolic Edict cooldown, but you can see nothing to say in Jin Q in the area. Do you want to talk about the Roche potential from each side? Because I feel like PSG LGD, they have really good Roche fighting in that area, and Secret not nearly as much.
Yeah, that's fair, and not just the fighting, also killing Roche himself, right?
Yeah,
Secret's
true.
lineup does a pretty poor job at killing Roche. They don't have meaningful physical damage except Dawn, who is rushing a Deso, which will help, but it's going to be a while before Secret likely do that unless they win a big team fight beforehand, because LGD can relatively easily go and contest the area.
Haste. Oh, yeah, nothing to say. He gets stunned right out of the gates. They don't even need the Solar Guardian. There's Nisha, and nets the kill with the Split Earth. 4K lead for Secret now.
They are absolutely destroying.
Starting to run away with it, as you see Puppey's ult come out after the Frostbite, and Zayats is here with another Impale Starbreaker to finish off Jin Q.
You were late on the Grave there from Y. Kind of uncommon that he doesn't get that off in time. Yeah, Secret are crushing them right now. Just move after move. That's something that this Radiant lineup struggles with. If Pango is not having a good game, there are ways of initiation. What do you have? You have the Tusk who can maybe set it up. He just reached level 6. The supports of LGD have been massively under-leveled this game. You're finding both of them finding their 6s at like 13 minutes. Compare that to Secrets, right? Zayat is now level 8, Puppey's level 7 and a bit, so way ahead from these early successful moves. And I think it's just too integral for LGD's lineup that Jin-Q was able to do some of these rotations correctly, and it just hasn't been the case. He's 1 and 5, hasn't really connected much, hasn't had the best pairings, so could foresee Secret just keep building on this lead as they will be getting more and more map control. And again, you got to pick your fights very wisely as LGD in this game. It's the amount of counter initiation makes it very, very difficult to really pick your. It's kind of like pick your poison, right? You're not going to get a free fight at any point. I think it's.
Yep, definitely not at this
pace. How long
pace.
do you need to farm? It's tricky.
Well, nothing to say. Still working on his Diffusal Blade. And you talked about Chrysalis. Just about to finish his Deso. Just needs the last component with the Blightstone. And Nisha, how fast? Oh, he already has Bloodstone. Okay, that was pretty fast.
Yep.
All right, very good.
Very, very farmed. And he's obviously this nice aggressive ward that Secret have on the inside the enemy jungle is going to allow Nisha to play very aggressively down here. It's pretty standard for Dire to do this when they do get the bottom tier 1 tower, is to start occupying this area. And Leshrac is just such an amazing hero for this. He's a difficult kill. He has the counter initiations. He has the counter initiations that we've talked about, and he can almost solo this tower in 2 rounds of Edict. So he is going to force rotation from PSG LGD to come down here, and they really don't want to play on the defense, right? LGD's lineup is kind of crafted to hit a timing right now and go and force your towers. So if you're the one setting the agenda, you're already really happy.
Looking to tank the gank. Oh, the Global Silence is giving him some cover, and the Solar Guardian coming in as well. Jin-Q is just punished right off the bat. Beautiful play from Secret as they just shut that smoke gank down immediately. And Zayat's looking for more.
Oh, this could be big. They don't have
a Solar Guardian though, yeah.
Dropped everything. Still trying.
Gets off the Vendetta first. Actually gets the Impale as well. Chrysalis is here with the huge Starbreaker, and down goes Ame. And Secret starting to really run away with this.
You're going to have a word with Resolution after this game. This is getting out of hand.
I'm going to have to give him some more money, I think. Yeah, he's doing a great job. Yeah. Speaking of Resolution, he has the Falcon Blade into Force Staff. He's going to see a Starbreaker again come out. Faith Beyond caught out. His own side here. Zayat stuck inside the Ice Shards. Nothing to say. He's going to be blocked off by said Ice Shards. And the Force Staff that we just talked about from Resolution coming into play already. 7K lead for Secret. Things are looking very good for them. And again, I mean, if you have a big enough lead, then taking Roche isn't that hard, considering like you just get a pick off or 2 and then you can just take it. But I feel like that is the best opportunity for LG to get back into this game.
Yeah, I think ideally what they want to do is once Global Silence and the Donald have come out, you want to smoke and make your own move, right? Because that's one moment in time where you can initiate something without the fear of just getting immediately globally countered. But they're not managing to do that right now. They have about 30 seconds to go if they did want to make a rotation, but Secret are very firmly planted in the bottom half of the map while LGD are in the top, so they're not going to find anything, and that just means that come minute 18, Secret are just ready to rock and roll again. And it's hard to see the path for LGD to initiate fights, so maybe you just need to, again, slow things down, farm it up. But what's the exact timing you're playing for? So your Lone Druid has Maelstrom and he's going towards the Mjolnir. Your Enigma is not going BKB because he's going to be scared about Global the whole game, and maybe he will just never get to use Black Hole, more or less. So he's going for the Greaves. All right, they're going to try to turn this into Roche. I kind of like this. I think maybe if they did this a little bit earlier, this would have been a higher impact play, because actually the Global and the Donald are now online again, so might have missed the timing if Secret find this opportunity to get in there with Zayat.
Yep, Roche going down slowly. The Wraith packed inside as Nisha seems to have a decent idea that this is happening. He's just going to walk right in with the Split Arc. Gets off the Pulse Nova and the Bloodstone ahead of him. The Solar Guardian on the outskirts as Zayat gets stunned, but nothing to say. Already gets off his Rolling Thunder, but a huge Starbreaker. Chrysalis deletes Faith Beyond. Jin-Q starting to get quite low as Puppey's the first to fall for Secret, so it's a 1-for-1. He's going to buy back into the game, though. Double kill from Chrysalis coming out as well, and Nisha pretty much out of mana, but it's just enough to take out Ame. And now Y and company from LGD have to get the hell out of here, as Secret will likely get the Roche.
Yeah, maybe Secret kind of let them do that.
Thanks for the damage.
Do the hard work for us. You know, we can't really kill Roche ourselves that quickly, so if you guys would please get him to a quarter health, we'll just show up with our spells and clean you out. They didn't even use Global. Like, Rezo actually doesn't have the mana for it right now. It was not necessary in that fight. They had a Dawn ult, which was okay to connect on the side. We're going to see the replay here. So I love the way Secret approached this fight by sending in Leshrac first. He knows he has so much defensive cover plus the Bloodstone that he's not worried. And they find this connection on the left-hand side. This pretty much ends the fight. They kill off the Enigma with the Nyx as well as the Dawnbreaker ult. Connect that. And Ame, sure, you find the Crystal Maiden in the middle of that fight, but you're in the middle of the fight against Lesh, and you're not getting out of there afterwards. So easy cleanup for Secret, and man, going into the series today, I was not expecting that any game would be this one-sided as this is looking right now. Are LGD adopting some sort of new strategy? You know, start out slow in groups, then you pick up some steam, you go into the playoffs, you start off slow in game number 1, you pick up your steam. That's maybe the question, because this one is it's not looking healthy right now.
So if I'm not mistaken, at the Arlington Major, I was casting a game. PSG LGD were down by like 20 plus K. Like it was a top hat shellacking level. And they brought it back. So this is the one team I would not be comfortable with a lead, no matter how much. As we see mass TPs now from PSG LGD. Global Science to give him some cover. Nisha really wants to finish off the Dazzle, but not going to be able to do so. Now completely out of mana, but remember, does have the Aegis still intact. Might have to use it here, but Solar Guardian is healing up to a decent amount. Crystallis not able to connect on any stuns, though. As Secret looking to potentially reset, but no kills come out from PSG LGD. See the freezing field in the meantime, yeah. Is that bear number 1 or is that 2?
I think that is bear number 2. Yeah.
Oh,
50-second cooldown now for Ame. Yeah, if somebody has experience killing creeps with freezing field, it is Puppy. So feels really good about that. That's a very big creep there. A so-called creep hero, if you will. It's very. If you're new to Dota, Lone Druid's bear is complicated. It's
yeah. That's true.
That's its Facebook status. It's complicated. All right. Nice Carapace.
Oh, beautiful setup. Splitter up to follow, and the Impale again. Nothing to say is dead.
And that's
Secret, man.
You got to be so careful about this as Pango. You kind of need to weigh the pros and cons of using Swashbuckle like this, because you could obviously Swashbuckle toward your own base with the damage, right? But he wanted to get a little bit of value poke out of it. Gets Carapace and gets killed. So you got to second guess yourself a lot of the time with your Pango instincts when you are playing against this hero and it's missing, because you never know when you're going to connect on that Carapace and you're just getting killed off by that.
Just kill bear, just kill bear. I have global. I don't have global.
It's okay, they're all dead. I can push them.
Yeah, let's check Roche.
Let's check Roche.
Yeah, let's go Roche, bro. I might just farm.
Down these Arcanes. They're gonna bottom to our outpost. We can
smoke into them.
I can smoke mango. We don't have actually.
Yeah, I will swap. Not global, but we can fight easy.
Let's fight needs 15 seconds though.
Oh yeah, the classic Rezo, no global, we can fight easy. Well, he didn't have mana.
Oh, Impale set up onto Faith Beyond with the Solar Guardian, but a nice Tusk Snowball mitigates a lot of it as Crystallis pops the BKB a little bit prematurely. Starbreak doesn't really connect very well, but they still have the damage, it looks like, to take out Faith Beyond. And Jin Q is next on the list. So despite the Secret initiation not going as planned, I mean, with this kind of a lead, it doesn't really matter sometimes.
It's just such a strong position for their lineup to play on this high ground, right? And you're seeing again Faith Beyond. He's just holding Black Hole. He can't use it. So the impact of this hero very, very minimal so far in this game, considering what we've seen from Enigma earlier in the tournament. Secret seems to have a very good understanding of how to solve it. And this looks like Y will also finding a quick way back to base. As Grave.
Yeah.
Okay. He kind of juked them by running in a line.
Sometimes it's the hardest path to follow. Okay.
That is really impressive that he found a way out of that.
On the other side of the map, though, Jin Q gets off the initiation. Already has his shard as Zayats gets off the Impale, as Nisha has to walk his way around, but looks like Jin Q is likely to fall. He's getting healed up, though. And still the Aegis in line for Nisha, so he is not scared. Eventually, Jin Q goes down, and there's the stun follow-up. And Nisha, they're looking for the bear. That's all the damage that Ame has. I mean, to get Lightning Storm down, he's just going to continue on now. They're looking for a full team wipe potentially. Global Silence is there. Nisha just hedging his bets. GG is called. And Secret completely stomped game number 1. Not what we were expecting, but Secret off to an amazing start.
Yeah, that was not even remotely close. Just absolutely crushed them start to finish. The lanes went well. I think the double counter to the Enigma really caused a lot of problems for LGD. I mean, it's easy to say, right, because he never cast Black Hole. It's pretty rare that you see a game with Enigma not using ulti a single time.
Yeah.
But you got to look at it from his perspective. He's playing into some super hard counters. They let the Silencer through to second phase. Secret more than happy to pick that up and just put on a clinic in this game. Everything went exceptionally well. Nisha got the fast Bloodstone like you talked about. He gets the Aegis and they just get the job done. Like, he runs in, what's killing him? They have no healing reduction. He puts on the Bloodstone, goes to town, hits a lot of units with Pulse Nova and just deals out of everything.
LGD kind of, I mean, I was going to say on the ropes. Technically on the ropes would be lower bracket. They obviously would still have another life if they were able to, if they were going to lose a second game in this series. But, I mean, this was beyond any of our understanding, I feel like, or our predictions, especially yours. Because you always pick LGD to win, and they always lose somehow.
That is just not true.
I mean,
they win a lot of the time, but
I mean,
they do lose sometimes.
Technically, you're right, actually.
Yeah,
that is,
it is important to be technically correct, as we both know.
That is correct. But I mean, going into game 2, what do you think? What does LGD need to do? Was this a draft thing? Was this a laning stage thing?
I think part of it was definitely the draft. I think they had some problems with how the lanes went, so I think that's where you want to start, and then go from there, build yourself a game so that you can be competitive in the mid game.
All right, well, with that, let's see what the panel has to say, and we'll see if Jenkins has gotten a haircut in the last 10 minutes.
He did not get a haircut in the last 10 minutes. And to be honest, didn't have time for it. We're watching Dota. Come on, we want to listen to your beautiful voices the whole time, not miss a single second. And that was tough to do because blink and you miss it. This game was very fast here, joined by Effie, Lacoste, and of course Jenkins, indeed, still with his long hair. Jenkins, breaking this game down, it went a little bit different than what you were expecting.
Jenkins.
Jenkins.
I will say, I'm very surprised that Suns fan was the one casting that. He didn't say what level of shellacking that was, because that was a very high tier shellacking. Obviously, with him being the leader of the council, I can't say it was definitely Gaben level shellacking. And LGD, nonetheless, like, that's insane. Nobody expected this. Nobody. Not a game that is that decisive.
I'm still kind of shocked. That went completely the opposite of what I thought would happen. We were completely wrong. The Lone Druid looked like it did nothing. The Silencer actually had a great time. The Dazzle felt countered also by the Silencer, not just the Enigma. And Enigma never really found his entry point into the game. I just want to kind of take it back to that Nisha mid lane dominance, though. He completely bullied out Nothing to Say his Pangolier and made it so that the access into the game through the tempo of the Pango could never actually happen because there was just so much pressure coming out of the Fleshrack. And of course, the early Dawnbreaker rotations by Crystalist, he was getting so many kills. The first Tusk rotation mid, against Slash went completely bad because Dawn was already level 6, and they just, it felt like Secret had their number every step of that game.
I know it's a meme, this Nisha is such a consistent player thing, but I do feel like he's 7-0-6, he's just, it's like he's consistent, but he's consistently diving towers and consistently getting away at 10% HP. The guy's a monster.
He knows that he has the back of his team with either like Crystallis backing him up, the Global Silence, Nyx Assassin with the Carapace. I mean, we thought this game's gonna go in a different way, but yeah, they completely shut down Enigma. One of the few times where you see like Fate Beyond being completely mitigated. Like he couldn't do anything. I don't think we've seen a single black hole. Sometimes we don't see a black hole where there's like the threat of the black hole is stronger than he's actually using the black hole. Yeah. But this time around, playing against the Silencer as well, very difficult game. Like, Nothing to Say, I feel like he needed to be that guy that is gonna step up for his team in this one, because like, sure, Dazzle is a position 5, doesn't move around the map that easily. But as you said, Jenkins, he got completely dominated by Nisha.
Based on that performance, I don't think LGD can go for these Pangos versus Leshrocks, right? They have to go for some hero that can self-sustain and just not get kicked out of a lane if they're going to win the game. At least if they're going to play something like a Lone Druid from the safe lane. So there's going to be a lot of revision, but I still have faith that we're going to have a good series here today, and it's not going to be a 2-0.
Well, it's going to be a very important mid-series moment for them to get the speed that they need to force out that third game. And while we are taking that moment, we're also going to have a moment with Slacks and Casey.
Back to you.
And while we are taking that moment, we're also going to have a moment with Slacks and Casey.
Hello, thank you so much, Shivers. Casey, one of the greatest things about Dota, about the International, is one of my favorite things in general. It is content, and it is the short film contest. We have a very off a special opportunity here to show you some of the finalists. Now, you watch these, right, Casey? You enjoy all the different short films out there, all the different Dota content, right?
Yeah.
Well, we have 3 of the best ones coming up here. We have one that was hand-drawn in anime style. We have a live-action one, and we have one made with some source filmmaker and other stuff. So the Dota community gets so creative with these things. I'm sorry I'm monologuing, but we got a chance. So go ahead, Casey, if you can, please take a break from that LGD game, wash your face a little bit, take a breather, and get ready to watch some short films. Let's take a look.
I think he's gone.
Your life is mine.
Oh, they're all so good.
That was insane. That was insane.
That's mad. I mean, you said how everybody's so talented. We saw the first one. This one's gonna win. We saw the second one. Oh, wait a second.
Wow. And the third one, we need live-action Dota movie.
I didn't even know you could submit live-action Dota short films. That's so cool. How much did it cost to make, do you think? That looked expensive. They're special
Those were all
effects and,
dark. I liked how dark all of those were. That was good.
Oh, I mean, they were dark, but they were good. I mean, Dota is a fairly dark game.
It is.
If you think about it, so it's very fitting. Is there any that you have favorite of those three? Or?
I'm gonna go with the second.
I think number 2 for me. Number 2 was good.
For me, the third one, because I haven't seen someone submit a live action.
Are we gonna expect an Effie live action short film next year?
I don't know. I have no talent. It's okay.
How about you, Jenkins?
I'll be the one that says that's not true.
Thanks, Jenkins.
Nobody's
I appreciate it.
You guys just said nothing. I was like, oh, surely Shiva's gonna. Yeah, that's not true. Yeah, let that
Shiva's like, how do I tell her that I agree?
No.
She said it.
Speaking of talent, there's a lot of it on the main stage of the playoffs here for the International. Team Secret, 1 game up against PSG LGD in this upper bracket match. And they did it very fast, very convincingly. We know the PSG LGD is a very veteran team. They also know how to come back from a loss. Where do you start when you have those 10 minutes between game end and game start? Where do you start by saying, okay, here's where we went wrong when a game went like that across?
I mean, PSG LGD, most of the time they're on the winning side. I mean, if you look at the score, GNQ from the previous game, 1-9-0. That's something that does not happen. But this is also a team that can shake it off, completely go with a different draft, go change the bans as well, leave the heroes in the pool. A team that can adapt so quickly, and like they're a team that has variety of the heroes that they play. If you check like their Dota stats, whatever, it just shows like, oh, they're playing like 10, 12, 13 different heroes, and it like, you know that they can play whatever it's needed at the time.
We saw it in True Sight, how they shake things off. There's a lot of Zhao 8 accepting the blame on himself, being like, hey guys, like I screwed this thing up in the draft, like we'll just go in and do this next time. Also, you know, Jin-Q, and we saw during True Sight, he was like, I feel like I can't do anything on the IO. Like they make these calls where it's like, this was a core problem in this series, in this game. We don't know if this is a core problem with the team, but we're not ready to do it like this again. Let's change this one thing and go into the next game. I really do truly believe in their ability to reset. I think everybody does, given True Sight, of course.
Yeah, and I really do think that that game in particular can be traced back a little bit to that mid lane matchup, but also just giving away the Silencer versus the Enigma that you managed to snatch in the first phase. I also do think that the Chen and Enchantress first phase bans were a bit overkill, right? You can absolutely ban out that Chen because it is a contested hero between both of these teams, but the Chen and the Enchantress is kind of giving a little bit too much respect to a playstyle that is not overpowered right now.
That's very true. And it's probably where we're going to see something being changed up, because a couple of different bans here and there will shake things up completely. Of course, also pick order will be changed slightly. So maybe, you know, the Enigma was picked up. Yes, it was not that successful, and we were expecting the Silencer to be banned before that already. But perhaps this time around, we'll just not let us get through altogether. Or maybe in the hands of Team Secret, in which case I think they will want to ban out the Silencer as well. I think there's a lot of people here wanting to get
That's the classic.
Game
That's
3. It's been a relatively rapid day so far on the main stage. But let's see if PSG LGD can set themselves up for success here in Game 2 of this series.
PSG LGD versus Team Secret. Game 2.
So draft is upon us, and that means we are going to talk more about the heroes that will be picked or banned in the next coming 10 minutes, because that's where a coach will go to look at, okay, if Zhao 8 says, is my fault. I messed up. It's because of the draft, and that's easily fixed. Although I do need to take us a little bit back to after the draft was done, where my panel, you guys thought PSG LGD won the draft.
We really did, and it went absolutely the opposite of what we thought. But also, I think it's doing a disservice to Secret to credit that win to only the draft. I think they played really well.
Totally agree.
They were able to back each other up. I think Crystal has also absolutely stepped up that game, not just Nisha. And it's really interesting how Secret can play a style where they also have the backup carry in Resolution, right?
Yeah.
The only lane that went badly for Secret last game was the Silencer lane. And because they were able to just play as a unit of 4 post minute 8 or something like that, Silencer was just sitting in that bottom lane farming away. And it's just really interesting that this team, even though they're such a new roster, are so flexible in how they can play around each other.
Yeah, being able to flex the Silencer to off lane means that they can very comfortably first phase it and just flex it and pick other supports if those supports seem to be good in the draft. And yeah, it's strong. It's strong.
The question is, are they willing to give away Marcy, the team's secret? Because last time they did ban Chen and Enchantress. FEU said it was a bit of an overkill. I mean, also thinking about it, why one of the better Enchantress players out there? So I think Marcy just could make a lot more things difficult for PSG LGD if they leave Marcy in the pool.
One thing with Resolution as an offlaner is that he can be thrown into like bad lanes, and I feel like he's pretty good at identifying that all he needs to do is like not feed. And then the rest of Secret does well enough that he can catch up. Like Effie was saying, like after the laning stage on Silencer, he just sat in lane and like free farm, even though the lane was quite difficult for him. And no matter what hero he's thrown on, it seems like he's able to do that. Even when he like played other roles, he was able to recover always. He's a very stable player.
So they give away Marcy, and their second ban goes out to the Batrider. We've seen it pop up a couple of times, but first phase ban is not that usual. What could that say about the rest of the draft?
It doesn't even have a good win rate. The last time I checked, it was near
17% last time I checked.
It is not the best of heroes right now, so I honestly don't know where they're going with this. I'm just going to have to wait and see. LGD do try to be a little bit more experimental with their drafts when they can, but I don't think Game 2 of the Upper Bracket Series is when you want to do this.
We see these the Frosty Heroes get more and more priority. The Lich first pick for PSG LGD. They paired up with the Tiny.
Now I can kind of understand the Bat ban to a large degree, just because like obviously like Nisha does play it. He has been playing it. But against the Frost Shield, Batrider just doesn't care. Lich does nothing to Bat. And Bat has one of the highest win rates in the game versus Tiny. I think he's like the second highest win rate next to TB, because you do overwhelming magical damage. Tiny gets a BKB, sure, but you play long fights with Batrider.
And someone asked on the panel, did these teams watch the previous game, looking how this draft panned out? I would say yes.
Yeah.
So it also makes it so that this Tiny can be played mid comfortably without a Batrider to like thwart him on lane and later on. But also by having this Tiny in the game, you're not that scared of the SF plus Marcy matchup. We saw how Thunder Awaken were able to play these two heroes to success, right? They used Dark Mago's Tiny to constantly toss back the Shadow Fiend, and it made his game really difficult. While they also had the Frost Armor from Lich to negate any of the damage coming out of Marcy. I like the pivot that Secret does here and just takes the Leshrac back again instead of going for the SF that LGD left in the pool, because Lesh does not care about Frost Armor and also lanes quite well versus Tiny, so why change it if it's not broken? Also still flexible to the offlane like we talked about last game.
Yeah, keeping their options open and also having another potentially ranged against melee matchup on the mid lane, which you know that Nisha is going to win.
Anytime I see a Marcy though and then a Leshrac, it's like it feels so good to lane those two heroes together. It is so strong. But the same thing can also be said with the Marcy rotation, because not only is she arguably the strongest laning support in the game, she's also the strongest rotating support in the game. So she can also go mid. But if they do want to throw this in a side lane for Secret, there's very little that's going to be able to beat a Marcy plus Leshrac.
This Leshrac just makes LGD a little bit uncomfortable because based on how Nisha played last game, it made it so that they really didn't have any proper moves, and Leshrac is a hero that can lane well versus this mid Tiny, so they are considering the ability of LGD to flex it to just support and pick something like Alina, which Secret have already preemptively banned out, right? I just think that it's incredibly important for Nothing to Say to have some kind of entry point into this early mid game, because if they're going to play that similar style that they did in last game and go for some active carry like a Bloodseeker or a Dawn, it's going to look really close to what we saw already.
Look at how they approached this Leshrac. Banning out Lina means that most likely this Lesh is going to be on the mid lane. If you're looking for something that can outrange as well, Sniper is the other hero I'm looking at. But then again, there is Marcy. Marcy, one of the heroes that can ruin Sniper easily with just getting on top of him, tossing him back. Yeah. So could be a bit difficult, but maybe also an Invoker works as well to have you know, something that, because Leshrac does a lot of poke damage with his Lightning Storm. You can dodge the ganks. One good tornado can stop the ganks, set things up for your Tiny to come in. So could work out.
Is it strong enough to be banned here for Team Secret? We're gonna get a Ursa banned out first.
Very
and,
quick bans and picks coming through
Ursa
here.
banned, Beastmaster banned, instant Zeus pick.
Yeah.
Why? How did
Thunder
they know?
Awaken played it this way.
They
Is
won.
this a rerun?
100% win rate on the main stage.
So actually, Zeus is a really good hero, in my opinion, from the mid lane to play versus Leshrac if they do decide to put it mid, and to also kind of avoid these Marcy ganks early on, just because he has the ability to disengage with Heavenly Jump, right? So just having a hero that can not get crushed on lane the way that we saw first game gives them so much already, but also just having the Thunder God's Wrath from Zeus with a Tiny on your team who's going to go Blink Dagger, it gives you the ability to scout enemies and just start the fight for yourself. So while LGD's draft has a lot of synergy together, it does look a little bit like Thunder Awakens, so I think that's why we're like, huh, interesting. They probably did watch the series to the end, but I think it works.
It's a lot of magical burst coming out from this PSG LGD's lineup, and I'm a little worried for Team Secret, like how they're gonna soak up all this magical damage.
Well, at this point,
Core Marcy.
It looks like a Core Marcy. So who is it that plays it on the side of Team Secret? Is it Rezo? Because I think I've seen Rezo play Marcy.
Yes, Rezo plays Core Marcy.
The thing is, I was looking at Secret, and I was hoping that they would go for some hero that can be the early pipe in this game. The same way we saw EG pick that Tidehunter into Thunder Awaken Zeus, and by that pipe, you kind of need something like that if you're going to play against a draft like this. But you can also just have a hero that buys BKB early and goes on the Zeus, right? So Marcy can also do that for your team.
Very true. So we got the Monkey King picked up by PSG, which also denies it. I'm assuming that for Team Secret, we are looking for a hero for Crystallis, and Monkey King is his most played hero ever, and most successful one with that as well. What heroes are still left in the pool for him? Bloodseeker and Razor obviously come to mind.
Morphling is too, but Morphling against Zeus means you can never morph low. He can just Thunder God's Wrath you. He did play Slardar.
He did.
In one game.
Okay, so I think that LGD have only played Monkey King once. Am I wrong? Do you have the stats? But when they did play it, it was their carry pick.
Yeah,
So,
I think they played it a couple times on Ame.
So it seems like they just secured their carry pick now before they go for some gotcha or it gets banned out. But
It was only once, you were right,
okay,
by the way.
yeah. So also they just have the vision game secure with this Monkey King, right? It's a hero that can play the tree lines. You also have the Thunder God's Wrath from Zeus, and you have the Initiator in Tiny. So while the draft is synergetic together, I am a little bit concerned that Monkey King can die early on, especially if he's playing versus a Leshrac from the mid lane who's just going to rotate on him. But hopefully the Lich will be enough to secure this Monkey King's early game.
Yeah, late game, I think that matchup tends to go the other way, where, like, if Lesh wants to play into a Monkey ult, Monkey just shreds Lesh through Bloodstone, everything.
Yeah.
But early game, yeah, it's like armor for what, right? You know, Leshrac does pure damage, magic damage.
Pretty much, but once you get that BKB or Diffuse Obliter, Echo Saver, whatever it is that you want to do, you can fight into
fully
this
drain
Leshrac.
him, yeah.
You can also just eat this Disruptor, it's food, once you get a BKB as Monkey King, and then you can ignore the Nyx for the duration of it.
I think PSG LGD lacks a little bit of tower damage, because like Zeus, Lich, Tiny 4, they don't deal as much, so, and they also need to pick it blindly. So something that Fate Beyond does love to play, especially when paired up with this position 4 Tiny, is Death Prophet, where you know, it deals damage, picking it blindly, it's still a strong lane, and yeah. Looking at the bans, Bloodseeker, Razor, these are Crystal's most played heroes, and they're going to get rid of that.
I really like the idea of Death Prophet because I feel like Death Prophet heals through the Disruptor, harass in lane. It's a hero that really likes heroes that play into you. Lesh likes to run into you, Marcy jumps on you, and you can just siphon these heroes and they die to the ghosts. That'd be a really solid pick. I can't believe Brood's made it through this far.
Yeah. First phase ban, both games in the previous series.
Yeah. So this is very likely Crystallis's hero, which a lot of his heroes are banned out right now.
So what is still in? You mentioned the Slardar earlier.
Lifestealer, which is not
banned.
so great. Oh, it's banned?
Banned as well.
There's still Shadow.
Viper?
Morphling as well, potentially.
Yeah. Well, there's quite a few options left into the pool then.
Morph feels rough against Tiny Burst and Zeus, who can ult you when you're low HP. I mean, it actually would be a good Viper game, but last time they picked the Viper, it was when they had, I think it was like Sniper Mid or something like that. So it's more of a, I guess Lesh, it can carry the game to a large degree, so maybe you can still go for it. They go for the Dawn.
The Dawn.
It's a repeat of game 1.
Yeah, so this Dawnbreaker, while it doesn't necessarily have the best core-to-core matchup versus the Monkey King, it can just give them that like lane security, right? It's a strong laner. It can also help the Leshrac early on, like we saw last game, versus rotations, and it's a stable pick. It's also one of Crystal's comfort heroes, so maybe they didn't want to stray too far here.
Yeah, because he had a really good game. Like, he didn't die a single time on this Dawnbreaker, and again, combination with the Nyx Assassin to be able to follow it up, scout things out. Pretty much all of these heroes died. If you find them with the Nyx Assassin, they're very low HP heroes like Zeus, Monkey, Lich. Tiny not as much, but still, you do have enough stun, you do have enough burst damage to bring them down.
Yeah, but especially the Zeus, right? You can set up for these kills now on the Zeus with like a Carapace into one of his nukes while he's farming, and then you just have this Dawnbreaker follow-up stun. I do think the stuns exactly overlap each other, so there shouldn't be a space for the Zeus to get away from ganks like that early on.
Yeah, the Death Prophet, as called, comes out here for Faith Beyond.
Yeah, I mean, they needed some kind of tower damage to be able to put the pressure on the map. Even if you have kills, sometimes it's very difficult to close out the game. Like, if they didn't have tower damage from the off lane, they would really struggle killing tier 2 towers because it just gets very difficult. I think PSG LGD, they made the adjustments that was needed. And yeah, I'm going to put even more faith in them this time around.
So congratulations, Team Secret.
Yeah.
No, I do think their draft looks better. They have a means to fight back. I really would like them to win this one so we can get a game 3.
Yeah,
so not going to jinx anything, but honestly, it does look really good. The Death Prophet can sustain versus this Disruptor Harass. It gives them the tower damage that Lacoste was talking about. The only issue would be whether or not the Zeus gets taken advantage of early on, because Lich is a slower hero and slower to rotate to help. But if the Zeus can have a good game early on, there really isn't that much damage mitigation on the side of Team Secret, right? There's no pipe buyer, there's no Wraith Pact buyer. You're playing with a offlane Marcy. She's not really the type that does that for you. So Secret's draft is greedier and less likely to punish LGD early on.
Jacobs, what's one thing people can look out for to see if PSG LGD is doing well and will force out this third game?
If they're doing well, I mean, I think if the game just goes late, like that's when Monkey King wins the matchup against Lesh, and like Effie mentioned, there's really nothing to deal with the Zeus.
Okay. We're going to find out if this game will indeed be a long one, as PSG LGD's draft would like. We're heading over to Sunspan and Sinrin.
Thank you, and welcome to game number 2 between Secret and PSG LGD. Happy Slacks, how are you doing?
Am I Happy Slacks?
I can't tell.
I think you're Angry Slacks, and I'm LGD after the last game. So I think you know we're doing okay up here. Let's see if LGD are doing better in this game than the previous one, because that was an absolute beatdown, and they need to bring it back here to get us a third game. Just want to give a quick shout out to the fans in the arena that supplied us with these. We have some fans here with a seemingly endless supply of Sir Action Slacks masks. I'm sure you guys will be able to find them out there, but now it's time for the game. Yep. That was a good timing on that voice line of us actually taking off the mask. So that's that did feel good to take off, I'm not going to lie.
It is close to Halloween, and I did feel terrifying for once in my life.
That is true.
Appreciate that. As we do make it into game number 2, like we said, and already a smoke here from LGD. But looking at their lineup, Cinderin, I might have to interrupt you if things start, but you can start your monologue to tell me what you think of both sides here.
I think compared to last game, I think LGD have more early game prowess. I think last game was in a way, it was a little bit all in with how things needed to go, and the one lane that they were going to do well in kind of did, but not enough. I think this time around they have more skirmishing power with the Monkey King stun from the trees. They've got a Tiny on Jinkyu this time compared to the Tusk last game that got shut down. For Secret, they're running some of the same stuff, right? The name of the game last game was Counter Initiation. This time around they have it again. They have their Nyx Dawnbreaker combo where you stun to set up the Dawnbreaker ult. You can Carapace to set it up. Rather different though from Puppy's side to have the Disruptor instead of the Maiden. A very aggressive support that capitalizes a lot on when you initiate.
Yeah.
So I guess in a way, Secret's lineup a little bit less one-dimensional than last game, which can be both a good and a bad thing. But more than anything, I don't know how much to really talk about the drafts more so than, okay, you know, for LGD, you gotta feel like you get an entry into the game, right? Whatever lineup you have. If you fall behind again, it's not a good look.
Yep, as we're going to see an Impale come out from Zayas just to poke Y a bit. But like you said, the CM very different with the Disruptor now because, I mean, we saw early game, Puppy was farming, and guess what? Disruptor cannot do that at all. He can farm heroes, though, if he's able to find pickoffs here, just forcing Y back to the tier 2 tower. Zayas TP's away now. Just preventing the supports from getting into the lane with their position 1. Faith Beyond playing the Death Prophet here.
Interesting choice from Secret here to opt for essentially a lane swap, right? They're playing Critzalis in the off lane together with Disruptor on Puppy, so they feel like this matchup, both their side lane matchups are not particularly good against Monkey King, right? Both Marcy and Dawn are these melee heroes, but they feel like they offer more in the top lane this way, and I think part of the logic is this way they combine all of their magic damage better, right? Disruptor plus Dawn have a lot of magic damage against the Frost Shield and against Monkey King's low HP pool, so maybe they can stand their ground and fight back, whereas something like a Nyx Marcy, I think, would have kind of been overwhelmed. Sure, they have some magic damage, but it doesn't amount to nearly the same as a good Celestial Hammer plus Thunderstrike combination will, so...
I mean, as a result of these lanes, Rezo is effectively playing position 1 Marcy, which, you know, he's had plenty of practice in years past playing position 1, position 2, and obviously position 3 normally now these days. But what are your thoughts on Marcy as a POS 1 right now?
I think the hero is incredibly strong as a core in general. You need BKB phase boots and you become a monster, so whichever lane you put Marcy in where she finds farm, you will get that impact later. I do think one upside for LGD against this hero in this game, though, is that I think they have somewhat decent disengage. They have some tossbacks, they have Frost Shield against the Marcy damage. Monkey King has his jump, obviously. They have arguably the advantage of vision as well, where they have Zeus ulti, they can have Monkey in the trees. There's a Nyx on the other side, so maybe kind of equalizes it, but I definitely think this is a game where Marcy with a BKB is very strong, but until she has it, I think she can be taken advantage of by almost all of LGD's lineup, actually. A lot of magic burst, a lot of control.
And what are your thoughts on this specific mid matchup, Lesh versus Zeus?
Should be Lesh favored. It's kind of like last game where you had Nisha playing against a Pangolier. This time you're against a ranged hero, but Zeus's forte is not beating ranged heroes out of lane. It's finding his farm and then finding impact later, and just kind of trying to break even. But I do think Lesh over time should be able to build a little bit of an advantage. Nice detail there from Nothing to Say in mid, by the way. Used the Heavenly Jump to attack speed slow Nisha so he didn't get the Flag Bearer creep. Just a double CS loss, essentially.
Rezo getting forced out of lane temporarily here. 8-6 start for him, so...
not the best.
Not the best, but we'll see if that changes here. Jinkyu has been applying a lot of pressure. Obviously, Faith Beyond on the Death Prophet, like we talked about. A hero that, I mean, not too long ago was changed, so Spirit Siphon's not percentage-based damage, so it won't scale as well, but as a result, it's, in a lot of times, stronger early game.
It is
a fixed amount.
So powerful around the... I think, in many ways, DP is one of the strongest heroes in Dota when it hits level 7. If it has 4 in Spirit Siphon and has an okay matchup, you see these clips where DPs just win 1v3s because the enemy team doesn't have healing reduction or don't have good chain stuns or kite ability to get away. A hero like Marcy is relatively safe in that regard, that she does have the rebound to get away, but you still got to be a little bit wary when Xingqiu hits level 3, because you could get tossed too far away to rebound, and then you can get avalanched in that position. But
Rezo set up there from Zayats to start things out. Sidekick is there as well, but the Spirit Siphon from Faith Beyond is going to force Resolution back for the time being and connect back into the lane. But you can see the CS from all the lanes. This is very LGD favored. Mid lane is kind of a wash, but the other two very LGD favored, like I said. So how important is that for Secret, for LGD to get off to this good start in the laning stage?
I mean, it's huge, especially I think that one of the biggest differences between this game and the last is just polar opposite game for Crystallis, right? Last game he got to play Dawnbreaker against Enigma, which is just, you're just coasting to a free lane.
Yeah.
This one, you have one of your worst matchups, which, again, kind of interesting that Secret opt for this, right? I think not only did they put Dawnbreaker against Monkey King, didn't they also pick it into Monkey, or what was the pick order? I feel like it was kind of, there was something about that draft that was a little bit surprising with the order.
What would have been so bad about Marcy in this lane? Because she has a way to get away from...
She does have a way to get away as well, yeah. Oh.
Glimpse back, Starbreaker, but a lot of it's mitigated thanks to the Frost Shield coming out from Y. And it's not gonna, I was going to say it's not going to lead to kill, but that is more damage than I thought. First Blood ends up going to Puppey. Yeah. So Secret, despite losing in the CS and the outer lanes, able to get First Blood. A nice double stun from Zayats, but the Avalanche is going to keep him in place. Spirit Siphon, and the tree toss is there. Xingqiu gets credit for it.
Yeah, I think the mindset for Secret in this bottom lane should just be we can't kill, and we shouldn't go for aggressive moves, because I think the punish is just too strong, right? Even Rezo with a running sidekick on both of them, Faith Beyond is going to overpower them with Spirit Siphon. They just don't have the tools to manage that until you have maybe level 6 on Marcy. Perhaps there's an opportunity to find a kill there. But yeah, the top lane, nice kill from Secret. I'm a little bit surprised that Ame didn't get more involved in trying to save his Lich, but I think he had creeps in the tower that he was prioritizing, and maybe the communication was Y saying, I'm fine, don't worry.
Speaking of Y,
yep.
Take some heavy damage here, but here comes the pounce from Ame. Crystallis, it's going to be another Jingu stack coming out for Ame. Puppey basically out of mana right now.
Stuns.
Yeah, but the Starbreaker coming out. It does connect onto the Lich, but the Thunder God's Wrath finishes off 2 heroes. So nothing to say, despite being kind of a wash in the mid lane, now has 2 kills to his name.
Yeah, and that's going to put him at the advantage, not just breaking even now with Lesh, but will be pulling ahead on that net worth. So 500 gold advantage for him there. Had the Arcane Rune as well for that Thunder God, so it feels really good to use. It's a relatively long cooldown on level 1, but nice jump there. No Carapace.
Yeah.
From Zayats. Maybe wasn't expecting the jump to come that early from MTS, but yeah, I dare say already that the conditions LGD have in this game are going to make it a closer game than the last one. Like, this is already so much better when you consider how their lineup is going to fare in the next stages of this game. And I think the challenge here for Secret is going to be bringing Nisha into the game. I think he's the key to unlocking the game for them. He has a lot of magic damage against the Frost Shield. He's one of the heroes that can kill Monkey King right now, which, as we've established, their 2 side lane melee cores don't do the best job at. But the way you bring the Lesh into the game here is usually through the Nyx, but he's level 2. We're 7 minutes in. Zayats is having a totally different game than the first one. Really suffering down here. They're obviously going to use that to give Rezo the priority of finding a fast 6, and now he's going to leech some XP off of Nisha climbing that stack in the jungle, but it's a long ways away. I think Zayats has to take a lane away now from Nisha for a while to give himself a game. It is really important that you don't fall into that trap of supports, which I think kind of happened to LGD in the last game, where you're like, you know, you can't just give your cores everything. The supports need to be unlocked to find purpose in the game. So now Zayats is back bottom.
Rezo trying to farm these creeps up, but Avalanche is there. Toss back into the Exorcism from Faith Beyond, but the rebound global range as usual. And Marcy is A-okay, to say the least.
No Sinister Gaze there, I believe, from Y.
That is true.
I think he wanted to use it a little bit later. Didn't expect Marcy to be in range for the jump on the Nyx there. So I think it is one of those moments where you need to time it perfectly, because if you use it instantly, I don't think you have enough damage for Rezo anyway, so you needed to use it delayed.
Secret are trying to fight into this Exo. It's going to be running out relatively soon, so I'm trying to time that perfectly. Rezo's going to show himself, though. The fortification was already popped as Xingqiu. Oh. They do get the D word one way or the other, but it will be a deny. As you can see, nothing to say, taking a lot of damage. Actually, the Heavenly Jump on the other side, and he's just dead to Nisha. Big kill for Secret as now they try to pursue. That was a rebound into a toss, which helps the unleash a little bit here. Impale's going to connect onto one, but now Resolution has to be a little bit careful. Gets off the dispose, and there's the Sinister Gaze you were talking about from Y. They do find the kill on the support, but Resolution falls in the end. And a split Earth just a millimeter off. And Nisha trying to find some more value here.
Millimeter, not inch. All right, Zinku's.
Well, it was a millimeter. Inch is bigger than a millimeter. I don't know if you know that, Cinderin.
No, you don't know what a millimeter is.
Trivia time for you as Chrysalis hammers to the low ground. Looks like he's fine.
Yeah. That was a sick toss from Zinku, by the way, during, I think it was mid-air. It was mid-rebound, so he didn't get stunned, and actually made a pretty big difference there that he finds that toss to salvage that situation somewhat. But yeah, huge play from Nisha there, the rotation, finding the Zeus solo kill, finding the regen rune and converting that into additional kill with bot has essentially equalized the game now and put himself in the driver's seat, which, you know, if you're a Secret fan, you might not find this net worth split too healthy. The Lesh way at the top of the board, but then you gotta look quite far down to find the next hero for the team you're cheering for. But if you do have one hero far away of the field in this game,
we have the Impale. Nice setup from Resolution as well. Chrysalis with a Solar Guardian. Faith Beyond is deleted.
Big kill.
Nice pick off, and they've obviously practiced this combo a lot. Yep. I mean, last game they didn't have the Marcy to help out on top of that initiation. It was just the Nyx, but it still proved to be quite potent. Now Nisha and company look to find Jin Q, but the Avalanche, nicely placed from him. Spike Carapace a little bit too late.
Yeah, to quote a wise philosopher, it really does feel so good to play with multiple setup stuns as Dawn.
Thank you.
And yeah, I will never call you that again, trust. All right, Zayat.
He's going to be spotted.
Okay.
Sinister Gaze is there. Resolution gets a nice stun off with his rebound. Looks like Y is mega dead as Faith Beyond coming in from the low ground with that exorcism. Jin Q following out behind, but the Static Storm inside that kinetic field. They're going to try to focus down the DP, but she's healing so much. Now Resolution, he is getting low. The Urn Charge applied. One last little damage proc there from the exorcism, and Faith Beyond gets credit for that.
The Urn as well will now be turned into a Vessel. So this time around, LGD with the healing reduction.
Nothing to say. He's going to do a nice job of dodging, but it doesn't matter. Chrysalis still has the damage. Boundless Strike connects onto two as Ame has come to play, but there is the glimpse, and that's going to reset things. So despite losing there, I mean, what do you want to even call Marcy? It is the position 3 technically.
Yeah.
They do get the position 2 Zeus.
I mean, at this point, both Marcy and Dawn are kind of position 3.5 when you look at the net worth. So.
I mean, we've seen a lot of games in the past where Secret kind of rely on Nisha to absolutely take over, and I want to say of all the people that is good at carrying on their back, he is probably #1 on my list if I had to make one. As Zayat's
nice
horsey, very good. Yep. But Ame is there.
That's a longer horsey.
Yeah, that's
Primal
a monkey.
Spring.
Monkey over horse apparently. Zayat's will proc down.
That was almost the name of your 2 cats.
That's right. Thank you, Cinder.
You're welcome. 1% of the audience got that. That's fine.
God, you're really great to work with.
What is it your cats are called? It's Monkey. Bucket. It's Bucket, right?
That's right. Bucket and Pookie. Thank you.
What name's their cat? Bucket. All right, never mind. Don't talk about my dog's name, okay? We're good.
Onion.
Yeah, that's not what his name is.
It basically is. As Nisha makes his way to the top lane with Resolution's help, and then looking to get the trade a little bit late here, but I doubt LGD will try to defend, just using the fortification. Bloodstone, not too far away for Nisha, just the recipe away, I believe.
Yeah, the big difference between this game and the last one is they have the Vessel, right? So there is a path to killing Lesh for Faith Beyond here on the DP. And they also have more burst in general. Last game they had more like sustained damage with the Lone Druid, etc. But this time you have the Zeus, you have Monkey King with some decent burst, DP with the high damage at this point in time.
Yeah, but this mid-tier 1, kind of a big deal. You got to be careful of that Thunderbolt if you're Zayats for that vision. Sentry there as well. They're going to spot him. They're going to try to burst him down. Thunder God's Wrath is there as well. Looks like Puppey's going to survive his Solar Guardian coming in now. They're going to focus all their efforts onto this Lich, and the Zeus dies as well, so nothing to say. Takes a fall. This is going to be a third kill in this engagement, all for Secret, and even a buyback coming out.
They set that up so well. The Nyx does not get caught running into the Sentry, eats the DP silence, resets, and just goes back in. And again, I think in this game, nothing to say with the 3 deaths on Zeus. It's just getting caught a bit too much. Secret with a big trade there. Sure, you lose your mid tower, but you take one right back. You find 3 kills and a buyback out of the Lich. So that's huge, and LGD...
I will say, this time around, Secret's Roche lineup is far better in terms of just taking it.
Yeah, Marcy is very good at it.
Yeah, Marcy on top of, I mean, we saw the Diabolic, I mean, the same combo, I guess, from last time, but Either way, something they can actually not have to rely on LGD to do 3/4 of the damage before taking, if they want.
You put the sidekick on Dawnbreaker with Deso, and then you use your ult, and those two heroes together can probably kill Roche in like 20 seconds, just the two of them. So definitely much
spotting
better.
some things out here. As we have a glimpse, Faith Beyond is out of there. Haste Rune does spawn as Puppey's gonna take the brunt here. Boundless Strike, but he turns into a little pig. A couple more right clicks will do it, so support down for Secret. As LGD looking for more.
It's all 5 LGD heroes killing a 5 Disruptor, though. That does not feel that great. And this is one of the strengths that you have as Secret's lineup, is that you can play this Dawnbreaker in the side lane and push out the waves and feel somewhat safe, and obviously connect with your ult when it's available. On the other side, Marcy, also a kind of tricky hero for LGD's heroes to kill, so you need to rotate the right amount of numbers. They will do a big move here once again. This time as 4, though. Trying to not break the smoke onto the Nyx. This would be a huge pick if they found Nisha, but reading this like a book and not getting caught. Getting away with that ward.
He might be the one that suffers, but again, it's going to be a support potentially. Gets off the spike carapace though. Exorcism is popped. Does that mean they want to try to go for Roach? They're trying to take a fight. Faith Beyond finding Chrysalis, slowing him down to Spirit Siphon, but the kinetic field blocks him off. And that might be all PSG LGD get, and that's a big cooldown that they have to take into account now.
Oh, they might even lose their Tiny too.
Earth Hammer's there as well. Down goes Tiny. Faith Beyond. He's here as well, but the Exorcism is running out. Resolution forced to fight despite the Spirit being applied to him.
Oh my God.
Big Lich ult onto 2, and PSG LGD, despite being down in numbers at the start, end up taking this fight in spades, 3 for 1, and Nisha left along with Zayats here in the top lane.
Oh, they got insane value out of DP in that fight. So much damage, so much healing, and like you said, the Chain Cross doing tons of work as well. And it honestly, that looked like a really good counterplay from Secret jumping on the Tiny, but I think Resolution maybe bit over a little bit more than he could chew there. I think they have the kill without the rebound, and he doesn't need to go in. And that did set them up for a
Just placed a sentry there. He's going to get the toss off, and that means Secret probably will back out here. Another ward. The ward battles have come in.
Yep.
Looks like Secret to get a bit of that engagement. It's nothing to say now with the Arcane Rune. That's a big one.
So we're going to
another
see
replay here.
Yeah.
I thought this fight was
So this is really good, this glimpse that comes out here. So they're going to glimpse back Jin-Q into a Lesh stun. And I think this is a kill without Marcy connecting here. And now Resso is out of position. Chain Cross starts bouncing. He carries that one. Wait, didn't it continue? Oh,
right here.
It was on the creep camp above. I was like, where did it go? And then it connected back down to Puppey and Crystals. All right, that's just flat out really unfortunate because it looked like they carried it away and it was gone. I think Secret were caught off guard by that Chain Cross returning to the fight and actually just giving LGD a little bit of a freebie there. Sometimes the creeps are not neutral. That was dire creeps.
Indeed. Well, 1K lead for PSG LGD as Faith Beyond working on a BKB. And we've already seen the Spirit Vessel being applied. Very strong item. Zayats continuing on with the Vendetta. He is going to be seen. Why? He's going to take the Vendetta damage to start, but like you said, the silence coming out. Hammer. Chrysalis wants to finish the job, and he will. They find the support.
Making progress toward that Deso. He did go for the shard first. I think that's a good choice in this game as Dawn. You're up against too many problems that prevent you from using Starbreaker, so... And it feels bad to rush BKB. So getting this as a kind of a gapping item for your damage item is solid here. Still have to be very careful when you're out of Starbreaker, though. I think this is, once again, a lineup that LGD are running that are very, very good at punishing melee heroes. So... And we've seen that in the previous fight, right? If you're just a little bit out of position on the Dawn or on the Marcy, the punishment is pretty severe. So maybe Secret are going to try to slow this down until they have Resso's BKB. I think that would give them a lot of more options to play around with, because I think he's not going to die during that, realistically speaking, unless he's standing in like a Monkey King ult and just tanking that up. Nobody else is doing anything to him in BKB. I don't think the Exorcism Ghosts are really a concern when you have Sidekick plus your ult running. True. You're easily going to out-heal that.
Still about 1,000 away from finishing that, so a couple minutes at least. I mean, from LGD's side, they have a lineup that can take Roche pretty fast with the Exo, but it requires pretty big cooldown, and you will likely want to pick off beforehand.
They're going to look for the said pick off. Wonder if they will try to get this as a level 12 gap for Faith Beyond to then go Roche. Tiny close to dagger, by the way. ZQ went phase boots and has just been quietly farming in the top lane for the last smoke. 4 or 5 waves.
LGD, Avalanche clips Resolution, tossed back into the Sinister Gaze, but Nisha's coming with the Solar Guardian help as well. Resolution ticking out very slowly. Looks like he will. Oh no, actually gets off the stun just in time with his Unleash, dispels the Urn Charge, and Jin Q looks like he's going to fall as the Crystalist double kill comes out, but finally Resolution does fall. So a little bit of a backwards engagement, but I think Secret will be okay with this. 2 for 1.
I wonder if we get that in a replay. I wonder if ZQ actually needed to go for that. Because what he did, he gave Resso something to hit with his lifesteal. Obviously, Unleash would not have been able to remove that Vessel charge. It doesn't do that anymore unless you have, I believe it's the Shard, right? Where you get the dispel.
Oh, the hell
or sorry, not the Shard, the Scepter. So, yeah. That got a lot better for Secret than it looked like it would. And again, that counter initiation potential with the Dawn really coming into play there to find a return. So we're going to see the replay here. So look, this is a really good initiation from ZQ into the Silence. Just good execution overall. I think he ticks down to this Vessel, but now ZQ is going to walk in and give him lifesteal. And he will outlast this for so long. And the thing about this is, sure, ZQ just kill him in the end, right? But this means Tiny is not participating in the side fight, where that Avalanche could have made a huge difference. Resso all smiles.
No, I'm not sure, but the toss, I think it was bringing him closer, but the Sinister Gaze actually stopped him.
Yeah, it stopped him midair. Yeah.
We're going to see a fight here. Faith Beyond doing a lot of damage, healing with the Spirit Siphon. Here comes the Wukong's command from Ame, trying to focus down Nisha. Gets off the Bloodstone, but will that be enough? Spirit Siphon's still there. That's 2 for nothing. PSG LGD winning this fight, and now another Avalanche. GQ looking for a target to toss. Chrysalis can't get to the low ground though. Has to walk away the old-fashioned way. Gets off the Starbreaker. Really connects onto Ame. Silence to follow. But it looks like this is going to be the death of the position one for Secret as PSG LGD win a big fight here in the mid game.
Huge for them. Monkey King unlocked. He gets involved with that BKB and finds the kill on the big game on the other side. The Lash has the Bloodstone and Yules, but no BKB, and does just end up getting kind of, I wouldn't even say he got chains done, but just like a little bit here and there. It just builds up enough time for Ame to finish the job in the end with a Frost Shield slow. Does really benefit Monkey King quite a lot for these chasing sequences. And now all of a sudden, I mean, Secret just had a pretty good engaged top where they get that trade. Now 5k behind. Just look at that Wukong's command, beautifully placed. Nisha in a really awkward position in the center of it. Almost escaped, but not quite. And I feel like when the Leshrac dies, Secret's teamfight just is over, right? Like, it just falls so incredibly flat, not just because of the way their lineup is structured, but because of how much of the net worth they're sitting on is on this hero. He just really has to be protected at all costs and get his stuff out. And that time, Nisha does get picked off and just snowballs the fight in LGD's favor, no problem.
Secret smoking up to the enemy jungle. Faith Beyond. They see him
far out.
Yep. Maneuvers himself to the other side. Might have missed out on the vision there. No, they saw him. Resolution with a nice rebound. Here comes the Solar Guardian as well, but the Avalanche mitigating a lot of this right now. As Crystal is focusing down Jin Q for the time being, as Faith Beyond looks to be dead. Just one more right click to go. So nice pick off for Secret. Ame, next to his tier 2 tower, has to pop the BKB. Wukong's command to follow. Now there's no physical damage go through this with that BKB activated, but they can try to continue on here once the BKB ends up running out. Wise can take the brunt of the damage now from the Starbreaker. So Secret getting everything they want. Ame the only one left in this area. Looks like he does get away safely. That would have been just a disaster for PSG LGD, but still, Secret going to be extremely happy with what happened here.
That looked like a really ambitious dive, but it works out very well. I don't think LGD were remotely ready for this to happen. Like the way their DP gets jumped. I think the just snap reaction there from Jinq on the Tiny was really impressive. He finds the blink into a good Avalanche, but did not buy enough space. No BKB yet on the DP. Couldn't get away from a lot of the damage and then gets run down by Resso. And they found, I believe they cut the trees of Ame as well. I think he took the long stun there. I believe we're going to see that potentially in the replay. So this is not a common attack angle here that Secret are going for with their lineup, right? So ZQ, notice that really quick blink Avalanche, really good job there. But Faith Beyond, that's that Resso BKB coming into play, how much that can do. Does finish off that kill. And on the left side, yeah, Ame gets cut out of the trees there. Stunned for a really long time. Fortunately for him, has BKB ult, or he would have died too. And this could have been tragic for LGD. Now it's only bad. Most of their lead evaporating there.
Yeah, pretty damn even game now as a result of that fight. Have yet to see the first Roche, by the way. I think like that's probably going to be the next thing on the menu for both sides if they can get to that. Faith Beyond, he is about to pick up his BKB. That is going to be pretty massive.
That's huge, and it's worth noting as well what Ame went for. I don't think we've highlighted the Mage Slayer, but obviously an amazing item against Lash, right? I think it's part of the reason that Ame doesn't die in that situation when he gets cut out of the trees. Having that magic resistance really helps, and obviously when you do hit the Lash, getting that magic damage reduction as well. But that said, Nisha popping, or rather revealing a BKB in the coming fight could become massive for Secret here.
LGD in the pit. Exorcism already popped.
Zayat
is going to spot it. The Spike Carapace comes out, double impale. Tiny's just dead right off the bat. And now the focus is on Ame. He goes down to the post though, but no buyback for the Monkey King as Y. He's going to get chased now by Nisha. And a huge fight for Secret. We'll see if they can go into the pit and get this Roche, but the toss back from Jin Q. Avalanche is there as well. Resolution gets deleted, so maybe not with the numbers. Buyback now onto the Lich. Puppey attempting to TP out, he'll be fine.
Pretty damn impressive that LGD managed to salvage that. Like, consider how that fight began. They sent in the 4 Nyx, they immediately killed the enemy carry, as well as the Lich, and it still turns out somewhat even in the end. It is big, though, that the Exorcism was expended, and the BKB for Faith Beyond. Of course, that's a really crucial moment there that LGD could have converted into something big, but I guess at the very least for them with how that started, things could have gone way worse. So look inside. I mean, also kind of a blunder. Where's the sentry?
That's true.
You're playing against
true.
Nyx and you're taking Roche. This is, I would say for LGD, maybe a little bit disappointing considering the level this team usually plays at. Just a little bit cocky, really going for that without putting a sentry ward down in that area to protect them from this potential move. And I think it got placed now, so they do have it for the next Roche fight. It is ready against Zayats, but that definitely did catch them off guard there. Like, imagine that exact situation with the sentry. I actually think they just get the Roche.
Yep, we got another toss back. This time it's onto Puppey. It's going to be canceled a bit here. That's next to the Starbreaker, so it's a 1-for-1 on the supports. I mean, Exo's still down for a minute. Not sure if Secret will have time to try to take advantage, as we can see a blink now onto Nisha.
That's a dieback on GQ, by the way.
That's true, a full minute.
And Secret are getting insane value out of Zayats on the Nyx, just like in the first game. I think it's really, the Carapace is causing issues. You see the Tiny there wanting to go in, and just gets countered very quickly. Zayats in the right place at the right time a lot in these games.
And Resolution, I believe the Basher is on the way, so
that's huge.
He will do a lot of damage in these fights.
It gives him the possibility of preventing Monkey King from playing the game, right?
Oh, wow.
If you do get the right setup without Wukong's command down, Marcy can beat Monkey fight straight up. This is huge for Secret though. Don't think, I mean, do LGD even try this?
Exo is up in 5.
It's too late.
Beyond, yeah, looks like it's too late.
Awesome play call here from Secret to go for this. They know Tiny has no buyback.
Oh, they're trying to jump Faith Beyond. Frost Shield's going to keep him healthy for a little longer. Pops the BKB. Do they have the physical damage to go through? But Monkey King with the balance strike. Ame comes to play. Bash applied to Resolution now, but the rebound onto the other side of the river. He'll be fine, but Nisha looks like he wants to try to fight. Gets off the Yule. Faith Beyond now on the outskirts of this fight. That is a dead Lash, but that is just the Aegis. Exorcism still going. Zayats gets the Impale onto one, but now they're trying to turn this around onto the Monkey King. There's the Starbreaker from Chrysalis, and that is the death of Ame. 50 seconds on the deck. And PSG LGD, they get the Aegis technically out of the hands of Secret, but it does cost them.
Yeah, it's almost a repeat of the previous moment, right? Where a bad start gets turned into something salvageable for LGD. Like, it's not great by any means to lose the Roche there, but as you said, they do get rid of the Aegis. And I mean, not a spell we hype up a lot in general, but Frost Shield just coming up huge in this fight for keeping Faith Beyond alive here, as he does get jumped there. So you see the instant Frost Shield here makes the difference. If he dies there, this is just all over. Gets the BKB off, gets the Siphons running. Awesome 3-man stun coming in from Ame from the tree line there with that Boundless. And Resso fortunate enough to have a good spell to get out
Every
with.
time I saw, we're going to see the Avatars come out onto Puppey. Is it going to be punished though? Crystals comes in with the hammer. Starbreaker's there as well, and Jin-Q dies. 45 seconds of no Tony. And Y going to be spotted out. The glimpse back. And it looks like Y will be next. So 2 supports down in favor of Secret.
Yeah. Basher on both sides. You pointed out the Marcy one. Now we have one on the Monkey King as well. So really crucial item for potentially locking down the Lash or the Marcy to keep them in that arena. As we've seen, Resso just resets a lot of the time, just jumps away on the Nyx most of the time. And maybe with this Basher, Ame can keep them a little bit more in place. Eyeing up a Scotty next for more healing reduction against the Lash. And, you know, that reliable slow to once again stick.
Nothing to say, Impale is there, the stun from Resolution with the Basher as well. Nothing to say, has to use BKB. Let the glimpse back, they're gonna find the support. No, Faith Beyond pops the BKB as well. But this is both in defensive measures as Resolution finds the distance because he's playing Marcy. And down goes Nothing to Say. 3K lead now for Secret. And Nisha working on the Shivas next. Is going to get outpost control in the PSG LGD jungle. Ame looking for the support, but Zayats is there to try to counteract this. Solar Guardian coming in as well. Ame pops the BKB along with Chrysalis, but Starbreaker deletes Y from the face of the map, and now they're inside Wukong's command.
No bash.
Have to get the hell out of there as Resolution looks like he's going to live, uses the rebound to get a little bit extra distance. Zayats and company now focusing down Faith Beyond on the Death Prophet. Another valuable kill and another valuable fight for Secret.
Yeah, they're going to turn this into mid-tier 2 as well, so yeah, huge that they managed to find the fight with Zeus dead, right? It's just, it's a lot easier for Secret to take this fight when they just get the initiation and don't have to worry too much about that counterplay, so this looks pretty good, but
it does.
They just have so quick reactions on the Dawn and the Nyx. Again, this pairing that Secret have been running in Game 1 and Game 2 now is really paying off, and crucial for Resto that he doesn't get bashed. Any bash in that Monkey King arena, he's dead. So a little bit of luck on his side as well there to get out. And all of a sudden, man, this game has swung around in a big way. I feel like it's 5 minutes ago that LGD were ahead by 5K, and now they're down by 8. It goes fast sometimes in Dota when you win these big fights, and Secret, probably with this advantage that they have right now, if they can keep their cool and keep building up their Lesh, the next Roche you would imagine could go their way, and that one could open up for high ground. But like you pointed out in the last game, LGD is a team that plays really, really well from behind, one of the best in the world at that. And they will try just that immediately now. No DP ults. They're actually going for a 5-man offensive smoke with Faith Beyond with best ability. I mean, it's debatable. Maybe Spirit Siphon is his best ability, but, you know. True. Puppy. If they want him, he's dead. They do.
Okay, Avatar. Zayats wants to come in, though. They've lost Puppy already. Does have the buyback available. Thunder God's Wrath is there. Looks like Zayats is going to barely limp away, but no, Nothing to Say there to finish him off. Now, Resolution, he's taking so much damage. The rebound onto the other side of the map again. Rezo is fine. 70 seconds of no Nyx. Must have been a dieback technically.
Puppy.
Static Storm. Okay. Enough to take out Jin Q. Very cocky play from Puppy, but it kind of works out. But again, if they get the kill, this will technically be a dieback for him. Boundless Strike, and it looks like it will be just that. But there's no Roche to get.
There's that Glimpse buff. That's not a kill without the damage.
That is a good point.
He killed Tiny with Glimpse there, so yeah, it's not great. To get a dieback just to kill off Jin-Q. I mean, his net worth in this game is not particularly impressive on that. Tiny has had a lot of deaths in these fights, 2 and 8 currently on him. And it gives more than anything for LGD. They made a smoke without EXO. They finally win a fight, and they get a little bit of breathing room, which I think is crucial. You're closing in on some pretty big moments. Monkey King is not too far from level 20. Faith Beyond is close to level 18 as well. Nothing to Say also not that far from 20. And you look over at the Secret heroes, Nisha obviously with level 22, well ahead in that on that front, having that strong talent on 20. And Rezo actually breaks his 18 now as well, so important to look out for these key levels coming both sides' way. And I believe Nisha is level 17. What the hell? Remember his start?
Yes, that's level 2 at like 7.5 minutes.
That's a good recovery. Oh, gets the Carapace.
Very good initiation, but Jin-Q is there with the Avalanche. Will it be enough? No. Nothing to Say goes down to another member of Secret. That Starbreaker has been deleting heroes, and of course you've said it time and time again. Zayats has been setting up every single initiation, and the fact that they can do it across the map with a hero like Dawnbreaker is insane.
It's just a great read that he thinks Zeus is going to go there and use Heart Lightning, right? So he could get that Carapace stun off, and then they use that immediately to chain. Just very, very nicely played by Secret. Pretty much perfect layering of the stuns, too. Just a little bit of a mistake there. Maybe you get BKB off and jump away on the Zeus, but none of that out of the way of Secret, so yeah, they've really had his number this game. I mean, it's not like it's an awful scoreline to be 9, 5, and 8 on Zeus, but it just feels like the Carapace has been his big bane this game. Yeah. So many times getting caught off by this Nyx that he did choose to pick it into, which is worth pointing out. Like, they picked Zeus knowing that Nyx was in the game, and it is a double-edged matchup, right? Zeus also has the obviously the true sight coming out from Lightning Bolt can be handy, and the ult to find the Nyx, but if he makes the first move.
And that hasn't really come into play. I think I've
Not
seen
really.
one time that it's actually come into play in this game.
Zayas has been playing an outstanding series.
Absolutely. This is one of the greatest Nyx performances I've seen in a long time. This hero was kind of just not in play from, I want to say, like previous TIs. It feels like it's just fallen off the map, but this year it's kind of come back with a vengeance.
Yep.
As Nisha now has his Shivas, and his net worth separation between 1 and 2 is absurd. 7K, my goodness.
Yep.
He's not afraid to go to the high ground as the rest of Secret are going to smoke up.
LGD would love to not fight for the next 300 gold on Ami. Just get that Scotty. It's a really big game changer for them to get that unlocking. It's going to help them so much against the Lesh as long as he gets to play the fight on the MK. Look how much they're covering him. It's like...
Resolution with the double damage, by the way. Nothing to say is dead. And a stun onto several heroes. Now 2 dead for LGD to just start out the fight. Another Starbreaker, but now Chrysalis and company outside the Wukong's command. The glimpse back onto Faith Beyond, and he is dead. Triple kill for Resolution. There are all buybacks available for LGD, so Secret have to be a bit careful with this. And why? He's going to die inside his own base. He is the one lone member of LGD without the buyback at the moment. So 12K lead for Secret. Roche is available, and we'll see if they try to go for that before trying to push high ground.
Correct me if I'm wrong, did they set up that fight with a Reso jump? Was he just jumped on the Zeus, right?
His rebound, I don't know about the initial one.
I think he blinked with ult on and just instantly bashed the Zeus and basically killed him 100 to 0 with a DD. I think that's what happened, right? I was like, okay, he just disappeared on the Zeus. He has no armor. Actually, he has negative armor because he's the Nether Shawl.
That's true.
We're going to see the replay. Okay, this is the tail end of it. I believe it was Reso setting it up himself that time, but either way, just it's extremely explosive, the Secret lineup, when they get the jump. You have to be so quick as LGD to counteract it with Glimmer Cape, with Frost Shield, or the hero just disappears.
Yeah.
One of Marcy's biggest strengths in Pro Dota is that the damage comes out so quickly that it's almost inhuman to react to it in key moments. Right there, the Zeus just didn't get to play. Nothing to say. Part of me feels like you should buy Aeon Disc here. I think going Octarine is maybe, like, it's a glass half full kind of, or glass half empty kind of approach. Like, how are you thinking about this? Is it, okay, I'm not going to get caught and I will have maximum impact, or is it, all right, I kind of have to cover my bases? It doesn't feel good to buy BKB and Disc, but I mean, look at how the fights are going, right?
I think technically, if you think you're going to survive, that's considered glass half full.
Yeah, but that's not really what's happening. So I think that's what I'm saying. The Octarine is a glass half full approach, but that's not what's been happening, right? So I think you have to...
Why?
Not
out.
No, he's toast.
We're going to see him unleash, and a couple right clicks from Resolution.
Okay.
Will do the job. He has a Chrysalis right now, not his teammate. And he's actually pretty well into the data list, so I think just a recipe away essentially from finishing that. Obviously, buyback is going to be kind of paramount for every Secret, or every hero in this game at this stage. 17K lead now for Secret. Aegis advantage. We didn't talk about the shard, but it was taken by Nisha, which, one of those weird shards, obviously very powerful with the splitters being, I mean, a lot of time we think about like high ground defense, but when you're going high ground yourself, it's actually not too shabby as well. Avalanche here, Wukong's command expended. Is it just for Puppey, though? Looks like it is for now, as Nisha, and he's perfectly fine to try to fight this out on the other side of the Wukong's command. Here comes a Solar Guardian as well. Faith Beyond is dead. Let the toss back onto Nisha, but now the Wukong's command is down. The BKB finally activate for Ami. He gets a big Boundless Strike. A lot of damage coming out from Nothing to Say. So they get the 2 supports in the end, but now Nothing to Say, he's the one getting pursued by Nisha. Split Earth connects. Pulse Nova continuing to go in again. The Aegis still intact for Secret. Frost Shield not going to mitigate any of that magic damage, and the Starbreaker is enough. Another death for Nothing to Say, and 2 cores dead for LGD with no buybacks.
Yeah, he actually finally got to play a fight on the Zeus, so we got to see something come out of him in the way of damage there. But again, Secret just pouncing so strongly in these fights now. And that one felt like a net worth lead win, right? If they don't have a big advantage here, this fight is going to go LGD's way. But Secret have built themselves such a fundamental lead now that they can even make a couple of mistakes here or there if necessary, but they're not really doing that. It still feels very, very clean. I love the confidence from Nisha too. I mean, sure, he has Aegis. I think he would have done that anyway, honestly. He's like, oh, Wukong's command is down and I'm not in it. I'm invincible. I can do whatever I want. And he just runs outside it and starts chasing heroes down. Now looking for the first lane of barracks here. Overwhelming Blink obviously will make it very easy for him to, first of all, be tanky and also set up his own stun.
And Nisha, he's level 25.
Toss back.
Toss back. That's something you have to be a little bit careful, but if he pops a BKB, and Jin Q is punished really hard. But it's going to not connect thanks to BKB from Faith Beyond. That's the buyback now into Jin Q. They have to be careful because Nothing to Say is now available to fight. They're going to try to turn this around as Resolution jumps in with his BKB, focusing down Ame, but the Wukong's command can give him so much armor as Resolution gets destroyed. 80 seconds of no mercy. Another falls for Secret as PSG LGD showing some life here. They find 3 kills with no reciprocation.
Toss MVP.
What is their Abrasive doing down there?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, maybe someone's going to...
all right, Jin Q deletes it. Very nice.
Would have been funny if they gave someone buyback, but not the case. Yeah, Toss is everything there. They can't get Nisha into a bad position in any other way. And you saw, he was expecting the play too. He was like, I'm going to get tossed here, I'm going to BKB, I'm going to kill Tiny, which is what they did. But it set up enough time for LGD to connect, and maybe his teammates a little bit too eager to help here. I think he's actually fine.
Yeah, he's definitely.
And he can reset out of this. With Rezo getting that kill on the Tiny, Secret can full disengage here, but they kind of do get baited in again. I think this jump from Rezo is really putting him in an awkward spot where Monkey King can finally isolate him. And there's a bash, and that's the kill.
Yeah, and using the rebound offensively means you have no escape mechanism.
Exactly. I think Secret could have actually got a pretty big win there by just
disengaging once the exit was popped.
Yeah, trading their Aegis away for the Tiny buyback and then getting out.
So LGD winning a very important fight, and the Aegis was never used, so it's going to expire on its own accord here in 20 seconds. Question is, what is the next item for Nisha? He has the Overwhelming Blink.
Wind Waker queued up.
Okay.
I guess it's really nice to save his teammates out of Wukong's, right? He can get Rezo out of trouble. He's probably the primary hero that will be in jeopardized positions. Hex is also something he is looking at as
the problem with using it on a teammate, you can't move it, right? It only moves on yourself. So you can't really get out of Wukong, so it's just literally a Yule's next case.
It's just buying time is just
an extra couple seconds.
Yeah, it makes a pretty big difference, but...
Nisha still with a ridiculous net worth lead right now. But at what point, is there a point that Lesh falls off at all? I mean, the Diabolic Edict explosion, we didn't really talk about the 25 town. That is something you just can't let him get close to buildings.
I mean, I guess something Nisha doesn't have is a refresher. If you want to look at it from that perspective, like how do you solve the hero? If he doesn't have Aegis and doesn't have refresher, he is susceptible when BKB runs out. Zeus has a lot of damage. You have no magic resistance. I guess that's kind of untrue. You have Cloak of Flame, so a little bit, but it's not that much. And if you get caught by a Scotty trail from Monkey...
of refresher, Ame does have one.
Has it, yep.
And they are smoked up.
Even after the nerfs, you can easily afford this if you go Scotty. It's something, especially we've seen Faceless Voids in the past go for as a build-up to refresh.
He's going to be the one that gets popped here, but pops the BKB very early. Gets off the Slitter, trying to play around it, but the Jingo's about to proc here as well. The Wukong's command is there, and Nisha has to use the Yules on himself. But he's likely just going to be left alone, and he's going to be brought down. A huge kill for LGD. There are buybacks for both remaining members here from Secret.
You really have to be on your toes against this team. Like, you have a big lead, sure, but this is the one thing that can't happen for Secret is that they find Lesh without support. Like, if anyone else is in that line of fire, it's not that bad. Like, you could have lost a Nyx there, you could have lost a Marcy, you could have lost a Disruptor, but Nisha cannot get out once he gets slowed down by that Scotty. He has no... I think that's probably why he is considering this Wind Waker, is he needs it for himself. He has to have some sort of way of repositioning and buying time and getting out.
That's fair.
And with the BKB expended, you see it afterwards. He's just getting chain locked until he dies. Protection just wasn't there. That's a big dent in Secret's lead. That was about 6k net worth from 2 kills in a tower. So it is still well within reach for LGD to solve this.
I mean, 11k at this stage is really not that I mean, it's literally on Nisha, right?
Yeah, that's pretty much his net worth lead, so yeah, that's true.
One thing I do want to mention, we're a bit far, it's 2k away, but Puppey, Aghanim Scepter, halfway there, that is something that can just win the game, essentially.
Yeah, he has some good setup, right? He has the Nyx. Oh, speaking of.
Yeah, Solar Guardians there. Looks like Jin Q will die. 90 seconds of no Tiny here.
Never safe pushing a side lane against these two.
And a quick TP's out. Ame not going to pursue any further.
They're immediately going again. It's like, oh, we get the kill, they TP back, now they smoke and look for another move. So, quick plays here from Team Secret. Lesh obviously will be able to connect here with Travels if they find a move on the side lane near bot, but nobody is showing. From LGD wisely, staying tight-knit here. It is historically and just generally the way to handle Nyx is to not split up too much, especially if he has a global presence, right? A classic combination is Nyx Invoker. You get the stun combo into Sunstrike, and that's kills. If you play tight like this with Sentry Wards, it's a lot harder for Zayas to find the impact.
Very synced up on those Shivas there. Faith Beyond versus Nisha, but the BKB prevents the glimpse from being used.
Rezo's thinking. Oh,
he's going in. He gets the bash to start things out, and Faith Beyond is evaporated here. And now they're going to get the Lich on top of it. Has to buy back. And we can see that Roche is available. I'm not sure if they're aware. And this is the one with the Aghanim Scepter, which gives you that 6k net worth injection, essentially.
Dude, that's so dirty. Like, think of how tanky the Death Prop is. 4k health with a Shiva.
You have to get Eon Disc.
Rezo literally just blinked in and killed him in 2 seconds.
Yeah.
Daedalus, Unleash.
And I think when the Tiny is dead, that is their combo breaker, right? That's the thing that's been kind of like the Avalanche or the tossback to get the fear. When he's dead, I don't think there's anything they need to fear when going in. And this is going to be another Roche for Secret. And this is going to be Nihilism, I would assume, onto Nisha. We'll see who ends up taking the Aghanim Scepter.
Holding it on Nyx.
Okay.
He's not used it, though.
Puppy's 800 from finishing it the old-fashioned way.
Yeah,
not consumed it. I mean,
I guess they're debating what to do right
now. Yeah, it's actually a tough decision. Nyx's Ag is incredibly good. The question is, how much value are you going to get on Nihilism? I mean, it's really good as well.
Yeah, it's not the best Nihilism game, though, right? It's good against Monkey King, but I don't know. Maybe they're just never going to use it. I wonder what the win rate is of Aghanim's Blessing unconsumed. It's got to be pretty high.
Great stat, yeah, I'm sure.
I think.
Get somebody working on that one. Very
he's literally, it is inflating his net worth right now. So he's literally just walking around with higher net worth.
No,
game.
It doesn't inflate until you consume it. Okay, he just consumed it.
It did. His net worth was the same.
There's no way.
Yeah.
I refuse to believe
He was carrying around 6k gold. All right, he finally uses it.
All right, so now you get a buff to every skill and burrow. You become a lurker. Hopefully that's not trademarked or I might get fired here. So Secret, PSG, LGD, 25k lead for Secret, but it doesn't, sometimes it hasn't really felt like that based on LGD just making brilliant moves. That last one really hurt.
It did, and they hit a huge breaking point here. They get 25 on Dawnbreaker. This is such an it is one of the best talents in the whole game, in my opinion. Just so strong to get a second free Starbreaker. You have the BKB death, so you're guaranteed to get 2 of them off. You're playing against 1 Monkey King Basher. It's the only counter that the enemy team has to your Starbreakers going off, so Chrysalis will do massive damage, and as we've seen time and time again in this game, plenty of setup where that comes from his teammates. Both Rezo and Zayas will be happy to just jump in and give him 2 Starbreakers to get a key kill.
And not only that, I mean, the other side, we have Heart on Faith Beyond, very big item, but the Aghanim Scepter was officially purchased now by Puppy, so
you know what
muting of items.
They don't have a Force Step.
And on PSG?
Yeah, that feels like an oversight to not have that item, right? I know you're playing against Glimpse, but you need some sort of way of getting out of Starbreaker, of getting out of away from us.
And they're going to jump in, Solo Guardian coming in at the end, and it looks like Faith Beyond might drop inside the Wukong's command, and I think just try to reset. Zayas is going to live thanks to the Eon Disc and just burrow his way back to full HP. The Jin Q is dead as well without buyback available. Now they just wait out the Wukongs.
Oh, he got the stun
again. He's going to go in again with Chrysalis' Starbreaker, decimating time and time again. But there's Ame's Refresher, Wukong's command to follow. Chrysalis eats the cheese, tries to get force step, but not going to live through this engagement. They did find Niche, okay. Gets off the Yule, but instantly canceled.
Dude,
that was the neutral item.
It's actually doing work.
But they got the tower, but nothing more.
Well, they got a Zeus buyback too.
All right, he has Wind Waker, like you said. That was the Stormcraft, so he has 2 ways to dispel.
Yeah.
I thought that was like a nullifier or something, just canceling it out, but just the baby Yules. And Secret continuing to pursue. Fortification is popped, and Split Earths aplenty being applied. And now they know that there's no Wukong's command. Refresher already used on Ame. Did he also pop BKB? No. So he has his second BKB now.
This is just not a safe push whatsoever with DP and especially Tiny respawning. I really like from Secret that they disengage here and don't try to get those barracks. I think the risk reward just isn't favoring you nearly enough. Go back, play the map, get your spells ready, get your heroes back in play, and try to find another pick outside the base and use that to get the racks instead. So, yeah. I mean, LGD, they do hold on, but it feels like it's expensive every single time. This time, getting that Zeus buyback out, he doesn't have disc, and he's still not considering it. He's eyeing up the Hex. Okay, finally, he changed his mind. So will take the defensive route here to ensure that he can at least stay alive for a moment. Faith Beyond!
Uh-oh. Inside the Static Storm. Remember, he can't use any items inside of it, and he's dead. 90 seconds of no death profit. Ame trying to get some revenge, but Resolution ends up using Rebound to the other side. Only one inside Wukong's command right now, but 3 dead for PSG LGD. And now Ame looks to be next. The Starbreaker is coming just for him. Specialty from Secret. He has to buy back instantly. Now Resolution with the dispose, onto nothing to say, has to pop the BKB himself, but this looks like it might be the beginning of the end for LGD in this upper bracket. Rebound not proc there, but again, Chrysalis with the Starbreaker. And this is going to be several sets of racks, if not potentially GG.
Faith Beyond just disappears. It's like LGD want to access this high ground. They're like, what hero can we send in first that can possibly survive? And he should be the choice, right? You have Heart, Shiva, BKB. He dies before he gets BKB off. He literally just gets killed 100 to 0. Even with Lich's protection, it wasn't enough.
Oh, Zyax finds Ame. This is going to be a dieback for him potentially, and it will. Double Starbreaker, GG is called, and Secret 2-0 PSG LGD, sending them to the lower bracket, and they're going to face off against Thunder Predator. My goodness, I don't think anybody was expecting that potential matchup in the upper bracket, but wow, what a series from Secret.
Yeah, my prediction so far, great. 0 out of 2 in the bracket, so that's, yeah, what a, I mean, I'm not going to say it's a shocker. I don't feel like LGD going into today was like a massive favorite, especially when you saw in the group stage. Secret's been playing some really solid Dota, but I love the strategy they brought to the table today. I think the way they combined their Nyx Dawnbreaker really stifled LGD's moves that they wanted to make, and yeah, I'm just really, really impressed with Secret today, so going to be an interesting match in the upper bracket next.
Cyborg Matt, very happy. Love that guy. One of the best people in Dota for sure. But Jenkins, not so much. Let's go to him and the rest of the great panel we have over in Norway.
It's a good year. Welcome back to the International. I'm your host, James Too Good Harding, and I'm sorry I'm not Shiva. We've had problems with, well, no, wait, wrong time. We're getting ready to go into talking about the next game soon. My adrenaline is killing me. I haven't been on camera for 8 years since I hosted the International, and I'm very, very excited to be back. If you wonder where I was, it was low prio. Not sure who reported me, but I'm here now, and we're going to be introducing our draft soon with the next game. But first, we're going to go and introduce the panel. Oh my God, guys! I can't believe I'm back. I'm so
welcome back.
But introducing you in an order of popularity, undisclosed. Next to me, T Governor. Welcome to the panel. Welcome to TI. How are you?
It's great. It's so good to be back at TI. The excitement that previous game, I don't know. It's same as you. It's just like, woo.
Yeah, I mean, that game was amazing. Having to walk on and do a little bit, even though it was a short bit, I was like, oh my God, am I actually here? And I think a lot of the players as well are super excited to be here. And, you know, Team Secret done amazing to come from the Last Chance qualifiers. Also welcoming to the panel, uncontested, you're here just because of your energy, your enthusiasm. It's Lizard.
Hello. Yes.
Brilliant. Thank you very much. And rounding out the panel.
So good.
Rounding out the panel. Your bit was way better than mine. Rounding out the panel, our encyclopedia. I've been chatting with you a little bit about all the teams. You've given me so much knowledge already. Hopefully I get to use a little bit of it if I make it into day 2, which we'll be focusing on in a moment with the lower bracket matches, elimination. It's Sheepstick. Welcome to the panel at TI.
Thank you. My first TI, I'm so excited. I mean, I was happy to talk your ear off the entirety of yesterday, just about, yeah, this team's cool, this team's cool. They said this and this and this, and you're just like, yeah, That's great. Yeah, I haven't been here in 8 years, so.
Well, I've got a lot of catching up to do, and actually that's okay because some of the members who join us in this stage, this is the main stage, right? Not everybody got to see the group stages. You know, you come in for the main stage, and you know that's really where the stories kind of get told. But to learn, from the pre-stories of the group stages, how they've played, and also the 3 seasons that they had to play to get into this tournament, it's been a hell of a year for some of these players, and unironically. We will just wrap up this secret game in a moment, but I want to say, unironically, Bruno, yes, you put me on the elimination matches. Very funny, but I do have a lot of empathy for those teams that are fighting for day 2, as you can imagine. But let's go into the highlights and kind of talk a little bit about Secret versus LGD. Did people predict that Secret should come out 2-0 going into this? Because PSG LGD looked fantastic. I know Secret had a great group as well, though.
I don't think anyone predicted this game to go as easily for Secret as it went, right?
Yeah, 100%. Like, this is the first time in the last 4 years that the PSG LGD organization hasn't made it to the round 2 of upper bracket. They've always been that kind of staple in recent TI history, and now they're in the lower bracket trying to get armory that TI win.
It's honestly like super rough to see them drop this far. I think a lot, or most people would have predicted them to go further, but Secret, I mean, if there's a team that was going to take them out this early, I think Secret is that team. They've been really exciting coming up and running through the open quals the way they did.
Yeah, even though they went through the qualifiers, they actually have taken a series off of the team that's kind of the GOAT, right? The PSG LGD, they're the team that everyone is looking for the grand finals. They're the ones that should be winning the upper bracket, but Secret came in, said no, pretty much.
Yeah, and one of the members of Secret that's been playing so well is Chrysalis. He came out with a Dawnbreaker twice here, but we're going to go over and actually have a chat with him as Casey has a winner's interview.
We're here with Chrysalis. Chrysalis, congratulations.
Thank you, thank you.
So exciting to watch, and I know that you guys came in from Last Chance Qualifier after a pretty tough season. When you joined, when Puppy asked you to join, did you anticipate this would be the road to TI, and why do you think you guys have been able to turn things around so easily?
I mean, when Puppy invited me, I think TI was definitely still the main goal, right? We wanted to come here to win TI. That's why I joined. That was our plan from the beginning. And although DPC went kind of bad, we did in the end, I think sort everything out. And now that we're at TI, we're feeling very, very good.
And 2 of the shortest games ever, I swear.
Yeah, I mean, one of the shortest games, right? The second one was pretty long. The second one was a bit more fun to watch, I'd say as well.
That's true, that's true. Thank you so much, and good luck. Thunder Awaken was hoping to face PSG LGD, so
bad luck for them.
See you later. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Back to you guys.
Once again, congratulations to Team Secret moving on into the upper bracket. A full packed day today. We've got 4 lower bracket games, and we're going to be getting ready to bring out the teams momentarily. But these matches just mean so much. One best of one, and then that's it.
Classic TI. It's the scary games. Tomorrow, back to normal, but today.
And yeah, it's terrifying. You look at the group stages and how many of these series went 1-1, right?
Looks like the teams are ready to come out, and it's going to be Beast Coast.
Beast Coast.
Beast Coast making their way onto the stage, the first time in the main stage of this TI. A fantastic team representing South America. K1, Chris Luck, Whisper, Schofield, and Stinger. And, how many people know about Beast Coast? Just probably not you, Sheepstick.
No, I know nothing about this team. Way more about Hikori.
And we have Hikori. As you can see, today we're getting ready and really moving this along to get the players on stage and into the matches. Luminaire, Analog, Vitali. Very hard to say everyone's names here. I'm still catching up. Gardic and
Tio.
Tio. Yeah. I like his name being Tio as well. So
it's his pub name. He's got his formal name. He's got his pub name.
Well, one of the interesting things about Tio, wasn't he the player that has been on the team and off the team?
So Fiorico Hokori's had some changes for sure. I think the main ones that carry at least was Lumiere. He wasn't playing in the final season DPC. That was actually Yuma, who's a Belgian/South American player, really cool. But yeah, they're a team that made roster changes coming into last chance qualifier. They didn't have any real good results in throughout DPC, and then suddenly they just make this undefeated lower bracket run, and here they are.
Yeah, and it's really good that you do mention Tio, because he's the only one in this team that has been around pretty much forever in SA. He's young, he's 23, but still has been around for 6-7 years.
It's amazing. I feel so bad to say he's been around forever and he's 23 years old. Thank you, Lizard.
In the Dota world, man, 8
you just
years.
added a couple of more gray hairs.
8 years, that's a century, you know.
Luminaire, you know, the carry for Hokori. A lot of people say, like, you know, South America just bring out these amazing carry players, and is he someone to watch? Is that, you know, in this best of one, is his performance going to, you know, really matter, so to speak?
Yeah, he is a very, very improved player. In the past, he was very much this 4P1 Ricer type carry, and since then he's expanded his playstyle incredibly. It was even in sort of the span of like 4 months. He's very like dedicated, hard worker, trying to get to this point, and I think he's showing it off really hard here on this TI stage.
Yeah, there he is. Only 21 years of age, and it's interesting to see how they evolve. You know, playing behind your team in that 4v1 kind of position as a carry, and now having to get more and more involved. But is that what you've seen? Is the meta kind of like this big team fight? You can't really protect a, you know, anti-mage for a long time or a PA? Is it really just like we need to, you know, we all have to participate if we're going to push, you know, the other team to their limits?
I think it's about finding that balance where you can go for these carries that are more scaling, but they need to be ready to join that 15-minute fight, to have like an earlier timing. So it's why you're seeing, like, for example, anti-mage is non-existent, because you see him at 30-45 minutes in the game, right? But these other kind of harder carries, they do have like avenues to get into the game, be it the morphlings, the Svens, these more kind of greedier cores.
And just look at the group stages. Look at the games that they've played so far. They won versus OG, versus LGD, versus RNG. They 2-0'd RNG. So Hokori, they're definitely a team that has adjusted to the meta.
And I just want to say for Hokori though, they're the only team now with Brazilian players on it. With Sonnets going out, that was one Brazilian player gone. Now they have 2 players with Analog and Fiolacor. If this team gets eliminated, then Brazil, an historical, very prominent, you know, nation to bring Dota players into, you know, TI and DPC, they're going to be completely out. So, you know, a whole nation now is going to be watching this game, trying to support Hokori through the lower bracket.
Yeah, they went 2-5-2 in the group stages. Their opponents, Beast Coast, we're going to spend a little time introducing them. They went 2-4-3. Wins, the only wins they got were over TSM and Talon, which were both eliminated teams from the group. So they haven't kind of been able to have that big victory yet over maybe an opponent that, you know, pushes them to their limits. So, Sheep, you're looking at me like, something.
Come on.
All right, Sheep Stick, let's go.
Okay.
Get your money's worth.
They've talked about it. They've been like, okay, at the beginning of this tournament, we lost. They feel to themselves. They felt like this new patch has come in. They all have different ideas. This is a team that's very feeling based. They all, you know, really feel their Dota. It's not so much methodically planned out. We're going to do this and this. So they felt that in the group stage at the beginning, we have different ideas. They're clashing with each other. They're not in cohesion and sync together. And as a result, they really struggled. They had disagreements.
What kind of clashes?
I mean, we
Some
don't
wanted
have
to win
privy
and
to
others
that.
were like, nah.
It's the sort of idea of like we see teams coming in with this Leshrac and they think this is the best thing ever with Bloodstone, and then other teams are like, we want to prioritize stuff like Sniper, and when you have a clash of ideas like that, it kind of results in
That's one of the scary things about group stages is like there's 2 kind of meta shifts I always find at TI, and it's fascinating to watch. And when I go back and play pubs, it's normally decided what I'm playing from TI. But group stages, people kind of figure each other out, and then younger teams or teams that aren't so confident start trying to copy some of the teams in groups, but it's not necessarily their play style. So some are like, yeah, we should be doing what they're doing. Look, they're winning games, and then that meta gets challenged during the main event. So do you think they, Beast Coast, kind of tried to look at other teams too much rather than, you know, what got them to TI in the first place?
I think it's hard to say for them specifically, just because in the past they're a team that's quite stubborn in terms of their drafting. You compare them to another South American team like Thunder Awaken, they are much more malleable to the meta, whereas Beast Coast are like, we're still going to play our Luna, we're still going to play our Bat if it's, you know, even if it's not good.
Hey, mention some Raid King, right?
Raid King, right, exactly, yeah.
Yeah, but James, things have changed a little bit when it comes to Dota, and teams aren't necessarily looking at these old giants any longer. Like the new blood, the newcomers, they're actually the ones that
This is
you
very
have.
patronizing, by the way. Please.
Hey, old man. Get with the times.
I'm really happy to be here today. You guys are the experts, and that's what you're here. But keep going, yes.
But no, seriously, like the young blood, they're the ones everyone is looking at right now. Like the pop stars, they're the ones like Chrysalis. Look at him in the last game. Like he's the one that came up like a few years ago, pretty much, just spamming his Monkey King, and everyone is looking at him and what hero he's playing to copy.
Yeah, we saw Bloodseeker come out after, from other teams, I believe it was, after he had great success on it as well, Chrysalis. But who from Beast Coast, should we kind of look at in a best of one? Where's the kind of rock? Who's the person that you expect for Beast Coast to kind of be like, this is who you're going to see perform, but if they don't perform, who's the backup? Because a lot of times, you're not always going to get the perfect game.
So when it comes to answer that question outside of the game, to refer to the same interview that Sheeple was talking about, Stinger
Sorry, I'm going to have to interrupt you, Lizard. We're ready to go into the game. Pick and bans are coming up. I got revenge.
Beast Coast versus Hokori. Game 1.
Welcome all you wonderful people out there. We do have a draft ready for you, and we have a best of one. Now, Gunnar, we've seen so many of these different games. Trent, we've seen a ton of them, and it gets down to the wire. In these inter-regional matchups, what are you guys looking for?
Beast Coast, they performed at TI before. They are a consistent team. I think Hokori, they've had a good group stage. They were good mentally. I've talked to a lot of players. They feel good, so it should be a good match.
It's a long road. They are a DPC story, as it were, right? This idea of starting at the very beginning, way back when, and they came at the bottom of a closed qualifier to start in Division 2.
Right.
And since then, it's been that steady rise and hard work with some of the same players being there the entire time.
They're Div 2 right now.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah. Well, it's an up and down road. There's a lot of bumps along the way. Yeah.
But I think that this is the type of dynamic, too, where you see these inter-regional matchups. Things might get a little bit crazy. They flew the entire other side of the world, and they're still just going to end up playing against each other again in this matchup. And so many times we've seen Hokori get taken down by Beast Coast. There's something there as well when we think about the pressure that TI puts on people. It's kind of similar to what we had last year with Virtus Pro and Spirit. How many games in a row, and then they were able to take it down?
Like 30, I believe.
Here.
Yeah. Hokori picked this matchup, so they kind of were confident going into this game, I believe. So picking an SA team, making another SA team, eliminating.
Okay, all right. if this is you, all right. If you're the, would you pick another NA team? Would you do this?
Yeah.
Yeah.
If it was for my chance of winning, yes.
So is that because you think it's we know them that much better, and you'd rather have that idea?
It's just confidence.
Yeah.
It's also, confidence bites you, right?
Yeah.
You pick a team, you lose to that team, you're gonna always think.
Well, at least if you lose here, it doesn't really matter because you don't have to keep that motivation going, right? You lose here, the end of the road is already there, so you might as well try and get your big win.
What a
to gas
sad
out the rest
way to
of your
look
run.
at it. Oh my God.
Sorry, I've never done best of ones at TI.
We have to be a little nice here.
Oh, okay, my bad.
Well, we are into the draft now and getting it underway already with the Lesh Undying. Now, there's been so many different things going on in the group stages, and now we're kind of getting a meeting of these two separate groups together. Gunnar, is there anything that you've seen that's been standing out? Anything in these initial bans that really speaks to you from these teams?
Primal Beast is out. Kind of surprising. Leshrac as well. In the last series, Leshrac looked really strong. So they probably, you watch the games, you get worried about a hero.
Yeah.
I think Primal Beast is probably going to be contested. I don't know how much these teams value it, but even versus Enigma.
Yeah, I was thinking that Beast Coast, they played quite well. I feel like, I've seen a lot of pubs from their players as well, so I kind of expected it to be addressed here because Hokori, from what I've seen, have not been playing the hero. So they're obviously quite ready for it right now. Maybe we'll see Disruptor, Counter Answer or something if they opt for it here, but very likely the hero that Beast Coast is thinking of.
It's just a stable hero. It can go pretty much 3 lanes. It can go position 4, it can go mid, it can go off lane. So it's kind of a flex hero people will pick. But right now they have to worry about this Enigma.
They want that hot stuff, They want that that hero who just keeps winning. Crystal Maiden looking so strong so far.
This one is scary. I think that the thing that's so interesting to me is seeing what it is that each of these different groups prioritize as well. I want to see if Dawnbreaker comes in. Obviously been something of an interesting answer to Enigma at various points, but the Tiny that now gets taken for Beast Coast, they can play this in so many different positions as well.
Yeah, it gives them. They can even play a carry if they want to.
Yeah.
I don't know if they will, but it gives them a way to kind of have something to deal with the Eidolons. Enigma's just a Zoo hero. Zoos are pretty strong right now. Visage, Enigma. And being able to deal with it kind of fixes your draft. So right now they already have 2 supports. If you're going to assume these are supports, they can deal with lanes, they can shove lanes. So it's kind of going to counter push that. And then the Hikori Shadow Fiend.
Okay, it's coming back. Didn't have a very good morning. The Shadow Fiend, of course.
No.
You know, was something that EG had been leaning on pretty hard throughout the group stage. Took them to the top.
I think a lot of teams have actually been leaning on this hero a lot.
Yeah.
It gets picked early, and it's just a stable hero. It can go 2 lanes. Partnered with Marcy a lot. I think that's where it's most successful, but it's banned out already. You try to pick it with these melee heroes, Clockwork as well. I think you might see a ban. The Tiny's already picked, so they're going to aim for one of these heroes. And again, to prep for that, they're probably going to ban these Visages, the Zoos, because that's generally what beats the Clockworks of the world.
Yeah, Hikori only having dropped 2 games so far with the Shadow Fiend. As you said, you know, almost always taking it in the first phase. In fact, they're taking every single time in the first phase, and they've already found themselves 5 wins. So looking pretty good.
I mean, that does also give a certain amount of confidence, right? If you are Beast Coast here, you're saying, we're going to let you have what you want, and we're going to try and come up with the counter. Very curious if that Morph lane that we saw have a ton of success earlier is going to get taken by Beast Coast, or if Hikori are going to even let it get through. Gunnar, you're something of a Morph lane player yourself. Thoughts on that matchup?
So we've seen the Morph versus Enigma. That lane, I've actually seen it go pretty heavy both ways, so it's kind of a risk when you pick it, but especially when they already have this Crystal Maiden who's good. I think an 18 Morph could be a little scary. Hikori might want to ban it. And on the side of Beast Coast, they want to ban all the kind of go-in heroes. Both of these 2 heroes right now don't go in. They're waiting for the best opportunity to go in. He's waiting for the Black Hole. Shadow Fiend doesn't want to insta-BKB, so they need something that goes in, which is why the Pango gets banned.
Yeah, I like those support heroes that go in. I feel like Liquid have done a really good job so far showing like why those can be strong, like the Clockworks and the Tusks. But of course, you know, maybe finding that mid laner potentially here, depending on what they want to do with their Shadow Fiend, to do that instead.
I think Beast Coast might be aiming for their Shadow Fiend response on 15. A lot of teams have been picking Zeus. Just having a lot of damage to kill this hero. He feels very strong when he feels like he won't die. He's just standing there. And you always have to deal with him. So if you can outrange him, Sniper as well was in the last chance a lot for Shadow Fiend. Still in the pool. So I would see some long range heroes probably come out for Beast Coast, which is again the Tiny sets up for it.
And the other thing that we always have to think about in these best of ones is those cheese picks, those picks that can come out and just ruin your game. That's something to watch for. I haven't really seen anything banned out that sort of speaks to that yet, but it probably would come later in the draft.
I have been hearing tales of the Beast Coast Brood.
Oh,
Hubs recently, so maybe a Whisper Brood might be coming
there
out.
it is, and it's banned immediately.
I feel like, you know, Whisper also seeing all these off-lane silencers, and just like, you know, I was there. He's like, I made that.
Yeah, see, the Nyx is banned out. I wouldn't be surprised if they ban Clock and just they try to get all the melee heroes that go in out.
Yeah.
And the issue is the Tusk is still in the pool, which I think is a very strong hero right now. It's interesting as well. Beast Coast chose to pick 2 supports in the first phase.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Oh, nice one.
They take it away.
Interesting. So banning out that Zeus first and then picking up the Clockwork. So that does reveal more about where this Tiny is going to go, into at least a core role most likely. But likewise, Clockwork has been one of the strongest supports, giving that vision. If you can get up towards an Aghanim Scepter, it's like map hacks for a little bit. It's absolutely insane.
So this is where Hikori kind of gets the choice. The Enigma has seen support play in some games. So right now it's kind of where they're going to choose. Are they going to pick 2 supports? Are they going to put the Enigma as a 5? They could pick a carry, but he doesn't see much. So this is kind of going to be showing all their cards. And the 23 pick is just going to be like the final, you know, we're going to win the game with this hero.
Curious what their response is to the Tiny as well. And so, yeah, they will just grab the Tusk. And couldn't ban them all out, so pick one and leave the Tusk in instead.
I wouldn't be surprised if they just end up picking a position 5 here. Maybe like a Snap. Something to just enable their heroes, another go-in support. I know that they have a Tusk, but you always need more.
Yeah,
you have these
it's always
ranged
nice.
cores.
Cookie out of the cogs as well. Always some helpful stuff to aid your teams.
There is still also that silencer that you're talking about from Beast Coast if they wanted to run that against the Enigma. Obviously, Enigma nowadays not just a black hole bot at this point, but has a lot more utility there, whether you get a Wraith Pack or whatever the option is for them.
Yeah, Wraith Pack it's actually very important right now, I think, to try to pick a hero in a draft that can buy a Wraith Pack. And that's why a lot of the time the offlaners end up buying it. And when you see the supports try to buy it when they're losing it, it's kind of a struggle because you'll have like a Vlad's and you're hoping, you're like, come on, get the Wraith Pack. They've had Wraith Pack for 10 minutes. We really need the damage
The
reduction.
Philosopher's Stone drops, you're like, oh, there's a hope. Maybe we'll get it.
Ooh. That is a little bit of a different one, but Bloodlust Shadow Fiend sounds awesome.
It's the same idea. It's another melee hero goes in, gives him a stun. A lot of the Shadow Fiend is one of the heroes where buffing him feels very good just to do in a general. That's why Marcy, so good you give him the life
exactly
steal,
right.
so.
We lose her, so we get tag team and Bloodlust. It's, two heroes to become Marcy, pretty much. It's almost equal.
Oh, not quite though. Still.
So it's kind of revealed a lot of the cards. They know the Shadow Fiend's mid or carry. They know Beast Coast's probably going to take their carry. So they're going to pick PL to lane versus the Enigma. They see his whole lane, as well Tusk. It's a nice matchup. You don't get shards. You can always just doppel out.
That was the go-to for a very long time versus Tusk.
It's also relatively good versus Shadow Fiend, because again, Shadow Fiend doesn't like being poked. And you know, with the new shard and the Octarine core on PL, that he's been doing this build where he doesn't ever enter the fight. He's always just throwing Spirit Lances out. It's always nice to be able to play that style versus Shadow Fiend.
Well, I will say, PL just as a hero, this event has not felt super good to me. Maybe it's just the games that I've been watching that have been going on here, but this hero always feels very frail. Does get to that point eventually where everything feels amazing if you can get it through the surviving the bursts and everything else, but very risky pick here for Beast Coast.
He's one of the few like hard carries I think of this meta right now where he hits a very strong timing, but getting to that timing is pretty scary right now, especially with Shadow Fiend. This level 15 timing, you hit the towers. It's just kind of every game Shadow Fiend's pick, it's a Shadow Fiend game for both teams. They have to deal with the 15 push or they're playing for the 15 level push. So Beast Coast probably think that with their first 3 heroes that they have the ability to kind of stall the game out, play for this later game timing. They have a lot of stuns, catch. So I think they're trying to hope to survive this early game pressure.
Just need that last Whisper hero here to try and find what that'll be, but they'll have a chance to see what Hokori want for their last pick here as well. Very likely the position 1, or the mid perhaps, depending on what they want to do with the Shadow Fiend. But some hero who may be in the safe lane, but is definitely going to be someone who's being a little bit active on the map, like give some space to the Shadow Fiend.
I think something like an Ember Spirit, even for the mid lane, would be really nice. They need a little thing to deal with the PL, because again, even though he doesn't get to late game, if he does get a heart, which isn't unrealistic, you do need something to deal with the illusions. So they banned the Pudge. I think that's a really nice ban. The Leshrac was also banned first phase. These are the very classic counters. If they want to go in the very opposite direction, I could see Naga's actually banned.
Oh, Puck is still in, actually.
Interesting. Lots of options. And I mean, like you guys are talking about, somebody that can kind of be active. It feels like for both of the teams in a way. I mean, I guess, you can move around with Tusk and make some things happen, but you're not going to be like, bringing your Shadow Fiend to the fight most likely.
Hokori's more looking for a Spirit-esque, even if it's into the safe lane. Just something that can start the fight so your Tusk can follow up, your Ogre can follow up. Also, preferably something that is a body. Even though you have 2 melee supports, you need a body. And let's say to Beast Coast.
Oh, dude, the Puck is so tempting. Like, I get the ban. It's so tempting, though, because it's like, it's versus the PL, but it's also versus the Tiny, so it's like,
It's just a good hero, especially the later the pick.
I mean, it's the ultimate pub ruiner for the PL players. They just want to quit.
On the side of Beast Coast, they're more aiming for, I think, early game damage, which is why you see the Snap and the Viper ban. They have all these catch from Tiny Clock, but when you start to feel forced to bring your carry, it's a little scary.
And they just go Ember, Nice, very, very good.
Well, this is what Hokori have decided to go for in their best-of-1 elimination matchup. We'll see if it's going to be enough. Beast Coast on the clock now for their final pick. They have a lot of reserve time to work with. What is it that they really need, with the thought that Tiny could also still be a little bit flex if they wanted it?
Yeah, there's a couple directions. The Tiny could go offlane.
Oh, we get the Morph mid? Huh?
Morph versus Ember?
Yeah.
It's a little questionable with the Phantom Lancer.
Got to be a really active Morph.
I could see maybe a Monkey King if they wanted to go that route of destroying mid.
Yeah.
But again, Monkey's not even the best versus these heroes. Enigma can cut his tree down.
Yeah.
Shadow Fiend can just kind of outfight him in his arena.
Well, Ember used to have all those crazy counter picks like the Necrophos or like the Earthshaker, the Huskar. Like he's iconic of having these ones that really punish you in the mid lane, since you tend to see him sort of stuck there. But I guess in this situation, they could theoretically also move the SF, right?
I think if they're going to pick a mid, I wouldn't be surprised if it's Kunkka. I've seen that hero kind of dumpster Ember in a lot of the lanes this tournament. It gives them team fight. It lets them survive the black hole. Obviously, Tusk is a pretty nice hero. You can dodge a lot of X combos, but I think it kind of gives them what they need for Beast Coast in terms of damage.
Really spending the time going through it. Beast Coast talking it out amongst each other. And with 40 seconds left, I mean, this is those moments where it's like it can make or break your entire run, your entire year, it feels like. And it's all down to one last pick.
There's also just the Death Prophet, just some stable laner to go the offlane. They can pick a ranged
safe
hero.
answer,
Yeah, it's kind of the safe answer. You just you have a Clockwork, pick a ranged hero, you'll go 50-50 in the lane.
Oh.
Is this the hero with still 0%
No,
rate?
he's got one win.
He's gotten.
I'm pretty sure he has one win, right?
Last I heard pull that out on the last pick. Whisper believes in it, and Whisper, one of the best players, one of the best offlaners in the world right now. Everybody loves this guy. If he thinks it's a good Batrider game, what is he seeing here?
It's good versus Tusk. It's good versus Shadowfiend. The BKB disables are very good versus this hero. He probably also thinks the lane is going to be very favored. I've seen bad offlane have mixed success. I've seen some people still do the cutting from a long time ago where they get Firefly level 1, they go to the trees, get the cut level 1.
He's got a couple wins. It's single digits. But there's
how many wins, how many picks?
Well, I see OG had it in a win versus GG.
Okay.
Gladiators. RNG had a win over Sonics, and Enely had a win over Aster. And then there's a lot of in the L category. A few more. Perhaps double digits.
Well, an impressive last pick here. We'll see if it works out for them or not. But again, the inter-regional matchup going on here. Hikori facing off against Beast Coast. One of these teams is going home. Hikori picked them, said, we want to play against you in this elimination match. See if they got what it takes. So we get ready to go into game number 1, the only game for them.
Actually feels like such a betrayal. To fight your own region like this. Yeah, and maybe it's not betrayal. Maybe it's just like guaranteeing that one of us makes it through, right? It was the friendly maneuver there as well.
It goes.
Someone's going to win.
Yeah, exactly.
Guaranteed.
Yeah. Very smart.
Well, as we head into this one, Beast Coast, see if they decide to smoke out, look for a first blood. Hikori already heading across the map. And the drawing is made. We'll see if it looks like they're set to run right into each other. Level 1 potential. We've seen some of those level 1 raises get some early kills here.
We got stuff on both sides. We got Shards, right? Got a little bit of Ogre just getting in there. We got Crystal Maiden.
Yeah, this is pretty scary. For, I think Beast Coast, the Dire jungle is really scary to walk into. There's so many of these high grounds that you just have 3 different hills looking at you, but they kind of just pass each other.
Yeah, they're looking for that safe lane right now on Beast Coast. Get a ward back behind the tower. We'll go for some courier snipes. And it looks like the battle might be up on the top side of the map. They did catch a quick little sight there. It looks like the PL. Yeah, I see Hector.
He's just checking the ward, but he doesn't know too much.
Yeah.
This could be scary for Hikori. They might drop their guard, assume everyone's in the bottom jungle, which is usually what the raiding teams do. They'll sit in their own jungle, hold hands, wait for the bounty together, get 2, walk away. So, you know, the Shadowfiend might walk up alone. Very last second.
We will see. And heading down to the rune spot, they will show C Smile. Air throws out a raise. It's there onto 1, hits a second, in some trouble. The Shards pushes them to the side. Everybody getting hit. A really good avalanche from C Smile, and he gets a little bit of separation. The Clockwork, body blocking, finding the kill. First blood taken by Whisper.
Oh, C Smile's still running.
He's still getting chased and will go down, yeah. Gardic also chased back behind the tower. 5 stacks, 6 stacks, and it will be enough. So
denied
for nothing. Oh, well, that was close.
Gojira also grabbing the bounty rune right there as well, and got that battery assault off too. So that was great for Beast Coast.
Could be worse. Lumiere died at least, so we got the mana back from the raises. It's always rough when you fight the bounty runes. You lose a kill or 2. You don't have mana on the Shadow Fiend, but the lane's kind of reset. The bat is very high net worth though.
Yeah, if there's a way that you wanted to start off the game, it's, particularly with the Batrider, this hero that's been so up and down, getting first blood helps a lot. As everybody heads off to their respective lanes, we'll also probably want to keep an eye on this bottom lane, how Vitaly deals with K1. They just get everything denied out from him or not.
So the scary thing right now is Beast Coast, in their minds, they counterpick 2 lanes. They got to pick the PL into the Enigma. They got to pick the bat into the Shadow Fiend. So the side lane should be draft-wise Beast Coast favored, but again, Hikori picks these heroes just because they're stable. You pick them, you always go even, you always have a good lane.
And then, like, on top of that as well, I feel like mirroring in terms of, like, the game plans, there's a lot of very similar things happening here. We have, like, Ember and Tiny. They have a similar idea and concept of how they want to play, but everything's just, like, a little bit faster on Hikori's side. If all things go even.
I mean, I'm seeing Shadowfiend right now with more last hits than the entire Beast Coast team for a second. That's a pretty good way to start the game for him.
Yeah, I actually think a lot of the, at least mid and top, are pretty good for Hikori. The Ember versus Tiny matchup's pretty nice for the Ember. The Tiny doesn't have any armor. The Shadowfiend is generally just a good hero right now. The slow on the raises, especially with this Ogre stun, just lets him kind of build up at least 2 raises, if not 3 every time.
Of course, does need to be careful, like you said, with that Bat Rider. You can start stacking up that sticky napalm. That's when things can go south very quickly.
I'm also surprised to see what Whisper does with skill build. We've seen some Bats start experimenting with going for Flame Break early. I've seen some 4-2-0 skill builds on Bat where they don't even get Firefly.
Oh, yeah.
I could see him doing it for Shadow Fiend because it makes it so he doesn't have to commit his hero. When you have to commit your hero on Shadow Fiend, that's when it gets a little sketchy or slow, and one of you is dying. So at least if you go Flame Break, you can be happy if neither of you die.
And then you have an Ogre just sitting there the entire time with a stick as well. So unless Gojira gets like the full lockdown, a very frustrating hero to try and deal with when it costs you all your mana pool.
As you can see, at least at this early going, K1 getting a lot of his creeps denied out by the Enigma, as you would expect. While up here, they're able to do some pretty good zoning. Lumiere, the lane in a very nice spot, as they're just forced back and off the lane here. We'll see if they can maintain that equilibrium. As down bottom, Stinger caught in the shards and a couple quick punches. That's going to be death of the CM.
That is the Crystal Maiden experience right there. Like, she throws out a Crystal Nova on the Eidolons, things start whittling them down, and Theolacor just sees that one moment where she's too close to the trees, you're just dead. Like, PL's, you know, PL can get out, you can't.
Yeah, I think this PL pick isn't so much of a we're going to crush the lane with the hero. It's more, it's good versus Enigma in the game because you don't have to commit, and it's also, he'll survive the lane. And sometimes just surviving is enough.
Ooh, they don't get the bottom.
He didn't get it, no. Stinger comes in, throws out a Crystal Nova, not able to get the pass back in time.
Second
Clearly the mouth, that was the issue apparently.
There you go.
Something happened.
Oh, that's a classic. Well, does not get the bottle refilled. Mid lane, how's this looking to you right here?
It's pretty even. It's only 3 CS. The CS doesn't matter too much in the mid lane. Being up 200 gold or 100 gold is...
This sounds like mid laner propaganda. I was like, the CS doesn't matter, guys.
It's all about the XP, guys. He has 2 more denies on the Ember.
Exactly.
I would be surprised. The only thing surprising actually is Analog is going for a 2-2-0 build right now. He has none in the Flame Guard, so he's already kind of gearing up to be this run-around hero.
Yeah, very mobile.
As Lumiere up top will get blocked in by Gojira. Battery Assault combo together with the now Flame Break on to guard it. Can they bring him down? A couple more punches. They won't go all the way in. Yeah, he decides to die. So Whisper with the double kill.
That's really big. That's probably the first blood effect right there. It gives him mana, gives him boots. He has so much more stats that he just can man up.
And now he's going to have Tranquils and Raindrop. Finish on that Bat Rider.
That is a great start for him. And what they need, 15-4 right now on that Shadow Fiend. See if they can keep this type of pressure on here. Because each time they've walked up to that lane top, it's been looking kind of rough for them. East Coast already off to a hot start.
Yeah, and there's so much pressure in this game too, right? Just on the players themselves. It's a best of 1 elimination. You don't want to go out round 1 at TI.
Yeah, that is actually something we haven't really talked too much in terms of like the pacing that a game often takes when it gets these best of 1s. You know, it's kind of the same thing as a game 3, occasionally TI for elimination, where the game will often stall out. Like those riskier moves aren't necessarily made, but in a matchup like this, where they know each other so well, they've played together a lot, and they both have this sort of, you know, slightly faster paced tempo, I would say. I don't know if we're going to get that. I feel like we might still be playing some pretty fast Dota.
You're saying the team with the black hole is going to win at some point.
That's usually what happens.
Let's see if it happens here again. And Arctic caught underneath those cogs, couple more punches, and he is dead. Whisper dominating. He saw what he liked early, called for the pick, and is running it.
I love the drums too right after, right? Keep that pressure up.
He can also go the bearing, which is really nice, but this is the scary part of Shadow Fiend. This hero, we see it a lot, is he sits in his lane for 12 minutes, but now it looks like he's going to get kicked out probably relatively soon, and he doesn't really want to jungle. He doesn't want to rotate to the enemy lane, so it's going to be a little scary to try to find a game for Lumiere.
That was something you were just talking about back when watching that EG game that happened. They were up there and staying for a very long time. And if they can sort of elongate this laning stage and the Bat Rider keeps this type of momentum, things could start looking very scary indeed.
Yeah, there were no stacks here for Lumiere. Thankfully, he's able to make his own just in time. Kills one camp, going to stack up as well, so will start getting back on the board.
And see Smile caught in no man's land, slowed down Avalanche to try and get a little bit of separation, but in the end, with everybody walking forward, see Smile, he's going to go down.
It's a pretty big kill. This starts the Ember Ember, you know, snowball right now. You always get started with one kill, and I think a lot of this pressure is going to be on Analog to kind of step up, just because of how safe lane's going.
Yeah. But that Cogs pushback is really nice. That could have turned into something big with the haste and then also level 6 on Analog. And now, if he gets caught here, this could be really bad. Does not have a ton of mana. Gets pushed back, the flame break. They're bringing in people to try and help, but Stinger there as well. Gardic underneath the Cogs is dead again, but that does make sure that Ember can get out of there.
Beats his Ogre a little. He's in the situation where he wants to press Slight, but he has no mana. He doesn't want to stick because he's full health, but his stick is full. It just feels a little awkward. I think they might be feeling a little pressure right now. They probably want to start playing to the Enigma bot and try to pressure this tower, because if they don't kick the PL out, he's going to be comfortably sitting in a safe lane where the Shadow Fiend's already kicked out, and you kind of want to break up these lanes as fast as possible for Hikori.
Yeah, for now they're even, but if it stays this way, it's certainly going to be start moving in towards Hector's favor in this situation. So likely getting Theolokor on the move as well, right? Like trying to get up to that level 6 perhaps. Obviously Tusk is one of the heroes that thankfully can get a lot done before level 6, but does have a big up on the damage there.
Now we see Hector already has all his items queued for the next 20 minutes. He's got his Diffusal Yasha Heart. He knows what he wants. He's going to buy what he wants. And it's kind of what he needs this game. He just needs to be able to tank up at some point. The Tiny will go in at least in the early game, but he needs to be a strong hero on his own.
Well, Theolokor really wanted that bounty rune. He's not able to get it.
Be denied out of there. Can't get it in time. And you can see these movements that keep on coming in. Clockwork being such a thorn in their side. Gardic just has to try and play bodyguard right now, but you know, if they bring the Batrider in tow, both of those heroes will die. So props to Hikori to be able to keep it this close with how well this Batrider lane is doing. And now Analog moving into position, finds him with the root, gets him inside. Spur making the move over, wants to try and play aggro here. The root, the lasso, they brought everybody. They take him down and now chase for more. That was not the thing that they were hoping to happen with that Invis rune. As the Ogre will burn, no neutral need deny, okay.
Theolokor too?
That's a little something, but they will catch the Theolokor on the backside of this. The chase down continues, and a Pyrrhic victory. Ooh, still trying to escape Theolokor, maybe? A possibility? Livid? Snowball? Staying alive a little bit longer, he's hoping, but eventually the bat burns all.
And all of this comes down to the Beast Coast offlane, I think. There's so much pressure right now. Lumiere can't go bot, he can't go mid. He's stuck in his jungle and the clock runs at him, so they keep constantly feeling pressured. We have to help our carry, we have to let him farm. They keep making these moves, and when you make moves to your losing lane, it puts a lot of pressure on your team, because now everyone feels they have to go because you're not strong enough in a 3v3.
That all started with them moving up to try and do that, to get their Lumiere, and instead he just like TP's mid. He's like, oh, disaster. Yeah. I gotta go find something, and he's spending so much time just running around.
Thankfully on the other side, the Wraithback's almost done on the Enigma, so they will have a timing to actually kind of stop the damage, because Beast Coast doesn't have a Wraithback fire on their team. The Batrider's going for Drums BKB, it looks like.
Oh, Gojira getting a little crazy here.
Dude, they're feeling it.
It is under 10 minutes right now, Gojira. Relax.
He's ready to dive.
Slow down.
Doesn't notice me, please. That's the call. Man, and you just look at those farm levels, and Whisper has completely taken over this game. He has been the one that Beast Coast fans recognize as just one of the keys to the engine that is this team.
Now, why does Batrider keep dropping all these games?
I don't know.
Get a little ahead of yourself, perhaps. You're still.
That's a fair point.
A little disruptor-esque. Feels really good when you're ahead, but the second things start going the wrong way,
The biggest thing is a lot of people are picking physical damage right now, and if Bat can die in a BKB, he feels bad, because he wants to be able to walk in with BKB, feel invulnerable, lasso you, and then you just watch as your carry gets taken away and killed. And in this game, if he takes the Shadow Fiend, I don't really see much. They have to black hole him, and you're black holing the offlane.
Right. If PL can get to the point where he's strong enough, then that might not be an option anymore. We'll have to see. Not quite level 6 yet on Gojira, but continuing to keep the farm going for K1.
We can see the confidence of Hector. He's just going for the Yasha first. I think he knows how well his team is doing, and he doesn't really feel the need to be involved. So he's just not rushing the Diffusal. He's playing more, I'm going to play my game, I'm going to get my timings, and when I hit them, we're going to win. And I'm not going to worry about too much. And again, you just see Hikori. Theolokor just farming with his Shadow Fiend.
Yeah. It's and all those timings that you're hoping for with the Shadow Fiend lineup, thinking about like the initial tower pushes and then hanging towards that first Aegis. With everything being so far set back because of the deficit that they're at right now, it feels very, very good for Beast Coast.
He does have the Midas ready, so
there it is.
Okay,
up
all
in
right.
the late game.
Yep.
Midas into more attack speed afterwards. Fine. He's just trying to be big.
Blink Dagger's now finished for the Tiny. So this is kind of when the Beast Coast starts ramping up. The Bat has drums, the Tiny has Blink, the supports are hitting their level 6 timings, and I think this is going to be when they're looking to kind of close the map in on Hikori. And now, once the map closes in, only about one hero on their team can farm. And who do you pick? Do you want your Enigma to not be farmed? Do you want your Shadow Fiend to not be farmed? Your Ember always has to fight at this point.
Yeah, you're like passing out items like one by one. It's just like whoever really needs it next.
I think the other thing to consider here is if you're Hikori, you know that this timing is coming, but also, are you going to be able to deal with it? Analog gets pushed back. They're keeping a little bit of separation here as he stole that DD away from the Ember. Slowed down, still chasing. They're throwing out the Avalanche, trying to elongate this fight a little bit longer. Stinger up on the high ground, throwing out the CM ulti, not doing that much damage. And Gojira is just going to be the one that ends up going down. If this fight keeps going, they still have a lot left in the tank on Hikori. But Whisper moves in, and that stops the aggression.
Wraithback putting in work, helping out there, making sure nothing got turned around on them. Slowly advancing to the tower.
And he probably can't go to the tower. Even Hector's going to show up. Oh, he finished the diffuser, actually.
Okay.
There's a casual Band of the Elven skin.
Okay.
Interesting.
Someone made the call. Someone saw the inventory. Like, just slow down. We kind of need you.
I actually think Hector is kind of. I think when he plays Wraith King, he goes a casual Belt of Strength.
Yeah.
So, something about these items. The 6 agility, 6 strength.
Well, and what I was going to say is that in this type of a game, too, Beast Coast has been here before many times in elimination matches on the international stage in front of a crowd. For Hikori, a lot of players that haven't had that type of experience, and I want to see how they react to that pressure. Can they deal with this sort of strong timing that's going to come out with Beast Coast?
You can see the Beast Coast doing another back-to-back smoke, so they're going to look for maybe this Tusk. They're trying to find the Shadow Fiend. That's the big goal, but...
Yeah, and this is all while showing Bad up top, right?
Toss. See Smile controlling, still has Snowball. Gets it out there. Vitali moves into position. See Smile, he's in pretty far. Still holding on to that black hole, but with Analog in the air, they don't even need it.
That was a really nice tumbler toy. Gets up the hill right before the Tiny catches him. I think it's a little forcing of the play. He feels a little bad that the Tusk survives, so he blinks on the high ground. And anytime you commit a little too far, especially versus the Ember and the Enigma, it's just so much damage when you provide them a body.
I mean, Analog now sitting still with 2 more remnants as well as they pressure this tower, so very hard to grab. They only have to really watch for the Gojira angles, but he gets right in there instead.
Interrupts, nicely played. Connection for the kill, and Hikori, all of a sudden, they are looking at like a crisp team.
You know what those Clockworks want to do, right? If like you're approaching a tower, they want to find this like little angle in behind or from the side. Start off a nice
support.
Fight. Yeah.
It's probably the Enigma that he's looking for.
Yep.
At this point, taking that mid tower, could this be the turn that we're waiting for from Hikori?
The Midas is working.
It's happening. We'll see if they can deal with it. You still have an incredibly farmed Batrider and PL, though.
Yeah, but where is he?
He's in the jungle, man.
7 kills were a long time ago.
They're playing for their timing, so it looks like on Beast Coast, at least on the Whisper and Hector. He's going for the Diffusal Heart. It looks like that's probably his big timing. That's his GG timing.
Yeah.
Whisper, I think he just wants his BKB. He's probably just saying, let me get BKB. They don't have much. It forces a black hole pretty much every time he presses BKB.
Yeah, he's trying not to be like the other Batriders, right? He does not want to start beating ways lead. Yeah, exactly.
So,
you know,
so.
Doesn't want to be that big old pinata that you pop and just start beating out of the sky.
That's fair. Well, they're bringing over the Maelstrom right now for Analog, so they have more avenues to sort of spam out against the push that will be coming their direction, or just the team fight that might happen. And the thing to watch for here is still that gold lead, less than 1,000 separating these two teams at 15 minutes in, but a very farmed dual core here.
Yeah, I think as Trent was saying, since these drafts are kind of similar in what they want to do, it's not too much about, we're up 1,000 gold, up 2,000 gold. It's who's hitting the timings, because they both want the same timings. Both these offlaners want their BKBs or blinks. Both the mids kind of want these items that let you fight the Maelstrom, the blink on the Tiny. So right now, I think this bad BKB, they're going to instantly smoke on the side of Beast Coast. They're going to look for these kills, and this is the Beast Coast timing. So now we're going to look for a big fight.
And you can tell like how passive it is for Hikori because he's also just running around with his haste rune. You know what I mean? Like they had haste rune, fresh Maelstrom, and he's just like, yeah, we got to farm. Like everyone else isn't ready, and they do get the 60-minute rune though, which is really nice.
They found him right away. Catch, Ava, toss, dead, Gardic. Trying to salvage something here, running in brazenly.
That's a juicy shards though.
Can they do this? Shards, block, Stinger there, control, a lot of damage. They do manage to take off that freezing field. Analog hoping to get something done. A double kill from Whisper with that BKB. But can they get out after? Will Analog keep chasing this? DD going. Connection onto C-Smile. Whisper still in the area. Vitaly has that black hole ready to go. Push back onto 2, and C-Smile in some trouble. Gojira's off to the side. They don't even need it still. Wait, maybe a turn? Okay, K1, he's decided to show up. A couple quick punches. Can they clean him up? It looks like they will. So another trade, 2 apiece.
They feel so strong. They're like, oh, we can't die. We can kill them. And it's not wrong, but sometimes when you chase a little too far, that's when the other team turns it around again. Hector even shows up, so Beast Coast 5 heroes together in 1 lane.
Yeah.
Hikori loses 1. They can't be 5. Their Shadow Fiend died instantly.
And it wasn't too bad for Vitaly too, because he still gained like a decent amount of gold there at the end. So
take a look at the replay here. Just immediate jump, and they were ready.
Just straight up gone at that point too. And I mean, I like the TPs though, because they know that they can fight in these situations, right? Like that's a great situation for Analog. From the high ground, as an Ember with the DD rune, you can see he starts cutting through them like that, but they couldn't get Vitaly in quite at the start, and then he ends up like walking after them because he was so close to his blink.
Yeah, you can see Hikori, they literally just want to hit their timing. That's all they need.
Yeah.
They need the BKB on the Shadow Fiend, I think, is their next big one. He's about 2,000 gold away, a little more. The Ember is also going for a BKB, but I don't know if they can wait for his. His is about 3,000. And Beast Coast that was their timings. Right. That was their BKB on bat. So you see how strong they are. They just walk up into the tri-camp, or the duo camp, rather.
And in a way, it feels like, you know, you're building up this armor on Hikori, and before it's fully finished, they're just trying to kind of poke him in the eye a little bit and start slowing them down as much as possible. And they're kind of making it happen right now, you can see. But still, incredibly close game. We're going to have to watch if Beast Coast can keep hitting these timings, find a couple more pickoffs, and slow down Hikori a bit more.
And one of the cool things about Bat versus Tusk is actually if you're lassoed, you can't get snowballed by the Tusk.
True.
So if Theo, he's rushing a blink, he has it already, so if he tries to save on these lasso initiations, it'll do nothing.
Yeah,
this hero's guaranteed stun.
We got Lasso, we got Black Hole, the 2 things, and Chrono, the 3 things he can't pull you out of. So there you go.
Marcy can't either now. Her hands.
That's right.
Her hands are not strong enough to get through.
To go through.
They were pretty magical before, apparently.
No longer. Smoke up. Hikori, they feel like they want to get going right now. Who are they going to run into? Illusion's out first. Smoke does not break. Hikori going to run past it. It looks like Beast Coast are in position. Smoke punch. Breaks now. They find him. Snowball follow-up, chase down, but the cogs, the pushback, interrupting Vitaly before the black hole comes down. Wraith Pack is there, but are they in too far now? Avatos from C-Smile can't get it off that black hole. It was not what they needed. Analog will manage to disengage, but they lose their Enigma and Gardic. He is likely to fall yet again. Chase down. Yeah, they got him. Beast Coast. They just read it perfectly.
That was really nice positioning from Hector. He kind of stopped believing in himself for half a second, but he was perfectly in the trees trying to break the smoke with this ward. And Hikori was really fast. They catch him before his doppel or anything, but it's not enough.
Yeah, it doesn't even feel like it's worth it. And plus you have the Force Staff backing up there from Gojira as well too. So he just, you know, he feels very confident being up in a forward position like that. Just needs that one little break in the action to survive here.
Unreal. And you can see, think about how different that would be if you just find that black hole on Hector. To be honest, they still might have been able to interrupt it pretty quickly afterwards. Vitaly's going to need to get that BKB.
Really nice cogs. Just stops pushes the Ember, pushes the Enigma, kind of breaks up the fight. Anytime the Clockwork gets like very directly in the middle and pushes heroes out, the fights kind of get scary.
Oh, Hikori had started to battle back and sort of take a little bit of control here. A slight lead, but now that has gone over the way of Beast Coast. And we're hitting 20 minutes now. Everyone's starting to think about that. Roche can do it pretty fast on the side of Hikori.
Now here's the Hikori timing, the BKB and Shadow Fiend. It's all about the timings in this game. But smoke up. They're going to look to Roche as well. They're going to move to top, try to get a kill into Roche. Hector, the exact same position now.
Moving in, Invis, but they see him. Stinger. Lots of TPs coming in. Whisper, he tried to get something onto the Tusk, but Stinger is already gone. Helio Core, they throw out the Requiem, trying to disengage with that Tusk. So support for support, getting
Blink
dead.
Tiny, he's thinking about it.
C-Smile won't jump for that one.
Bit too dangerous.
kind of where it hurts you Black Hole in the last play.
Yeah.
Hit Black Hole maybe catches Hector, maybe catches the bat. But it's not the worst. They get a Crystal Maiden, they trade 1 for 1. Anytime you trade kills and you're behind, you're always going to be happy. You're going to get more from them.
This is some best of 1 Dota.
It really is.
It's just like a little bit scrappy. Everything's a little bit off, you know. There's like that one bad Black Hole, and so it throws off that timing. Everyone's a little bit full of the nerves here. They know this is your one chance, but also it just means that you only need that one single game.
Yeah, I think you can also see everyone's kind of just gearing up for the late game.
Yep.
Yeah.
Everyone's ready for some 40, 50-minute game where you just, at some point, you either win or lose.
Lumiere knew. That's why he bought the Midas.
Yeah.
It was the time.
Meanwhile, Whisper's looking at his Tranquils just like, ugh. You know?
It's a travel.
Yeah, I could have been a bad.
We'll see. As the game goes later, it can be very dangerous giving up the, obviously, Shadow Fiend and Enigma against that. So Beast Coast likely to try and make some action happen.
That flare just hit all of them. It's like full vision of what they're up to.
Delio Court comes in, steals away that DD, but then loses his life for it. Guarding, chase, hook shot onto Analog, push back into the lasso, catches him. K1 trying to bring him down. Sleight of fist, can he escape? No. Analog goes down. A perfect fight, and K1 just running in brazenly. Won't have to face any other retribution. Black Hole again, just coming back off cooldown now.
This is the timing we talked about. It's the heart on the PL.
Yep.
They're just going to kind of walk down lanes, walk at towers. They don't have the damage. This Ember, you pick him to deal with the PL, and then he has a bad game. You pick him to deal with the PL, he has a BKB. He doesn't really have the tools right now to deal with him, and there's too much HP.
Oh, God. All right. I can't even handle that. 4K gold lead right now for Beast Coast. And with Gojira queuing up that shard here very soon. And as you guys said, the part done. It's going to be time pretty soon for another salvo of aggression from Beast Coast with the top tier 1 tower taken and mid out of play. We'll either see if they want to go in towards Roche or just take a fight and take another tier 2.
Gojira plays a lot of Clockwork. I think this is one of his favorite heroes, and the way he uses the shard is really nice. It gives you so much vision. And I think for Sakori, all you need is vision. You need to know where the Enigma is for Black Hole. All you need to do is catch the Shadow Fiend once at the start of a fight. Even the Ember will just die to a lasso.
That's what we just saw, right? Like that one flare, just saw everything. They move in, they get the ward up on the high ground after that. It doesn't afterwards get dewarded by Hokori, but it doesn't matter because you want to fight with it, right?
Well, heading up to the top side of the map now is Beast Coast. They don't have their Tiny with them, but they can still make some plays. And Dire anticipating that this might be the move that they're making. Scanning that little Death Valley area over there. Who are they going to find? Analog can Remnant in onto Gojira if they want. Spot him at the beginning.
They have so many 4-steps though.
Malefus, see Smile, big avalanche. Where are they looking next? They're doing a disengage. Little poke, little prod, little runaway. It's the classic.
Same time, Hector is not going to show up to these. He's farming, he has Manta finish now. He's just going to keep hitting the timing after timing. And if you're inside of Beast Coast, you pick this hero on, I think, 23, and you're just feeling good.
That was a nice little illusion rune spawn for C-Smile. Could have taken a little bit more damage. Was likely going to be fine no matter what, but gets him out of trouble. And Beast Coast still feeling incredibly confident in this game. 4 staff done.
They pushed them all downward. They watched them all run to that part of the map. They're all sitting around the rush pit right now, but not exactly the easiest thing for Beast Coast to take.
Yeah, thankfully for Hokori, PL's not the best rush killer. Tiny and Bat also don't really do it, so the objectives they're more going to force are either going to be taking jungles away from Hokori or just hitting the towers. And you don't even feel bad if you're not doing that because you're able to play your own game. It only feels bad if Hokori is actually able to make moves and catch heroes and be the aggressive ones, but every time they do something aggressive, it kind of gets countered by Beast Coast.
That ward there placed in a really sneaky spot by Beast Coast, scouting all these movements right below this one. And so both teams with a lot of vision.
With another flare too.
Yeah.
And just kind of harassing them.
Yeah, this is seeing everything though. All these moves, and yeah, they realize, okay, there's something going on. They'll get the D ward. So a little bit better vision in the area now for Hokori as they continue to posture around this area. But as you said, every minute that this continues without an objective being taken, we're seeing this lead grow by Beast Coast. You've got the Tiny on the bottom side of the map farming, and they are continuing to just outmaneuver them a little bit.
They need that fight where Analog just goes off. You know, he gets to play Ember. Feels like he can't be caught, but like that's gonna be hard, even with the BKB now. just because he still has to contend with his hook shot into bat potential play here. And you know, if he gets lassoed, the big save is pretty much Vitali, but he's still into that BKB. You know, you're not going to be getting a snowball saved, obviously, as we mentioned before. So you got to watch for some like great counter initiation play.
Gardic, right up close, has that invis rune, but there is a sentry in the area which is going to now get taken out by the Eidolons. Dude, everything is so tense right now. You could tell these teams on a knife's edge.
We have seen a lot of Enigma right now. This hero has won a lot of games by himself.
Yeah.
You know, sometimes he's just the carry. You pick Enigma, he's the carry of your team, and this game, he might have to be that player. He might have to carry his team just because I don't know if the Shadow Fiend is going to be able to mana first the PL.
I just see him jumping for a black hole, missing from the double force staffs.
It could be scary.
I'm watching the future.
All right, Analog trying to burn through some of these illusions. Roche at about 2/3 health now. As Whisper still playing around with it. They have great vision from this clockwork.
The Roche dance now begins. They're going to try to Roche, but it's always scary. You get it to low health. Now Hikori is going to counter fight you. It looks like Beast Coast is just going to try to force this fight here. And it's up to Hikori whether they want to go or not.
Since the illusion in first, we're still a little ways away from BKB Black Hole. But they're scouting. They have the shards down. Got to be careful. Force staff #1, keeping him alive. Lumiere thinking about walking in. Good flame break, pushback control. SF gonna pop that BKB. They gotta get something out of this. And it's over on the other side. Heliocor controlling and trying to take down Whisper. He's fine. He's out of there, but now no BKB SF.
Really nice. Whisper got gone on. He didn't press his BKB. He just held it. And he gets out. I think that kind of secures the Roche for Beast Coast now. Hikori, they can't fight without Shadow Fiend BKB.
No, Vitali got forced back as well. Had to like blink out of there, so unable to find a counter initiation play and just needs to power up his own BKB so he can try and get involved here. But Aegis now coming down, and man, Hector is a problem. This guy, after that heart, has been just buying some ultimate orbs, juicing up his hero a little bit, adding some stats, some steroids, and now gets an Aegis to boot.
I want to see how much damage he's taken later on, because I feel like he has not been touched this game at all. Just left completely alone.
300 damage
Yeah.
at the laning stage.
Yeah.
Honestly. You give a game like that to a player like that, it's a problem. Whisper, they find him. Do they have enough to bring him down, though? Cogs, no. BKB is out, and instead, he might just turn and kill off Gojira. We'll see. Oh, remnanting around a little bit awkward there. Is he going to die? No. Gets away. Analog just barely able to escape from that one.
Oh, the instant smoke up as well. They just want to run in and take this territory now, saying they can't fight us. Let's go get some wards down.
It was intentional. It was confidence.
That's right.
That's right.
He wanted to show him.
Waste a little time.
No BKB now for the Ember, too, which is another thing to give Beast Coast that little bit of flavor at this point. There's 4 minutes left on the Aegis. They're doing the cross-map rotation. Won't go for that courier snipe, and instead wanting to follow it.
Just gotta dodge, right? Try and lose as little as possible to this Aegis and get the BKB on Enigma.
They're literally following the courier. It brings them right to Theliocor. And we'll see if they can bring him down here. The chase is out, but actually they find Vitali. The Enigma goes down to Whisper as the Tusk will get the blink out.
Oh, Gojira. Oh, he's so good. He's actually so good on the clock. Okay, so here's what happened. So they run into Heliocor, and they're just like, okay, well, we might want Tusk, but I'm going to go make sure that we get the Enigma kill, right?
Yeah.
So he runs over, make sure Vitali dies, and then he's in between the two.
K1 turns, Lumiere down low, still trying to pay him. He gets the punches off the BKB, out and away. Can he dodge through the trees? Might be able to. No! Hector chases him down, and now Gardic on top gives him the tip. Just like that, Hikori lose everybody across the map in the space of 2 minutes.
That's the PL special right there, you know.
It's not even. He's Aegis. Even if you win that match fight, there's not much.
Well, Hikori maybe feeling the nerves here in this best of one. 9K up, and Beast Coast still with Aegis in hands for the PL. They're going to pressure for this tier 2 tower. What is the response? I mean, it still feels like it has to be that BKB Black Hole once Aegis is down.
It's been waiting for so long as well. Just like trying to get this recipe done.
It's all on the Enigma at this point.
See, smile. They find another. Theliocor body dropping. And everybody else needs to just run away because this is a heck of a gang squad he got with this Bat Rider.
And you can see Gojira, he knows Black Hole is the way for them to win the game. So he's buying a Blink Dagger next. So he can always blink, always hook drop the Black Hole. So your kind of situations to win the game are kind of getting limited with every single item that Beast Coast gets.
Whoa, and look at this. Tier 3 tower. Hector, he's saying, I was ready to go. K1 takes down that Tier 3 tower, and oh, look at it. Chase jumps in, doppelgangers forward onto this ogre. They do find the real one, but I don't know if they have enough to deal with them at all. He's still got the Aegis afterwards. The rest of his team is off on the other side, and just keeps this chase going, taking down building after building, and Beast Coast wanting to remain the dominant team here. They have faced him so many spots and been able to take down the Hikori lineup. Wanting to make it happen just one more time again.
This is actually absurd, like how far all his allies are, but it's just, there's nothing they can do, right?
Yeah.
Look at that HP pool.
Scotty's finished. Basher's going to come out soon.
Keep chasing. Building after building falling. They have to deal with this guy.
All right, it's there. The smoke is ready.
KB.
Oh, the illusion's on him.
But it's difficult.
He's got no blink for 12 seconds.
You don't want to black hole this. There's an Aegis.
Yeah.
They need to wait another minute.
We got a minute. You know? He needs a lot of prep time, okay? He's got to get all the way around.
They have 3 sets of racks.
Yeah, there you go.
That's a minute of time.
Yeah.
I mean, they're just not stopping. There's no reason to stop. Hector will not be denied another set of racks going down, and they still have 45 seconds left. I mean, they have to get something out of this. Hikori looking for an answer. Vitali in the back, he's smoked. They need to kill him before they drop that black hole. Hector, defusal onto Analog. They just can't touch him. No damage on this PL at all. See Smile spamming the notice me. We'll see if they stick around for the third set, but if they want, they can just back here. Brilliant play from Beast Coast as they are closing this one out in style.
The spacing, the angles they have covered as well between their backline heroes.
This is the PL, I think. Just the PL pick by itself is good for Shadowfiend, good versus Enigma. It feels so hard to find the real one, and when you only have limited amount of spells.
Yeah, and so much of what they did in the laning stage too, just like bringing this all together for them as well, making sure that they ruined Lumiere's game, forcing him into this Midas, forcing him to the jungle, and slowing down the initial timing of that Rosh. Because I mean, we saw when even they were like well ahead, Beast Coast still couldn't Rosh, right? And that could have been such a great path for Hikori in this match.
Oh, they do know that Aegis is down now, so Hikori ready to smoke out and move across the map, but there is another creep wave that's going to be coming in bottom, and it just looks like Beast Coast are ready. They know this is the only path that they can take. I'm not sure if it's going to be enough for them. Drop down the ward, CM in place.
Sees that fresh ward just runs. Yeah, you see that little timer, and it's like full. You're just like, oh, I'm out of here.
Everyone, both teams know right now that Beast Coast wins with next Aegis. You can't black hole him 2 times. You don't have a refresher. So both sides are going to only care about Roshan right now. And for Beast Coast, they can even sit in their fountain and chill 3 minutes, wait for Rosh. Once it's up, take it, win the game. But Hikori's always stressed. They're like, are they Roshing? Are they holding our jungle? Where are they doing? Are they jumping us in our base? And
where are these clockwork flares coming from?
Right.
Calculating the angle where they flew from.
A little bit of trigonometry happening there, trying to figure out what's happening, what's going on.
Does have the blink with the Force Staff, so even Gojira's ready.
You see him smiling and laughing.
Yeah, they're feeling good. And why not? East Coast, they do not like these best of ones, I don't believe. None of the players do, but it's one of those moments where it's so much tension on the line and feeling like they've got this one potentially in the bag. We'll see if that's true or not, though, because this next Rosh fight is going to be where so much of this is decided, if Hikori can make any type of a comeback happen.
I think C-Smile's choice. He was originally going to go Ags after his Blink Echo, but he goes back for BKB and AC, it looks like. So I think he kind of realized that Hector is going to just 1v5. All he has to do is be a body, buff up his boy.
Yeah, if you miss the tree volley, it feels pretty bad.
Yeah, and so he's just buying items for his team.
Make it safe.
Well, K1 going in without the Aegis. A little bit of a bold choice here. Again, the danger. Oh my god, Gojira's way back there, though. He's ready for the backline jump. Analog, not there. And the lasso. They find and kill Theliocor.
He has buyback.
Lumiere, they need it. They have everybody. I mean, even without the Aegis, they're right on top of him. Cogs pushback on Vitaly. They're like, wait, there's a clockwork over here. And in the meantime, he jetpacks away from him. Hector keeps sending these illusions in one by one. Hikori.
The smoke is there again.
They gotta find an answer. Theliocor again scouted. The smoke breaks. Abba toss. Connection. Gardic throws out a stun. Good punches from Lumiere. Can they bring down the Tiny? They will. C-Smile dies. Analog jumps in. Tries to find a couple more. Lumiere looking, hunting. They want to find that PL, but it's not an easy ask to get it.
Oh, no.
My god. Homie, explosion. Oh, jeez. Oh, God, that's not how it's supposed to go. Hector, he's shown up now. They have everything on top of him. K1 chased down Abyssal Blade there. And Beast Coast, they're just too strong. So they run on through, 19k gold lead, one last Rax, and GG is called. Beast Coast take the best of one and are going to eliminate Hikori.
Sending home their friends from the same region, but also their rivals, of course. Hikori, a team that's been doing so well lately, really impressing everyone. But Beast Coast say, you know, we were known as the gatekeepers once for region. You want to come and challenge us in Singapore? We'll do it again. Thunder, we're coming for you too.
They're doing it, man. Impressive showing from Beast Coast. Hikori, in the group stage, they made such a huge name for themselves. I think they impressed so many people, and their journey will end here, but I'm sure that they've gained a lot of fans around the world. Gunnar, looking at this Beast Coast draft and the way that they've been able to handle things, what are you sort of looking at? What's the key dynamic that this team brings to the table, and what are EG going to have to look out for?
I think the Whisper. Whisper's always their player. Every time they kind of show up, it's always this guy, crushes his lane, runs around, kills everyone. He had 7 kills, I think, in 10 minutes. With Bat Rider.
Right.
Such a low win rate. He just comes in, elimination. Guys, if we're going to be eliminated, I'm going to be eliminated playing Bat.
Well, it's poetic, right? I mean, Beast Coast, you know, they've been saying, rumors, whispers. You know, they brought EG to TI. Now they're going to send them home.
Well, we'll see if that's indeed going to happen as we head on back to the studio and let break down the action.
Thank you very much, Lyrical, Gunnar, and Trent. And yeah, one of the storylines that we really have to highlight was Bat Rider, Whisper, and of course Beast Coast winning. But that, you know, it's signature for them. But this tournament, it hasn't, you know, you were mentioning in our break, T-Gov, you know, it just hasn't been picked up.
No, yeah, this is a scenario where stats actually do lie. At TI, it's 18 games played, 16.6% win rate. It is a terrible hero so far at TI. And then on the side lanes, 0% win rate. It's like non-existent. Whisper then gets it, pick 24, wins it. Like 0% win rate here in the side lane in a best of one, crushes the game, unlocks all the farm for his PL. Yeah, this was a masterclass.
Yeah, but what was the difference? The difference was actually getting picked that last, right?
Yep.
Like that late into the game. Usually he gets picked up earlier and gets countered, pretty much just gets destroyed. Even though the hero, in my opinion, looks pretty broken.
Yeah, Whisper's just like a cut above in terms of player skill. He's always owned in this way, and it's so good because it gives space to that PL. Another hero that's a little bit rocky. We're not sure, you know, it's lower win rate hero.
So it's like, you know, the PL gets potentially countered by the Ember pick, which was their last pick on Hikori, I believe.
Attempt.
Oh, yeah. And then, and, you know, the PL got enough room, but is Bat Rider, if you let it through in any scenario, is it that dominating hero at 20, 25 minutes, or is it?
It's not always necessarily that way. If you have enough of physical damage, you can just throw him through that BKB and then he feels insignificant. But honestly, in my opinion, it wasn't about the drafts. It was about one side having extreme experience at the TI stage in the lower bracket, and the other also their SA side, right? But it doesn't matter because the inexperience really did show through a little bit.
Like, unfortunately, that's all the experience they're going to get in that best of one. But, you know, being at TI once, and it's true, when you're a pro gamer, it's like every tournament you do not attend, anybody at any other tournament or going further does get that more experience and they feel more comfortable. They've been in, you know, that situation so many times before, and that's true across all kind of esport games. So, you know, still amazing, you know, to get this far, to come out of the groups for Hikori. But again, congratulations to Beast Coast, and they will be going up against Evil Geniuses next. That's a matchup that, you know, I'm sure people are very fond of, because EG, despite having amazing group stage, Beast Coast seems like one of those teams that they can kind of challenge anybody.
Oh God, they destroy everyone in lower bracket of tournaments, major. They get to this like top 6 somehow just by killing all of your fan favorites. It's terrifying. I just want to go back very quickly and just say that, like, massive props to Hikori. Yeah, everyone's talked a lot about them, but this is a team that had like very little support. They talked themselves about the lack of like prep they have. You know, we've joked about Seb's papers in the past and all this stuff, right? But this team doesn't have that kind of support. Yeah, they don't.
Holy moly.
They really like brought themselves up to this by themselves. Like they've grown from playing like these e-polls tourneys online, these small tournaments. They're very much like just incredibly hard-working players, and to see them get to play at TI, I'm very stoked for them. I'm very happy.
And it will still be probably confidence boosting for them to, where they are, right? Because it's still an honor, I think, to get to TI, as a team. So it's certainly something you can come off the back off and be like, we're going to go for the next one. But, to wrap up the Beast Coast and Hokori game, we're going to have a winner's interview with Beast Coast.
We're here with Stinger, and Avo is going to help us with the translations. Congratulations. First question is just, Hokori picked you specifically to play this do or die game. How much did that factor into the way that you played?
¿Cuánto importó el hecho de que te escogiese Hokori en la manera en que jugasteis?
Creo que simplemente ya los conocíamos y también era como que nosotros pensamos que ellos iban a elegir a Entity o algo así habíamos escuchado y cuando nos eligieron fue como que la traición, así podría decir, y ya simplemente como que más asados, ¿no? O sea, más concentrados en el juego.
Okay, so at first when they were thinking of who to pick, these guys thought that Hokori would pick Entity, right?
Yeah.
And then when they picked the other South American team, it was like, oh, a little bit of betrayal here. But there was more motivation and they were more focused as a result for the game.
Are you ready for EG?
I don't know about EG.
Sí, sí.
Yeah,
sure will. Well, felicidades. Congratulations. We will see you tomorrow. Back to you guys.
Hasta mañana.
Thank you very much. And again, congratulations to Beast Coast. Moving on to the next round to play Evil Geniuses. But today is a fast day. We've got still 3 best of ones, and they're all elimination matches. And this one coming up is going to be really interesting. It's the defending champions, Team Spirit, versus Boom Esports.
Yeah, we've been mentioning SEA and SA as these rising regions, right, for the last couple of years, and I believe this is their time to shine. Looking forward to the next match, looking forward to Boom.
And Team Spirit, of course, lower bracket. This is, we've never seen a team come from lower bracket and win TIs, so, they could be the first to do it because they are a winning team, so let's introduce them. It's Team Spirit. Boom Esports. Amazing.
Boom Esports.
Here they are joining the stage, and this rusty host will introduce them. Jaxi, Yopaj, FBZ, Tims, and Scheme. Boom Esports, a huge challenge. Quite dangerous to go against the defending champions, and here they are. It's Team Spirit.
Balance in all things. Team Spirit.
Team Spirit, Yutoro, Toronto, Tokyo, Collapse, Mirror, and Maposhka had a somewhat, wouldn't say too much of a year, but they are a team that can go all the way, and they could be the first team to go all the way through the lower bracket to the grand finals. A lot of people still think that. I'd be interested, panel, is this a team that can do it? Can they do a back-to-back?
Yeah, 100%. I think the main reason why they're in the lower bracket is, first of all, props to Team Spirit. They're doing this additional Twitter content where after a series, they'll do little interviews with the players and they'll say why did you lose this TI group stage game? And then they're like, yeah, the draft was really bad. And it's just so nice seeing the insight during TI. And I think they haven't found their TI kind of rhythm and identity. And if you find that at any point in the lower bracket, that can carry the entire way. And this team, of course, has the caliber to do that at any point.
They don't shy away from saying what was wrong.
Yeah.
Like, if the draft was bad, they'll say, we just drafted poorly. It was bad. If someone played poorly out of 5 of them, they will pinpoint that person out as well. It's a strange attitude. It's very honest, but at the same time, it works.
But it also sounds like, despite being TI winners, it's no ego.
No.
Because if you can have that conversation with your teammate, that's amazing. Because otherwise, you could have breakdown in communication. We've talked about teams not being on the same page when they're trying to do stuff in the group stages coming here. But it seems no ego for Team Spirit, despite being TI champs.
Team Spirit are great, sorry. They, you listen to Mirror speak, and I think it was him saying that he had imposter syndrome for a little while because, people were rough to him in pubs and you doubt yourself and you're just not sure. It really feels like they don't have that ego. So I completely agree. I'm very happy for this team and how they've been doing.
By the way, you've been following SCA, Sheep,
yes.
right? Like, is there any ego there?
Is there ego there? That's hard to say. The players are very easygoing.
You're being very nice.
Yeah. No,
why are you
I don't think they do.
Please answer the question.
What a question to throw at me. Let me just hype up my boys, Boom. This is my favorite C team.
We want to know a little bit about Boom.
Okay. This team, first of all, starting from the bottom, they struggled, right? The group stage, we saw them destroying these early games and then throwing. It's a problem I feel like they have had the entire year. They tend to kind of not respect their own timings very well. If they're 600 gold off of BKB, they might go and fight anyway and then die and set themselves back. So they're laning very good, but they really struggle to solidify their discipline in the mid to late game.
But still, even though from SEA, they are buying the BKB.
Yeah, I mean, if you got to get to the BKB to be able to use it, which is their biggest problem there.
If there is one player on that team that actually deserves to have an ego, that might be Scam. Because this guy has been playing in SCA for a really long time. From position 1 to position 5, he literally makes any team work. Like in the last seasons as well, I believe he did miss the last TI, but he came with new energy, and look at him. He had a hat, he takes that hat off, I believe he shaved his head. Is that the Yatoro move?
It is, he's going for that move. The fact that, Boom, they have not as much experience, nearly any, for TI. The first time this organization has got to TI is this one. Tim's is the only player with TI experience, so...
But they've got Mushi as coach.
Yeah, exactly. So they're leaning on a couple key individuals to unlock everyone else, where Spirit, they're like, yeah, guys, last year, we won it. So the fact that you have a best of one, the polar opposites of experience, it feels like.
And it's kind of, reminiscent of, the last match. Beast Coast, the lower bracket Grim Reapers, Hikori new to the stage. You've got Team Spirit, who've done everything, through a TI kind of series, in terms of getting to the grand finals and lifting the Aegis. And Boom Spirit, are you nervous for them if you're a fan of Boom Spirit?
Yeah, and don't forget the winner.
Boom Esports, sorry.
Don't worry.
Not Boom Spirit.
I thought you were just mashing up the series. I was respecting it. It was cool.
There's so much Dota today, it's just all merging into one.
And no matter what, the winner of this series then has to play against PSG. So if Spirit win, we get last year's TI finals in lower bracket round 2. If Boom win, then they have to play back like TI finalists round after round. And if they overcome both, then that's a whole new storyline being written. But yeah, Boom.
But we won't be doing the draft, obviously, so we don't get to do kind of predictions. But if you were to think of predictions, just seeing these teams from the group stages, Team Spirit went 1-7-1, Boom Esports went 1-3-5, but they did beat Evil Geniuses. They were the team that took them out, and that was one of their later games. So that's still some momentum, right, going on to the main stage. Or do you think they lost that?
There's definitely momentum. At the same time, these best of ones are so difficult to predict. I would still lean Team Spirit.
But that is kind of why you're here. But
I'll predict. It's a different Boom win, guys.
Not being able to predict is a good answer as an analysis.
The fans win. That's the easy answer, right?
Oh, true. Well, I think Boom, never count them out. They are so scary. The way they can run over their lanes. I think you look at Spirit and how strong Collapse is. When you look at Boom, it's Yopaj. They make their entire team revolve around trying to make Yopaj shine and carry. FBZ is well happy to just play a sacrificial offlane game, rush that blink, not farm as much, and Yopaj just goes ham. And you enable him properly, that's how they win.
Yeah, and when you look at Jackie, he's improved quite a bit since his Tier 1 era, right? As a carry, he's become even more stable, so...
Excellent. Well, thank you very much, panelists. And we will be heading into the draft, getting ready for game 1, and over to our commentators. Enjoy.
Boom Esports versus Team Spirit.
Thank you so much again. You wonderful panel all the way out there. Now we have another elimination match right on our hands here, and it's the crowd favorite, the home favorite, Boom, from Southeast Asia. They have looked like the best team out of this region this entire year, but at this TI, it's been a little bit of struggle, a little bit of back and forth from them.
1% to make it here?
1%.
They are the 1%, turns out. Yeah, it was Boom all along.
That's crazy. So for anybody that doesn't know, in group stages, it was down to the very last day for them, and they had 1% chance of moving on. They were able to close it out with a little bit of help from their friends, and now they're here. Looking at this draft, do you think that they've got what it takes to take down the defending champions, Team Spirit?
They have momentum. I think they were like tweeting. They're like, "Oh, GG guys, sorry." And they're here now. They're feeling good. You climb up from the grave. You're ready to win.
Yeah.
I think they're going to go into this with a really good mentality.
Oh, you know what's cooking? It's boom.
That's right. That's right. No, it's true. And the other thing that's super interesting about this is that it's kind of that dynamic, whereas Team Spirit, it's got to feel crazy. I mean, obviously, when they won TI last year, they came from a huge lower bracket run themselves. But this has been a team throughout this year when we've been seeing them in the DPC that sometimes loses that first game, and it takes them a couple to get going, to figure out their opponents, and then come together with a solid draft. I've seen so many Team Spirit games where they've been down one set and then come back and win the next two. They can't do that here.
Well, they're also the previous major champions, of course, so a little bit weird to see them down here.
Previous TI, previous major.
Yep.
It's everything, and it's going to take a Herculean effort from Boom to take them down here. But already into this one, we've got a collection of bans. Doom, and then into the Enigma. Primal Beast taken out, left untouched last game.
Marcy's still in the pool. We probably will see it get banned. A lot of teams are just, at this point, just giving it up, throwing it away. Enigma's banned.
Get rid of the Undying instead.
This is Marcy. Is this a simple see Marcy unbanned, pick it 5, move on with your day?
It does feel that way. I mean, I will say, like, Collapse, in terms of like the heroes that you tend to think of for Collapse, I can understand why they don't want to play versus Undying.
Yeah.
You know, it's kind of wrecks his entire pool.
10 seconds.
His pool is also, Mars has had a rough TI, I think.
Yeah.
That was what he's saying before. Even Magnus, I've seen some teams try to run it as a mid, more so than an offlane, but
he's never been known for like the zoo compared to other offenses, right? Like, he's not really an Enigma player, you know, compared to like, it's like so far down on his list compared to every other offlane player who just really wants to get those big juicy black holes.
But there we go. It is going to be the Marcy indeed. Mushi deciding that that's going to be their hero for them. Not a bad way to start a draft. This hero just has initiation. It's got buff up for your other carries. Because I consider Marcy a carry at this point, no matter what position she's played in.
Yeah, so it also sets up Shadow Fiend isn't banned yet. So if Spirit don't pick it, maybe there's an 8 Shadow Fiend.
How many games does Shadow Fiend need to lose, just so we're clear, before we stop bringing that up?
Ooh. Well,
This is I think Secret did this, right? Earlier today, the Nyx Lush. Yeah, good success. They 2-0 LGD. Really stable heroes, especially when you 6-7 it can flex between mid and carry. You get to see everything when you pick your heroes, so you can just pick strong lanes so the Leshrac gets to farm his Bloodstone, hits his timings, and this Nyx, this hero's crazy.
So why is Leshrac first phaseable now compared to the past?
The Bloodstone change.
Yeah.
There's the Shadow Fiend. The Bloodstone change kind of makes it so you have a timing where you don't die in the fights.
Yeah. It's so early too.
People buy Arcane Boots now instead of the Boots of Travel, so then they can break their Arcane Boots, build this Bloodstone, and it has this really strong mid-game timing where it kind of gets on top of all these ranged heroes that people want to pick, like the Shadow Fiend, and just kills them instantly.
Well, we talked a little bit about, this being an option that Secret ran, but also Nyx Assassin has just been a menace in these group stages. I think it had something like a 30 some odd, maybe 40 picks with a 70% win rate roughly. Kind of unheard of at these stages, but just an incredibly strong hero, and we'll be looking to set up those Spike Carapace hits likely onto the Shadow Fiend at later dates. We'll have to watch for that.
Yeah, the stun got buffed, so it has more range, so you're always getting caught out. There's been so many 3-man stuns.
Yeah,
every day I see at least like 2 or 3 clips of a Nyx, and they're like, Nyx Ravage.
Yeah,
right.
3 heroes dead. And so they're going to ban the Morph. We saw Morph for Shadow Fiend. Looks really hard matchup. They're banning it as well. The 18 Morph, really scary slot to pick this hero in. Team Spirit's going to pick more heroes that walk at them. They're going to probably ban, I'd see a Pango ban, the Kunkka ban for the similar reason. They want the Lesh to be able to walk in and not kind of hit a wall.
Yeah, it felt like in the past you had to protect your Leshrac so much. You're like finding like your Oracles or something like that to try and enable the hero. But with the strength the hero seems to have now, you just kind of want to watch it for a couple counter picks, and it still feels so good.
On the flip side, generally Shadow Fiend's a pretty strong hero versus Lesh when people put it in the mid lane. So I would be surprised if they put in the safe lane, but it doesn't really feel like a Yotaro hero. I feel like he wants to play more.
That'd be pretty weird.
Like right clickers, less spellcasters rather. And
although to be fair, it doesn't really strike me as a Toronto Tokyo hero either. In terms of how I imagine him playing Dota the way
he's like a spirit, right? He always wants to play Void Ember, get in there, puck. So
it'll be interesting to watch, and with another couple of bans out here, I think one of the dynamics that we're going to see different from Shadow Fiend this game is that you actually have that Marcy in tow to buff him up. Whereas before we saw PL able to just sort of out-carry that Shadow Fiend. In this game, you're going to have that sidekick, which the bonus damage, the lifesteal, can just rip people to shreds. So that'll be something to watch for there.
The nice thing about Marcy is you pick it early, and you know, some games this Marcy destroys, crushes her lane, she gets a BKB, she kills your carry even though she's a 5. It's like good for you, but even in the worst games, if you pick her with a Shadow Fiend, all she has to do is press sidekick off cooldown, you're happy.
Yep.
All you need is the sidekick sometimes, and good enough.
Well, another round of bans, a lot of mid-heroes taken out of the pool, the Terrorblade and the Morphling, and then we saw, of course, the Dawnbreaker, which has been a real menace, and Kunkka Ember. So still a couple of those mid-heroes in the pool. With Team Spirit having that last pick, you anticipate that that might be looked at later, although there's still that question of where is this Leshrac going to go?
I think a lot of these bans, it looks like they just did research this morning. The Morph for Shadow Fiend ban, the Dawn with the Lesh ban.
Yeah.
Watch them Secret, watch them EG.
They're sitting in here checking out the games, but Team Spirit take care of the Drow themselves. That's a hero they've used versus the Shadow Fiend before as well, and trying to find that little bit of a distance.
So they're probably going to try to pick a hero that will deal with the Marcy, unless they want the Nyx to lane the Marcy, which a little iffy. You can die to these Visages even as the Nyx.
Yeah. Does anyone deal with Marcy, you know? Any 5, have a fun time.
The one thing is Sniper's still in the pool. I could see them trying to go for a Sniper on 18 on the side of Spirit. So maybe they're going to pick something that bodies for this Sniper. It's a good versus Shadow Fiend. Even though Marcy has so much range, I think Sniper just has more.
Well, the Lich. I mean, we've seen this as well. And talking about this morning, right? Like you got Marcy, you got Shadow Fiend. So.
Shadow Fiend generally just goes physical damage these days. We've seen a couple. I think Nothing to Say did an Arcane Blink SF the other day.
Yeah, and I think Last Chance Qualifier had quite a few as well, like more magic based.
There's some mixture, but generally right now the standards, you go Dragonlance, you go BKB, you go like Mask of Menace 2, you go Butterfly Satanic, Daedalus. Call it a day.
All those mid players went to carry. Finally, they're so happy.
Yes. Is this the same with Templar?
Yeah.
So long ago.
Wow. And boom, they're going to be the ones to take the Mars instead. So FBZ will be picking it up along with the Disruptor in tow.
Okay.
A very different look to this draft than I was anticipating. Another one of those heroes that just kind of feels like it's a little bit out of place. What are they seeing that they like about this Mars?
I see a sad Leshrac.
Okay.
They're picking a lot of circles to make the Lesh die when he walks forward.
Like, actually, yeah.
Big circle, good. That's what we're hearing. This is the high level analysis you came for.
Yeah. Now we just need a Faceless Void in here. We'll chuck that down somewhere.
Yeah, the big thing is versus Lesh, you need to make sure he can't run away.
Okay.
He has to be stationed, because Shadow Fiend will destroy him. If he gets 3 seconds just hitting him, and that's kind of what Mars provides. It provides a fighting ground where you can kill one hero. And the Disruptor is also, I think it's just good versus both of the supports. Nyx, even if it's kind of similar to Puck. You silence the Nyx, and even though you get stunned on the spike, he can't follow up stun on you. So silence is generally good versus the Nyx to the Lich.
It'll be interesting to watch. The other dynamic, of course, on top of that sort of physical mitigation that you get with the Lich, that Frost Shield, is we've seen some like really solid Chain Frost games that the spell just looks absolutely insane, particularly if you can get that shard, throwing the Ice Spire down, and then it can just bounce and you can solo kill somebody.
I think something really cool with the Mars as well is something we talk about a lot is the Shadow Fiend is just kind of a tower. And so you want to pick, a lot of the time you either have to pick something that gets on top of him and stands on him like a Lifestealer, or you pick the opposite, where you pick a Sniper, a Zeus, you pick these long-range heroes that he can never hit. So Mars, I think, kind of, the idea of it is to counter the Sniper.
Yeah, it
like
removes them from the pool.
You make it so that they have to be able to fight him, and these mid-range heroes like Gyro, Luna, Shadow Fiend just beats in those fights. So Team Spirit picked the Lifestealer, really nice lane versus Mars. Kind of commits the Lesh to mid. We have seen Leshrac offlane, I believe.
Yeah.
I know Resolution played it at least once.
The other nice thing that we can sometimes see there is, you know, Lesh is gained down relatively low HP. Suddenly you infest, gets popped back up, and when you thought you might be able to kill the Lesh, he's able to survive through it.
So this is the only question left in the draft is Shadow Fiend going mid or safe lane? Because Team Spirit have the overall last pick. So Boom has to commit, all right, are we okay with Leshrac going off lane and counter picking mid? I would say so, yes. Shadow Fiend is kind of one of the best laners. You just kind of throw them there. They get 2 bans as well.
Fast one.
And generally also the things that beat Shadow Fiend in the lane aren't that happy with a Lesh. They're the longer range spellcasters like a Zeus or a Lina or an Invoker. And Shadow Fiend, or Lesh wants to play with more of a Spirit, a run-in, a stun, like a Mars, a Sand King, an Ember. These heroes that go in for him so he can wait till it's opportune time in the fight.
And speaking of that, Boom's lineup looking very well balanced right now. I feel like they check off a lot of boxes. They have good team fight. They have pretty good objective taking. Early initiation is there as well from like the Marcy. So they have a lot of options for this last pick. I feel like it is really just like lane secure. That I just want to make sure my lanes are good if I'm Boom.
I think that the two biggest things right now, I feel like in this game for both teams is, are you strong enough in lanes so you don't get crushed in lanes and feel bad? And are you strong enough to team fight? So when the game goes late, you're not stressed out.
Yeah.
Because all right now they have to do is just try to not be stressed, try to just play the game. Spirit, we know, they've been there.
Yeah.
They've probably been very stressed.
Boom's team fight looks like so good, and Team Spirit's team fight is just like this kind of like random array of spells right now.
The biggest thing is that this Lifesaver looks unkillable to some extent. If he gets Rage off, there's no damage. The Mars does nothing, the supports do nothing, the Shadow Fiend, the Lich, right? The Lich is going to make it so the Shadow Fiend does nothing.
They removed our circle.
There it is, the
gone.
one that they needed, the Faceless Void. And, you know, you talk about ways to kill a Lifestealer. That traditionally has been a pretty interesting matchup. So taking that away now, and Boom, one last pick for themselves. They did see True Sight, they decided to ban the Magnus. It's not going to get picked up in this last round.
I think a nice pick would be a safe lane Slardar. It has been run a little.
That would be so sick, actually.
They can even go an aggro lane with the Slardar versus the Lifestealer.
Yeah, and try and lane versus them. Oh, something a little bit more classic.
So it's a either carry Mars or mid Mars.
I'm pretty sure that's a mid Mars.
Interesting.
We'll see what they decide to go for.
Similar idea. It's something to go through BKB, stuns the Lifestealer. Should lane well versus the Lifestealer. I've actually seen that lane go both ways. Now that the boars don't slow through BKB.
Yes, yeah.
So he can just press Rage, kill the boars. And Spirit, now they get to see everything. They don't know who's playing what, but now they get to say Leshrac going off lane, Leshrac going mid. I think this kind of sets up for a Spirit hero. Maybe a Void could be okay, or
some sort of like glue here. I don't know. I feel like I want like a Darkseer Escuro or something, some sort of like a team. I don't know if I want Darkseer, but you know, something that
nobody wants Darkseer.
Yeah,
let's be real.
That hero's a bit rough, but
something like that could be really cool.
Very bold one right now, I would say, is OD.
Where is that hero? I thought the hero was going to be...
Collapse has been playing it a little.
Yeah, I saw him in pubs.
Interesting.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's not that good, but if there was a crazy hero right now that Team Spirit would pick, it would be OD.
It's best one.
I will say the switch up here with Beastmaster last, incredible amount of push, and there you go, Gunnar. You call it out, OD. What do you like about this hero in this instance? What's the big appeal here?
It gives save for the Roar, it gives save for the Arena, it gives save for the Disruptor. You can dodge Glimpse with Astral on yourself. Even the Marcy, you can kind of just stop the fights from happening. So it's pretty much, they're playing to be, it's a fight break.
Yeah.
You pause, it's kind of a mini Song of the Siren in a sense where you kind of slow the fight down. And Boom, when you play with Mars, you play with Shadow Fiend, these heroes have spells. They hit the BKBs, they hit the Arena. That's their fight. They want to win the fight in that duration, those 6 seconds, those 8 seconds. And OD is really good at making the fight last 15 seconds, 20 seconds. And that's where the Lifestealer is going to get multiple rages off. That's where the Leshrac gets stuns off. He's trying to make a long fight happen.
Yeah, I feel like Boom want this one moment like you're talking about, whereas like Team Spirit, everything can just be so much more spaced out. They have pick off, right? They have like little setups with Astral into like little Nyx Assassin stuns, the damage there from the Leshrac. You can like sort of make these little pairings from Team Spirit and get these pick offs all over the map right now.
Well, you can see the Aegis there. Team Spirit wanting to continue to defend that if they can maintain their spot in this tournament. Ushi, the team, they have put together the draft, and now he has to walk away as the players will have to play this one out. One match, one of these teams eliminated. Southeast Asia versus Eastern Europe, and it all came down to a last pick Outworld Destroyer, hoping to set their sights onto the future, but we're getting ready to go into this game number one, the only one that we got.
Did you have to check and read just to make sure that was still his name?
Outworld Destroyer. It changes around a little bit, that's fair.
The spells change around a little bit too, so make sure you're updated on the current spells on that hero.
The other thing that stands out to me that I'm really curious about is this Beastmaster pick. Have they upped the tempo of the draft? Like that, this looks like a very aggro draft from the side of Boom. Like they can start moving around the map, taking buildings incredibly quickly.
Yeah, the Shadow Fiend himself is known. He gets the aura on towers. The towers have -7 armor, but add a Beastmaster to that, you kind of start taking Roche, you take towers. I think they're hitting to play for team fights. You may make it an unkillable ball, they walk at towers, they fight. And I think the biggest thing they have to deal with and or worry about in this game is the Lifestealer. If they can kill the Lifestealer, they're going to win these fights. If he gets roared, he gets static stormed and astraled, I think one thing that I'm not 100% sure on that might happen is
good.
If you astral the Lifestealer, I think he might be able to rage before he gets silenced by the Disruptor. So the OD might be really nice to always make sure that the Lifestealer gets Rage off. And he's still unkillable with Rage. They have nothing for Rage right now.
Well, as they head out across the map, the smoke up, they're ready to go. Jackie, a whole host of little items there. And the thing that I want to watch for is how do these early lanes set up? Is there any sort of dynamic in the mid matchup? The Mars versus Lesh feels very strange to me.
Mars used to be really strong. His laning now has been nerfed a lot thanks to all the offlaners who, would just crush the lane. So now
they ruined the hero?
Yeah, they ruined it. It's like same with Pugna. Pugna was really good mid, and now the support's ruined it for us.
Or you mid laners.
Yeah. You guys have it so rough in that mid lane,
But the nice thing is Mars is able to... The level 6s on mid are really strong for the supports to come. That's when it's 4, 5, 6 minutes. They come mid, and Arena is one of the best spells to come mid to. And killing the Lush when you hit your tower with Arena is really easy. So I would say that the lane itself is fairly even, but it matters more so after the lane when the supports rotate.
Dude, the board just died,
They move on in. Yopaj kind of in no man's land. Mira there getting set up with the stun. They got him caught and collapse. Drawing first blood, Team Spirit. They're on deck first.
The big one. He now has Tangos in his inventory on the OD. Go a little greedy, so now he's a little... Mira's probably happy that he doesn't have to ferry him all the region in the lane.
Well, moves on in, throws out the stun, and that gets them another bounty room. So Team Spirit looking to secure 3 to the 1 of Boom. FBZ the only one that was able to pick that one up.
Nice deny.
Nice. Okay, good.
So 2 for 1. Could be worse.
Well done with that boar.
I think the big thing in this game is, again, it's going to be level 6 on the Mars mid, whether there's a play on the Siege mid, whether there's a kill on the Lesh or not. And then I think the OD will be pretty interesting to see how they play around him, whether they constantly go to him or they try to make him sit there to force the Shadow Fiend out of the lane.
Yeah, or even moves with him as well, potentially sets up for some of their other heroes. And then you have to keep an eye on this Leshrac too, because if the Leshrac isn't moving, then sometimes you just lose your tower if you go for this big play with the Arena and you miss or something.
Yeah, those early rotations that we've seen, things get a little bit spicy in there. And we've seen a couple of teams prioritize this mid-tier 1 tower over that safe lane tower a couple of times as well. We'll have to watch for where the movements go to. As Tims will try and do some zoning back here onto Collapse. You mentioned earlier that one of the big worries was, do you just lose your lane outright? How does OD do in this lane?
In the mid lane, Shadow Fiend is generally good versus OD, because you can just press raise and he has to walk away. And the nice thing is his stats are very strong on OD, so even just as a hero, he has high movement speed, he has 320, he has good damage. So I would say he's probably going to lose relatively early, but once he starts getting the level 3, level 4 range where he has Astral, he'll be able to just pump out the damage. It got buffed last patch, so now it's an 18-second cooldown on the Astral level 1, and it's 120 damage for pretty much free. You don't have mana on this hero.
It's such a different spell in the side lane too, because you can actually fully wrap around. You can completely surround someone when you Astral them on the side lane compared to the mid lane where the tower's there to help you.
And interesting there, he's going for the Arcane Orb and the Essence Flux build. So opting to just keep more pressure on throwing out those orbs consistently against, I guess, Marcy in lane. Kind of cool.
It's just nice
to keep pulling lanes.
So he can pretty much guarantee last hits.
Yeah.
It's like 50 pure damage, so it's really hard to mess up the last hits. And this is going to be a start when he's maxing it, because he can still get it maxed by level 7. And the level 1 of the spell's not as good compared to the orb.
Again, interrupted a little bit there. Now trying to pull the creep wave back over and connect them. Does look like he's going to be able to get a couple. But Tim's doing a really good job of being annoying. Has tended to be his role on this team. Try and frustrate the enemy offlaner to the best of their ability, or whoever he's facing off against.
And he is in, I would say, his best role, right? This early initiator, definitely where Tim's tends to shine. It's the
melee heroes, right?
Yeah, the melees, the touches, the clockwork, something like that. Or Rubik. We'll give him one range here.
There you go.
And on the other side of the map, top, I think this lane's going to be fairly chill. This Beastmaster, again, it's similar to the PL from the last game. They pick this not to
Radiant's courier has been
destroy the lane, they pick it as more of a game counter. So even if they go even in the lane...
That was nasty.
Yeah.
Oh, man. All right,
so it's not just sidekick that makes this good, I see. Okay.
Yeah.
Good combo.
A lot of spells that do a lot of things on this hero.
Yeah.
Stuns, slows, displacement, movement speed.
So far, across all the lanes, looking pretty good. A slight advantage for each of these Boom heroes over their counterparts in the lane. And we'll see if, Team Spirit, oftentimes these lineups that they've built.
Just gonna find a courier.
Yeah, that's a little interesting.
All right,
cool.
Happens to the best of us.
Probably clicked it somewhere under the tower to hide it, because it was on the way back. I don't think I had anything on it.
No, it was empty, yeah.
Now he's telling Yatoro, please don't feed these boots. We need the boots to crush the lane. Skem's going to make a move for the 4-minute water rune. These 4-minute runes are really important. A lot of the time when the matchups are relatively close, if you don't get a water rune, it starts to get very hard. And the Lesh uses a lot of mana, so you're going to lose out a water rune.
Yeah, gonna big stacks at the same time too, so the big efficiencies here from Skem.
Yeah, that is going to be a huge injection of gold for them later if they want to farm that up with either FBZ or for that Shadow Fiend. We'll have to watch for it. As FBZ just tanking through a bunch of damage from Maposhka. This Lich.
Bot lane.
More.
A nice jump on Collapse.
Collapse in trouble, but Jackie cleaning him up. So another kill down bottom.
Really, really nicely played. He got a 2-man dispose, or rebound rather, and then just 2 raises, the OD dies. He's going treads. It looks like he's just going to go rush the Ags on the OD, which is last time he was popular as the offlane, he would go Meteor Hammer.
Yeah.
He'd play for the, wait till the H on Banished, pressure Meteor Hammer for the perfect timing. But it looks like now he's just playing purely for the Astral.
Yeah. Which is understandable a little bit there, but not having a great time on that OD to start at the very least. As Spear going to connect onto that tower, make sure that Yopaj can secure those couple of last hits. As, again, slow and steady, as we often seen happen in these elimination matchups. Your team really wants to leave to try and rotate to one of those other lanes. Things can go south very quickly.
Yeah, none of these early moves mid. Skem just too busy doing his stacks, and also, you're a disruptor, so it's not that great. And obviously, you can see the benefits of having the Mercy down bottom.
I think the 2 big moves this game right now are going to be whether they go mid on the arena timing, which is about to hit right now. It looks like the supports are kind of locked in their lanes due to how Team Spirit drafted. But I think the other move that is really important is I think Yatoro's going to look to TP bot at some point relatively soon. 1 Astral into a Life Clear just hitting you. He has Ghoul Frenzy. He has all the slow he needs. So once I would say that's going to happen right around when Beast hits Dom. So in the next minute or 2, you'll probably see him abandon the lane.
Now this is, again, the moment when Boom have looked at their strongest, when they make sure that they enable Yopaj to get everything he wants, and they bring in 2 supports going to secure that rune, which is going to spawn up top. So Yopaj gets the DD. And again, this is 2 separate rounds where Boom has got their supports to run mid and deny out Toronto Tokyo.
And look at this, they just run right into his jungle too. No big stacks even for him right now, unfortunately. Is Leshrac someone who just doesn't even matter how many units there are with his spells, right? They're just basically farming the same amount, so.
Yeah, it looks like Team Spirit's playing mostly just to secure their side lanes. They're all just doing their own thing. They're 2-on-2, no one's moving, no one's doing much. And they're trying to be content 50-50ing all their lanes. I think they're very confident in how their heroes match up, just in pure 1-to-1s on the other team, so they don't feel the need to pressure towers early, pressure anything. They need to hit their timings. Again, this Leshrac, the Bloodstone is his timing. So the whole team's probably just playing for Bloodstone hits, or Lesh hits Bloodstone, then we do what we need.
And then the question is, if you spot that arena coming, maybe you can get Collapse there in time, get the Astral save, get the big turnaround play in the mid lane.
A little bit of a go here. Pops the Rage, no glimpse. FBZ chased down. Do they have a pull? They do. Maposhka, he got him. FBZ just gonna die. So a very nice play from Team Spirit there. They just ran on in and killed him.
Scam?
He should be fine.
Just wanted that one last punch.
That's the worst feeling. You're like, they don't have stuns. I can TP out.
Fine.
And then you get stunned. You're like, I have to walk back to their lane. He doesn't have boots either because he wants to get this helm of the Dominator. A little sad, but it's not the worst. He still has this time. The Beastmaster always has a timing. He gets level 6, he gets Dom, and he can kick out almost any carry from the game.
Some wards placed up there. Probably will be taken away in just a couple of minutes here. But Yopaj, well, throw out that stun, connects onto the Nyx Assassin. Still hanging onto this arena, but with no spear, that gives Toronto Tokyo some freedom to walk on in and try and push out this lane. Mira wants to contest, and it is going to be bottom. So they get another rune. In fact, this DD, some pretty good damage. They're going to take down the Nyx Assassin.
Yeah, and that level 1 Carapace, level 2, I mean, it's so long. There's 20 seconds, there's such a long time for you to punish on that. Once you Carapace that spear, I was kind of thinking ooh, this looks kind of free, And start looking at that Leshrac with the arena, but instead they just chase down Mira at the rune.
So no runes claimed at 8 minutes in by Toronto Tokyo. Feels a little bit rough. And you can see he's kind of hurting from it based on that net worth, having to run back and forth to base a couple of times. But
all right, Mirror fills a bottle, gives him a little prize from that. But again, if Team Spirit feels a little, I don't know how to say it. They're just stuck in their lanes, maybe.
Yeah.
And the worry is if Boom is able to kick these heroes out of lane fully, that's when it starts feeling bad.
Yeah, then you're forced to make a move. And if you look at their heroes, like making a move is not very easy. It feels like it's kind of on the back of Mira, obviously once you get to 6.
Yeah, the cores don't really mesh that well in terms of forcing plays to happen. You Astral, and Astral's not the best because it also enables the other team to set up for 4 seconds. They can TP in, try to save, so a lot of it will be on this Nyx Assassin, I think, to kind of catch around the map. Or even the Lifestealer just walking at a tower.
Poshka, they find him again. Couple quick hits, and Team Spirit looking to get a bit of a return. Can they do it? Yopaj chased down, barely able to walk away from that one, and he gets out.
It's like a TP.
Yeah, is he still sticking around here? This is crazy. This guy needs to head on back home, and will do just that. So they get the kill onto that Lich and manage to escape. Was the arena used?
It was. The nice thing as well is that the Beastmaster used Roar for that, so Vitoro probably feels safe for the next 70 seconds to sit in his lane and not feel pressure to rotate out. But now this is giving a 1v1 to Collapse. And OD, even in a bad matchup in the side lane, giving him a 1v1 is pretty nice for the hero. And something interesting as well is he maxed his Arcane Orb first, as opposed to the Astral.
Yeah, trying to get up that farm there and obviously be a bit of a threat if anybody steps in too much.
I feel like it's like a good threat in terms of rotations as well. Try and bring someone through.
A little bit of some mouse issues as we see the Hellbear about to be banished to the Netherrealm. You know, it's interesting to me too, the dynamic of these two teams in terms of the pressure that they're feeling. For Team Spirit, again, returning champions, and for Boom, you know, they were making tweets that looked like they thought they were out of the tournament just a couple days ago. You know, expectations are off. Obviously, it's always, you know, a tough situation to be in playing like this, but they have been looking very free, very fluid on this Boom team.
Yeah, well, we have the timing's not coming out in terms of the 10-minute tome, so Disruptor, probably going to have 6 here in a second. Marcy, of course, a position 4 that doesn't really need the 6 that bad.
Yeah, but he could be level 7.
I know, it's true. It's true.
You never play the PUBG or the 4, and you're like, I could be level 7 right now. I could be so strong.
Listen, Disruptor players have a special, you know, they have a little pass. They get it, all right?
They feel the need. They got to get it. Yeah, and I think that this level 6s is going to be an interesting little timing as well, because you get so many big team fight things, whether it's Chain Frost, the Vendetta to allow you know, Mira to wrap around and try and sneak up on somebody. There's a lot that changes once these supports get ultis, and also once the game resumes. So we're just waiting on that one. Mask of Madness done on the SF. Waiting as Lifestealer is heading in, and I believe has that armlet coming out to him. Queuing up the Deso afterwards, so just straight up damage for this guy.
So the cores have not done much rotating. Yopaj did the move top, but you can see it doesn't even feel that good for him to go top. The Lesh just follows him, they take some fight, looks really scary. And I think right now this bot lane is where the action is going to happen for either side. That's where the easiest lane for, because you can't arena the Lifestealer. He's going to rage your arena, walk away. So he's going to try to look to maybe arena collapse, or the Lifestealer's going to go bot.
Yeah, if they see the Lifestealer go bot, like maybe there's a chance that you follow just like the helm up top, or you just, you know, all fight bot, as you said. It's kind of like last game where everyone, like Hokori tried to make the save on Lumiere's lane. They all went up there. That made such a big change as to where the game went, and now we're at that same crossroads here.
And this is where the Lifestealer kind of, the strength of the hero shows. Obviously, it's really good, you know, mid-late game. He has rage. He's so good versus all the spellcasters, but it's when you can't kick him out of the lane. That's where he's really strong. And he has Armlet, he has Max Ghoul Frenzy. You can't really just lane verse him for fun.
See you later, again, Aro keeps the pressure up top, trying to force that back. There was a big movement down bottom.
Look at FBZ though. He's getting like he just got the catapult up top with his boar while he was farming the Ancients.
And he finished that big
that's
stack
a gamer.
there too.
Yeah, that's nice.
That is a lot of gold. And he needed it. He was pretty far behind on this Beastmaster. So starting to catch back up to the rest of the cores in this game.
Feels a little bad, but I think his job in this game is mostly just going to be to buy the Vlads for his team. He has 2 cores who use it very nicely, and it's just going to be to roar the Lifestealer. That's all they need him to do. He doesn't need to crush the game by himself.
RC Gets hit there by the sun. Chain Frost looking for some lucky bounces. Will hit one. Do they get another? They do. One last punch. Mira comes in. Luck and skill and team spirit. They take on down that support. Toronto Tokyo moving in. Says, Yopaj, you want some more? Glimpse to stop it. And that will be enough to keep Yopaj out of harm's way.
Yeah, I was scared of a Mira stun into follow-up split earth, so try and remove that. But yeah, missing the spear there on the
nice,
too.
nice sidestep.
Yeah, that was rough.
This is where Mars can feel a little scary. If you can't consistently make these arenas work, get these kills with the arena, the spears, you start to not have as much impact. You can see he's rushing the BKB, so his damage won't be too high, but...
Glimpse, spear, stays on, big static storm, hits onto everybody. Yato rages, the regen keeps him alive. Is it enough? No! He still manages to go down. A good thought by Yadoro, but it wasn't enough to keep the Lesh alive.
That would have been crazy. Yeah, actually managed to get the save there too. But I mean, that's why I think Mars is so tempting. Like, despite, like, what is he, like 40% win rate or something, and maybe even lower? Yeah. Like, he just keeps going down, but you still see teams gravitate back to this hero because he gives you, like, direction. He gives you, you know you have arena, you know it's like this spell that you can go, but when you start missing these spears, that's where it gets really painful.
A lot of the damage from this hero comes from spear and arena.
Yeah.
So you miss that, you're missing out 600 damage or so on every hero. I also think something interesting is the Lifestealer. If he ends up going for Shard, he doesn't have it queued up yet, but it's really cool with Leshrac of how it works. It'll make the Leshrac lifesteal 50% of the damage.
Yeah.
And it'll bounce and connect on all the different units every damage. So I think it's every 500 damage, it'll open wounds another unit. So
it is a very close game here, as you can see. A slight favor right now into the 4-team Spirit. Yeah, that open wounds is going to be something interesting to watch for. If that's going to be enough to keep alive this Lesh in these pivotal moments. Or, of course, the big hero that we haven't even really talked about has been this OD. Still has the chance to Astral for those saves, but Smoke and the Vendetta used. Mira moves in. Ooh, just a little bit off on that stun.
Was he not going for the hell creep?
He might have been going for the hero, Trent.
Mirror and Impales in the top lane. Same location, 1 year later.
Dude, that's the thing with True Sight, right? Everybody remembers every move at that point afterwards. It's just how it goes.
Flashbacks.
Oh, they did win that TI, so maybe it's good flashbacks.
Good flashbacks. Memories is what they say.
All right, Invis rune picked up for Yopaj now.
Every rune.
Every rune. Always bringing the heroes, keeping some vision in the area as well. Unfortunately, not resulting in a big lead for this hero. Not really snowballing your Marisol too much.
Toronto is closing in on the Bloodstone, though.
He's going bottom with that Invis.
They have a sentry, though. They spotted. Oh, no, that was Radiant Sentry.
I know, it looked like you think it was dire. By the way, he just got out of there, right?
But dude, Collapse was so ready.
This guy's pretty good, I hear.
Maybe they had a word on where he TP'd from, but regardless.
Oh, very nice. Fests kills that off. Now Rage used, they're gonna stun him. Tim's has the control for round 2 if they go for the jump to stun. Disposes it enough, it is! Oh, pretty play coming from FPZ and Tim's. The Chain Frost will not stop it. Just like that, they open this one up perfectly.
It's the carry rotation. Shadowfiend goes top, breaks the lanes down, they kill the Lifestealer. It was... You know what he's doing. He infests the creep to just kill the Dom creep so that Beastmaster has no pressure, but now they just roar him. He just dies.
Now the situation just gets so much worse, but at least they'll have the trade in the bottom lane at the same time there with the help of the Leshrac.
Yeah, this will probably finish the Bloodstone. Oh, okay. Toronto bought the energy booster. I got worried. He sold it fast enough, though.
Yeah.
He's good.
They did smoke up from top as they run down here. Do they have a dust? They do have a dust ready on the Disruptor.
They saw him. They caught a quick IS on him.
Oh,
just out of range, though. So Mira will escape. Yopaj throwing a spear in anger.
Sentry and ward on this cliff if he decides to
that
peek his head up.
It's a classic Nyx, They like to run up those stairs.
Tier 1 tower taken both top and bottom. Mid open if they want to head that direction.
That was a really big move. Killing this Lifestealer. Anytime you kill a hero who feels unkillable, the next kill is always easier. It's the same thing with Timbersaw when he's a very strong hero. You kill this guy once, and he starts going from diving your tier 3s, being unkillable, to just a hero.
Got it off. Saved for the moment. In some trouble now. Collapse. Does he have the ability to survive? They have Infest up in a second if they want to use it. Astro round 2, Collapse building him up, gets him healed back up. Now the turn, Yopaj in trouble, killed off. Collapse another Astral now.
It's so much damage. It's 500 with the Ags.
Oh my god. Blows him up. And they still hang on to the OD ulti. But showing the power of this pick here on the big stage. Team Spirit looking good.
The nice thing right now is he doesn't have to play into the Beastmaster. Zoo's the way you beat OD. So he's constantly been bot. He hasn't even looked top probably, hasn't even touched the lane. His team's coming to him bot and they don't even worry about the Beastmaster. He's relatively poor for what you would expect from this hero. And he hasn't had much impact outside of that lifesteal kill.
Yeah, he died at some pretty crucial moments, and now they start to surround this mid tower here, but they're bringing a lot of units. There's no Static Storm, but they do have that glimpse, so if you drive them off, maybe you can get a pick off.
Tower dropping so quickly. Yeah, they're going to take this one. Team Spirit, come on in, claim the tower. They do ask for a 1. Do they have... Oh, it's just a 4. Okay, I thought it was another hero. Oh. Nonetheless.
One big thing is they glyphed, I believe, so now Boom has no glyph, so if Team Spirit's feeling really good, they can go for a tier 2 right now.
Yeah.
Take a look real quickly at this replay and how close it could have been, but Collapse was there for the save, and they just handled him.
Likely a smoke coming out here soon, you would think, from Boom, right? You have Arena back up, you have Static Storm. They're trying to think of the big play they want to go for.
Absolutely. Let's see if they head up to that side of the map.
Hitting BKB timing on the Shadow Fiend, just about 400 gold. And Boom still has very strong timings. They have double BKB soon. Mars just finished his. He gets an Invis to catch. No blinks yet on the side of them, so their jump is not the best, but when they're able to sit there, stand with BKBs, the sidekick, maybe they fight around a Roche. They're really strong.
Spirit's vision is unreal right now. They have watched like 4 heroes walk from the top rune down through their jungle. Now they see them over by their shop as well earlier, so, or not the shop rather, but like heading towards that outpost. So there's tons of wards in that area from Spirit with their 3K lead. Gives them the safety to just sort of farm up a little bit more. And now with that information, they're going for the fight.
They run into him. The smoke heading down south, and it's FBZ that is going to be the first point of contact. They might have seen the axes there. FBZ backs away, anticipating some heading over that direction.
This is not where you want to fight for Boom. They want to go. They want to force a Roche right now. I think they want to force a Roche or a tower. They want to force an area that Team Spirit's forced to walk into. Yeah. Their Hawks, their vision. So you can see
they're pinging it from Tim's. Tim's is just all over that Roche.
They're going. Yopaj invis. And no sentries around, so if they head up this direction, he is there to break it off. And again, another one of these just runes picked up that could be game-defining. Yopaj there, they drop the sentry. He's still over in the trees, though. They spot him, ward. He's just out of vision. They'll take it down now, and Team Spirit not wanting to give up this Roche for nothing. Yeah. Reset again.
It's all these games. Best of ones, so much nerves. You don't want to be the team that makes the bad move.
Yep.
You want to always make sure your moves are good, they're clean. Even if they end up gameplay-wise not clean, you want the moves as a team to be clean and together.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Well, and after farming out bottom and then heading top, Team Spirit back to it in their own jungle. Boom is going to spread out a little bit. They're going to show Yopaj on that bottom lane, at least for a moment, and now Toronto Tokyo heading on in, ready to contest for this rune. It is a DD. Jackie's going to pick that one up.
Oh, DD, BKB, Shadow Fiend. And this is with a lot of gold investment right now just being stacked and waiting on the OD and the next assassin, right? They want these Blink Daggers to transform their heroes a little bit here, give them that extra reach. So this is a good time for Boom. A lot of empty gold right now on Spirit. The lead is not as large as it seems.
They head on in. There's no way to see into the pit right now for Team Spirit. As they're going to start taking it. Get the D ward. And are they just going to give this up on Team Spirit? It looks like it.
This is where the team fight comes in from Boom. With the Disruptor, Mars, Beast, they have so many heroes that you don't want to walk into that.
Wow. Just like that. Boom. They're going to claim the first Aegis, and Team Spirit give it up for them. We'll see if they can wait this one out, because last game we just saw how quickly things can turn around the back of an Aegis.
You can see they're building for the fights here with the Halberd done on Yadro. Try and ruin Jackie's team fight.
Oh, ready to move in. They're going to defend mid still, even into the Aegis.
They want to smoke the infest on the Nyx. They'll look for Mars. He walks away. I think.
Radiant are scanning.
He's pretty slow.
He's good.
Yeah, he gets out of there. Radiant scan, they knew that play was coming again.
That was nice. Anytime you know the team kind of rotates a lot of heroes mid specifically, the only way they can leave mid is a smoke or aggressive play. You can't really split up in all directions because now you don't have TPs for 80 seconds, and that's how you get picked off. So the nice foresight to know that Team Spirit's going to make an aggressive move.
Bit of a classic at this point, right? The aggro immediately after Roche, trying to sort of like ruin this composure that you get having the Aegis, feeling the safety around the map.
Yeah, there used to be a long time ago. It used to be you get the Aegis and you're like, oh, they're never gonna fight.
Yeah, they won't come.
I have Aegis.
Yeah.
Like he wouldn't kill me, but nowadays a lot of teams just kind of take that bluff and will kill the Aegis really fast or kill the one hero who's trying to abuse the Aegis vision.
Yeah. That one hero who really needs an item extremely badly, like Yopaj on the Blink Dagger right now.
And you can see that in that sort of vacuum of space, Yopaj comes on in, will farm this, while FBZ took the mid tier 1 tower with his summons. So still very even game. Poshka the one that's keeping this lane pushed out continuously.
Whoa. It's like such a battle of the vision for the Beastmaster and the positioning of Collapse. I feel like, you know, if they can spot him first and get an initiation on the OD, this fight could look so good for Boom.
Courier coming on out. The blink, that was underneath a ward. They saw this. So Spirit playing it safe right now and going on over. See if they can find somebody as they head up the hill. But Spirit, they're already back underneath their own tier 2 tower.
It looks like they want to defend the tier 2. Utaro TP's mid, smokes up. They want to get probably a support. Or if the Mars dies 100-0.
Oh, look at that vision though, yeah. That's
running on in. Smoke, Era, scouted. Toronto Tokyo heads out too. They're just doing little tap dances around each other. Everybody knows where they're at.
My biggest concern right now for Boom is whether they have the damage without the SF. I think the Mars is kind of low damage. Beastmaster's not having an amazing game. So it's a lot on the back of this Shadow Fiend, I think, to kind of do everything in the fight. They have to play around him, they have to protect him, he has to kill everyone. On the side of Spirit, you know, Lifestealer dies, maybe the Leshrac goes. The Leshrac dies, OD maybe carries them. So it seems a little more of a Tricore on the side of Spirit, and Boom, it seems like all their eggs are in the basket.
They actually have so much more damage on Spirit.
Ward, drop down, they see everybody. Boom. Team Spirit have to run away again. They will manage to force him back for the moment, but Boom taking good vision in this area, and with 1.5 minutes left on the Aegis, could be spoiling for a fight, or even just to try and bully Team Spirit. They haven't been able to accentuate their lead as Team Spirit keeps farming.
They're not being bullied, you know? They're kind of like looking at it like, yeah, okay, we got Aegis, what? You want to fight? We're ready. It is causing them, of course, to stay relatively grouped, and so you can see that Boom gets a slightly bigger spread there, but you got to be a little bit careful because we know that they're ready to try and abuse that spread if you're too confident in your Aegis. Luckily, they've lost a lot of their vision, so Spirit aren't exactly sure where they're grouped up right now.
Butterfly is finished for Shadow Fiend, so Lifestealer's not going to do too much versus him, but it's
Looking
also
out for this one. The glimpse back will be saved by Astro for the moment. Spear, that was rage. Yopaj goes in. There is nowhere to fight. Maposhka down low is going to die, but a couple more of these Astrals. Mir getting a little bit of separation. Split Earth, it's on the BKB. Toronto Tokyo trying to do what damage he can, but it's not enough. They want to bring him down desperately. A couple more punches, but he's away. 2 still dead. Boom, look for more. Find the OD, and boom! They take him down 3 for nothing.
So maybe they should have respected the Aegis a little bit more. You know, just a little bit.
Just so much damage from that SF. And now, even though the Aegis is expiring, this is going to be another tier 2 tower taken by Boom.
They used Glyph. There's no more Glyph if they go for the tier.
That is very frightening.
Aegis is expiring, so I think they might respect Team Spirit, but
This certainly is such a little poke and prod. Like Yaro just like still hitting the creep there as well. Gets it down. Okay, nice. But this was kind of crazy, right? Like the fact that he had the enrage off in time too. So.
And then of course
that got kind of weird. He like infests the Lich. The Lich isn't moving. Then they get stuck.
I think the important thing right now is they used the Lich Frost Armor before the fight started. They kind of used it as a he can walk in, he won't die, he'll kill the creep, versus they go on him, I protect him with this. And I think that's kind of what caused the Lifestealer to die in the fight. So if he gets Frost Shielded, I think that's actually going to be the big change in the next fight that Team Spirit needs. That's all they need to do.
thing that's interesting is also like this build that the Shadow Fiend has gone straight butterfly afterwards, after the BKB. Really good, obviously, against the Lifestealer, but then the other one is going to be this OD, these Arcane Orbs. Doesn't really want to have to itemize to deal with this for Collapse. They're going to need to wait for that BKB to be down on the SF before they can really take an easy fight at least.
Yeah, thankfully, he doesn't really need to press his orb. His goal in life is more going to be just astral people to either to save or astral enemies so he can set up for his ult. But it's going to matter when it's like, you know, it gets down to the end of the fights, everyone's half health, low mana, no BKBs. That's when he could, you know, 3-shot the SF. But if you miss 2 of those 3 hits, he's not dying.
Going to be looking for a little bit of goodwill from the Dota gods, all playing here in their home region. Boom. Wanting to see if they can keep this pressure on. Only one outer tower remains. A 10-6 game, not too many kills, but a whole lot of pressure being felt by both of them. As they're going to wait out for this next Aegis. A minute and 15 seconds till it's capable of respawning.
And taking that bottom tier 2 as well as putting that pressure on the tier 3 tower right now. I'll grab this mid tier 2 as well. And in another minute, we'll know just how close that is. You can see the lines being drawn by Tim again, directing a lot of the team throughout this match. He's just saying, just stick together, right? We know our plan right now. We're very strong at the moment, and we have that good team fight.
They know that Roche can start respawning in about a minute, so they want to take this dire jungle away from them and then hold the high ground, hold wards. They want to be ready for Roche before it happens. Or just have fun with your ult.
A lot of constant spam there of the Requiem.
I think the really nice thing as well is Yopaj, you see he went BKB Blink, and he knows he's not going to do this Deso or the Ags, the damage. He doesn't need to. So he's going to go for a Sheep and also for a Refresher. So he's playing purely stun heroes, team fight. That's all he needs to do. Just be there and control for your Shadow Fiend.
Smoke up, Team Spirit, no vision in this area. KB out, FBZ. There's a surprise inside of that Nyx. Be careful. Be a little bit wary chasing too far. Lifestealer will pop out. But that's BKB down on the Beastmaster.
And the Roar. Which, the Roar is one of their biggest tools versus the Lifestealer. You can use it through Rage. It's their only tool they can use through a BKB'd hero.
And a quick spawn on Roche, so potentially those won't be up by the time this fight could happen again.
Yeah, they actually want to try and pressure that bottom lane by the looks of it as well. They're like sending Yopaj down, seeing if they can create that imbalance on the map. But Team Spirit, they're moving faster than that.
Maposhka heads on in. They already de-warded this area on Boom.
Their scan misses. Oh, now I see him.
Maybe a chance. Smoke breaks. FBZ.
Oh, they could swing at him.
Just barely gets out of there.
So close.
That was very, very close. But Team Spirit head on in and are going to take this tier 1 tower.
So Roshan is up. There's no Roar for 25 seconds, no BKB on him for 30. And Spirit does have the ability to Roche very easily. The Lifestealer can do it by himself. Even the OD orb works on it now. So they have the tools to do it, and they see it.
They have the Hawk too, yeah. So Hawk doing some work here.
And now here's the part of the dance where Boom's going to try to take the jungle back from them, so they have the high ground advantage in the fight. Pushing up mid, pushing out bot. Always about these pressure, these lanes, the vision.
The Hawk is just doing so much for them right now. You know, because it lets them get this pressure in the mid lane. Lets them get this pressure in the bottom. They don't have to worry about the fact that, like, they know that Roche isn't being taken. They don't have to worry about some smoke play or something. They're just chilling.
Yeah.
This Roche is the big one. It's the second Roche. That's generally the first one. It'll give us 2,000 gold, but you don't really end the game with it. The second Roche, you get Charge, you get Aegis. This is when you have actually hit your timings, and you can actually end the game. So whichever team gets this Roche is probably going to be firmly in the command of the game for the next 5 or so minutes.
Sliver picked up for the SF. More ways to just make him hit harder, stay alive longer, and even queuing up the Sanjin Yasha next. So wanting to just be this whirling damage dealer in this game. While a smoke happens, 5 heroes.
Also, like the first time they give her the buybacks can be really huge, right? For this Roche as well.
Yeah, that's also a big reason why Dire Jungle is so important for both teams to take. The Outpost. It's the Roche buyback. And right now Team Spirit has it, so they should be a little confident about the Roche fight, but it's all about the team fight.
It really feels like Collapse is the big one. Like him not having the buyback too. Like he's someone who can get back in the fight so fast if he were to go down first.
Watch for it. And Team Spirit, they did take that upper tier 1 tower, which is normally where Radiant will come to help reinforce and save. The Spike Carapace hits.
Okay, all right, yeah.
Won't go for anything else there. Mira does have that blink dagger, but it's a little bit scary to make the move.
The big Carapace plays so far today have led to some victories.
I think he's really happy he has the shard right now. If there's no damage over time, the Nyx is able to blink forward and stun him there.
Yeah.
True.
Blink canceled.
Stay away from. Yeah.
Maybe can hit a couple big spears there along the way too onto several heroes. We'll have to watch and wait and see, but boom, they feel strong, they feel ready. They're heading into the pit. Satanic is done for Jackie. I don't know if they spotted him going in here, actually. They might not have. So Team Spirit on the outside, and of course, without any easy vision in here, they're not going to be able to tell that this is happening.
Tokyo's blink is coming right now as well.
They want to make this
on the
fight
bot
happen.
side, there's pressure with the creep, so they're just being pulled around the map of what to do.
And it's moving down, it's going down quickly. They drop down the field, looking for a jump. Does he go in for it? He gets it for the ages. It's in time.
He got glimpsed out before he grabbed the shard.
Oh, man.
That was so close.
That timing. That timing, though.
We've seen some crazy Roche deals. Xin Q in the group stage was doing a lot.
And suddenly, a 7,000 gold lead for Boom. With no more outer towers left to go. I mean, Team Spirit, they've got to be sweating at this point.
How's Yopash feeling? All right. You get a haste rune, I find that go a little wild there, but back to farming.
Seth, Aegis in hand. Jackie, ready to move this one up. It's Yopaj's first TI after being a standout player this entire year and wanting to back up the rest of his team, see if they can get up there onto the high ground, take build-ins.
I think Boom might slow it down for the next minute or so. The Shadow Fiend level 20 is a really big timing. He gets 3 more damage per soul, 60 more damage for 1 talent.
Yeah.
So I think once they hit that, that's probably where they're, all right, I've had my timing, we go high ground, we can end the game, honestly.
Spirit, what is their answer going to be? Because right now, we haven't been able to see a successful move from them over the past couple of minutes. They have this Halberd, which seems really strong on Yatoro, but it's been a lot of like, okay, we can save this person, then we can save that person, but they haven't been able to do the damage that they need yet.
The biggest thing is actually starting the fights. Again, all of it is on Mira to start the fights for them. You don't want to really start with Astral and show your position, and so the Lifesteers constantly have to infest. He can't farm.
They have a Tim's BKB coming right now as well, so he can really get into these fights.
Banish, Split Earth, connects there for a moment, just tickling for now. Another round of the Astral. Jackie will just walk away from that one.
He sends himself the BKB and the Paladin sword, and Tim's just like, all right, let's go.
They're ready for it.
Try and force some Astrals.
Now,
the OD has no BKB, so Marcy gets on top of him. He can just kill him. The Static Storm as well, very good versus OD right now. It's really scary if Boom gets these team fights going.
they did finish the AC on Yatoro, and we still have a plate mail on the Lesh. So those heroes at least are going to be that much stronger and capable of keeping themselves alive if these fights go out.
It feels like Spirit have just been incredibly patient this entire game.
Again, they feel very confident with their heroes going to late game. The questions, are they going to be too far behind when they get there?
And will Boom keep that pressure on and force them to have some type of reaction? Now, Mira's moving in. Obviously, very dangerous with that Lifestealer in tow. Things could go wrong, and you don't have a BKB TP out with the Beastmaster in the pool.
That gem is still on Skem as well in the Disruptor, so.
All right, I think this is go time for Boom. They want to go high ground. They just finished AC. They just got level 20. The Refresher Orb is now finished by Mars. They just all these timings. They want to go. They want to end this game.
Got a fresh Glimmer as well on Skem. Everything's coming together.
The Glimmer.
I mean, if this push doesn't go well, if they lose this Aegis, if they lose a big team fight, how hard does that swing things back into the favor of Spirit if it happens?
It's pretty rough on Yopash.
It depends on
spot a Refresher.
Yeah, I think it depends on the Lifestealer. If he survives the fight, he gets items. Because again, Spirit, all they need is they need to throw one hero into the Wolves, which is going to be the Lifestealer. He's going to get Frost Shield, he's going to get Astraled, and then if he survives all that, then he keeps fighting, then the Lush gets to own the fight, the OD gets to own the fight. But the biggest question is if he has enough farm, if he has enough time to actually survive this fight. That's why the bot fight, he dies first, the fight's over. So it's all about surviving this initial jump for Spirit and sending a hero and two get jumped.
For now, they're content to hold this high ground. Net worth lead staying steady, 9K. They finished the Daedalus.
Okay, I love what Mira just did. Mira just grabbed a Sentry. So I was actually looking through trying to figure out, because they were all sitting on Maposhka right now. Because if you think about that Glimmer save, Yeah. Because he's going to try and do some sort of a carapace play where he jumps in with the life stealer, and you really don't want the Glimmer to just save somebody.
There it is. A first opening, just the Impale, but the Frost Shield on the tower. And then they jump out. They're going to use the Glyph now. Not exactly the way they wanted that one to go, and they're still underneath the Hawk. This vision there the entire time, pushes him back, follows him, catches him, but the save. It's there for the moment. Can he get out for round 2? They've already lost Mira. Chase down, couple punches, Yadro trying to get away. The crit was not enough damage, but they do still manage to take down that tower. It was a buyback from Mira, and then just like that, they get out.
Yeah, he still has the Arena Spear, but he does not have a BKB.
Yeah, 2 BKBs used on the Mars, BKB on the Marcy, BKB on the Shadow Fiend. Beastmaster still has his, but he has no roar. They don't feel too bad. I know that Aegis is expiring now, but you never feel bad. Anytime you win and you get a win, you shouldn't feel bad about taking the win and walking away.
Right.
But will Spirit now walk out?
Right, and that's the other dynamic, is how far behind our Spirit. It's 12k gold, but in terms of items and fight potential, I feel like we haven't really even seen Team Spirit get a good one into their favor yet. It's going to be a tough one to watch as they try and pick up their next round of items now, 37 minutes in.
Again, this Leshrac hasn't been able to do too much in the fights. I think a lot of the time the Lifestealer is either dead or everyone's BKB'd, and he kind of wants to wait for everyone's BKB to run out to be this really strong threat. And so the fights have almost always been over in the duration of the BKBs.
Ward drop down, they see him. Toronto, Tokyo needs to be careful. The spear blink back. Gets him for the glimpse, BKB TP out.
Okay, that was insane.
That was pretty good. that was pretty good.
That guy has won a TI before.
Yeah.
Quick fingers.
I saw Gunner's face, he's like, damn. Yeah, okay.
Arcane Rune up top.
They're just buying timings, but they have to at some point think of what is their timing.
I like this. I'm down for a replay on just a blink.
Yeah. Gets him out of there. So, boom, after taking the tier 3 tower, are going to try and make another assault down here at bottom. Still a minute and a half left till Roche. And they're actually finishing off a Dragonlance, bringing it out for Jackie. Always a bit scary walking up high ground without Aegis.
Bang the drums, though.
Looking for it. They have the Sentry Ward down. Impale the start. Big punch, big catch. Is it enough for the kill? Oh no, they didn't get it off in time. The ODOT missed. The save comes out from the Marcy. That was exactly what they needed. And now the pullback. Do they have enough? They do. Yadro down. No buyback. Oh, boom. They sense something. They sense the moment. They can feel the crowd.
He's so close to buyback, too.
And they want to take this one down. Tier 3 tower getting hit. Jackie from the low ground. This would be such a huge upset. They have looked solid this entire game.
Look at Yopaj just lying in wait there with the smoke, using that ninja gear.
Has Refresher back up again in a second, too. 10 seconds left now. Can they do this? Looking for it. Collapse. He's revealing himself.
He's got a ward on the right. He sees them all.
They're thinking about it. Jump forward, spear back, arena down. Get over here. Round 2 with the Refresher. Tim's in. They're catching. They're killing. Boom. They're doing it all. Team Spirit, they don't have the answer. There are still no buybacks. Still dead for a little while longer. They chase them down. Big blasts and another one dead. Team Spirit, they're all laid out. It is over. Oh my God, Boom came in and boomed them. As they're gonna take it down. Mira back up again, the crowd's getting into it. There's a third Roche up, but they don't care. They wanna end this game. They wanna send the TI champs home. They throw the spear in to stop any blinks, to stop anything at all. Jackie trying to take it down. Mira looking, hoping, desperately wanna take this out. But Tim's, he runs in, he punches the ancient Team Spirit. They don't have an answer. GG! Boom, come in and upset the champs. You couldn't write it any better.
A CTI, Boom Esports doing it for the crowd. They're on their feet. They love this.
Unbelievable performance, and oh, it hurts. God, the elimination, but the absolute ecstasy coming out from Boom as they close this game out. 1% chance at the end of the group stages.
To play this game.
To play this game, to even have the opportunity. One of those matches that they are not going to forget, and Boom get another lifeline here.
I mean, they definitely did not look like any sort of an underdog, that's for sure, throughout this match. I feel like they sort of took the tempo a lot through this game. They understood that they were the ones leading, and it was always Team Spirit. They were like trying to find their way back in. And it felt like Boomer just in such good control.
And with that, we're going to head on back to the studio. Team Spirit eliminated. Boom. Moving on.
Indeed, Boom control the game and control the narrative, and they are moving on to game 2 and knocking out the defending champions, Team Spirit. And, you know, so much to talk about when it comes to draft, the lane moving, the itemization. So we can start with you, T-Gov. The draft, you know, the OD was like an answer to somewhat, but they also, you know, were just kind of waiting to see if that answer worked out. They weren't really making opportunities with it.
Yeah, I think the main thing for Team Spirit, they had pick 18, pick 24, pick 18, they go Lifestealer into this Mars, and then now suddenly Mars is a mid lane, so this Lifestealer pick, it's like, wait, I'm not laning into the counter I wanted. And then you have this last pick, OD. In theory, there's some saves it can apply. It can help with a forward-thinking Team Spirit. But as soon as you start playing reactionary and on the back foot, then the rest of your draft lacks its like initiating tools, its ability to take a fight, compared to Boom, which is on the complete opposite side of that spectrum.
Yeah. And that's really what I felt like, you know, Team Spirit have been famous for, is not only their reaction, but their initiation as well. But having collapsed on the OD, it was only a reaction. And even at the kind of 20-minute mark, you know, Roche was taken, and here we see one of the big fights and turnarounds and, you know, various saves. But sorry, Lizard, you wanted to get in on this.
No, if we go a year back and you pick this OD, you build him a Meteor Hammer. He's the one initiating. He's the one pressuring, always jumping in, astraling you, Meteor Hammering you, setting things up for your teammates. But right now, he cannot do that. And what's also difficult is, like, you're playing with the Lifestealer. Naturally, he wants to rage, right, Sheep? But if you rage, then you can't be saved. So it was really difficult to execute
and you
properly.
can, yeah, and also get locked down by the Beastmaster during the rage. So really, really tough. And then, yeah, and also, you know, we talked about saves from the OD, and that was a very stressful game, I can imagine, for Collapse. And he really didn't feel like he got to play his version of what he enjoys in Dota, which is initiations and, you know, perfect timings, just because of just how many tools it seemed that Boom Esports had. But talking about items, Sheep, you know, what was the itemization like for Boom to really keep their momentum?
Oh my god, I love their itemization. This butterfly coming out from Jackie was fantastic because Lifestealer is a hero that really wants to buy a halberd, he wants to buy a basher, he wants to be able to control you and stop you from hitting, and he wants an AC as well because you're playing into this right-click Shadow Fiend. So by having a butterfly, you know, Lifestealer, he wants an MKB, but he can't get it. He has to get these other items first. OD as well, he is a hero that hates buying MKB. So like this item, just, you know, 2-in-1 makes it so hard for them to really kill him. You also have like, you're playing into a lineup that also doesn't want to buy BKBs, right? Lesh is going to, but Lifestealer has Rage, and OD doesn't want to buy one either, really. He wants to get these Ags and so on. So I think Yopaj going in on this utility Mars with this refresher, it was amazing. He was able to just, they could start on the Lifestealer happily, knowing that this arena is able to completely like split the fight in half. And with the refresher, again, like you just have this constant jump and ability to go on them. And oh my god, I love Boom. I'm so happy for them.
Well, Boom had it all, you know, the heroes, the momentum, the items, if you just heard as well. And now they have a winner's interview with Casey.
All right, we're here with Yopaj. Congratulations. You just knocked out the defending champs. How does it feel, and why do you think you were able to be so successful?
We're actually like don't care anything, just play our own style, and yeah, we're just happy. We're just happy to beat the defending champion, and we didn't expect anything. So, yeah.
How much did the crowd play into it? Were you able to feel their energy and their support?
Actually, we're not thinking about it, and like just play, no pressure.
Yep.
So yeah, we're not thinking about the crowd at all.
Well, it worked really well for you guys. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Back to you guys.
There you go. Yopaj, also known as the team's hype man. I love interviews like that because like they are here just to play Dota. You know what I mean? That is their focus. And sure, there are moments, you know, because where they are now, and then of course, you know, for the final weekend, you know, stadium gets bigger, where you can, you know, sometimes even feel the vibrations. You know, some of the players have said of, you know, being in the booths. But here, yeah. just wanted to play, no expectations. Yeah, we're happy we'll be the defending champions.
I love the IDC, I just play kind of mentality. And if you guys remember, like 1.5 years ago in Singapore, Yopaj actually made a name for himself. He was playing that Singapore major, he was dominating with the Wind Ranger and whatnot, and here he is a year and a half later beating the defending champions.
I'm just picturing he finishes the interview and he's like, oh, okay, I just beat them, we finished the hook, you know? Like, he's just doing like his professional face. He's trying to keep it, you know, stern so that no one gets too carried away. Because they just beat the champions, now they have to play up against second place. Like,
yeah, we know who they're. I think we might know who some of the teams are playing, but we can check on that later. I'm not sure if we know exactly who Boom will be facing off against yet. But they've got 2 big victories under their belt. You know, one in the group stages was EG, but this is the one that obviously matters with Team Spirit. But I really love their draft, and I kind of want to focus a little bit, if I can ask, on Disruptor and kind of vision. This, you know, a lot of teams are very positional, and I've always found in pro gaming the ability to kind of move your opponent and bring him out of a position, and Marty does that as well. They had 2 of them on their team, and that also adds a huge amount of stress to Spirit, I'm sure.
Of course, especially when you combine that with a hero such as Beastmaster, who's giving you vision constantly, who has another initiating tool. It's just so difficult for Team Spirit to accomplish anything in a game such as this.
I'm going to have to interrupt you there. Sorry, I was doing all these hand signals. Next game, Gaming Gladiators.
Diamond Gladiators.
Gaming Gladiators joining the stage, and yeah, you might want to keep a. Oh, it's Ace. I remember him. Hello, Ace. And yeah, you have to give a counter of how many times I've interrupted Lizard on day one. I've actually asked him to speak a lot to help me out. But we're going into their opponents in this lower bracket game. Best of 1, Fnatic. Likely to be the crowd's favorite here from SEA, Raven, Armel, Jabs, DJ, and Joao Niel. Well, I completely butchered his name, but he won't mind, I'm sure, because he's going to be hyper-focused on getting through this best of 1. These games, as you've seen on stage, are just incredibly intense, and anything can happen, and that's really the magic of TI, and that's what we saw recently with the Team Spirit versus Boom esports game. What's likely to happen here, if we can predict? And Lizard, I'm coming back to you because I interrupted you last time, so we need more Lizard.
You need more of me. Okay, so for Gaming Gladiators, this is a team that has been around for quite a bit. Well, the stack has been around. Yeah. If you look at them, they have this famous trio. They have Boom, they have Celeri, and the coach Mortal Fate coming all the way from Viking GG. I expect a ton from them.
Yeah, the amount of times that the Gladiators guys said in interviews, it's like, we're the guys that no one cared about us, so we made a team, and they've, at least in Europe, throughout their entirety DPC, they've been a strong staple at just dominating, at least being consistently in the top bracket of our region. And of course, this TI showing, it hasn't been the best so far, and they're in the lower bracket. And it kind of also feels the same for like Fnatic. Fnatic have consistently been at the top of SEA, but now they're here. So I think both teams, strong SEA, strong EU, it's a very even matchup for this best of 1.
Yeah, 2 wins out of the group stage for Gaming Gladiators. Fnatic actually came out with 3 wins, 3 ties, and 3 losses. And how would you kind of explain Fnatic as a team, Sheep?
Fnatic are inconsistent. You say they're at the top of C, but honestly, like they've struggled. Like this year has been Boom's year in terms of like in the region competition. Fnatic sometimes will eke out that like top spot and then just as quickly lose it. They struggle very much with discipline in the past, the same way that Boom has throughout this tournament, and I think Gaimin are also feeling that sort of pressure. And for Fnatic, they definitely have the skill, and we've seen that in the games that they've taken from the top teams in this tournament in group stage. So I just need them to really just lock it down, boys.
I like the pep talk. And I like the storyline as well, because you're saying essentially Fnatic have somewhat higher highs maybe than their opponents? As in, when Fnatic are on, are they a scarier team than Gaming Gladiators?
Yeah,
you say they're inconsistent, but you also say they can...
They can destroy, yeah, for sure. I mean, Gaming also had a really amazing start to this year, right? So I think both teams, maybe at their highs this year, could be comparable.
All right. And is there any players that you would want us to keep an eye on in these matches? Kind of pivotal players.
For me, it's Gladiators offlane duo, Ace and Tofu. They went from playing in a little mixed stack in EU from Hellbest Matches, then they got picked up to join the Gladiators, and I think this combination unlocked Gladiators just to playing new styles. Like the strength of this combination, a whole new life.
Any signature heroes that they like to bring out as their offlane?
For Ace at least, it's been the Underlord, Legions. If he wants to play it, he'll play it. He's an ex-carry player moving to offlane, so if there's a bit of farm to be had, he'll turn that offlane hero into that kind of 2.5 here, that 2. Suddenly it's got a bit more priority on the map.
And if you can remember those times, James, Ace, he was always that gimmicky kind of a carry player, right? He had all those meepos, broods, beasts.
Visage.
He brings that micro skill also to the offlane, so he can apply it and pick a little bit of a different kind of a hero here, like a brewmaster, perhaps.
Yeah. I mean, he's got a lot of experience. Yeah, and one of the players I recognize. So I'm doing great on this panel. And then Fnatic, any kind of players that you want to kind of bring up? And Sheep, to you.
Yes, sir.
You're twitching. Let's go.
DJ, the man of the hour for this team. He is an absolutely phenomenal, world-class 4 player, especially if he gets his hands on something like a Hoodwink. That's probably one of my favorites. Even in their losses, the sky turns up. He is so good at his movements on the map. His ability, his spell casting is great. You'll usually see him with the potential to just turn into a core as the game goes later because he's so good at having impact. Number 1, my favorite on that team by far.
And the way they switched it up, right? They were playing DJ and Jabs last year on that 4 and 5. Now Jabs is on the offlane, but both of them always felt like the playmakers for Fnatic.
Yeah, DJ, a name I'm also familiar with. I believe actually he kind of called out Jerax being the best ever in position 4, and I was like, that's a man of good taste.
At the same time, do you guys think that Armel, perhaps as he missed the last TI, he's hungry now and he's back for revenge?
He actually is. He's talked about it. He's been I learned my lesson. I was lazy last year and I will never let that happen again. He has come back with mindful practice. He talked about making sure he's learning something from every pub.
And in terms of experience on the stage, not any much difference? Because in group stages, as we mentioned, they kind of perform similarly, but in terms of actually on stage.
Well, when you look at Raven, this man has been on, 4 or 5 TIs?
A lot of TIs.
There's definitely a little bit of an edge when it comes to the TI experience, because it's a different style of experience from any other stage, right? It's TI.
Yeah, for Gladiators, they just don't have that much experience at all. Of course, Ace will be their key player there, but everyone else, it's first time.
Well, here we go. We're getting ready for the draft in this match.
Diamond Gladiators versus Fnatic.
And I've got a treat for you here on the panel.
No way.
Yeah. After my strongest handoff there of the production, you get to do the draft.
Wonderful.
And I get to watch and try not to ask silly questions.
Okay, well, Lizard, can you just predict the entirety of the draft, please?
Yeah, sure. We're going to see some Lich, Tiny, Morph. There you go. That's 3 heroes. Anything else?
No, I think that covers it.
Yeah, that's it.
Should we just wait for the game?
Should we just be quiet? Yeah, there you go.
There are some people that just mute Twitch chat, by the way. They wouldn't know the difference. We could just mine. But yes, the draft is going to be on its way.
It's going to be a very interesting one because even position 5s, let's say on Fnatic General, I remember 2 years ago, they would pick a position 5 troll to him. He would carry the games in the DPCs. Both of these teams extremely flexible. You guys mentioned Ace before.
How flexible is Armel?
Well, let's not call him the most flexible mid laner, but at the same time, he's extremely stable with what he's got. And he's old school, so any single classic mid lane hero is definitely in his hero pool.
I'll let you guys focus on the draft because take it away, and it looks like the first bands are already out.
Okay.
Yep. So I pretty much preface that, of course, the key heroes to look out for. It's going to be this Enigma, Fnatic picking it a little bit more often than Gladiators, but potentially having that factored into the opening bans will be pretty critical.
Yeah. When I look at the drafts, I usually first look at what teams are banning against Fnatic, against Gaming Gladiators. Actually, versus Gaming, it's usually the Enchantress and Marcy that's banned out, but they get the Marcy out as like the hero is just strong in any hands at the moment.
Yeah, very much a respect thing. Of course, Celery on that Enchantress, very prominent. Broodbuff has kind of risen in popularity during this TI, and now the key heroes are being let through. It's going to be the Primal Beast, it's the Shadow Fiend, Enigma's still available.
Do you think that SF is perhaps first phase material for Gaming?
I feel like SF might fall down a little bit due to the kind of the EG showing this morning. The team that was dominant with the hero just got, kind of put to the lower bracket so quickly.
Sorry, Koshi.
Oh, thank you. No, I'm just thinking in my head about how Fnatic have played throughout the year, and like Januel, he was a support player in like healing. He liked healing heroes. He would play very much these kind of he'd let DJ do all of the roaming, so he would go on like a Tiny, a Hoodwink, whatever, rotate to the mid lane, do his thing, and Januel would focus more on like making sure Raven was having a good game. So this Undying pick that matches that playstyle, I think it's cool to look at this TI and how support has evolved, because I think in Arlington there were players like Picho saying like, oh yeah, healing, it's the best, it's just the best. And in this tournament we have very aggressive fights. We have liches and disruptors and stuff with kill threat that want to harass you in lane. So Fnatic's still kind of opting a little bit back for that.
When it comes to the Silencer, Tiga, is this a lane matchup or versus an Undying, or is this just something that Gaming like to pick up?
It's a second pick kind of style hero because they've played it on both 4 and 5. So the ability to lane it into anything they need is key. And with this Primal Beast, they've also played it in the off lane, in the 4, in the mid. So because they are
very
second
flexible,
pick,
right?
like this, it's opening. It's very robust because of course Primal Beast, you go phase boots, BKB, your 20-minute timing is dominating, and then you pair it with this team fight here. But yeah, Sniper, that kind of secures a lane against this beast. You're so far disconnected from the lane that you can kind of, not really feel the pressure.
It's probably one of the rarest heroes that can actually stand up to him, right? Like just keep your distance and...
But always against a Sniper, I guess that means that Gaming are going to need some jump.
Yep.
The Booms Storm Spirit could be a thing that we see in the future.
Yeah, it could be nice. Sniper is really cool because you notice how Drow as well has been picked up a little bit this tournament, but she's suffering way harder in terms of win rate. And one of the reasons I think that is because Sniper has this 1,400 gold shard that allows him to reposition himself in fights that Drow doesn't have. She has to buy 4-staff and it hinders her item progression. So because of that shard, Sniper just feels so good and nice against his counters. We've seen people picking him into clockworks and not caring too much as a result.
One of the combos that we saw with Primal Beast a lot was actually the Disruptor, and though my eyesight not so great, I think it's in the pool.
Yes, it is available, and if Gaming Gladiators want to play in that win lane go forward style, then they could pick it, but because I think they're conceding a little bit of lanes because of the Sniper pick, it might not fit so well into the lineup because they're not ensured a certified win.
I'm writing this all down, T.
No, please do.
Do you guys think that Pangolier is still an option? Because both of these teams, they love that Pangolier, and it's highly contested between them.
Yeah, I think anything that has a bit more of a messiness to the fight.
For Fnatic, perhaps, right? Because they have this Silencer.
Yeah, okay, I see what you're saying. You can counterplay into that for sure. I think if you can have heroes that like to itemize to deal with global and it doesn't punish them too much. For example, having to force yourself into a Lotus, but you then don't have the initiation tool, that kind of ruins a hero. But a Pango, you can casually buy it and your skill set is still the same.
I really like the Disruptor ban coming out though, because when you look at an Undying and a Sniper, they're heroes that are not incredibly mobile. You want to center your team fights around the Tombstone. So if you are able to kind of move as a unit and have the glimpse to pull back, right, if you're chasing as a team, that's sort of a really good tool they could have used. I want to see more heroes that kind of enable them to just stick together as a team and not let people get picked off on backlines, because you guys are talking about that potential for pick-off.
One issue with Fnatic's opening in regards to their bans, I don't think they've covered enough to secure the Sniper, because Visage is still available, and if Visage gets banned, then there's still like a Batrider, for example, that you can then put on the mid lane. And even though, again, it's had a terrible win rate, it can still just open up the game, and okay, they opt to ban a Bloodseeker.
They're just banning all these heroes that can run him down, right?
Yeah, no, exactly.
It prevents you from running away. Lycan can always catch you. He doesn't care about your shard. And Bloodseeker, if you get ruptured, it becomes kind of difficult to move around, force yourself.
Do you think the Bloodseeker is revealing that Pango you talked about, potentially?
It also could be a very good option for them, right? Like they covered their bases with the Bloodseeker ban.
That's the fun thing with drafts at this level. It's this Bloodseeker ban. They could have seen, okay, guys, we've got 3 or 4 heroes we really want to play against, but let's just ban the Bloodseeker to then force the final ban of Gladiators to, do we now ban the Pango to respect the Bloodseeker ban, or do we just ban the hero that still wanted to ban?
You used to be a coach, didn't you?
Yeah.
Like, this is the coach mentality.
Exactly.
He looks 2-3 steps ahead.
But now look at the.
I'm like, okay, this ban, next hero.
But like, there's a lot of bait bans. I think, for example, like Puppy, he's one of the best drafters at doing this, where he'll sometimes use a ban where it's like, I'm going to ban a Velo, and it's like, what? What? And then it's like, and then the other team's thinking about, maybe they want an Ursa, maybe they want some Void. It's like, no.
So do you think this Slark was actually baited out ban because Bloodseeker got banned, right?
Potentially.
Usually a counter.
Yeah, could be. Like, again, it's like the Pango or the Slark are the 2 prominent ones of a Bloodseeker. Maybe I'm overthinking it, but it sounds cool.
Yeah, usually Fnatic like to leave their offlaner for later in the draft. They could definitely pick it here. It's just I see in general a lot of the captains are offlaners and they like to leave their hero for later, just so they have like a better game, which maybe happens here.
Something that I haven't seen from Fnatic, but perhaps is an option as well, is a Nyx. Do you even care about Mortimer's Kisses and a way to deal with that?
Good pick. Especially because in this situation, Fnatic have to pick 2 heroes, so going for like Nyx +1, going for a really reliable offlane duo gives you some strength in the draft, because Gladiators, they've got flexibility for days. But the first 3 picks, they could be in any role right now in regards to 2 or 3
We've even
players.
seen the Silencer offlane throughout the group stage and today as well. Right?
Yeah, so having some like Nyx, Death Prophet style, maybe not Death Prophet, but like Nyx +1 big offlane hero could be good.
No, they just get their clock.
Okay.
This is literally what they like to play.
Yep, same vibe.
DJ or jabs, it doesn't matter, you play it on 4.
They need to be very wary right now of Faceless Void being in the pool. When you have a Snapfire, it's the damage you want heroes to now be kept in place for you to get that damage out, and Faceless Void is a hero that's very good at that gap close versus the Sniper. He's going to be able to get away from the Tombstone, he's going to be able to get out of the cogs. It's a very scary looking hero right now.
It's something that they play quite a bit, right?
Yeah.
Like on the side of gaming.
So I want to see something right now that can deal with it if that's what Gaiman want to go for.
Diamond Gladiators turn to Templar Assassin.
Just a casual TA.
Yeah, not bad. Especially like if you want to turn up the tempo against them and make sure they can't just go for a later game carry.
So are we thinking Armel Sniper? Are we thinking Raven Sniper here? Because they played it in both positions before, right? Like even, I believe they prefer it on the mid lane.
Yeah, I'm just checking now. Their previous victory against TSM, they did put the Sniper in the mid lane. They put the TA, same combination, into safe lane. Hero-wise, they have at least 3 of the 5 same heroes that they previously played at TI. Yeah, lanes are pretty open in regards to the cores, at least, to Fnatic. But I still think that...
By the way, wild idea. We've seen a PL win today. He had 0% win rate before. I'm looking at this game. Good against Clock, good against Tombstone, good against TA. Is that an option?
I can't handle.
They're not gonna.
I can't handle 2 PLs. In
2 PLs too much.
Like a K1 PL, that's one thing. But I can't take another one.
Okay.
I do think they need to pick something on their last pick that can fight around Roche. Right now, I feel very bad about Gaiman being able to contest the pit. Like, there's no team fight on this team. They can press the global, and they don't have anything that really goes in other than a farmed Morphling or a Primal with the Blink Dagger. It's a little scary right now, especially since they also... If you have a well-placed tomb, it's hard for Snapfire to just walk in and use the Shredder on it, right? That's the idea of her. She's meant to kill the tomb, but it's going to be hard to place it, and then you can't use your kisses.
But overall, when it comes to Morphling, so he brings a lot of armor, decent against TA, right? He can also waveform towards the Sniper, so he kind of can deal with him as well. Do you find this a good pick, or is it just comfort zone?
No, I think it's a good pick. I think Gladiators, they've just secured their team fight now in that 20-minute mark of the game. Yeah. Because this Morphling, you come out of lane, let's say with like a Manta or something, or on that phase, you've brought up a Global, a BKB on Beastmaster, Primal Beast, sorry, not Beastmaster. You're just going to be able to enter these fights, and Fnatic, what's their stun? What's their team fight, their initiation? It's pretty non-existent. They can fight around a Tombstone maybe, but they're now the Morphs replicating that. This final pick from Fnatic, it needs to be that initiating team fight kind of central hero to allow the big physical damage from TA and Sniper to be unlocked.
I'm only afraid about like a 15-minute Deso Tombstone Roche taking timing.
Yeah.
That's all I want for Gaiman, to be able to put a stop on that. Otherwise, I think Fnatic can run away from the game before Morphling is strong enough to fight back. But the hero's really good. This Axe build has been popping up really hard recently.
Yep.
It steals stats from the target. It also steals like extra depending on the attribute.
It makes your carry cry as well, right?
Yeah, you have 2 Agi carries on Fnatic right now, so you're taking away their Agi as well as like 70 attack speed, I believe it is. So it really like nukes you super hard in these fights and makes you super sad.
And when it comes to the team fight that you called for, Tiga, Tidehunter has been banned out. Is Mars an option? What are they going for here? They just got to Visage.
Okay.
All forgotten.
Fnatic wants to play a pretty strong lane. They got really decent lanes. Get that first rotation, like Sheep mentioned, and then try and end the game. They want to end the game before there's more fine farm.
Before he even gets that.
Exactly.
Perhaps.
So this mid pick for Boom, it needs to be a kind of map playing hero, something that just kind of unlocks the game for everyone else. Like cheap fight skirmishing and just buy time for the rest of his heroes to get into the game.
We talked about Pango earlier. I would be okay with something like that. Get that diffusal timing and just fight and rotate. If you can have your support come in and smoke you to side lanes, that would be very ideal. It kind of sucks as well a little.
Please just shove that into mid. You're going to farm anyways. Then pick up an offlaner that can maybe apply a little bit more pressure and then just give yourself some wins in the lanes. Just trying to find what that hero would be.
They have so much push, man. This is so scary.
Yeah.
Like, I just don't think they handle this well at all. Like both their supports are pretty bad at clearing like birds and stuff as well.
Do you think they just go boring and go for like an underlord offlane or something? We're just going to push the waves out. We're going to wait, buy some time.
Like, I've heard the same idea so many times.
Come on, show Ace some respect there, please.
No, I just mean versus any team that has Visage, I've heard this same idea so many times. Get the stable. They go with the
stop. All right.
I think this makes a bit more sense because it gives you at least this opportunity to outplay them in the mid game. You're not just backing off, farming up and waiting for them to start their snowball. It actually gives you that playmaking potential earlier.
How many Aegis stills will we see in this game from Boom?
None.
Sheep? None. Blizzard?
None.
Okay, I'm going to say 1. James?
I was taken away by voices in my head. It wasn't production, I've just gone mental. But yes, ask again.
How many Aegis stills will Storm Spirit get in this game?
I'm going to say 0.
Okay. So everyone doesn't believe him. I said 1. All right.
I think it might be a little bit too much on Storm because, like, sure, you want to take in the Primal Beast.
Yep.
But then if it goes wrong, you've committed 2 heroes in that situation, and then it could all just, blow up in your face. So hopefully they don't get in a situation where they need to put that much pressure on the Storm.
That's a good point.
It's a good point. I was pretending to be an analyst just a moment. So you've all got 100 Gabens each. You have to spend over 50 on who you think is going to win.
I'm going to give 57 Gabens to Gladiators.
Okay, so slight in favour.
58 Fnatic.
You guys are very down the middle on this one.
Yeah.
I want a big prediction here, Sheep.
Well,
100
I'm a biased
Gabens are worth a lot, by the way.
85 Gabens for Fnatic.
85.
Wait, 100 Gabens on Gladiators. Sorry, I realised 100 Gabens.
As soon as I add in any aspect of gambling, they all went mental.
GG.
The story continues. But we're getting set up and we'll be heading over to our casters momentarily. But this is our third best of 1 today. Fnatic or Gaming Gladiators will be moving on. And then, of course, a little bit later, we've got Royal Never Give Up versus Entity to round us off. But the drafts, as you mentioned, you guys really kind of called it what they needed, and it'll be interesting to see how. I think I favour Fnatic a tiny bit. I mean, just from what you've been saying, if that's okay. I know that's against what you said, Sheep. Don't take that.
No, it's fine. The only thing here I'm thinking of is Visage has a very bad base attack time, so maybe they can abuse that lane really hard.
Well, we'll find out. We're going to head over to our casters for this lower bracket match. It's MLP and John Xfire to bring you the game.
Not what you expected.
Oh, thank you so much, James. It is indeed MLP Dota and John Xfire. Jonathan, welcome. We are here at TI for this best of 1 series between Fnatic and, of course, the side of Gaming Gladiators. You've seen the draft, John. How are you feeling about them?
Pretty excited. Should be a really explosive game coming out here. We see the Sniper come out with the TA. Lots of combinations coming from both sides. Primal Beast for Gaimin. And there's a lot going on there, right? Like there's so much aggression that can come out from each side for Fnatic. I think the TA timing, we heard the panel talk about that. You hit that, you run around with the Tombstone, you've got a sniper that can just keep hitting away with that minus armor as well. Then you can start to overwhelm. But counterpoint, Gaimin, I mean, they've got that global silence coming in. Once you hit level 6 in your sniper, Primal Beast can really dominate the lane if you can just gap close in this matchup. So if you can get all of those beats going for Gaimin, they can also find that timing. So it's going to be a lot of back and forth. I think the laning phase is key for both sides here.
So big. Yeah, absolutely. And of course, in classic SEA fashion, Jonathan, we've got to pause to start off the game. We can't cast if there's no pause happening at the start of the game, so it is a very necessary pause to happen here. Fnatic again against Game, and Jonathan, it's a best of one. One of these teams has to go home today. It's going to be heartbreaking. Do you favor one team or the other? I mean, the panel was Fnatic favored. What are you thinking?
I think
based off drafts.
Draft-wise, I'd say Fnatic. I do like Sniper. I enjoy Sniper when it comes out. I think with the TA, you've got a very solid win condition. It's just a little bit greedy. Right? If they've got to be able to play around that early power, the Undying's going to give them in the laning phase, try to run around at that time and play with a Tombstone, maybe get a little bit of a push going as well once Jabs is ready to go on his Visage. And if you can get that done, your early timings are kind of secure. Again, the panel pointed out, you don't have the best answers for that Visage last pick.
It's going to be very, 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 very tough, I think, because we are going to get underway once again, I do believe. Game is unpaused. We should be getting into it very, very soon. Jonathan, game one, of course, it is a best-of-one series, so there is only one game to go. But let's see how this one pans out. Fnatic against Gaming Gladiators. They do get started. You kind of pointed out the fact that they don't have the greatest way of dealing with the birds this game. What do you think they do about it? Like, how do you deal with the Visage?
You just got to try to focus down to hero. You've got good jump coming in from your Storm. You've got follow-through from the Primal Beast. Even the Morphling, once he has something defensive, can help out too. Just try to get some vision on the backline. That's where it gets tough, and you're up against a Clockwork. Visage is going to be scouting around as well with his familiars. So if Fnatic just plays around that informational advantage, it's going to be hard to find that angle for the Gladiators. But if they can sneak that Storm across, you don't have the best lockdown here either from Fnatic to keep that Storm in.
Very, very true. We are looking them stare each other down right now. Genuel and Boom just having a look at each other across the mid lane as the stickers are going to come down here from Armel. Very, very cute kind of doggy there in the mid-river. So Celery going to show up as well on the silencer just in case. But I highly doubt we see a level 1 team fight to break out here. So both teams just kind of sussing each other out, making sure no sneaky wards go down in the mid lane. Bot side, looks like Fnatic should have this one under wraps, and top side, you do have DJ on the Clockwork. He's hanging around, seeing if he can try and sneak this boundary away from Tofun's Rachio, but they are going to show up and just kind of bully him away. DJ just going to walk his way out. This is going to be a 3-for-1 trade anyway. Raven the only one to pick up a boundary for Fnatic.
Yeah, nice little bonus coming out for Gladiators, of course. Just having a little bit more into that initial bottle build-up is going to be really important for Boom in his matchup up mid, up against that Sniper of Armel. So we do get the Sniper Storm matchup that you don't get to see too often. That does feel a little bit more playable for Armel here. I think the first 2 levels are going to feel pretty good. Level 3 is going to be nice as well. For Boom, rune control is going to have to be key. I mean, you just can't walk up and harass Armel. Even if you've got that double Overlord charge at level 3, if you want to go for that play, can be a bit tough. Maybe you see some rotations come in. Rotation out from Sniper, maybe get from the Silencer, get a little bit of a slow going. You can try to bully it if Armel just kind of overextends it.
Yeah, it's a classic Storm Spirit. I mean, any Spirit Brother, really, it's just all about the power into that 6-minute mark, and we'll see if he is able to secure it. Of course, down a bot lane, Celery going to be there on your position for Silencer. Gen, you are going to be against him on that +5 Undying, and you are going to have, of course, the cause of the Primal Beast, the top lane as well. Of course, Tofu going to try and chase down DJ here, as DJ does actually manage to get the pull away on this creep wave. He's managed to keep the aggro as well. Looks like they aren't going to bother trying to follow him down and punish him for this either. Just kind of let him go. You're not going to really be able to punish too much with the Snapfire.
Yeah, and this is a really good start for Fnatic. You get that level that you need on DJ, start to work towards level 2, level 3, get jab some solo EXP as well. Once you do manage to chase one of them down with the battery assault, and you're just going to get so many charges of that soul assumption, it should be easy to chase them down for a kill.
Absolutely. Of course, Raven against Ace here down at the spot side, John. Do you think the Primal Beast gets a lot of harass off of this TA? Should it be a free lane for Raven, or should it go the other way? Should Ace have the free time?
It's going to take a few levels for Ace. Like, you can try to melt down Raven. John Yuel's doing a great job of being that distracting force, because obviously with the Silencer, you can just stop that decay spam out by constantly applying that Arcane Curse. John Yuel is ready. I mean, he's got 5 mangoes on hand, so you can play that game for a long time. And as long as Ace can't get on top of Raven, he doesn't have that angle to just trample in and run him down and melt through that refraction, you're pretty safe to just farm here, as reflected in the CS.
Yeah, some starting builds just never change with this damn Undying. You're just always spamming mangoes. It's just the way to go, especially with the nerfs that happen with the decay. As Januel waiting for another double, but not going to be able to find it. Just go ahead onto Ace, take some of that strength away. But it is giving Raven a very free time here. This bottom side to just keep that free farm going. You could say the same thing about the mid lane as well. Like, you've got this sniper who's really just not taking any harass. You kind of talked about this already, but Boom can't really do too much on the Storm Spirit up until maybe that level 3 mark, but even then it's pretty tough to close the gap on Armel.
Yeah, it's just not range that the Storm can really play with up top, though.
Tofu, get the cookie away, we'll be just fine. DJ, able to keep up with the Snapfire, but we'll force the Morphling and the Snapback. It's like, again, even the Visage having a very good time right now at the top side. And in fact, you look at all 3 cores of Fnatic at the moment, they are all top the CS board. So it seems like, at least for now, all lanes have been won. Because we are still very, very early into it, and as the levels do go up, things may change. But so far, so good for the Radiant side.
Yeah, they're just working these things really well. I think DJ with his moves can run forward.
It's an onslaught away. Genuine not really going to be able to punish him too much. Creep wave his Whalers mid lane. Raven. Boom are going at it here on the Stormburst sniper matchup, but again, it's kind of hard for Boom to finish off the job prior to that level 6 mark, so we'll have to leave him be. Meanwhile, top lane, Duraccio, he's going to be just fine to waveform away. So the harass is coming out between this Clockwork Visage laning, so it can be a little bit tough for the Morphling just to juggle that strength in the Agi, make sure he's got enough HP to get through the Soul Assumption, but for now doing a fantastic job here as the Clockwork as DJ. Continue the chase onto Tofu, will not allow the small camp pull away. Very, very annoying for Gaming Gladiators. They just can't reset the creep equilibrium at this top lane.
Yeah, it's really good place from DJ, just holding this lane so well, giving Jabs basically a free lane, 15-7 CS, and keeping Duraccio just super underfarmed. I mean, the Morphling's not the happiest hero going into the jungle, does need a lot of time to get that build-up, so slower laning is just...
It's going to be a lot of damage onto Boom. He's trying to make a run for it, but the headshot is kicking in as now DJ going to shop as well. Boom, he's just going to put the hand up, very fire out, he'll survive. Just barely is bottom lane. Tombstone dropped as well, Januel. Not going to be able to really keep that one alive, so Celery, go ahead and take that down and make sure Ace does survive. First blood yet to be drawn.
Yeah, just playing, poking and prodding in this lane.
Boom.
Still in danger though.
Oh, it's a big kill. He's still level 5 here. Boom can't get away from it, and Armel is going to be able to secure first blood. They'll take DJ's life, but it won't matter. In fact, they even force 2 rotations into the mid lane.
They have to drag in both supports. The Cogs just burning some of that mana away as well from Celery as he comes in. It's just so much space now in the side lanes. Like, the mid's going pretty rough for Boom, but now Jabs has a really free time. Raven's just farming up. You don't quite have the solutions yet. And you kind of have to wait for that Storm to try to work onto that 6. Once he's got the zip around, it's going to be a lot safer to leave him alone. Until that point, I'm just getting to that point for Boom it's tough with how focused Fnatic is on that lane.
Bottom lane, though, they might be able to trade very nicely as Raven, dropping not really too low. He had the refraction charges, so he was just fine. In fact, Ace was the one who took too much damage. Wasn't able to really deal with the Meld Strike and the strength steal of Januel. Back their way out here for Fnatic, just 1-to-1. Still all lanes just going their way. I mean, you look at Duraccio back up at top side, and it does seem like he's been able to catch up in terms of net worth of the Morphling, but it is still a rather slow process.
Yeah, it's going to be slow going. He's going to need a lot of space. They need to secure their jungle, buy some time out for Duraccio. Left alone like this, and you have perfect control coming out from Fnatic. A DJ, again, just forcing Tofu to chase him down a bit, get some forward vision in that jungle to contest the farm down the line. They're going to have to really use that economy to clear out some control here.
DJ just being an absolute pest, taking the boundary away from Gaiman. Once again, this mid lane going to be pressured in. They've got the siege creep there with Armel, so plenty of damage being pumped out. Tofu going to try and sneak away with the invis, but will go for the deny instead, realizing he cannot break the gap in time. Fnatic, just a lot of pressure being applied onto this mid-tier 1 tower, and Gaiman, they are forced to try and respond to this, but they've left Ace alone down at bot lane, so Raven, he might just get right to work. Ace, he's going to try to back his way out and does juke very nicely. Raven, does he keep going? It does seem like he'll try. Onslaught will be there. Ace, he'll be just fine. Not secure the kill. Problem being though, John, mid-tier 1, it's still taking so much damage.
Oh, it's just melting. Less than half HP left just from the slow prods from Armel with his little long-range sniper rifle, of course, and there's just no response that the Gladiators have on hand. They just don't have the supports that can really jump onto that hero well. Maybe if you can bring out Ace, that's where you can start to play that game, but it's going to take a little bit of time. He's not even level 6 yet.
DJ again just ready to scout out if necessary. Does see a few stacks being made there by Tofu as he does get a very nice D-ward as well in the mid lane. Armel just getting right back to work onto that mid-tier 1 tower. Just nobody around to defend this. Him and Gladiators maybe just accepting the fact that it is going to drop for free basically as Fnatic not intending on backing off. While top lane Duraccio Dealing with these frustrating birds of jabs, just can't really do too much about them. It's Boom. Does return back into the mid lane here, but again, it's kind of dire straits as to what he can do to try and slow this push down. It's like he will be enough just clearing out that creep wave, but now Fnatic, they'll just take the stacks instead. I mean, these are just double stacks, but it is something.
Yeah, it's something that you need on Deracho. He's going to need that catch-up form. Even Boom is going to be enjoying that if he had access, but they just didn't manage to clear out that control. Fnatic sees that opening, shoving in mid, getting a little tension away, and having that room to get that done. They're working this map really well. It's still a very even game, 1-1, 1K lead for Fnatic, but these two cores in the Sniper, in the TA, are just getting so much more in this game so far.
1-1 though. 8 minutes in, a very, very slow game when it comes to the kill board. Team just secure that laning stage. Again, Fnatic seemingly coming out on top, at least for now. Lane even Tofu taking over. Soaking that XP himself, but they might get going onto that tier 1 once again. Just so important because you are going to be able to infiltrate that jungle as soon as this tier 1's down, and Fnatic, they can choose to be very aggressive with this Clockwork and Undying support duo. Though GG, they are going to show up. Who do they jump? Nice cogs away from DJ. Not going to allow them to jump the sniper, so instead they'll try to go after Januo, but he's a tanky boy. He's not going to try drop that quickly. His ace is going to keep moving in. Pulverize will be there, and they will at least find the Pos 5 Undying.
Yeah, it's a kill. It's not the one you want. Really good timing out from DJ with those cogs to break off that jump in from Boom, and it's so many heroes down mid. You're only really leaving Deracho alone to farm, and even that solo lane up against Jabs isn't giving him much. Like, I like what I'm seeing from the Gladiators. Level 6 up on Boom, they want to make a play. Yeah. They have the level 6 coming out from Ace as well. They're going on Jabs.
Yeah, they've got a great target. Jabs, he's a higher value target right now on the Visage, so Celery is dropping rather quickly, but they do at least find Jabs. It's a nice trade. It does cost you quite a few hero rotations, but you've got to get something done.
Yeah, it's some punishment at last, because that lane was just left alone for so long. They just ignored Deracho and just allowed Jabs to get that build up. It's finally something coming along for the Gladiators. Big kill for them, giving them some space up top, giving Deracho room to get more than just this Power Treads and Falcon Blade. And the side of Fnatic, well, they've already cleared the mid-tier one. So they're more than happy to kind of trade off that way. As you mentioned, Mike, jungle opens up, triangle contestation comes in, and if the Gladiators aren't careful, I mean, you still need some more on Boom and Ace.
In a bit of deep water here, Ace, I think. He's going to get hinted in here by DJ, but he's just going to onslaught away. Still, the Bird's trying to stun him up mid-onslaught, but not quite finding him. He's going to be just fine. Able to stay within that bot lane and keep that farm going. You kind of accept the fact that you can't slow down Armel anymore, you can't slow down Raven anymore, you've just got to try and keep up in terms of net worth, and for now they are at least only 1k behind, so it's not too big of a deal for Game, and just keep buying space for these cores to make their way back in through the mid game. Question is, do Fnatic make their way into that dire jungle now and try to slow them down?
Yeah, there's some pressure to do that, not too much. I mean, they still have really good control on their own jungle, with their own tier 1, so it's still very healthy, so they can just kind of play on their side of the river. They're not going out so far. They're shoving in mid, keeping that in check. They've got some good wards to watch. Some angles coming in here from the Gladiators onto that ramp in front of the tier 1 tower bot to make sure Raven's just fine. And they're just kind of using Jabs as bait up top solo. They want them to go onto Jabs. He's already got the drums up. They're keeping an eye on him. They're rotating in for this.
They are going to try and smoke up the top side. Jabs already in trouble. They might not make it in time. Jabs still dropping. Eventually will go down. Another nice secure here from GG as Boom does take the kill on the Storm. And Fnatic, they're up here, but without the Visage, what do you actually do?
Yeah, it's not the biggest loss. I mean, Jabs is just doing his thing, keeping that lane shoved out, forcing a lot of heroes on time. You've got so much space coming out for your bigger cores in Raven and Armel. Armel now just hanging around. He has the Dragonlance up. Even with just level 1 take aim, with the Dragonlance, he can reach so far away. You're going to need a lot of mana expended out from Boom to find that kill. They will smoke up in the Gladiators, so looking for that opportunity here.
Yeah, they've got the Arcane Rune still going here on Boom, so very nice timing for them to try and make the jump in, but DJ is prepped, in position, ready to break the smoke, and will tank the gank. Beast for now, still making a run away. Hook shot away is going to be there as well. DJ, going to be just fine. Low cooldown on the hook shot anyway, he won't mind that. Not beating any more kills away, but now Armel's been caught out. That's a much bigger target, and they do find it. Boom with a perfect zip in as DJ, he's not out of the woods yet either. He's going to drop to the way of Game and Gladiators, and Fnatic, they just don't have an answer for it.
I mean, look good. DJ managed to sneak away, but it just opened up this path towards Armel. And suddenly the Gladiators, they're the ones taking aggression here. They're lined up for that top tier 1 tower. Really good use of the bottle from Boom with the Arcane, just giving him enough mana to play so far in. And just no control coming out from Fnatic. We saw a TP coming in from John Yuel, but the Undying at that point couldn't really contribute.
Very, very rough affair here. Fnatic just kind of trusting Raven and Armel to keep that farm going, but again, Gaiman doing a fantastic job of applying the pressure now. With that terrible start they did have after that laning stage, they just seem to be able to apply the pressure much better with this Storm. Doom doing a brilliant job of just rotating constantly and relieving the pressure off Duraccio here and Ace as well. 13 minutes in, 2-6, very, very slight net worth lead for Fnatic. May not last long either, as you see Gaiman, they are starting to take stacks away. It's going to certainly impact the gold income of Gaiman. As just nothing to stop them. You can't really get that deep quite yet.
No, you're just building up on Fnatic's side as well. It's really allowed Duracho to catch up. Number 3 net worth, not too far behind from Armel after that pretty slow laning start with jabs and DJ just kind of bullying out that lane. He's got enough room to have his impact. There are some key timings coming out here though. Raven, he's leaving his options open for the... he is going for the Deso. So that timing, again, when you have that Desolator with the sniper ready to back you up, everyone just melts. It's a lot of physical damage coming out. They are lining up bot here.
They are. Ace going to be targeted. Does have the onslaught, but a nice hook shot. DJ is there in time to cancel as he does go for the Conks battery. Assault will not allow Ace to be able to get his way up, and now Boom. He'll be just fine. He'll zip away as the rest of the team do make their way over. Gaiman, they want to try and force a fight.
Yeah, they rotate in, try to find something to counteract, but Fnatic just managed to burst down really quick. Great use of the hook shot coming out from DJ to cancel off that onslaught. And this is just, again, space coming out for Armel. They're starting to play behind Raven when they see the opportunity to do so. They know he's got pretty good damage coming out, very hard to melt down when he has that refraction up. And just get that build-up you want onto Armel. Like, once the sniper's ready to go, he's playing really forward in the jungle right now, on the opposite side of the map. They just don't spot him. They're forced to respond elsewhere.
Absolutely. You see the Gaming Gladiator still trying to find some targets in that Radiant jungle. They just run into the Genuels Undying if they're not too careful, but I suppose they'd like that right now. Any kill they can get. You'll see Boom just working on towards that Witch's Blade, and it's just such a nice little power spike for the mid-storm once you do have that up and available. Meanwhile, Jab is going to start on that top tier 1 tower, and of course with the Visage you can just kind of do this by yourself. No help necessary here for Jabs, he'll get it done. So just side lane towers being traded. Fnatic still in an advantage in terms of map control right now, considering they did take down that mid tier 1. Duraccio though getting rather low, does end up taking the Tombstone and Undying Morph for himself. Ends up committing the Tombstone however, and might just mean they can't really go for the mid tier 1 themselves now.
Just have to farm where they can. They've got decent enough vision on that bot jungle for Duracho to kind of play in this area, keep getting that build-up. You're also inching towards that BKB here for Ace. That's the big one. Having that safe initiation from the Primal Beast should allow them more opportunities to kind of have Boom zoom in.
Onslaught's there, they will connect. Ace is all over it, is now the global silence. Just to make sure nobody can help Jabs out, they will shut him down once again. Seems to be the game plan of Gaiman. Just make sure the Visage does not have a good game. Your problems are kind of relieved later on.
Yeah, that's 2 big ultimates for Jabs.
Hook shot though, Boom, he does get caught out. Cox pushback is nice, but the cookie. Tofu gonna be there in time to save the day. Fnatic, they had started Roshan, but it doesn't seem like they're interested any longer.
And that's the key timing for Fnatic. The Desolar is fully up on Raven. They want to clear out that Rosh. Not finding that kill on Boom always leaves that threat of a reset and zip in, so they're forced back. They can't really fully commit for the objective. It's not that low anyway, so there's no chance for the Gladiators to come in themselves. And again, the Gladiators just doing so good in finding these openings for themselves. 3-7, less than 1k lead still up there for Fnatic, but they're getting some really good breeding room out for Duracho. They're getting some great utility out from Ace and Boom. They just know they've got this early timing they can play around with.
Well, the question I was about to ask you as well, John, do they keep going for this Roshan? Like, does Fnatic really want to try again? And the answer is currently yes, they do. With the Desolator timing on Raven, they feel very, very strong to try and do this. Top the Flesh Golem as well here from Genuel. Rocket Flare will give all the vision. It'll be enough. Fnatic to able to take a very quick Roshan for themselves as Gaiman. They just don't have an answer for it.
Yeah, they just don't have the vision forward to kind of spot that out as well. So freebie going out for Fnatic, secondary life up for Armel. Our sniper starting to lag a bit behind in comparison to Duracho, but at this point in the game, it's Raven that you should be worried about. Like the Dragonlance and Deso up, working towards possibly that BKB next, maybe a blink to just jump the back line, and you start to feel really good on Fnatic. You start to find a way to take these fights yourselves, because you don't really have a natural initiator outside of just DJ jumping in. And if you can't find that angle, no one can
Go again, Boom, he'll make the jump in. Genuel though, very nice position to make sure he tanks the gank. Hookshot was there from DJ, but it's off the mark. They're not going to be able to counter-initiate. You had Armel and DJ trying to move their way up through the mid-river, but just unable to land the hook to get the team fight started.
Yeah, a bit of an unfortunate miss. They were all kind of set from Fnatic to counter-fight in, but the Gladiators were also really heavily grouped up, so it would have been a bit of a big back and forth kind of push. I guess with the Aegis on Armel, and you feel a little bit more confident if he was around the area. Unfortunately, wasn't really there to try to make use of that secondary life. And the Gladiators keeping things smooth as far as it can go. I mean, they still haven't been able to equalize the map fully with a tier 1 tower for Fnatic still standing mid. But this aggression, it's getting a bit tougher for Fnatic to control. Like, the moment they see Boom zip in, they don't have control.
This is an interesting position from Armel, but with the double damage, he seems confident to try and secure the kill onto Celery. Still trying to chase him down. Celery is able to get away, but now Tofu is the one in danger, but he's going to be okay. Just walk into the fog, by that T2 tower, he'll be just fine. Fnatic just very confident with the double damage rune that was there on the sniper, but unable to really find anything for it.
Yeah, no level up yet on the Assassinate either, so couldn't really clean up, even with the vision available. Managed to bail themselves out in Gladiators. And every single fight you kind of ditch like that, you feel pretty good. The sniper's not farming, he's not really doing much in the jungle, they're not pushing any objectives here on Fnatic's end. You're just going into this investment on Duracho. And he's #1 in net worth now. He's managed to catch up from all the space. Smorflin going for the Axe as well. It's going to be scary once that's off.
A little bit low on mana here. He is the Storm, but he is going to be just fine to TP out. They got the vision, but they weren't in range for a hook shot, so he's going to be just fine. They're continuing to try and bully Game and Gladiators out of this map, but look at that net worth on Duracho. He's getting bigger and bigger on this Morphling, and that's going to be a very, very scary timing here from Game and Gladiators and Fnatic. You kind of wonder if they're getting enough done with this kind of Visage draft.
I think they are. It's really not Visage-centered. It just feels like you're playing along more with the potential of Raven and Armel, and you know, you get the benefit of faster push from Jabs of Deso. They will go for that smoke play now. If you still got the Aegis for 2 minutes on Armel, you might get a good sneak around here, but they don't quite have that forward vision in the triangle to really play with.
Got the traps. They'll get a ward down on the high ground. Gladiators immediately just backing their way out. They do not want part of this team fight. It's not on their terms. But he'll move in and see a double stack for himself, so he'll go ahead and take it for free. There's going to be no contest to come out from Gaming. They're just not ready yet for that big team fight. Understand that with the Aegis up, Fnatic do seem like the much stronger team at the moment. I suppose that's just the game right now. Just continue to evade the side of Fnatic. Just don't force the fight while the Aegis is up. And once it expires, you'll be more than happy to move in as Gaming. But for now, if you're not really losing anything, there's just no need to fight.
Yeah. You've got the scaling on hand. You've got really good gap flows coming out from Boom, coming out from Ace. And you don't really need to worry about too much. You can just play on your own terms. You've got the threat of silence. You've got the threat of kisses here. The jump of Fnatic's really just all in on DJ. And if he doesn't manage to find that angle with a hook shot, if he doesn't manage to trap more than one person there or just disrupt that fight in a big way, the tools of the Gladiators just feel a lot stronger. They are getting some push out though, playing with that Deso, playing with that Visage and just how fast they can melt the towers. They find themselves a tier 2 and could open up the high ground if they want to poke.
Yeah, as well as Gaming have avoided the side of Fnatic. With this Aegis up, 2 towers have gone down, and now maybe even a high ground attempt to come out as Fnatic. They do still have about 40 seconds left on that Aegis timing, so why the hell not? Just be very cautious though as they do eventually back their way out. Not looking to rush this. Again, it is a best-of-1 series, so you've only got one chance to try and proceed through to the best-of-3s in the lower bracket. Just definitely don't want to get knocked down in this this round of 1 if you can, if you're either team. Still securing some farm here onto Duracho, onto Ace. Very confident in their late-game scaling here on this Morphling. Speaking of that Morphling now, John, the Axe is up.
Have a lot of good forms to turn into the Undying again with the Tombstone and the upgraded Decay is going to feel pretty damn good. Going to be hard to burst down Duracho again, going back to that lack of control. And I like this from the Gladiators. Smoke up immediately with that big pickup on Duracho. They don't have the best forward vision right now, so they might not be able to find that angle, but if they manage to take Fnatic by surprise here, that could be the turning point for them.
Yeah, Gaming, they are going to move in. Oh, it's a 5v5 smoke. situation here, game, and they're going to move in. Smoke broken onto Ace. Tofu, he'll get started with the kisses immediately as the global silence is there. Onslaught out as well. They do find Januor, but that's only the pos 5 undying. In fact, never mind, they found Jabs now. Ace moving right in onto Armel, but a hook shot. DJ, he'll save the day for now. The tombstone is going to be dropped as well. Januor, he brought back into this team fight, and now Duraccio, he's in big trouble. He's going to drop. Oh, they go too far in the end. A very nice buyback there from Januel just to be able to rejoin the team fight and drop the tombstone. In fact, they just keep going. Assassinate out of the Tofu into the stun now as well. Soul Rip out. Tofu's in trouble. He'll try to run, but eventually does end up dropping. Raven able to secure the kill for Fnatic. Finally, they find the team fight they wanted.
That's some really sick game sense coming out from Fnatic. Immediately smoking up, not seeing anyone kind of take care of those lanes. Knowing that
that's a big one. Boom, he's getting perma-stun. Jabs, he's going to find him. Great micro out from Jabs, and Raven, who enjoyed the kill for himself, tips out.
And this is where it gets scary. The high ground push kicks in. You've got the 15 talent up on Jabs, +1 armor corruption to the familiars with the Deso. And this set of objectives just don't last long. Fortify coming out to stave them off. But again, just the game sense coming out from Fnatic. You saw how much commitment came out from the Gladiators. Global silence and kisses just to find the Undying. It's just not enough.
That certainly isn't. So much committal for that pos 5, and with the buyback available, it's just not worth it. As now Fnatic just getting right back into the mid-tier 2 tower. Duraccio does end up falling behind once again in terms of net worth. You keep trying to force a fight here. At least looks like for now he'll morph into the sniper and just try to force them back with the shrapnel charges, and that's going to be enough. Fnatic, they'll walk their way out just fine. Game, they might just have to take a bit of time here. I'm not sure if you smoke again straight away. Just want to secure a bit more farm up on your cores before you do get going, especially considering how that last team fight went. I mean, mind you don't have the buyback on the Undying anymore, so maybe you could force a fight not worrying about that, but it still seems risky.
Yeah, it's still a massive risk. It does feel like you're going to need a BKB up on at least the Racho. Maybe ideally you'd want it on Boom as well, just so you can get that safe initiation out. And you can't always start with a Primal Beast. You don't have that Blink Dagger up on Ace, and he's got the BKB, but onslaughting in is pretty telegraphed, so it can be tough. And we've seen it before. DJ tends to be ready to just interrupt the Pulverize when it does kick in, or when you try to look for that angle here. So you need more of that spell immunity up. You need more of those BKBs. That's going to take some time. And Fnatic, with the ground they've gained on this map, you don't have that much room to get all of these cores farmed up to that point.
Absolutely. Both teams once again just hanging around their side of the map for now. No vision on the side of Gaming Gladiators at the moment, who have grouped up just a bit. Sticking as a team in that mid lane. Seems like it's going to be all about the next Roshan for both these teams. There's now even a BKB to come out onto Raven, so scary at times against the TA. That Magic community, it's very hard to be able to try and burst him down throughout these fights. So much of your damage is just negated through that BKB. They are going to show up mid-river, try and force something here. Traps are out to give any vision if they do need it. Raven is hanging around, but again, he's a very challenging target now with the BKB up. He's will show up, maybe trying to bait a fight, but Fnatic, very composed, not going to try for it.
They just play it safe. They know they've got a pretty good stand on the map. They know they don't have to take these risks. They could just keep farming up a little bit more. They get big timing on DJ up with the Ags running. So the overclocking's up, way more damage coming out, way more utility from the Rocket Flare. And if they can work their angles really, really well. Side of Gladiators, they just need to kind of build in. Maybe if you find that opportunity to jump, you go for it, but immediate overclock, immediate flares with that smoke out here from Fnatic.
Yeah, absolutely. Such an annoying Aghanim tip that I have to try and go against here. DJ just going to continue to spam out and get so much vision.
Jeez.
That's a lot. Game, and they just can't escape the rocket flares, and now Tofu is going to get jumped. He's just fine, though, with the cookie. He will be able to break the gap away from Raven as they do move into that mid-tier 2 tower. Nothing to defend. Seems like Game, and they're kind of stuck onto their high ground now. Maybe hoping for a high ground defense. I mean, you could still try to defend the top tier 2 tower. It just feels a little bit rough, especially considering Roshan, it is coming up rather soon.
They have to go for a play, though. Going for that smoke out. Maybe they find a good angle here. They don't quite have the best vision again on that jungle. So they could get but if they manage to get a good flank here, it would be big. It's just that Johnny Walt's the one's hanging back here.
Here we go. Inuel going to be spotted. He'll tank the gank, tries to drop the tombstone in time. Be able to get it as they do global silence, and Genuel will drop. That's one. Now Ace in trouble. He's a much bigger target, just getting stunned up, but does manage to cookie away thanks to Tofu, but the hook shot is out. They've got Boom on the Storm. He's still going to be able to zip away, but he's out of mana. He is out of mana, but where's the backup? It's not there yet. In fact, Armel, he was getting to work. Assassinate. It'll fly through and does find Boom on the Storm. Not the worst fight for Fnatic, but not the best either. They do give 2 kills away for that. Both supports going down for the mid-storm. Gaiman, they'll be okay with it, I think.
Yeah, it's a really nice back and forth. Again, they jump onto Jonuel. He's the one to break the smoke. He manages to get the tombstone right before the global silence in a really good spot on that cliff. Like, only Boom was focusing in on that tombstone. It took so long for him that DJ found that opportunity. So it's a good play coming out from Gladiators. They need to get something done, but again, they're finding the wrong targets. They're always getting Zhao first. They're always having to blow at least one big ult first.
You see the replay here. I mean, you find the Undying, but he won't mind. He just gives so much information away to his team, and well, Ace just couldn't really walk away, sadly. He's forced the BKB up, and luckily Tofu was there to save. DJ once again, just fantastic with the hookshot, finding the Storm. Just completely out of mana, and something you didn't really notice, John, but from the low ground, Armel, he was just getting right to work onto that Storm Spirit. The Assassinate just barely had enough damages. Now, well, Gaiman, they're trying to force Roshan, but hookshot is there. DJ once again trying to force the fight. Ace with a very nice onslaught. Duraccio and Boom, they're onto Jabs. They're trying for the Visage, and they might just have him, but Jabs, he goes into that stone form. He'll survive for a bit longer. DJ, he will try to back his way out of the stuns around. In fact, Duraccio, he's the one in trouble, trying to back his way out, but Jabs is on the chase with the Familiars. In they go. Do they have the damage? They've got the stuns out on Raven. He'll melt them. Duraccio still trying to run, still in trouble. He's going to end up going down. A 2 for 2 so far, but there was a buyback from Tofu. Still Ace. He would make his run out as well, but the slows are there from Raven. Can he find a way out with the onslaught? No, he'll go for the onslaught, cancel and go for the TP instead, but it's not going to work. Oh boy.
They managed to find Armel in the back. They get some good punishment for their trouble there in the Gladiators, but it cost them so much. Diracho just being taken away, the Morphling being a key component of that late game scaling, just isn't able to hold its ground. Jabs is just way too durable. Gets the Wraith Pact off, has the Ag Shard up with a Stone Form, and that times so well here for Fnatic. Rosh up, you've got the TA, you've got the Visage. It still doesn't take too long, even without that sniper.
Certainly doesn't. Again, Roshan happening, but with the Ags up on the clockwork, you just
so annoying.
You can't make your way over.
Can't stop it. Like, it's giving so much information out, and the Gladiators just don't have that same information to play with. Like, they've been lacking some ward vision for a while. They've got some watching the Rosh pit, but again, it just melts so fast with that damage from Raven and Jabs.
A lot of damage. Another Aegis to go the way of Fnatic. That'd be the second one of the game for themselves, and 9k ahead now. A very powerful position for Fnatic. Game in general, what do they need to do here? I mean, they're in a very rough position now. How do you make the comeback in this game, number one?
And you've got the BKB up on Diracho. He had it last time around. You need to get a good jump in. Maybe if you could take out Armel before you lose your Morphling and then start to focus in onto Raven somehow, that's how it kind of shapes up. Get a good jump on. Don't jump Jabs or Jonuel. Because those two, they don't mind being targeted, especially Jabs. I mean, he's just so durable. And Jonuel, as you mentioned, just gives information. You need one of these 2 bigger cores to drop first from the side of Gladiators, and it's going to take some good vision game coming out. But as you see, DJ just keeps spamming out those flares out, and you just can't stop it. Like, he's just getting so much more out.
It's kind of obnoxious how much vision it gives. In fact, I think we saw in an earlier team fight, it almost just killed Celery off with those rocket flares. Very, very scary indeed. It's Fnatic. 9k ahead, still moving their way through the top lane. Might try to force a high ground team fight now. I mean, you've got 3 minutes 50 seconds on that Aegis. Plenty of time to try and poke and prod this tier 3 tower. In fact, now a Daedalus up on Raven. Scary times for Game and Gladiators. 10 to 13, 9k lead once again. Fnatic, they're going to move their way over that tier 3 tower. It's just not going to last too long. They'll be forced to clip it up. It's going to be enough for now. Fnatic going to overstay their welcome. They do back their way out, and Gaiman, they're just trying to find any kind of space for the map that they can right now.
Yeah, just play where they can, get some build up while they can, although.
He gets spotted, the traps from Raven. Ace, how do you find your way out of this one? He'll onslaught towards the right side, but the trap is there, and DJ, he's gonna land another beautiful hook as Ace is forced to BKB up, try to run his way up with the Meld Strike. Gonna follow him down as DJ will not leave this man alone. They've got the Primal Beast as well.
It gets some space out the map for the Gladiators right now. It's giving them some room to get that build up, but it comes at a cost. Someone's got to be sacrificed for that opening. DD up on Armel. I love this build from Armel as well, Mike. Moonshard up on the sniper. He's just plinging away.
Yeah.
Like you've got the damage amp coming in from the Visage and the TA. You don't need much yourself. You just need to whack away, especially when you manage to turn on that take aim with a headshot. These heroes will still melt. And again, the jump capabilities for the Gladiators are there, but every time we've seen them jump into that backline, it comes at such a massive risk to themselves. They need to synchronize their jump in with their use of the global silence on these big cores.
Even got the AC up on jabs now, so even more attack speed here for Armel. They do move into that tier 3 tower, and it just melts. It's completely disappearing with this double damage rune active. Armel, he'll just move on to the high ground. That's the protection of the Tombstone and the Wraith Pact. And how even the familiars from jabs. Gaiman, they're the ones that need to try and find a way into this fight. For now, their bot racks will drop. Just nothing they can do about it. The question is, do Fnatic keep going?
They have no reason to really back off. I mean, you still have some threats out from the Gladiators, but you've got Aegis running for about a minute 40 here. You just take control of the jungle. Cut off the resources for the Gladiators, keep all the lanes as shoved out as you can, and swing around if someone overextends. And you've got a really sweet opening with his secondary life on Armel. You're not too scared of that jump in from Boom, of that onslaught out from Ace. And they don't even have a way to position themselves. Like,
oh, look at
these flares, they just get everywhere. You can't stand it.
The Celery, he just can't make his way out of there. He almost died.
God.
Rocket plays out as well. Oh, he's barely going to survive. Oh, this is just disgusting. It reminds me of that bounty hunter Tinker meta. You just can't escape the rockets.
Nah, it just never ends. And it's just down to that Ags. And DJ's just been such a menace since picking that up. Smoke out from Fnatic, trying to get the initiative here. They've got a good flank from the right side if they manage to catch someone off here.
Oh, Boom would be a massive target, but they haven't got the vision yet. In fact, never mind, they do. DJ, he's in once again, but the global silence not going to allow them to follow up. In fact, Boom jumps in a big vortex out from the storm into the trample. Now the pulverize. Ace, he'll keep the fight going. Jabs is just in that stone form, waiting to just go back into this fight. He is completely surrounded, though. Should go, but Duraccio copying way too much damage, but in comes Boom once again on the storm. He finds Jabs on that Visage. Is Armel still trying to man up here against Duraccio, but Duraccio is happy to oblige us. Well, he's going to back his way out. Familiar's still doing them favors here on the side as Raven is going to TP away, and Gaiman, they find a way to defend.
They hold on. Really great jump in from the side of the Gladiators. That Ags pickup from Boom, turning the tides.
Massive.
That's the coordination we needed to see. Get that AoE vortex down, get your kisses out. Really good use of silence here as well to get them that time to re-engage. And the side of Fnatic now, they've seen those tools. They can't afford to stay as pumped up as they once were. We need to be a lot more cautious onto the high ground, as we can see here again.
Yeah, look at this. I mean, Global Silence was just immediately out, saving the day, and now the Vortex. The unexpected zip back in from Boom really paying off, and when you've got the combination of the Trample and the Pulverize, just so hard to survive through all that damage output.
It took them a really long time to kill off Jabs as well, despite all of that. It's just they managed to isolate all of these heroes really nicely, split it up after taking them all together. And Armel, even if he had the Aegis, he had no one to follow through on his second life, forced to back off and just kind of play it safe. They're keeping themselves in this game here, the Gladiators, but they're not able to really push out the lanes as far as they can. It's not an opening for a tier 2. It's not quite an opening for Roshan either. So they're going to have to repeat that. Because despite those losses, Fnatic, they still have the initiative here. They still have superior map control, and that threat for the high ground still lined up.
You've got the Scotty now up on the morph as well, so Durantio just a little bit tanky and more hard to deal with here. 16, I love myself a close game, John, and right now 7k net worth, nothing to write home about if you're Fnatic. It's 36.5 minutes into the game, so 6k really means nothing here between these two teams. Sure, game, and they are down 1 racks, but still anyone's game. It is a best of 1, so one of these teams do have to go home after this one. Everything on the line here for these two teams. It's been such a long year throughout the DPC. They do smoke up as 4 game, and they're going to try and make something happen, but who do they find? It's just so hard to get the vision advantage against Fnatic's draft. You've got the rocket flares, the traps, the shrapnels, just everything working in their favor. But they are still sneaking up through the triangle, but this smoke, we're out soon. They might just find jabs on the Visage as Ace. He does spot him out and does try for the onslaught, trying to keep up. Does end up finding the Visage, but can't really follow up with that. Just go into that stone form and be just fine, as now the Familiars just going to stun up the Primal Beast. Do they have the follow-up damage here on Fnatic? I don't think they do, but they are still just throwing out everything but the kitchen sink. But Ace is going to be just fine. He will just casually walk his way out.
It's very low commitment from Fnatic to shove you away there. You don't need to throw any bodies forward. Jabs is still really durable. He doesn't mind being jumped on that smoke. Deracho's kind of playing tag, isolated from his team, but the side of Fnatic isn't quite keen to jump onto that Morphling as well. I mean, he's got the Scotty up, he's got a lot of stats. With a Manta, he's got a lot of ways of saving himself, so he's a lot tougher of a target for Fnatic to just try and burst down. But they're still getting that build-up. You're still #1 on Raven with that full Daedalus up. And they could just wait for the next Roche. It is just around 10 seconds away when we'll see that respawn. Good shove in mid from Deracho, but again, they're not really able to fully commit for that objective yet.
Absolutely. Team just very, very careful right now. One team fight could just decide this game. You just haven't got the buybacks available. Game in, they'll just take over that Radiant Triangle for now.
Oh, it's a quick Roche.
It's certainly a very quick Roshan here. This would be in the favor of Game, and they're in position for this one, and Celery seems to know he might just get lucky. 5 seconds to go. We'll see if Fnatic can try to spot this one out as well. You do have the advantage of the rocket players to fly in from DJ. They are focused right now on the mid-tier 2 tower, and there's your Roshan. Gaiman, this could be the blessing they've been looking for here. Roshan does start going down, but the rocket players are going to fly out and give the vision. Question is, can they make it in time? They are making their way over. In fact, Roshan is being abandoned right now as Game, and they do not have faith they can take it in time. Fnatic do immediately make their way over, and just with this rocket flare spam, it's so hard to try and sneak Roshan away.
It's just so much damage coming out, and the hero's not even close by. Like, they whittle away, they know it's such a risk if that angle is found by DJ and they just get sucked down at the Roche. They do have good counterplay in the pit though. And the AoE Vortex is still ready on Boom. And you've got the kisses to back you up. Global Suns is ready to go as well. So Fnatic, it's not an easy call for them to commit to this one either.
They just picked up a side device here on the TA to boot. Raven, maybe a bit of a surprise reveal here with this Hex, but they're going to get started on the Roshan. It's already less than half an HP away. Game, and they're going to find Tofu! He's just going to drop. The rocket players get it done. DJ able to snipe a kill there, and they find Roshan.
Oh, man.
Well, what can you do? You try to run, but the rockets just keep chasing.
It just doesn't stop. You get the full Ags out now as well to pass over here on the side of Fnatic. I mean, you're feeling great. You get the Ags onto Jabs. He's got the Silence That's the Grave. He can sneak around to the back line now. They've got so much damage. And the damage from DJ, I mean, he's standing further away than the sniper. He's got so much long range here from Fnatic. They're just barraging the side of Gladiators with their spears.
Game, and again, not out of this game, but they're an Aegis down now, T's down as well. Fnatic, they're going to make their way over. See if they can move up to that high ground once again. Just one good team fight, and this game is theirs. Gaiman, they still have an opportunity to try and turn this one around, but they need that good team fight to go their way. Not going to be that easy, though. See the split push here from Ace. That Primal Beast for the top lane is being forced in now. We've seen how fast Armel can take these towers. Mind you, last time he did have a double damage rune, to be fair. It's still a very painful process for this tier 3 tower, however.
Oh my god.
Just standing from a mile away, and there's just nothing you can do.
Like, these towers just melt with that Song That's the Grave. Once you break that Invis, the damage is ridiculous.
Jump in, Boom, he's gonna try, but there's a side device out from Raven, locking down the storm till they do find at least the Aegis, and Boom, he can go for a reset. Not a bad start whatsoever here for GG. There's Deracho, he'll keep moving forward, trying to find the sniper, but needs to back his way out. Just can't deal with the damage output of Armel at the moment. They did have the refraction charges to play with those, so didn't really take any damage. Boom, gonna move in again, but a quick BKB out Armel, this time ready for it, but instead they found Raven on the TA. He goes down, Lee Celery, he drops as well, but they do have the buyback, and now Ace in the backside with the pulverize into the Vortex. Boom, just setting up perfectly. Oh, what a Vortex out from Boom.
Yeah, he makes it work. He finds the angle back in. He knows that the BKB out on Raven is gone. So you can just punish that TA, focus in, no secondary life up on Armel, and they just melt down from that damage. Like, the control came out, and they didn't have global silence. That's why Fnatic might have felt a little bit more confident to hang around there. But they still don't have a way of really punishing Boom when he does manage to get that jump in. I mean, they have the Hex, but the Storm, being aware of that, can just zip a little bit further away and just be safe.
Now suddenly Gaming Gladiators back into this game, only a 3k advantage, no Aegis to worry about. They do move onto the high ground, the T3 tower in big trouble. Durachio, he'll get it started. They'll force the glyph out, but it's not going to mean Durachio backs off. Nobody's brought back, nobody's respawned quite yet from Fnatic, so the map is completely free for game, and it's been such a long time since they've had this kind of opportunity on the map. They do force out another glyph. Down towards the bot side, Durachio goes. He wants 2 lanes for his trouble. The question is, does he even find one? Because the respawn timers are running a little bit low, but it seems like they do find the mid-racks while they can. Durachio, he'll find that bottom tier 3 tower, onto the bot racks. It's a very quick process here for Gaimin. 2 racks is up. They'll be very happy with that. No need to rush any further. They'll back their way out.
Now the Gaming Gladiators are in complete control of this game. Really good racks advantage coming out. Their team fights coming in. Their scaling's shaping up. And this Durachio morphling with the Daedalus up, it just does so much damage. And Fnatic, again, they get overconfident. They know global silence is down, but they don't respect the Storm here.
Boom, just doing such a fantastic job throughout these fights. Just every time the Vortex is up, there's just nothing you can do. And look at this Vortex from a mile away, just dragging everybody in. Just no chance to fight back once the BKBs are gone. And the game, and you keep that up, this game is yours.
Yeah, it's just in their hands as long as they can keep executing. Fnatic, though, they're not going to just lie down there. Smoke out from them. Roshan still a ways off, as that was fairly fresh in the last fight. But if they manage to get the ambush here, it's big. Still, you've got protection now on Boom. He's got his own BKB up. So even if he's caught off guard a bit, as long as he's able to turn that BKB on when he sees Raven nearby, and how do you lock down the Storm? You just don't have much to stop this.
The hesitation now. Fnatic, I mean, they would have smoked up, but they just aren't going to find the opening. Another double damage rune, though, is going to be found out by Fnatic, so Raven, he'll take it this time around. No bottle to stall that one up. He will just pick it up himself. It just doesn't seem like they're going to be able to smoke up and find some kind of opening, however. They're just going to sit back for now and just wait out the perfect time. Problem is now Durachio, top of the net worth board, looking very, very farmed up, working on towards that Satanic. He's going to be a real problem once he has that up.
He's already extra durable on this here, even with the Scotty up on Armel. It's not like he can just solely dedicate his time onto Durachio. You've got a lot of room now for Durachio to dance around on that Morphling. And again, they're just so slippery on the side of Gaming Gladiators. Like, you have to worry about Storm, you have to worry about the Primal Beast, you have to worry about the Morphling jumping on top of you. They've got this really good start on the fights for the Gladiators with the Global Silence up, and just don't have that same control. It still just kind of goes down to DJ and Jabs. If they maybe play with their familiars and the hook shot well, that's where the game can start to shine for Fnatic, but that's a lot harder to pull off than just a zip in or an onslaught in with silence to back you up.
Here you go again. Top side. He's going to hang around his own jungle now, still maybe just trying to search for Fnatic, but they're not around. They retreat back into that Radiant Triangle of their own. They do have the opportunity to smoke, at least for now. Raven just going to use his own ninja gear, get his own smoke going, to make sure he can rotate across the map and be undetected by Game. And such an important piece of the puzzle here for Fnatic is that TA, and you just can't afford to lose her all by herself. Gaiman remaining grouped up, that Rocket Flare vision just giving so much information back the way of Fnatic as Gaiman just take over the top side of the map, but they might even start a high ground push.
They've got the room to get that done, Zhao.
And you will. Global Silence will be there, ensuring they cannot initiate as now Durachio moving very far forward. Vortex is there. They have found Armel. Hookshot is out from DJ Boom. He's running a little bit low on mana. Still Durachio. He'll keep moving forward onto the sniper. Do they have the damage? They do. The TP attempt will not be enough. They do lose that sniper. Now Ace spotting out Raven, unable to catch him. Instead, Januel going to sit back and make sure Raven does remain protected. They cannot afford to lose his TA right now as Boom. He's going to move in once again onto the Vestige, and they'll just take down Jabs. No contest at the moment for Gaming Gladiators. It's Fnatic slowly but surely just falling apart.
Those are massive kills coming out for Gaming. They've got the opportunity to really shove in, force some buybacks out. I mean, Armel, I mean, he had cheese. He didn't want to pop it. He just BKBs, tries to bail out. But the output of the Morphling is just so high. With that full Daedalus, now with a full Satanic on hand as well, he can just sustain true. Again, true that Scotty that Armel wants to threaten with. On the side of Fnatic, they've got to play it a lot more cautious, but the Gladiators, and they're in control now. Yeah. Clearly in control. 7k up, it's not the most amazing, but it's really just how much Diracha's managed to farm up and just how well Boom's been playing. Just with that Ags, this game has turned all the way around.
Yeah, absolutely. It's just such a great comeback here from Gaimin so far. Seeing that buyback status there, Jonathan, so many heroes in the map right now have buyback. In fact, there's only 2 that don't. In fact, it might be 9 out of 10 very, very soon. It's both teams waiting for that massive team fight where they are going to need to expend them, but Dyrachyo, he'll at least get started on that tier 3 top tower. Not going to last too long at this rate. They do flip it up. Raven going to try and jump in with the side device out, and now the Global Silence going to stop them from chasing Dyrachyo. He'll be able to BKB up and be just fine. The zombies to continue chasing, but again, seems like he's going to be able to get his way out. Fnatic not interested in chasing at the moment. They'd rather just keep on their high ground. Don't throw a fight.
Just hold your ground right now. You've got the sniper. You can stall this game out fairly long on that hero. You also did manage to force out the Global Silence from Celery. So it is an opportunity for Fnatic if they get a little bit more info out. Scouting around with DJ and his flares. Next Roche, not too long away here, Mike. 20 seconds away. Gonna be the flash point for both sides to kind of fight over to kind of determine this game.
Here we go again, Rocket players flying out. Getting all the vision. Roshan, like you mentioned, John, very, very close to respawning now. Gaimin prepped for the next Roshan. It's just when you've got this vortex on the storm, it just feels like such a great position to try and fight in. Strong position for Gaimin in that Roshan pit indeed. As well, there's your 4th Roshan now. All the items available. Gaimin, if they can win this next team fight, the game just feels like it's basically theirs. Mind you, you do still have a lot of buybacks on the map. You can still play around if you do end up going down as Gaimin. Wait for that right moment. They might just start Roshan themselves. They understand they're not going to be able to be undetected though. That's the real big problem. Instead, they're going to hang around that Radiant Triangle. Dyrachyo moves in. They found DJ on the clockwork. In trouble already. Global Silence there to back him up. And now the Vortex. Boom. Right into the backside. Finds Armel. Finds Raven. What a Vortex from Boom. Just finding all the cores he could ask for. And they do buy back. They've got to try and force the fight right now. Tofu's gone already on the Snapfire. But he will buy back as well. Buyback's being expended. Gaimin. They'll get rid of the familiars from jabs. Armel trying to get to work, but it does feel like he's lacking a bit of damage here on this sniper. They do move in once again to the Vortex. Boom, just all over it. They found the sniper again. Armel, he'll eat the cheese up. He'll go for the concussive grenade and try to force this fight the best he can. But where's the damage output? They're still trying. Raven, they'll find Ace at least. Armel, he's manning up. He is trying, but they are down. Both down with that buyback game, and they may have just made the comeback happen.
They've got a really clear shot. They know those 2 cores just don't have buybacks, having committed it earlier on. Zhao can't do much to stop this. And they go on to that last set of racks. Fnatic, 90 seconds without the sniper, 100 seconds without the TA. That's so much time.
He's going to drop as well, just trying to hide in the tree line. That's it, GG's call. Gaimin Gladiators. There's a rough half of the first game, but at the end of the day, they make the comeback happen. And well, Fnatic, they tried their best, but they were just unable to close out the game, and a couple bad team fights, and it was all over. Gaimin just proving to be the better team today.
Yeah, Gaimin really played excellent. They just rushed this Ags out onto Boom, and they played around that so well. Like the SNY Ags build up, allowing them to jump forward, the Sanjin Kaya build up, and just take control. Like there was nothing to stop him. They get the Hex out on Raven down the line, but he just manages to play it a little bit safer. You know, They bait in with the Global Silences, they get Fnatic really confident, and it just kind of crumbles. They just didn't have that hard control. They didn't have the same level of team fight. It all basically boiled down to whether or not DJ could kind of find a hookshot angle for the team, and whether or not Jabs could put his familiars forward enough to get some good chain control off, and sometimes that's really hard to find.
Yeah, I mean, it was a close game, but you got to give props to the boys from Gaimin Gladiators doing a fantastic job making this game 1 work in their favor, and it's got to feel so good now for them to move into those best of 3s now, not having to play these best of 1 elimination games that are they're just so frightening to try and play, and just too much pressure trying to play those ones out. At least now they are within safety.
Yeah, it's a smoother ride for them now. They get to move on to the next best of 3 round, so going to be a lot better for Fnatic. Southeast Asian team in Southeast Asia. We get Boom. Fnatic, unfortunately, not able to go on. The Gladiators, as you mentioned, just the better team today.
Absolutely. Well, with that, John, we'll head over to the panel and see what they had to think about this this game one, the best of one.
Thank you, MLP and John X Fire. Another TI-worthy game. 3 Roches to the side of Fnatic. They had the momentum, but it's the Ags on the storm of Boom for Gladiators that it was just turning tides. It was incredible. You know, it is as strong, actually, sometimes as a Tide Hunter Ravage, but, you know, it's just an Ags.
Well, got a stat on this. So, Boom, he has just played his 66th game, I think, on Storm Spirit. He's in the top 10 most played Storm Spirits in the world. He has the highest win rate on the hero. He has the highest KDA of all these players. Like, he is literally the #1 player on Storm Spirit right now in the world. And then you give him this hero in 24th pick. He finds those clutch moments. He doesn't get any Aegis steals. That's unfortunate. But yeah, he shone on his star hero.
Yeah, that was the prediction that you didn't nail down.
Yeah, well, happens. Got my Gavins though. It's all good.
I lost a lot of Gavins, man.
So, yeah, I mean, Fnatic, you talked about them as a team. Obviously, we can focus on Gladiators a little bit, but they kind of can do it a lot, but they weren't really just able to close this one out. Yeah. They were aware of the Ags, right? You know, their second fight in the top. Is it hard? Is it, you know, the clumping up, and is it just the vision? Because they had a lot of vision off the Clockwork. They won their 3rd Roche, I believe, just by spamming Rocket Flare. But, like, how could they have adjusted?
I feel like the game just went too long. This is a draft that was built to kind of outscale them. The Morph and the Storm just have way too much like jump at this point for Sniper to be able to deal with. It felt like they had a little good thing going after the 2nd Roche or so. They had like this snowball effect. They were getting loads of vision from the traps. They were hunting people down, but it felt like they just couldn't manage to close game inside of their base for long enough.
If I look at these 2 drafts, and if you ask me which one of these 2 drafts would you like to play more in a best-of-1 crucial match, it probably would be Gaming Gladiators, because it's a little bit easier to go late. It's a little bit easier to just hold on to the game, and eventually you will win it. Like Fnatic, they were on a timer, and when you're on a timer, plus you get a ton of emotions kicking in, like, you're bound to make a couple of mistakes, and this one was the perfect mistake for GG to capitalize on.
Yeah, it's just the fact that Gladiators, they have the discipline as well, where even under threat, they found these opportunities to make the plays. Like, Snapfire wasn't always wasting ultimate. You have the Silencer holding global. It's like, my Storm's going in, but I don't have to global because I know he's going to be able to disengage, and then I can use my global in that 2nd or that 3rd kind of iteration of one fight.
Yeah, you mentioned that as well, you know, in the break, how, you know, Storm can zip in, maybe force a BKB, make sure global even stronger, but also there wasn't much pressure on the globals from Zeta as well, because it's like, you know, sometimes you're against a black hole, sometimes you're this, it's like, normally like, oh, this is a moment I want to help my Storm, or I want to help, you know, my Primal Beast. You can really pick and choose. But Armel, he ended up picking up the Moon Shard, and you talked about this, you know, why? Because, you know, to me that was like, hey, what's, you know, I asked what's going on, but that's really to work against a Morphling.
Yeah, a little bit of a standard build now, as you talked about it, and you mentioned AUY. Who talked about the attack speed on the Sniper and how? Don't sell yourself short. How good it is.
But Aoi was he does his math, and I you know, Curtis is awesome at it, and I remember him kind of explaining to Eternal Envy. He's like, no, actually, like this item that does damage is not more damage. Attack speed now.
It's not the pipe.
It's so much attack speed actually, you know, will increase your output. So it's
specifically in this game as well versus a Morphling who naturally buys that tags, morphs into you, steals your attack speed, so Moonshard was the proper option. And at times, they looked really invincible. You had all the rocket spam, you had the Sniper from distance. I believe John Xfire called it a Tinker style of gameplay.
Eventually, it almost picks up in the base.
And eventually, though, you're playing a Tinker style of gameplay into a Storm, and Storm usually wins there.
Well, congratulations again to Gaming Gladiators, and we do have an interview. Casey, I believe, is with Tofu.
Tofu, congratulations.
Thanks a lot. Yeah.
Just another day at work, I see.
No, I mean, there's no question yet, but it's like best of 1, like kind of tense game in front of crowd after a long time of not playing on stage. So like a bit shaky, people are a bit nervous, but like we push each other up, and I don't know, we had a lot of good moments, and there's a lot of hype coming into the series. I don't know, just beautiful to play.
How did you do it with 42 minutes in and you're down by so much, and you had that amazing defense on the high ground? How did you do that?
Was it down that much?
Yeah.
I mean, we're playing for our timings and we delay the game. until we're certain that we can win. Like we give up some Rex, for example, because we know we're too weak at this point, or you mess up a fight and you know you cannot contest this Roshan, so you just need to delay the game in order to get a second chance. And eventually Boom gets his egg in him, so gets some amazing pulls, and that's the way back into the game.
Nice. Well, congratulations.
Thanks a lot.
All right, back to you guys.
Glad to be here.
Tofu there, smiling a lot during that interview, and certainly deserves to be. It's a great win for the team of Gladiators, and they'll be moving on to be playing further into the international. Now, our next game coming up is going to be Entity versus Royal Never Give Up. It's our last game of today and our last lower bracket. We're going to be introducing Entity first. I believe they're going to be almost ready to come out on stage. So this one, very interested in because Royal Never Gives Up's journey. But for now, let's focus on Entity. Entity qualified into the international with style, pure Stormer, putting on a real show, but also backed up by their teammates Toby, Katiomi, and Fishman. But now, let's meet their opponents. It's going to be Royal Never Give Up. Royal Never Give Up against it all here. If you're in the Singapore audience, please make some noise for X-Nova coming out to the stage. He needs your support because, yes, they've had a hard time, but they're not out of it yet. This is their lower bracket best of one to stay in the tournament, and unfortunately, the team has been hit by COVID. And there are 4 of them playing in the hotel, and X-Nova will be on stage, and I personally think that that is the team I'd want to play with.
Dude, his team looks very strong.
Very strong.
Yeah.
And Lacoste wannabe on the panel.
I'm glad that we have some English on the panel.
A lot of respect though for RNG, of course. There's like a Reddit thread as well, giving some appreciation to them. They're still, battling through it and stuff. So I really hope that they can pull together. I think no one expected them to be in this best one situation. I think before they were, doing pretty well in the group.
They had higher hopes.
They had a lot of high hopes, but also they're performing a lot better. And so again, not expecting them to be here, but hopefully they can bounce back and have that poetic journey potentially.
And there really is a chance for bounce back, because sometimes when you initially get hit with some of the bad news, it really can affect you mentally. It's like, oh God, that's happening to us. But once you kind of get to the realization and you have some conversation with your team, it's like, hey, this has happened, but we can come back. We've been training for this, we're good enough. So I think they've had enough time where, I hope it doesn't affect them.
Yeah. Beast Coast said the same thing. Like in the first couple of days, they had some bad emotions there within the team, but they managed to go above it and adapt to the situation. The thing that's actually kind of funny about RNG is that X-Nova connects all the pieces. Like he's the one on the stage. He's also the one that started his career with Somnus, played with Chalice quite a bit before, one that initiated the Kaka poach from retirement, right? Like he's the one that connects all of them. He's the only one on the stage.
He almost does it all,
Yep.
If they win, who will do the interview? Which bear?
It will be an unbearable
interview. Can't do everything, and he's going to need a break, if it happens. But yeah, there they are in their hotel room. So Ghost, Samus, Chalice, Kaka, obviously going to be talking to X-Nova on the stage. This is, a first. When you ask, in the future when people say, hey, did you play on TI stage?
1v5.
I used to play Dota. Yeah, I used to play on TI stage. 1v5. It's me versus Entity. But let's focus a little bit on Entity as well, because they qualified in, really good fashion, I felt. But so far in the group stages, 1-4-4 with just one win. It doesn't feel like they've really found their rhythm that they had prior to the tournament.
Yeah, so Entity is a team that has their set style quite heavily, and they have probably the lowest pick rate of unique heroes, only 33 unique heroes, compared to RNG, which is like 48. So I think just hero pools, they're very focused on their style rather than trying to expand as the tournament progresses.
That's the kind of weird thing, though, right? Like, and Kata only played 2 heroes during the qualifiers. He played his Nyx and he plays Earthshaker every single game. They had it on lock. This is what they were comfortable with. But you move now into the group stage, and he's played like 5 different heroes. They're really kind of moving out in a way that feels uncomfortable. Maybe it's a little too fast. It was what Puppy said. They had amazing ideas, and it took him like some time to get the gears turning to figure out what they were doing so well. So maybe there's a problem here where they've started to shift away with it to try and adapt to that TI meta.
Sometimes you are forced to shift away because Entity, let's be honest, they weren't the team that everyone was looking at before Arlington Major. But after the Arlington Major, everyone looks at them, they figure out what heroes are necessary to be banned against them, and they put them in a position in which they have to experiment. They have to pick these position 4 Swans and Hoodwings.
Yeah, sometimes new teams with that momentum get shut down by the draft.
Exactly.
By the more experienced teams. And, so, very interesting to see, if they've been figured out. And, of course, these teams have had time to prepare against each other. And that could be dangerous for Entity.
It could be. A lot of teams will add heroes to their pool for TI, though, so it's hard for me to say exactly like, oh yeah, this was it, this was their donezo. Like Pure loves adding heroes to his list. He's very authoritative in the draft on his pick. It's like 70-30. Usually they just listen to him. If he says, I want this, they give it to him. He really likes to kind of put himself out there with some weird heroes, and he's been doing a good job overall.
Yeah, and with all the players being in Singapore right now, I believe Pure is 1st or 2nd on the leaderboards as a carry player. Like, he's spamming quite a bit of different heroes, adapting, adjusting to all these bans that are aimed at him so that he has a wider hero pool.
Yeah, I mean, I've been very impressed by Pure and Stormstormer. I would say that Stormstormer's group stages, weren't as strong, but when they seem to be working together well, mid and the carry, they really, really dominate. But what can we say about Royal Never Give Up for those that are tuned in for the main stage? What's their storyline, Sheep, that you think?
Storyline, I think, definitely centers around Ghost as a carry. They didn't get to play with him during the Arlington Major. They had Anna as a stand-in, and they performed quite poorly. Ghost is a relatively new pro player, especially to this team. He comes in, he's learning a lot from his experienced teammates, has said as such, and I think like the trust that they are starting to place on him is big. Like, he is this key here. If he plays well, if his team has trust in him, I think that they will go far and do really well.
I completely agree with what she posted.
Lizard, I love the fact you just started talking, because I literally, as soon as you started talking, they said, you know what? We're going to pick some bans.
Nice. I'll continue anyway.
Here we go.
Entity versus RNG.
Royal Never Give Up versus Entity. We're back, and we can start off with... We're going over piss and ban, so we focus obviously a little bit more on the heroes now. But would you like to finish your point, Lizard?
Sure. Like, besides Ghost, they got Kaka back into the team on RNG, and we can talk about his heroes, his Lions and whatnot, his Nyx Assassins, because this guy is going to control RNG, and he's one of the main reasons why they are here at TI.
All right. So, yeah, the first bans looking like they're coming out now. T, you've got a lot of stats in front of you.
Yeah. Do you want one, or...?
Yeah, just take one from random, just pull.
Random?
Earlier you did say stats are not important.
To be fair, though, that was actually pretty prevalent. The Batrider stats are egregious, but Beast Coast just kind of put those stats in the bin and just won with it. So maybe we can break the logic of stats once again in this series. But so far, that's not happening, because these bans are the best heroes in the tournament so far, statistically. The Enigma, the Marcy, Brood's a bit more of a spicier one.
Yeah. I'd say the most unique thing about RNG is they really like their Drow. I think they're also having success with it. Like did they win 3 times with it out of the 4 games they played, I think? Correct me if I'm wrong later, T. But I'd like the Drow. She's an answer to a lot of heroes that are strong right now. Like the Morphling, the Terrorblade, people are really liking to pick against those.
And it ties up to the confidence that you were talking about before. Like, you don't give Drow to any carry. You give it to a guy that you have absolute trust in.
RNG spending quite a lot of time on this final ban. Again, we do preface the fact that Entity, they are in the lower grouping of teams for hero diversity so far at TI. So this final ban really is quite key. So for Entity, because they're first pick, there is still Undying available.
Another bug, Nyx perhaps, that you mentioned before, which is something that Kataomi just plays a marvelous Nyx. There's a highlight reel of his stuns in the group stages.
You have to be really wary of SF as well. Entity are more than happy to pick it. It's like the flex hero of this event to put between carry and mid. I'm glad they take out the Nyx, but yeah, RNG, one of the reasons they're picking this Drow Ranger is because of the SF in the meta. Like, they're picking it as a response. So if Entity were to take SF here at the end of this drafting phase, they might want to have to consider banning it.
So do you think that RNG now can open up with an SF as well? Like, if Tiny has been snatched up by Entity, it's an option for them, right? Like, RNG has picked it quite a bit. And what I like about SF for RNG as well is that Ghost isn't necessarily always the carry of the team. Like Somnus, maybe he has been, throughout the DPC seasons, he's literally carried this team more time than he wasn't. Like, from the mid lane, he's the true carry in so many games, either getting rampages on his Linas or just dominating with SFs.
Yeah, he's an
Go with the
absolute
Lesh. Yeah.
Lesh is definitely just thriving with the new Bloodstone changes. The spell lifesteal is up so much, you can just get this item into a BKB and you're pretty much entirely unkillable for the most part. You really need that like burst damage or overwhelming like physical damage we see in the SF and stuff to try and combat that and kill and get that Scotty later down the line.
Do you think that Entity anticipated the Lash pick because Nyx was banned out, and Lash is something, it's a hero that's always banned out versus RNG.
It's been their pairing, the Nyx Lesh, so maybe they were thinking, okay, it's not going to be picked through, but I think just the identity of Leshrac now, it doesn't need that traditional pairing, because you just throw it mid, you don't care about anything else, and then you just play around it. But for Entity at least, it's Tiny. You could argue there's a little bit of flexibility with it, but I expect it just to be the 4, most likely unlocking some Toby hero to play his summony obnoxious offlane. Because again, Entity's entire draft style, it's let's build a really solid foundation with our 3-4-5, and then our mid and our carry gets to play anything we want. And now this combination, the support combo, AA Tiny, when you hit level 6 on AA, you just walk around with your Tiny around the map. Leshrac, you naturally want to be a little bit more in the face of your opponent. You can't now be stealing jungle stacks away and stuff, because if there's ever an avalanche toss or anything else, you're just going to die.
You're not going to be able to run away with like 10% HP, laughing, using Diabolic Edict and Pulse Nova. Like, you actually will be killed just by just by the supports.
AA is so funny to look at the stats for in terms of like, I was looking at pick ban rates. I was like, oh, AA is so high for a plus 5, it's crazy, but it was all bans because people have been picking loads more Morphlings and Leshracs and stuff, and who heavily rely on morphing and lifesteal. And AA is just such a threat to that. So usually you don't see, especially with first pick, you don't see 2 supports being picked out like this, assuming Tiny's going to pos farm. So this is quite like, they really value this.
Do you want to know the win rate for AA?
Go ahead.
28%.
Wow, he's so good. That's so good. Yeah. It's so high.
Again, these best of ones, a lot of teams are just picking up these heroes which have just terrible win rates. So now, this is important. It's a best of one. Let's pick the low win rate heroes. But
I have to say these next 2 bans are just so good. Like, as Entity, they picked A, right? So if you're RNG, you know that you can't get that Morphling. Entity bans out Naga, which is kind of good versus Morphling, and they instantly ban the Morphling afterwards. So the mind games here are on point from both of the coaches.
And don't forget, this is a rare scenario where on first pick, you've opened with Tiny, which is, again, traditionally 4, and then on your 8th pick, when you're first, you've just gone for another support. You've not opted to go for the big carry to then ban 3. You've now in the second phase, you're going to have to unflex your Tiny, pick another carry, and most of your draft should be revealed in some sense. So you're actually putting a lot of focus on AA kind of having a priority in this draft at least.
I guess we should look hard then at their bans. Like, is there a certain carry that they're going to be wanting? Because they have to ban for their carry that's unpicked instead of just banning for a carry that they have picked. I'd hope so. They get, what, 1 extra hero from RNG before they have to decide what they want.
There's a bunch of weird stuff that they have played on Pure, right? Like, even back to Arlington Major, like, obviously he wasn't there, but if you think about the playstyle that they have with him, it doesn't necessarily always have to be that true position 1. It can be just an additional core, and then you can play even something crazy like an Arc Warden on the mid lane for Stormer, which he's exceptionally good at, like, 6-7 heroes. I believe his hero pool isn't amazing, but the heroes that he does play can completely change the course of the game. Invoker as well in a game such as this one might be an option for them.
He's been one of the few players that are even respecting the Arc Warden there. He's been one of the few players that have attempted to even bring out like Tinker, for example. Like, this could be a scenario where, of course, Leshrac can pressure towers early, but if Entity cover themselves with enough, tower defense and strong lanes, because already Tiny A, they're pretty prevalent there. If you slot in a semi-carry safe lane and then this like obnoxious bat or Tinker style mid, you can just play a super high skirmishing game that Entity want and punish a bit more of a slower paced RNG lineup. But that's me getting carried away a bit, thinking 2-3 picks down the line here.
Yeah, but Arc Warden was picked a few times in the later stages and the group stages by Entity when they were mixed something up. I don't think they were too victorious with it, but it was a very hard game to end out, and that's an interesting thing because hard games to lose means you have a chance of winning, if that makes sense. You still want to be on the upper foot, but also Entity did beat out Thunder Awaken in the group stages, so they've definitely got it in them to really have a good showing here in the lower bracket.
And also just in a game such as this one, I see Lesh and Lich, and Arc Warden just feels good. There are some games when you look at Arc Warden, he's going to lose. This game versus Lich and Lesh, I don't know, I can't really pour it into words, but the way the hero works in the lane and post lane is good against.
I mean, they want to run at you, Lesh, but you can't necessarily, it might not even get past your illusion.
Yeah, exactly.
If it can't move. So.
Also with the Earthshaker picked up now, Lesh is a bit more flexible. As he's usually played mid, his laning stage is really strong at the moment, but it doesn't necessarily have to be the case anymore. Like, you can put Lesh on offlane with Earthshaker and it's going to do just fine versus pretty much anything.
And this is a scenario where the Nyx has already been banned out, the Tiny's picked on Entity, there's position for enabling like melee support. There's only really Clockwork and Earthshaker left, so they go for the Shaker this time around.
Is anyone surprised?
No, it's Entity.
Not at all.
What zoo's available, guys? All right, let's go for the Visage.
Yeah, and they put it on like offlane and mid. If Stormstormer buys it, he goes this Ags build, tends to do that, like drums into Ags, and if it goes on offlane, it's more of the Wraith Pact and the Auras and that type of build. They'll probably reveal soon, I imagine, where it's going. I don't think Stormstormer prefers it. I think Toby likes it way more. And if you're pairing it with a plausible melee hero like Tiny, then it just slots into place a lot better.
They've just doubled down. So I was going to mention RNG's lineup, their support duo, very reactionary, defensive. They don't apply pressure on the map, but they can help secure lanes. If you can't actually pressure your lane on these heroes, and you then don't have a 15-minute playstyle to go into, you can just get punished if you're aggressed. And Entity, they go, sure, let's just pick up double Zoo, look at your support. You now have to pick 2 carries that can deal with all of our push now.
Yeah. I guess their bans did hint at this, the Tidehunter Naga. Naga with her high armor. I'd be like, yeah, okay, we got a TB in play. I'm kind of scared for them, I'll be honest, because you're playing into a Lich as well with summons. Like, obviously they tank the ult, but it's more about this Frost Shield, being able to soak so much of this physical damage that they're dealing. I was thinking in my head during this draft, I'd like some dual damage, like a Lina who does physical and magical damage, something like that, or an SF. But this is a little scary, especially into a Lich.
Are you worried about the TB though? Ancient Persian as well. Like, usually I like to play that guy into a TB.
Yeah.
Have the ulti, the Thunder isn't really that usable anymore.
Yeah, Entity's mid-game fights, it's Tiny gets Blink. If you locate the Terrorblade, you Avatos into A ultimate, you're going to kill him off. And RNG basically picked Terrorblade going, all right, we're going to probably lose a bit of map, but Terrorblade is a aggressively positioned hero that if you get out on the map, have your illusion skipping waves, you can delay the siege. But if you don't get to that window where you have Manta and you can actually make those plays, you could just lose all the early fights, because their early damage, it's Somnus Leshrac versus the world right now.
This closest bear looks very serious, like he's mean, he's ready.
I mean, he's the drafter, he's got to pay attention.
Looks like they just want to win their lanes, I suppose, on Entity, because there's a lot of level 6 reliance on RNG, like for Shaker and stuff, and he wants to blink. And if you're able to just win your lanes and take away map space at all, it makes their game harder. I'm imagining one reason this TB looks good as well for RNG is because he can send out his illusions and play this top half of the map. They're on Radiant, they want to be able to control top side of map. They don't want to give Roshan up to Entity with this Lycan and Visage timing. They get the drums on him and it's just like really, really scary. So they need ways to kind of contest that side of the map, and TB's good with that with his illusions.
So Entity just really aggressive when it comes to either just taking down the early towers, and also map control. So TB maybe giving some vision and knowledge that you can dance around it and build up the TB. But what's the kind of answer you think for RNG to kind of repel this roaming Tiny with a follow-up Ice Blast, but then also Visage and Lycan that can really make the map small. If you make the map small for your opponent, like one of the things I loved about the last match, boom on his Storm. It wasn't just his Vortex, he picked up a gem. You know, it's huge control against the clockwork, and it actually, you know, made the map really small for a little time for, you know,
if they decide to put a Lesh on offlane, some sort of a spirit as well could work for them. Like that's perhaps an option.
You could also go for like a Pangolier on the offlane, but again, it's like such a weak hero, and they've not played it at all so far in the tournament.
They can play it mid.
Potentially,
that's an option.
I might prefer an Aura carrier, something that can build a Wraith Pact and a pipe, or Crimson or whatever have you. Just stuff that allows the team to sustain and keep this Lesh alive.
Okay, go for Under.
Yeah, I would really like that. If they can get a Wraith
area.
Pact, it makes their game a lot easier in these team fights.
So we did discuss the same exact scenario in the last draft. Like Underlord versus Visage, he goes for all these auras, he goes for that Crimson Guard and whatnot Shivas, but you just lose so much map control that you aren't as relevant as you used to be.
It's a carry Lycan as well, I believe I saw. That Pure picked up the Lycan. So they're really going to be leaning into get the items even quicker on the map. Maybe they're going to look to put the Lycan away from the Underlord lane. But yeah, Entity, want to end quick.
Yeah, I think Entity actually, when I watched them qualify, a lot of their success really came from playing behind almost, you know, the tier 1s and sometimes tier 2s where the opponents didn't expect it. They didn't expect that kind of aggression from Entity, and the games where I've seen them kind of not do so well, they were always kind of backing off and playing, you know, we need these timings and these farms, and we're going to go for, you know, this defense over this ward. You know, that didn't work for them. So this does feel a little bit like it's, you know, even though it's very, you know, one direction, but it still feels like it might fit their kind of young playstyle.
Fully in their comfort zone, I believe. Do you also see the same contrast between the last game and this one? One team is completely waiting for their timings, and the other is full aggression.
It's the best of one draft. They have push, they have ways to end the game. If they execute, they can win a single game with this style.
Well, we'll see how and who can end it. And our last game here today, and we're going back to MLP and John Xfire to bring us the match.
Oh, thank you so much, James. We do get into this best of one lower bracket once again. RNG against the side of Entity. Jonathan, I've got one question for you, because it is an SCA TI. What does every pub player say after a Dota 2 game in the SCA server?
Felt like a 1v5.
It felt like a 1v5, and right now for Xnova, it must really feel like a 1v5. He's literally out there by himself. He saw Somnus' his headset, the cat ears. He said, screw that. I don't want this guy playing with me. I'm going to the booth by myself. And John, I think it's fair to say, in the history of Dota, if Xnova and RNG win this game, he could literally tell people he 1v5'd on the main stage.
Technically true, which is the best kind of correct you want to be there. We'll see if RNG can get that done. I mean, for Entity's side, they've got this really aggressive draft, right? Lots of push potential coming out here. Going back to what they love, they get the Lycan out for Pure, they've got the Toby Brew, and they can just kind of force these fights out early. Take some really fast objectives once they have the summons ready, once they've got that Hump the Dominator ready, and just kind of get the familiars going. Like, it doesn't take that long for these objectives to melt once Entity does start to go. And RNG, they've got to be a little bit cautious. They do have that early timing lined up as well. I love the point the panel made about the Lich Frost Armor kind of slowing down some of that physical output that these minions will do to you. So you do have some save on hand, but you're going to be buying some space out for the Terrorblade. It can be a little bit hit or miss depending on how well you use your Metamorphosis, if you get caught off guard, how well your lane goes. And again, laning's going to be a really big part of this one for both teams.
Absolutely. We'll see how it does go down. Of course, both teams going to hang around the mid lane for now. Just chilling out. Again, wards not going down. Wolves will scout out just a little bit from the side of Entity. See who they can spot out as they will see Chalice. The Underlord, though, he has that Atrophy Aura. Not really the kind of target you want to try and make the jump on. Bottom side. They are going to see Toby and that Brewmaster, but seems like Toby going to be just fine. In fact, Stormstormer and Kataomi are going to bully away the side of RNG on this bottom side. Be able to get away with 2 boundaries of their own. In fact, make that 3 for the side of Entity. So RNG only able to pick up 1 on Ghost.
Just a little bit of a stronger start out for Entity. Going to have that added gold down mid, of course, where you do want to get as much as possible out from Stormstormer. As Sheepo called, I think Stormstormer again on that Visage, he's just going to be looking to play pretty fast. He's got a lot of varied build-ups to go for. Somnus can still kind of hold this lane. It's not the worst matchup in the world. You are going to be annoyed heavily by the Grave Chill, but the wave clear is there for Somnus, and you can just kind of poke and prod, especially while you don't have Gravekeepers up. You should trade fairly fine here.
Absolutely. So it does end up going here for Somnus. Stormstorm should be just fine as well on this Visage. Just we'll look up maybe the bot lane here, Jonathan. You've got Toby and Kataomi against Ghost and Xnova. Seems like a bit of an annoying lane here for Toby and Kataomi. I mean, against the Lich, it's just never really fun just copying that much the Frost Blast over and over again. Ghost should have a decent enough lane, I believe. I mean, you can get aggressive with Toby with the Tiny, but you might need a few levels before you do get gone.
It's going to take a little bit more to get that magic damage going there with the combination on your Tiny, of course. So you're going to just need to soak up, hold that lane. Not something the Brewmaster loves to do, sharing a lane, sharing EXP. Because you do want to rush into that level 6. You want to rush into maybe a value point in your Cinder Brew, start to burn away the Ghost. Well, that's up, and it's going to be harder for him to trade.
And it will. How's that final lane going? Top lane, Pure and Fishman against Chalice and Kaka. Specifically, probably the slowest lane of the map right now. Like, you've got an Underlord. In fact, I say that, but they are going to land a very nice Fisher here onto Pure. Body blocks out as well. Chalice able to find a perfect block, and naturally apologies to the side of Entity for the caster curse there. John, I did say it was the most boring lane. Apparently not.
Yeah, this can get pretty action-packed. A nice simple block. You've got good damage coming out. You're very durable in the front, but a lot of these heroes coming out from RNG in the top lane. And there's really not too much Fishman can do to aggress back, right? It's not the most aggressive thing in the world. The Lycan plus Ancient Apparition lane, something Chalice can really just stand back, keep spamming out the Firestorms and not really care, not really be punished for. You could leave this guy solo in lane. Kaka is just getting a pull off, getting his own EXP going, so you're ticking all the boxes in this lane for RNG, and you're just managing to get that build-up you want.
Yeah. Mid lane, a very slow affair between Somnus and Stormstormer. Water runes aren't going to spawn up, so both of them should be able to find one for themselves. As Stormstormer puts the hand up, get a high five for himself. Somnus will take the other water rune on the top side. Now, bottom lane, like, going back to this Brewmaster Tiny combination, like, at what stage do you think they can start moving? Because you do see Toby with the Cinder Brew, which does imply they want to get aggressive, and it's very effective with all the magic damage you do have against a hero like the Terrorblade. But at what point do you think they really start to get moving here in this lane?
Level 3 timing, maybe level 4 timing on your spells. That's where it starts to feel a little bit more comfy to try and burn down. The issue is if you don't manage to get that magic damage off, it just goes back to having a Lich. You're going to be cut off with a Frost Blast. You're going to have the Frost Shield down the line if X-Nova feels the need to.
Ghost, cop a fair bit, but it's going to be just fine to back his way out. Just the meta, just in case he needs it, but they're using it to farm instead. It seems like for now, Entity can't really force too much.
Yeah, just gonna have to allow a little bit of build-up in Ghost. This lane is going a little bit slower. You know, it's not exactly free farm right now for our Terrorblade, so you are slowing down that pace here for Ghost quite nicely in comparison to what you are getting out for Pure. And Pure, he did die earlier, but he is working the lane a lot better. It's hard to shove out the Lycan as well. I mean, you've got a lot of regen on hand and are quite durable. And Chalice has been pretty much left alone. Kaka's just stacking and pulling and soaking EXP, but after that kill opportunity, just kind of holding back.
He'll return now. Kaka is going to make his way back over to the top lane, but not sure what he can get done here. I mean, a bit of harassment out onto Fishman. See the courier, it seems. Kaka maybe just trying to cut it off. Seems like Pure is well aware that the courier has been spotted. Kaka still going. Does actually find Fishman with the Fisher. Might have enough damage, but just needed one more. Not quite enough here for Kaka. Unable to find any of the couriers either. Just really finding nothing at this top lane, but quite a bit of harassment out at least onto Fishman.
Yeah, it opens up the lane a lot for Chalice though. 27-9 now. Again, you're not really threatened by the Lycan. You can't really threaten the Lycan yourself. But you are keeping Fishman away, and you're cutting off the EXP of that AA. You want to work onto that level 6. You need a way to soften up these targets. With that Ice Blast, it's going to take a little bit longer in this game for Fishman. Pure just going to need to try to get what he can.
Bottom lane, here we go again. Toby trying to move in onto X-Nova, but X-Nova actually just turning around, harassing Toby back, and to be fair, he was alone in all this, so can't go too far as the Brewmaster. This is allowing Ghost a pretty free laning stage, like just knowing that you don't have the support of Kataomi around, who is currently just pulling the creep wave behind the bottom tier 1 tower. Trying to reset the creep equilibrium here for his Brewmaster. Let's do so very effectively. Speaking of quiet lanes, I mean mid lane, Somnus and Stormstormer just kind of trading CS evenly. Somnus currently 6 CS ahead of Stormstormer on the Visage. There is going to be a rotation out from Kaka on the Earthshaker. It's just not an easy target to try and burst down the Visage. Seems like Kaka not going to be able to quite find the angle for it, but he might just stick around for the power runes. But bottom side, X-Nova, he's going to get spotted out by Kataomi with a nice toss back, but X-Nova, he could just TP away. It's just that easy.
Just bails out, nothing to stop that, seeing the commitment from the Avalanche toss. So he's got room. They don't find anything for their trouble here on Entity, getting the rotations out. Somnus is still getting his farm. You're buying a lot of space out for Ghost. Chalice has a free lane, as Pure can't really stop that Underlord. And he already has that Vanguard. So you really can't poke him. You can't even threaten him with a Lycan in. You can just kind of work that lane. You're holding off from Pure hitting his level 6, from building into his own Dominator, and as long as that timing's thrown up, you've got a lot of room.
Moving in onto Pure, very nice Fisher out onto the Lycan once again, and Chalice, he's getting so much damage out. Pure needs a way out of this, needs TPs in, almost going down. Chalice, he's going to try and man up for this one, but it's not going to work out. Kataomi, he was there with the Avalanche just in the nick of time, and Pure, he will barely survive this.
He's going to hang around in the lane. He does have good regen up with a Feral Impulse at 2 and the Helm of Iron Will. Good timing from Entity to kind of jump in and save. They can't really find any punishment coming out, but neither can RNG. A bit low on the mana, but needing a little bit more time to regen up as well before fully committing. Kaka could try to work an angle here if he wants, though.
Hey, again, you still got Fishman around, and he'll spot out Kaka. Meanwhile, bottom lane, Toby getting aggressed on here by X-Nova and Ghost, but we'll be able to back off in time. Lane Kaka still looking for an angle here onto Pure, but going to end up going for anything here. Doesn't really find what he needed. Meanwhile, Somnus has infiltrated that dire jungle. Just going to try and annoy perhaps the Lycan. Somnus, the most farmed here on the map right now, just very confidently moving across. Meanwhile, bottom lane, Toby still being harassed out by X-Nova, but here comes the turnaround from Kataomi and Toby. They'll just work together onto the Lich with the Frost Shield. It's just so much damage reduction. They'll move in for the Avalanche. They will find the TB. Ghost, the Fisher is there. Toby, he is going to drop. It's not a good trade whatsoever. I mean, you've got X-Nova, but you lose your pos-free Brewmaster. It's just not great news.
It's not what you want to see. I mean, you need that EXP, you need that farm up on the Brewmaster. You want that level 6 up. You want to be able to be chaotic in these fights. RNG, just find a punishment. It takes so much commitment to just kill off X-Nova, and even now he can just go and top up Somnus over here with his bot.
Absolutely. We go again, Kaka on the bottom side in trouble. Just deny himself off, it seems like. He'll be just fine to do so. Not around to even just soak XP as now Somnus being chased down by Stormstormer. Get those familiars in range, just try and still creep away here from Somnus. Just being very, very patient. Slowly creeping their way forward into that Radiant jungle, not allowing Somnus the free farm he's looking for. Somnus actually sticking around on the Leshrac, but not really much he can do at the moment to try and force them back.
He doesn't quite have enough damage yet, I think, by himself, considering the build-up on Stormer, going for 2 points in the Gravekeepers, maxing out the Grave Chill. He can just easily run away from the stun. So he's just going to be able to take control, keep farming up, cutting away a source of farm for the side of RNG. RNG, though, they've left Chalice alone up top. He's just pushing in, again, with that Vanguard build-up straight into the Crimson Guard. The minion play coming out from Entity, it's not going to do as much once you've got that AoE effect on Crimson Guard. It's just going to block so much of that damage.
It will. At least be able to set up for that bottom tier 1 tower, but the top tier 1 also dropping to Chalice. Do force out a glyph here on the bottom side. Toby will just get to work, and you've got the familiars there, so it's not going to take too long to get this tier 1 tower down. But again, Chalice is already pushing that top tier 1 for an even trade. Back bottom lane, who have they got? It's going to be Kaka on the Earthshaker. He does get picked off here by Kataomi. Does end up going down very easily.
It's not the biggest kill in the world. It does still open up this bot tower push, although down mid.
And they've got Fishman. Stun will land. They'll find the AA. A decent trade for either side. Trading supports. 2k advantage now for RNG. Entity, I mean, they've got this timing throughout the mid-game with this push-style lineup, so I don't think they're panicked about this. It's all about just waiting it out, hitting that mid-game, and getting the work done after that.
I still worry about just how well Chalice is farming, though. Again, once you've got the Crimson Guard up, can you really push towers that fast with the summons? Because they don't have the highest damage.
That's fair.
It's just about spreading that damage out across multiple units and running down. But you get counteracted by just this one item coming out from Chalice. Not to mention the fact that after free Aura Assault is going to be annoying on Steve. So you've got a lot of ways of just stopping that. And Pure is trying to shove Chalice away, but it's not really enough to stave him off. They're trying to go down bot again. They've got good forward vision here from Entity. Really nice forward ward to just keep playing in this area. But they haven't been able to get the big kills they want. They're stalling out the Shaker blink timing, which is nice, but it doesn't feel like that's the biggest tool for RNG at the moment. They're looking elsewhere.
And Kaka is still hanging around the bottom side, waiting for that creep wave. He said they don't want to allow the Earthshaker, that free kind of farm, and Entity are certainly still standing very aggressively around that bot lane. He mentioned though, it doesn't seem like RNG really mind. You focus on the Earthshaker, that's fine. We've got 3 cores that just farm the top side of the map. It's no problem whatsoever. It's mid lane. They will move in on Somnus, but it's out of range for Toby to make the jump in on. He's just trying to focus down that mid tier 1 tower. Stormstormer is going to be there as well. Chalice, he's going to be around to defend. And this is how it becomes very, very challenging. Against the Underlord, some things just don't change. It's just very challenging to try and even think about going for that mid tier 1.
Yeah, they've got really good vision coming out here from the side of Entity as well, walking back. So at the very least, they won't see anyone that kind of wants to sneak around. And they're going to be able to protect that sentry. They catch out Toby though.
They do mid lane. Toby just going to drop on the Brewmaster all alone. Entity, they were focused at the bot lane again. It seemed like they were trying to go after Kaka in the meantime, and Toby just gets sacrificed for nothing.
They have to be careful about working the map that way. I mean, I get what they're trying to do. They're still maintaining that control on the bot jungle, but they kind of split apart. And you are trying to buy some space out here for your liking. Yes, that is giving some space.
Fishman.
Yes,
not the biggest kill in the world, but they'll take it, it seems, as Kaka will continue, even popping the Echo Slam. Just in case he was going to juke them out, he'll just pop the R, and sadly Chalice is the one to take the kill on the post-re Lord John, so he won't secure the kill himself, but you'll take what you get.
It's worthwhile. I mean, that's the full Crimson Guard out for Chalice. Again, the next time that plump up comes out from Entity, the damage is just heavily cut off. And now they get this opportunity to push mid. They've got level 3 Edict. They can just melt their own objectives alone. And Steve coming in.
Yeah, they're coming in onto Chalice, but he's such a tanky boy. He's got that Crimson Guard up, so you're just literally doing no damage with these Familiars or the Wolves. They'll keep trying to move in, but where's the damage output? Kaka, he'll just block the path. Chalice just walks out. No problem.
Yeah, literally 0 damage from a lot of that. Like, he just stood there. The magic damage was doing work. And you kind of want to play around that aspect, but this is a support time. You know, you're not going to be having that opportunity to have that fast blink timing, to have the levels to maximize the avalanche toss. And just after a bit of a reset back in, the tier 1 just gone. The power of Fleshrack, the power of RNG's own push style with this lineup comes into play.
At what stage do you think like Entity can start really fighting back with their own draft here, John? Like, what stage do you think they can group up and just start going for those big tier 1s in the mid lane, or perhaps even the tier 2 towers? In fact, you might have to hold that thought, John, because we've got a big smoke coming out. RNG, smoked as 4, moving their way down towards the bottom side. They're going to find the Visage. That's a big target, but they will not connect with the Pit of Malice. Stormstormer with some very good micro. Now Kataomi from the backside with a nice avalanche into the Ice Blast onto Chalice, but where's your follow-up damage? It's not there yet. They'll chase down Somnus on the Leshrac, but he's going to be just fine. In fact, Kaka, he's coming in from the backside, but who are they aiming? Kaka in trouble, is going to drop on the Earthshaker as X-Nova now is completely surrounded and will also go down. In fact, Chalice still trying to tank up, but they're onto Somnus. Somnus, he's a Giga Chat. He might be able to fight back, but not quite. They've got so much damage. In fact, even Ghost showing up at the last seconds of the team fight needs to back his way out. And he will, but it's still a massive win for the side of Entity.
They managed to find the big kills they wanted. RNG were the ones trying to be aggressive. They're looking for that kill, but they don't manage to burst down Stormstormer fast enough. And they miss that angle. Like, they don't get the Pit of Malice off. A really great use of the micro here from Stormstorm to just drop those Familiars down. Very clumped up from RNG. And it just gets cut off like that. You have to be careful about grouping so tightly up against that Visage.
You look at the replay right now, and just a very nice avalanche from Kataomi. Just sets up the team fight, and you notice the way they just ignore Chalice altogether. Like, everyone's just, screw the Underlord, don't touch him, go for the big ones. And Kaka, he did try to save the day in the backside of that team fight, but it feels like it allowed another opening for the side of Entity at the end of the day.
Yeah, it just allowed him to kind of come in and take over. Once you do understand that the Underlord is not the target, everyone else falls fast, especially once that Crimson Guard active fades. So, RNG, I mean, they're still getting some room out here to farm up on Ghost Dragonlance up. going for a quick Sanj into the Scotty here just to have a little bit more stats. You still have this blink threat from Kafka eventually coming through alone.
Xnova in big trouble. The Familiars again landing perfectly. They'll need to let Xnova die. It's Kataomi looking for a bit more, but doesn't have the spells to throw out. So Kaka going to be just fine. They did not have the Avalanche. You saw Chalice trying to run his way up the river, but just unable to get there in time as well.
Yeah, it's starting to feel like Entity is starting to hold their ground a lot better. They're using this Visage really well to keep baiting in these plays. And again, just these stuns out from Stormer to cut off that aggression. It's so much time that RNG isn't getting as much out of. Because you are finding room to farm up on Ghost, on Somnus, but you're not able to group around and play with your entire team. You have to wait for the respawn, you have to look for that pick-off once more, and it allows Entity to just catch up really nicely. Full Helm of the Overlord up on Pure. So you've got the Ancient Creep to kind of drag around. The Thunderhide Creep's nice. Ancient Black Dragon. Granite Golem's also really good to tank up. And eventually, even the Ags up on Toby's going to be nice to have as well with a Primal Companion. So things are starting to line up. Stormer, his own Ags a little bit further off, but we saw how much damage a Visage can have once that Ag is up as well. And it'll just force even more out of RNG's economy. More investment.
Somnus, they're going to find Toby. They'll drop the Echo Slam and Toby's gone. It's because they just weren't expecting the rotation from Somnus. Did have that the Ancient Black Dragon around him, and obviously he can't do much to help him out. And well, Toby, he will drop once again.
And that's a really important kill for RNG. Blink up for Kaka off the back of that. We still have to wait for the slam to come back off. Of course, it's going to take some time. Going to maybe look for that opportunity unless they find a really good angle just to enchant and go for the fissure. But you've got more play now on RNG. You've got more ways to be aggressive. Your offlane isn't really the most playmaking here for Chalice. It just sits back and farm. So a lot has to come out from Kaka. With the blink up, he can kind of set that up for his team. The side of NTT though, again, they're not lagging too far behind. Fairly even game 6-6. 2K leads.
Bot lane. Find about a breakout. The wolf form was popped here by Pure as he will try to rush forward. He would love Somnus. It's a massive pickoff. Kaka, he'll cop the Ice Blast with Somnus. He's the real target. Where's the help? He's popped the Bloodstone, trying to survive. In comes the Dark Portal. Now a nice Fissure. Kaka, he may have saved the day, but Somnus is still dropping. May eventually go down as Toby. He's trying to get the work done, but where's the damage output? Somnus, he's going to survive on the Leshrac. They don't have enough to finish the job off. Somnus, how does he walk out of it? He's alive. It's Kataomi. He's the one to drop. Chalice, he makes it just in the nick of time, and they keep going for more now. Fishman also being caught out on the AA. He is going to go down.
Oh, man. It's just that timing out from Chalice and the great use of Somnus with that Bloodstone. Like, you just can't kill him. He's just stealing too much, or no BKBs to stop him from doing damage. So he's always going to sap some HP back. And it just goes back to how durable you are with the Underlord around you. Once Crimson Guard is up, you just don't die. There's just not enough throughput from the side of Entity. They don't have that burst damage lineup here.
They certainly don't. Chalice just making it just the nick of time. It's buying so much time for Ghost as well on this TB. Like, we haven't talked about this man whatsoever, but he's just been hitting creeps this whole game and just kind of being ignored. Top of the net worth board, and he has been there for quite a while. And you kind of think with the draft of Entity, like, it may not have its own timing, but you don't want to miss that big timing in the mid game, right? Because once you hit the late game, sure, you're not out of the game, but you're against a Terrorblade, and he's just kind of one of the kings of the ultra late game as a hero, right? Like, just so hard to deal with.
Yeah, I mean, you have some answers on hand. Like, the AA can make it a little bit more annoying to hold on to your life for the Sunder.
Yeah, and they go again. Kaka gonna find Kataomi, so they do at least find themselves to support Tiny. Not the biggest deal in the world, but perhaps they could think about Roshan.
Yeah, it's not going to take too long. Ghost already in the pit with his Metamorphosis up. And Entity, for their part, it does feel like you rely on that Tiny to come in with the Avalanche Toss for the control. You can try to scout out here with Stormer and his Familiars, but it doesn't feel like the follow-through is there without the Tiny.
Roshan gonna go down basically for free here as Entity just do not feel confident to try and make their way in. It's the first Roshan of the game, the way of RNG. Ghost Wolf just even safer now on this Terrorblade. It hasn't felt like he's been in any danger this whole game, and well, now you've got to kill him twice somehow. Kaka, you there to make sure that Ghost doesn't get jumped by himself, and again, I just question what the answers are going to be here for this carry.
you need to hit your own timings here in Entity. Maybe a couple of BKBs would help. We're seeing Pure go for the AC, just kind of tank up a bit, up against the damage of Ghost, but that's not an answer for Somnus, because you are kind of counteracting the Terrorblade by more durability, but this Leshrac will still have free reign, and Somnus is going for his own BKB, so he's really not going to care about the jumps in, he's not going to care about the Brewmaster splitting apart, trying to hold him off.
Oh, Echo Slam top lane. They do end up finding Stormstormer. He's fine for now, however, and for Kaka, he's the one getting targeted with the Ice Blast, with the Cold Feet, but he's going to be just fine. In fact, now Chalice, he's being targeted, trying to go through the Dark Rift, through the portal, but they're just stunning him up. He's still a very tanky target. Chalice is still trying to go through the door, but it's just closing on him. They will not let the man go through.
Yeah, good punishment out from Entity, seeing that opportunity to jump in, knowing that there's no real follow-through from Kaka there, and that challenge was basically just Fiend's gating by himself, no backup. A bit confident coming out, trying to jump a Visage. Stormstormer, even without, you know, all this farm that we saw from our last Visage game, he's still durable. He still has maxed out Gravekeeper's Cloak, and you can't really burn through that all too fast as an Underlord. You have a lot of... You can hold your ground really well there as well.
That's very, very tough. Do have the go-ahead here. RNG, who are having a few issues. 1k advantage still there, 9-7 in favor of RNG. They do still hold on to the Aegis. Entity, though, definitely clawing their way back into the game. Now with the Aghanim Scepter up on the Visage, and more annoying to try and deal with Stormstormer throughout this game. RNG, still a lot of faith in their TB to carry them through as he's working on towards that Eye of Skadi here on Ghost. Other side of things, naturally Pure, going to be going for the AC on the Lycan. Pretty standard build up here for this Lycan. We'll have it very soon. In fact, I believe it's on the Courier now.
Just going to feel a lot better in trying to push against that Crimson Guard at the very least. Again, just amping up your durability up against Ghost, who has been left alone for a long time, but has lagged behind Pure now in terms of overall net worth. Axe out on Toby now as well. Immediate smoke out from Entity. They managed to find the angle here, RNG. It feels like they've sat around for a long time. You've got the Lesh, you've got the TB. You could try to push, but they're still farming, and Entity's ready to go.
They are. Four-man smoke up. Through the backside, in the Radiant jungle they go. They'd love a mid-tier 1 tower, but they'll love a team fight more before that. Ghost, he might bait for the team. His RNG is smoked right behind him, and it seems like Entity, they know something is awry. They will not risk it. They are just going to back their way out. RNG, they'll wrap around the left side of that mid-river. Just behind Ghost, trying to force a fight. If you've got the TB, it's the bait everyone loves to try and go for, but it's not going to be that easy to take him down with the Aegis up. Meanwhile, on the backside, Entity on the other side of things in the Radiant jungle, hanging around, sending Toby's remnants in. In they go. Kataomi is there with the avalanche and the toss-up. Somnus, he'll get the BKB up in time. Still perfectly healthy, but is he really? Familiars, oh boy, he's down. Kaka, he tried to go for the Echo Slam, but it does not help in the end, and he's dropped as well. There's just so much damage now flying out from Entity. So they've got the Chain Frost down onto the Underlord. That's going to be another, as Chalice just cannot get away. They just melt.
That was really split up from RNG, and Entity were in a really good spot, just holding that high ground very well, and very patiently, and just kind of drew them in. They had vision on the high ground when the smoke broke. Chalice was just a little bit too far to try and help keep Somnus alive. Like, he did just melt to the Silence of the Grave coming out there from Stormstormer and his Axe, and it was just overwhelming. Like, RNG can't afford to stay that far apart in two separate fronts to try to make this work, because once they see the Underlord's not even keeping anyone alive, you can just easily melt that DPS down.
Yeah, certainly so. As we do see a replay here, and Somnus just getting abused by these familiars, just so far away from his team. Even Kaka forced to Echo to try and help him out, but just could do nothing. Very rough affair here for the side of RNG. Is just so many units try and focus down on these team fights as well. It's like, who do you actually focus?
Yeah, it's hard to call. I mean, it does feel like Stormstormer is actually the big threat, especially if you can just zip around with Silence Grave, you know, start to spam around a Soul Assumption fully maxed out now, get the Familiars to resummon and get the stuns off. It's really difficult as long as the Visage is there, but it doesn't feel like you have the steadiest answer to the Visage. Like, focusing him down is just going to give so many opportunities for everyone else to fight in. So I think they've just got to look for a pickoff. Maybe just killing off Fishman might give them enough confidence. Taking away that Ice Blast, which just amps up all of that output from Entity, makes it simpler to look for those kills.
We go mid lane again. This could be another great team fight. If Entity can find a way to try and force this as Ghost. Still hanging around. Doesn't have the Aegis this time around and could be in big trouble. They do make the jump in. Kataomi is there with the Avalanche toss, and now the Ice Buster flying through. He's copying a fair bit. Ghost, what do you do about this one? He'll go for the Sunder. Meanwhile, on the backside, Pure, he's been caught out. X-Nova holds him down, and they just burst him down on the Lycan. So this time around, Entity getting a little bit too overly confident, and RNG, they were ready for it.
I love that they managed to get that Wraith Pack going now this time as well. So they mitigate a lot of that burst onto Ghost. Give him enough time to just Sunder away. And the A doesn't really stop you from health swap. So you're not really affected by the Ice Blast. You force a lot of attention on one big tanky target. And, you know, Ghost is extremely tanky now with a Scotty, Dragonlance, and SNY. Now that gives them the opportunity to push for a tier 2. A little bit of a split push going on down bot. Kataomi just keeping that bot lane shoved in. But you've got that full aggression now from RNG. They've got the Leshrac around. They really want to fully commit. And Entity, they can scout around. And Storm is still really strong if he does manage to get in.
That mid tier 2 tower just not going to last. RNG happily take it away. Be on the sidelines just waiting. Have that perfect opportunity to try and move back in and force another fight. Still 1k ahead is the side of Entity, but they are slowly losing map control now. And so maybe a bit of a rough time now going into RNG's end of things again. You're still trying to deal with this TB in a way. RNG Pure is the highest net worth on the board, but it just doesn't matter if you get caught out, and they just have the lockdown here with Kaka and X-Nova. And of course Chalice as well with the Pit of Malice.
So many tools available for RNG. And for Entity, I mean, this is where you start to get a little bit concerned about scaling. Onto the late game, onto the mid to late game part, you just feel so much more confident. On the Terrorblade, you kind of get second wind on the Leshrac once BKBs start to fade away, and we don't even see any initial BKBs yet from Entity, so not an immediate worry, as you will still have some long charges on Pure, waiting for the recipe to be finished up. But as it drags on, it just feels like RNG's going to have more solutions. They're going to be able to split push really nice with the Terrorblade. They're going to be able to force objectives really fast with that Metamorphosis and with the Diabolic Edict coming out. Inside of Entity, it feels like they're the ones that just needs to find his timing now. They'll smoke up once more.
Oh, this could be dangerous though. Ghost has got a double damager inactive right now. This could be the worst timing possible here for Entity, but they're still maybe going to try and force this fight. They don't know about this TB's DD. Entity smoked up in the mid lane, but not moving too far forward yet. Just getting a few D wards out while they can. While Roshan does now respawn up, so it's going to be the big objective for both these sides. Kind of maintain control around the Roshan pit now is the side of Entity. RNG will do the exact same thing in that Radiant Triangle. It's going to be very annoying against Toby's Primal Companion as well. Like, you've always got so many ways of scouting out the side of RNG. Very hard to be able to actually try and move into that Roshan pit. But RNG, they are going to smoke up themselves now as 5. Where are they headed though? Through the mid lane they go. Entity just kind of sitting back on that high ground of the Dire Jungle. Will counter smoke now. It's a 5-on-5 situation between these two teams.
They need to answer bot somehow, but with a smoke commitment, they can't clear out that lane. Somnus is going to have to show up. That's going to give them a numbers advantage to Entity if they do fully commit for that movement out.
It's a very smart play from Entity, just trying to force the hand of RNG. They certainly are doing so. I think it's a 4v5 right now. I suppose Chalice can always try to use the ulti there to try and bring him back. RNG patiently waiting, and so are Entity. Trying to rush into this fight. Again, it is a best of one. Loser of this match has to go home today. A lot on the line here between these two. So we just very, very patient. 11-11, very slight net worth lead. This next team fight could decide that pretty much the outcome of the game. Like, this second Roshan just so important.
Yeah, just showing respect to each other, knowing how close this map state is. Really, it's a 2k lead for Entity, 11-11 on the board. either side can really just take a big fight and suddenly have a huge swing their way. Now, for Entity's part, they do have that full BKB on Pure. Still a 9-second charge. He's not going to have to worry about Somnus. He's got the armor to deal with Ghost here as well, so he's not going to get bursted down up front if they manage to find that angle. And, of course, you've got the Blink and the Force Staff up in Kataomi, so it's much easier for them to put someone away, drag them away from RNG, which is where we've seen them weakest. And when they're split apart, when you're not close enough to your Underlord to stay alive, it just feels really awkward for Somnus to hold his ground there.
Certainly does. Entity now in that dire triangle. Taking their time, understanding RNG and not moving their way into that Roshan pit. Will just keep the farm up, going for that Nullify now on Pure. Speaking of farm, Butterfly now available on our TB. Ghost again, just been farming like a madman, does have his Butterfly up. Very effective against all the units you have to try and survive against. Just that added evasion going to be very effective with Ghost here on the TB. All about keeping this man alive throughout the team fights.
Yeah, he's tough not to crack. He doesn't even have his own protective item yet. The BKB also coming out late for him. Just gonna play this patience game. Like they understand so much is on the line here. It's a best of one. Your game is really even. You know both teams have really good timings at this point, but you want to wait for more, and just kind of leads to a steadier game state. You play in the triangle, and they play in the dire jungle. You can maybe scout around, but you don't want to risk it.
Yeah. Very frustrating, like that bot lane's constantly being forced down here by the units of Entity. We saw earlier, you do have to have Somnus just rotate constantly to try and make sure that is defended and pushed back out. Entity, though, they were unable to force the Roshan fight that time around, but perhaps this time could try to make it happen. Problem is the wave has already been pushed out here by Somnus, so he can easily rejoin his team and be prepared for that next team fight. So they are going to find a nice Arcane Rune here, and Pure will guard it with his own body. Or if you want to give that over to him, it does seem like Pure does take that Arcane for himself. This bot lane just always being pushed in, just never being left alone. You've got to make a decision as RNG, like do you want to force a fight? Do you want to keep defending that bot lane? Feels like no matter what you choose, you kind of lose here, but RNG, they are going to 5-man smoke up. Around the Roshan pit they go. They won't try to force the Roshan quite yet. Just try to make their way through that dire jungle. Still frontline for the team. Chalice right behind him. They might just see Toby here on the Brewmaster, and Karkar's in. He's popped the Echo Slam immediately. Just no hesitation. But the Force Staff away is going to allow him a way out. As now the Ice Blast. It'll land on a couple. Chalice, he'll be okay to walk. And it seems like Entity are not interested in trying to force this fight. They're just happy everyone survives. That'll be enough for them.
They're still getting that bot lane shoved in still. A lot of creeps out. RNG, if they miss an opening, they pop Metamorphosis. There's now pressure here on RNG. Do you want to fully commit for the Roche? Can you fully commit for the Roche with the bot lane shoved in as deep as it is? It's a risky take, but they have no choice. Meta's down, they need to go for it.
Yeah, they've got to try. Ghost is in. Roshan being chipped away at. Fishman, he's around the corner. Storm are able to scout out with the Familiars. It's a very hard Roshan for RNG to try and take. It's very forced like you mentioned, and they are eventually going to have to back their way out. It's just not the Roshan you really want here. So many ways of getting that vision in the pit here for Entity. Now even a Nullifier out on Pure. Just going to make life even more challenging for the side of RNG. Luckily for them, at the very least, the bot lane is not being forced in any longer, so they don't have to worry about that for now. But what they do have to worry about is this 4-man smoke up from the side of Entity. They do wrap around that mid-river area, trying to make their way over to that Radiant Triangle. Ghost is going to show himself. Fisher is committed just on the Familiars, trying to burst them down, but Ghost, he does get caught out. Ice Blast and a big avalanche is out. Kataomi setting up perfectly. Chalice is in big trouble here on the Underlord. He might just drop and does. Meanwhile, X-Nova getting chased down, but will be left alone, so instead they'll go after Karkar on the Earthshake. That'll be another as Ghost now is completely surrounded. How does he survive this one? It doesn't seem like he can, though. Chalice does try to move in, but it's not in time. They are falling like flies here, the side of RNG. As Entity, they will just keep moving forward. Somnus still trying to fight, does go man up against Pure. In fact, that's a lot of damage from Somnus. He's got one down and another. He's found Pure on the Lycan. Somehow RNG still managed to find a way to fight back, and it's off the back of Somnus.
Yeah, they did have to buy back on multiple heroes for that. Almost the entire team have to choke back up in that fight.
it's going to cost them. They at least have a Roshan to take, so there's some security coming in here. I think if you're Entity, you're still very happy. You force out a lot of spells, you force out a lot of good movement there, you manage to cut off Ghost, isolate him from the rest of his team, and just play around that. You toss him up in the air with a Brewmaster, you keep him so far away that he just doesn't have anyone to back him up. And you make it
look at this.
Extra awkward for RNG, as you can see there. Just trap him in that ramp. Couldn't do much.
Perfect initiation by Kataomi. And like you mentioned, John, if it wasn't for the 4 buybacks to come out from RNG, they just would have had no chance in hell of even turning that. And, well, quite frankly, yeah, you got the Roshan at the end. Definitely great news for RNG, but heavy cost coming up for their side. Kataomi, just so much impact on that support Tiny. Or at least RNG in the meantime do manage to take the top tier 2 tower. The Aegis that they do have up now. Finding something for their trouble, but I imagine with the buybacks down, chances are you are not going to be able to try and force high ground.
No, you're going to have to play it cautiously, just hold back, build back up, maybe try to finish up that BKB here on Ghost, very close to just having the entire gold for that. And once you've got that protection on the Terrorblade, that's where you can start to get a little bit riskier. Still a rather even game. The odds are showing a slight favoring there for side of Entity. Just a small margin coming out. So still holding even despite all the back and forth. Although RNG are finding the game a little bit tougher. Without that security of any buybacks, Entity has a lot more room for error here.
Absolutely. Entity still grouped up. Team unit. RNG. It's the same here in this mid lane as they do see the Overlord creep. They'll try to move in and take that one out. V5 for now. Meanwhile on the backside, looks like they have found X-Nova on that lich. The Crimson Guard though, he is going to remain safe. Familiars just do not have the damage through that Crimson Guard. It's Ghost. Let's take care of the Familiars now as well. Stormer, he'll go ahead and respawn them right back up. It's such a close game between these two teams, just neither side willing to give an advantage over. They do take the outpost here, Entity. They want to try and control the bottom side of the map and maybe just keep working on towards that bottom high ground. Just been doing a fantastic job with just the units being thrown onto those creep waves over and over again. They just waste the time of the Aegis here for Ghost. Just don't allow them the opening to actually find a successful team fight on RNG's end.
Just prevent them from trying to reach that high ground here from RNG. Like, don't give them any confidence to try to take that risk with the Aegis right now. Keep playing on your side of the map, on their side of the map quite nicely here. And just kind of keep them locked in. Like, once this Aegis expires, Ghost is going to be feeling pretty awkward. He still needs to farm up for that buyback. He has to wait 2 extra minutes after the Aegis expires for buyback. So it's a lot of room for Entity to actually just do what they want. And they are doing quite nicely here as well. RNG for their part, I mean, they've got protection up, they've got the full BKB for Ghost, they've got the blink up for Somnus along with a shard. So the split earth spam can kick in, they can complicate that high ground push and really make it tough in the middle of these team fights for Entity to kind of try to reposition themselves. But it does feel like the one thing is that the impact of Chalice is kind of falling off a bit. I mean, he can still play around really big with Fiend's Gate. The Atrophy Aura is still sort of nice, and the Crimson Guard's nice as well, but you're not getting an easier way to do these fights now, especially if you absolutely whiff the Pit of Malice, then it doesn't feel like you're getting much out from the Underlord, at least in these big 5v5s.
Here we go again. 4-man smoke up RNG. They are going to try and make their way through that dire jungle. Rather triangles, they do find one, but Kataomi, a very quick blink away. Going to be just fine as Ghost. It's pretty far forward. He's had his team right behind him, but will be tornadoed up here by the Bruling of Toby. Ghost just unable to find a fight once again. There's only 58 seconds left on that Aegis that he does hold. They'll see Stormer down at the bottom side, but they just can't make the jump in onto the Visage. So you might find a bottom tier 1 tower, but this Aegis, it really just doesn't seem to have really paid off for the side of RNG. I mean, it's bought you time in the game, but that's about all it's done.
I think that's really the purpose of it. Just stall out. You bought back en masse in that last fight. You needed security. So you just get that, you play it slow, you farm back buybacks, you wait out that timer, and you just find whatever objectives you can take. Starting to pierce into that tier 2 bot. Not going to really fully commit. Side of Entity's now fully smoked off. They find a good angle here. There's still some more time until those buybacks are back up.
They're wrapping through that dire triangle. Nobody from RNG are around there anymore. They just leave the area. Not willing to risk anything. 13-15 now. 4K advantage. 40 minutes in. Teams in a best-of-1 series, playing it very, very safely, not wanting to get eliminated this early into TI 11. Chalice is going to get jumped though. A nice avalanche toss back, but Chalice does have the BKB up. Will just TP away immediately. Messing around though, Ghost now spotted by Karka. They do actually land a nice tornado out onto the Earthshaker. Karka, he will be able to force staff away, but the chase is on. Kataomi's there with the avalanche. It's not going to be enough though. He's still fine. Desperately trying to find something for their trouble. X-Nova, he's being chased down by these units of Pure, but even he's just fine. The Crimson Guard of Chalice, he's going to be able to back his way out, survive another day.
Just a little bit poking and prodding, bit of a deep chase out from Entity that doesn't find us much. Chalice did have to pop the Fiend's Gate to try to give them an angle out, but a little bit far out from Haka and from Ghost. Doesn't quite matter. Everyone stays alive in the end. And that does mean there's more time for the side of RNG. This really favors RNG, actually, because, again, they're waiting for these buybacks to go back up. They're farming up, trying to get themselves back into the game and equalize the game a bit more. Whereas Entity, they need to find these kills now. It feels like if you're going to have that window onto the high ground, you find one core kill here for a full minute with no buyback. That's enough time to melt those objectives.
Looks like RNG, they're going to occupy that dire jungle. Take the outpost back, maybe set up the next Roshan. Entity very well aware that Roshan's still a very far way away. We'll risk it just letting that go for now. They have smoked up though, they might want to just try and fight. Again, they've been looking to try and fight the side of RNG for quite a long time. Just doing a good job of trying to avoid them altogether, but Stormstormer gonna move in, has the vision of the familiars as well as the wolves coming up from Pure. They're gonna find Ghost on the TB, and they will slowly start to move in. Ghost kind of surrounded here, does get tornadoed up. Pure, he'll pop the wolf form. Who are they going to target down first? On the top side, they found X-Nova, they found Karka. Both supports in trouble. X-Nova already gone, and now Karka just drops to the damage of Pure. It's just so much damage as Somnus needs to back out. The BKB is wearing off. He does get nullified. Ghost, he's going to try and man fight through this, but can he really do it? It seems like he'll try. Toby will back out. They will lose Fishman, however. That's the AA down. That's at least one down for the side of RNG, but Entity, they do buy back. In fact, RNG, they will not stick around. Somnus, he's going to be just fine. Pure can't get the damage off. So it's really just a 2-for-1 trade. Buyback forced out by Fishman. Who do you call that a win for here, John?
I think you're a bit happier if you're RNG. It's not the biggest kill in the world. You do lose your 2 supports, but you managed to survive through while you were still waiting for a couple of those buybacks. Buybacks are back up for Kaka and X-Nova, and you don't have Metamorphosis to play around, so that is still another opening for Entity to gun for, but your Primal Split's down for a little bit longer. You're gonna have to just reset. You force the buyback out from Fishman here.
Omnis, X'd up. Stormstormer just kind of going in on his own. Pure is around the corner, and so is Kataomi, but here comes Ghost and Chalice. They're going to try and make something happen. Toby, he'll show up in the Brewmaster. Ghost still willing to just fight back. Does take down the Brewling. They will focus down the familiars and just the units in general. As much gold as you can out of this. It just doesn't feel like you ever really see a big 5v5 team fight between these two teams. Just all about these units being thrown out.
It's just skirmishes, poking, prodding, checking to see if anyone's going to overcommit and punish them. You're not looking to make any of those mistakes yourself. Too much on the line for you to take that risk. So you just send out the units, send out the illusions, and let them do the work for you. Side of RNG, they are getting that build up on Ghost. He's going for the full Silver Edge now. So more damage, a source of break to kind of help them out and bursting someone down. Definitely going to help the cause there. A Lincoln's coming out from Somnus to help defend himself, especially from Nullifiers. Going to be really nice to have as well. It's a little bit more for that to be up, though.
Oh boy, they've got Chalice. That's a big one, but he does BKB up. In fact, now the Pit of Malice turning right back around Toby. He's a big target. He'll be able to force stuff away, though, and does get the Primal Spit off. Is now Ghost. He'll be targeted here with the tossback of Kataomi, but Ghost is still fine. He will get 4 stuffed out of there. Meanwhile, X-Nova being chased down by the units of Pure. In the backside, though, they've got an Echo Slam. They've got the Sunder. Pure being gazed up. Can they get some revenge here? They cannot. He is still just fine. Chalice is the one to go down in the Underlord, but Ghost still trying to man up, still trying to fight against Toby. Toby will force stuff away. Where's the team fight? Entity, it seems like they're out once again. They'll find a couple, they'll get the buyback out from Chalice, and that's going to be enough for him.
That's a big win for Entity. They force out the Metamorphosis. The flank coming out from Pure is just huge. Runs in on the side. No one can really handle him. Still had the BKB to come on as well. And he just makes short work of some of these softer targets. Yeah, you don't find the biggest kills, but just wasting Metamorphosis, wasting another BKB charge out, it's more than worthwhile for Entity.
Certainly is. It's all about the buybacks here in this game. Roshan is now officially back up. Scary times once again for both sides. More so for RNG, though, as Entity just, again, have so many ways of scouting out what's happening in the pit. It feels like they're never really worried about Roshan being just snuck behind their backs.
Radiant's courier
So we get some D-wards off, get the courier of Kaka on the high ground. That Roshan just feels so important in a game like this, just so tight right now, and you do have that Axe Blessing available as well in this next Roshan. So RNG, 5-man smoke up, through the mid-river they go, into the mid lane. Entity, they are hanging around that dire jungle. There's a double damage, naturally, on the bottom side of the map right now, John, and it does seem like RNG are going to find it right before Roshan. Ghost will take it for himself. This could be the opening they're looking for. Roshan, not going to be started yet, but Entity slowly making their way over to the pit. Heal up, might just get to work, and he will. Roshan now under siege, RNG, they're the ones that need to make the first move. Ball's in their court. How do they initiate this one? Kataomi already in the outskirts of the Roshan pit, not allowing anyone to sneak in, and now X-Nova. He does get caught out, but barely does not drop. He does survive for another day as the Ice Blast is going to fly through X-Nova. He is going to force stuff and barely avoid it for now. But Roshan still being taken by the side of Entity. Seems like they had no chance to try and initiate that team fight.
Yeah, they just couldn't find the angle in. And you get the full salvo of items from Roche. Aegis up, Cheese up, Axe Blessing being held on to by Pure here. Wondering who's he going to pass that on to. It doesn't look like he's going to be needing the Wolf Bite in this game. You could probably give it a shot. Wolf Bite on a Visage with Silence the Grave sounds are like a really big meme. We've never seen that one. So I would have maybe liked to see that. It would be pretty funny, but it's fairly open. And it does look like he has passed it onto Kataomi. So you've got the tree volley on hand, which is always nice, because suddenly you just pick up a Chrysalis on his support Tiny, and he does 1,000,000 damage.
And he already has a Chrysalis, John, going into the Daedalus, so why the hell not? Love to see that tree volley coming out here as a support Tiny, and Kataomi going to be very, very happy with that. Still such a close game, but now with the Aegis intact and Entity's end of things, it's their game to lose, it feels like. They've got the 14k net worth lead. We are 48 minutes into the net worth. May not matter so much, but it just feels like every team fight, they're able to disengage as soon as they want to. They see one buyback, they're out of there. Every single time. It's going to be the story of the game here between these two teams. Just unwilling to give any openings to the other. So yeah, they hang around that mid-river, but nobody willing to initiate a fight.
Just play patiently, especially on Entity. They're not in a rush anymore. They know they scale really nicely. RNG, it's kind of all in on just having Ghost do something here. So they get the tips out, Metamorphosis popped along with the DD. Not the best feeling in the world. Entity's got that opening. They know once that fades, gonna be on cooldown for quite a fair bit. Get a nice set of kills. No need to worry about the Terrorblade. Simplified process for the high ground.
Absolutely. You say simplified process, John, but there's no simple anything about this game. It just feels like everything's complicated.
Always is, Mike.
Absolutely. Somnus takes care of that bot lane once again. RNG still patiently waiting for this high ground defense to come. Entity still just split pushing the side lanes. You know, John, I'd hate to say it, but is this, do I jinx it with the T? Do I say it? The T fight?
I mean, it could go on for 10 more minutes if RNG hold on.
Right.
One big team fight could end it.
All right, Chalice. Fish is there. Ice Blast will follow through. There's your tree volley, but it does get juked down, and Chalice will force staff away.
Yeah, I mean, it could last 10 more minutes. It's just 10 more minutes away, so
well, you
maybe.
Not me, John.
Yeah, I'm not saying the number, just implying 10 minutes is needed for that number to come up.
Right.
Maybe. RNG are doing a good job of holding, though. Like, they are 16k behind. It's not the biggest deficit at this point. It is still a good amount of items coming out to the rest of your cores. If you look at the farm distribution, the one issue for RNG is that you're not scaling on Chalice, although.
Sneaking up from the tree line, RNG successfully back off, but every way you look, Entity's got the advantage. High ground on one side, tree line on the other. Still gonna hang around that mid-tier 2 tower. Ghost cannot afford to die here on the TB, though to be fair, he does have buyback, but You'd rather not have to commit it, especially when you're so close to your own base.
Radiant structure.
T2 top tower just going to slowly be focused down. They're forced down, but it doesn't seem like it's going to do too much in the end. Rob Fisher is going to land onto Toby. The problem is, it just feels like you can't really make the jump in. Like, there's all these units in front of him. So much counter initiation here from Entity. They're just always ready to go. They've got that high ground advantage as well. RNG being very, very patient with this game. Now 15 minutes in, just not trying to force anything. They naturally want that high ground advantage themselves. So you do see Somnus eat 2 tombs for himself now, very close to that level 25 mark.
Yeah. He gets it as well with the last home there. So does have the Lightning Storm bouncing on 2 units, or bouncing twice on units, which is really nice in stalling out this game further, right? Yeah. You can just hold forever, and maybe they are going to try to hit those next 9 minutes here. This game is rather even. The side of Entity would feel a lot better into that point of the game, though. They control majority of the map. They can just clear out those cancels. Gotta be a bit careful. RNG, I mean, they can stall well. It's a Leshrac, it's an Underlord. Your wave clear is really good. So even if you start to lose some tier 2s, high ground hold is still there. And I think Entity don't mind playing that game.
Absolutely not. They seem to be enjoying themselves here, I'm sure. Stormer pushing with the familiars. Sees the Firestorm, immediately just walks them out once again. Unwilling to feed any free gold away to the side of RNG. Entity just back their way out. No rush for them. Aegis about to expire in 5 seconds. They're not risking anything. More farm to be had on Pure. The Basher now coming out on the Lycan. This little way of cancelling TPs off and actually locking people down throughout these fights. Again, it just feels like they're in full map control here. There's just no need to rush this game.
Yeah, just need to kind of hold back, keep waiting. I mean, there are a couple of items I think RNG could try for. The overwhelming blink is coming out from Somnus. You do have the full Ags up on Ghost, which is great to see. He does need something to kind of help him out when that Metamorphosis is down. He's going to have an option, at least, with a Terror Wave coming through. Oh, he will have some contributions for the team, and you're not beholden to this long cooldown as much as you used to. However, you do have the refresh up on Toby, so you still have the double primal splits coming out, which is also really annoying, especially in the late game. Like, all you need to do is really just fly Ghost up for the entire team fight. And that's it. Your Terrorblade's going to be isolated at the end, and it's a really easy target to handle.
It certainly is. We'll go Invis now. Tomy right nearby. Doesn't seem quite yet, but does have his own smoke broken. Back off immediately. Ghost is probably Invis around the corner. It's being scored up here. The team slowly but surely getting stronger as the smoke is going to be there once again from Entity. High ground being held in this Radiant Triangle though from RNG, and they're going to counter smoke. This could be the big team fight we've been waiting for as Entity. They've got so many ways of scouting out. Not so much through this smoke, but now that the smoke is broken on a couple, who have they found? It's going to be Stormer. The Pit of Malice to lock him down. The Fish is there to follow up, but in comes Kataomi and X-Nova. He just gets deleted by the support Tiny as he keeps moving forward. Ghost, who do we go for? Stormer, he's the target. They finally find the Visage, or maybe not Stormer. He's still running, but X-Nova, he's trying to get the job done himself, and eventually Ghost will find it. 2 down. Entity, they've lost a couple here, and it seems like RNG have finally cracked an opening open for themselves as Kaka, he even finds another. He's going to find Toby, but there is going to be the refresh. To the Primal Split once again. Toby still blocked up by the Fisher, and now Ghost can get right to work, but they want that Earth Panda. They need it. The slow from the Eye of Skadi. Maybe they've got it. Toby trying to run, but is not going to make it out.
No buyback on him.
No buyback on Toby. And suddenly the game is swinging back the other way.
It's opened up. Entity, they got some good scouting around there with Storm, but they didn't manage to follow up. He managed to get a good jump in, doesn't live through, and you still have a lot of damage on Ghost, even though it doesn't feel like it when he's whacking a Visage away. The high ground still clears up.
Yeah, first racks of the game to go the way of RNG, and I can't really believe I'm saying that, John, but they've made a great comeback here in this game. I'm going to say game 1 again, John, but it is still a best of 1. Just reminding myself, Fisher does come out. Chalice finds to back his way out, and again, it's still a very slow game. Like, you are still behind as RNG. Sure, you're 1 racks up now, but you could lose one team fight and the game could just snowball back the other way. Though I say that, Pure does get caught out. He's the biggest target. The Gaze is going to lock him down, drag him out. The Kataomi, he's got the dieback on the Lich, so X-Nova, he's down for 80 seconds. In goes Pure with the Wolf form, but he needs to run away as Kaka, looking for the chase, waiting for the BKB, but now the Fisher is going to lock him down. Somnus should have the damage and will eventually get it out. Pure's down for 100, but he does have buybacks.
He can come back in. He's not going to have the Wolf form, and Kaka again with great blocks in this game, ensuring they find that major kill. And they might not be able to take the risk onto the high ground. It's not the comfiest spot. You do feel like a bit of a reset. You're waiting for Metamorphosis to come back up, but Roshan's up in a few seconds. So you've got this big objective to play for, and Entity, even with that buyback commitment, it can feel a little bit risky going into that pit. Roshan's up, everything on hand again.
Absolutely. Everything now available on this Roshan. RNG, they'll get to work. Entity, they've got no way to answer to this. I mean, this is the first Roshan. It feels like that RNG could just kind of walk into the pit and finally get it done. And here we go. Everything available. Let's see what they can get done with it. Entity, they're the ones now that need to find a way to slow down this game. Kaka, looks like he's got the Axe Blessing on himself though. Has he handed it? He has. Chalice will take it for himself now.
That's really disruptive with the Fiend's Gate, with a Pit of Malice on both sides, and the slow as well. Like, combining that with the control coming out from Kaka, it's going to be a lot easier for them to lock in these heroes like the Lycan, like the Visage when he does have the Grave Chill, the Grave Chill on, yeah. So you've got a lot of control coming in to counteract all that movement. There is still good wave clear coming out from Kataomi. He just gets a tree volley off, your wave does die. So going into the high ground is still a process here for RNG, but they even get a refresh up on Ghost. He's ready. Whew. Secondary life, doesn't matter if you waste the Metamorphosis or Terror Wave or the BKB, you're always going to be able to have any of that on hand for the next. Although it is costly in the mana, does have the stats to back that up.
Absolutely, this game just feels so much tighter now. 3K advantage, just doesn't matter. 4.5 minutes away from that time. Dire Triangle, occupied by Entity, but they are eventually going to back their way out. RNG was slowly making their way over. Get down towards the bottom side. The bottom lane is the lane with the final outer tower here for RNG. They want that bottom tier 2 gone. They might approach high ground with that Aegis up. So plenty of time available, and like you just pointed out, John, the Refresher Orb going to be very impactful here on Ghost. Especially with that Terror Wave, you can't underestimate that fear. RNG, they'll find the bottom tier 2. Question is, do they want the high ground?
I mean, they could just gun for it. There's not too much of a risk left. Buybacks are available once more. The issue is, with Kataomi around, as long as he gets to throw those trees out, your creep wave just melts. It is tougher, although the next creep wave is coming in. They're just poking and prodding again, sending in the illusions to get that 30 work done.
They say pigs don't fly, John, but for Ghost, we just saw him flying there for a moment in that Hex Fall. He's still going to keep moving in. Creep wave is there now, and he has slowed this one down. They are going to fortify up. More Cyclones out onto the TP as Ghost. Very, very patient. Still has that Metamorphosis, the pop, and still has the Refresh available. Slowly chipping away with the illusions, but they are being dispelled here by the Storm Panda. Eventually, I think RNG might just have to let this one go and go for a reset. You've still got 2 minutes, 20 seconds on this Aegis timing. I think you can afford to reset and maybe come back another time.
Yeah, no rush. You've got all the tools under your belt here for the side of RNG. Entity's just kind of pushed back. Dagon does fly on. So a little bit more burst damage on hand. Let's see if it's going to be enough to make a big difference here. Love me Dagon though. Always fun.
Absolutely. It's a lot of fun. Another double damage room on that top side, Jonathan. Another double damage available for RNG. I mean, it feels like they're just getting blessed with double damage after double damage here, and they're certainly going to be happy to accept this one. Ghost will take it himself. Well, now you've really got no choice. You've got to try and go high ground again.
Yeah, you've got Metamorphosis ready. Terror Wave not too far off. So, yeah, no risk here at all. The one thing is, again, wave clear is still pretty good for Entity. It does feel like you'd want to catch one of them off guard. Get that pick off once more, so we've seen RNG sort of find the angle for.
they haven't really been using the Fiend's Gate for any aggressive movement out, more defensive, but they'll get to it.
They're away about Ghost, just going to get right to work. The bot tier 3 tower already gone. Bottom racks, not going to last long either. Kataomi is going to jump in though. Avalanche tosses out. Ghost is in big trouble. He got silenced and he will go down the first time. But he's got the Aegis. He's got the refresh. He's still got the initial meta, but the silence is there with a nullifier.
Oh my god.
Oh, Ghost is gone. And the rest of RNG, they need a way out of this team fight. Chalice just leaves, but he's left by himself. Somnus needs a TP out of the tree line. With the BKB, is going to be all right. But they've got Ghost down. He does have buyback available. And Jonathan, we've jinxed nothing. It's 60 minutes in. We've got tier 5 items.
Yeah, it's coming out. And I think the one thing that changed was really who had control on the map. 10 minutes ago, Entity had control. Then for a while, RNG had it. Now, Entity has it back again. They find the Arcanist armor. It'll be pretty damn useful up against something like Leshrac on hand.
It does give the Giants ring. We know that's what everyone wants to see.
Yeah, I want to see a gigantic flying Visage around. See that last fight, great toss back from Kataomi. Catches out that Terrorblade and the instant Hex. He couldn't refresh the BKB. All the control in the world and no one could follow up from RNG's end.
Absolutely not. Mirror Shield now coming out, Ex Machina as well, and the Seer Stone. Just so many items being dropped. RNG just taking those items as soon as they possibly can and backing their way back towards their base. Knowing they don't really want to have to try and force the buyback out from Ghost. And trying to avoid it and just hold out for now. Ex Machina was taken by Somnus, and Mirror Shield actually taken by our TB, though he is still dead. Maybe just prepping for that buyback. Meanwhile, Parrot Hat is going to be sitting there on Pure, so more attack speed on his side of things here on the Lycan. Everything else gone. You've got the Arcanist armor here on the Visage. Makes him an even harder target to try and burst down, let alone the rest of his teammates. Seastone, of course, naturally on the +5 Fishman, he has to suffer. He gets the boring item.
Yeah, it is what it is. That's the destiny of the support. You don't get the funnest item in the world. No. But it is a useful item. Like, Seer Stone is pretty nice, revealing an area. Gonna be nice to cut off any movement RNG might want to bring out there. And the side of RNG for their part, I mean, it's not the end of the world losing that push. They still have the advantage. You've always got to send some units, send some heroes up top to control that. Smoke out here, though, could find themselves in an interesting spot.
Oh boy, here we go. RNG, they're going to try and force something. They found Toby. The root is there. They should have follow up. You don't have the burst damage, though, with the Aeon Disc. He's going to be just fine to reinitiate this team fight with his own Primal Split. But they are trying to back off a Kataomi. Look at the damage output from this Tiny with the Tree Volley. He does at least find Karka, but the buyback is there. Ghost now is trying to force the fight once again, but does need to back out. It just doesn't seem like the one. The BKB does wear off, and now Entity, they keep moving forward. They want the Terrorblade. They've got it locked down. With the Abyssal Blade, Ghost is in big trouble. He's going to try and find a way to buy back. He'll go for the Terror Wave, but it does nothing through the BKB. This is not the team fight. RNG needs to get back to the high ground and will do so. Did you see the damage out from Kataomi, John? This is a support Tiny with an Apex. Don't underestimate the amount of damage this man has.
Apex, Monkey King Bar, BKB, Daedalus. Very standard support Tiny items at this point.
Divine Rapier queued up as well.
Yeah, of course. You want to end this game, just get that Divine up, swack away on those buildings, and the game's going to be over pretty fast if you're not careful. RNG for their part, I mean, that was such a costly fight. Refresh pop from our Terrorblade Ghost, and he has that refresh orb in the backpack. Yeah. So it's also just not going to refresh anything for the next long time. We'll have to bring that active. And Entity, again, they find themselves in this position where they've got so much more to play with.
Oh boy.
Refresh up on Stormstormer as well, flying out. Roshan going to see that timer in about 15 as well.
He's got a Stygian Desolator now, John, on this support Tiny, so things are even scarier for the side of RNG.
Balanced.
Very balanced, Jonathan, very balanced indeed. What about the T5 items for RNG? Like, what have they... They've got one more to go. Can we get a Giant Ring in this game? Like, we haven't gotten one yet from either side.
I don't know if you really want it on RNG anywhere. Like, Giant's Ring on Ghost is going to be nice. The added strength is good. It feels like you might want something else.
Oh.
Gonna keep the Mirror Shield. I know. Like, Giant's Ring on Chalice would be funny. I just don't know if it really does anything. Arcanist Armor just kind of does the same thing for your team.
Yeah. And they go again. Mid lane, they're going to find some familiars and some units. They're pure. He's going to pop the wolf form. They have found him out. He'll go for the BKB right back in onto Somnus, just chomping him down. It's a fair bit of damage, but not quite enough. Somnus, he'll turn around. Looking for the fight, but Pure is out of there. They know where RNG are. Entity, we don't want to fight without the wolf form, but they might just think about it. Mid lane, Chalice, he'll get hexed up here by Stormstormer. It's a fair bit of damage with that Bloodthorn. They're still going for it with the Familiars, but with that Crimson Guard, he's taking a fair bit of it as Chalice, still in trouble, is going to walk his way out. Meanwhile, Kanaomi looking for a way back into the team fight as Stormstormer. Now the one in trouble. Somnus moving back in with the Bloodstone charges, trying to get some damage down. Chalice, in the meantime, in the mid lane, just tanking all the units out here from Entity. They are just dealing with Broodlings.
They dance around really nicely. Katomi gets a really good angle to just get 2 tree volleys off. No one dies in the end, so a lot expended from both sides. It does feel like you risk it a lot more on RNG's part, having to pop the BKB on Ghost to just try and find something in the middle. And Entity, they don't find anything for their trouble either. So we're stuck in a bit of a deadlock here, Mike. Yeah. Probably the longest game of the day already. 65 minutes in, 66 minutes in for day 1.
And there goes X-Nova. He's not going to last long against that support Tiny, but in comes Ghost, trying to punish as he cannot. In fact, now Ghost, he's the one turned on. That's a bad position. Somnus, he's jumped in though with a massive split earth, and now Chalice, he's there with the Pit of Malice as well, trying to burst them down. The Familiars, the Visage, he's in big trouble. Karkar's out with the Echo Slam. Maybe they've got enough, and they do. Stormstormer's got, but Somnus, he will drop as well onto Toby. The Aeon Disc is going to proc. Into the Primal Split they go. X-Nova, he brought back into the team fight. He'll back his way out at least for now, and is going to be just fine. It's another reset fight.
Yeah, it's just back to the start. Buybacks expended by both sides. You find a bit of a bigger kill on the side of Entity, managing to take out Somnus. You did get a little bit more in exchange. It's back to this next Roshan, Mike.
It's best of 1 Dota.
Back up. This is best of 1 Dota. No one wants to leave TI.
No.
So everything's online. You're playing as hard as you can to find that clean win condition. You don't want the risk. Roshan, we saw them dance around this objective for a long time as well last time. Like,
oh boy,
and be tough to really fully commit.
I wonder what if you get the gold as Kataomi, do you just bind a Divine straight up? Like, I know we're 67 minutes into a game now. Do you just buy it?
I can't say yes to that. I mean, if you have buyback gold, sure, because the toss back and high ground defense is huge. But if you just go in, risk it all in on that Divine, you'd probably have enough damage with a tree volley, to be fair. Like, that could just literally end the game. But if you do die, you give away the Rapier, you won't have buyback, you don't have that toss back for these fights. It does get a little awkward. So I'd say at least save for the buyback first.
Double side device now coming up from RNG. They've got one on Chalice, they've got one on Somnus. That could make all the difference here for RNG. They can catch Entity off guard with those hexes up. Be able to get the damage off in time before those BKBs do come out from these cores. Again, Roshan is the main objective. All items up. In they go. Toby will just do it himself with the Flame Panda. It's a slow process, but he's getting there. TB Illusion will move in as well.
Yeah, this went on for about 5 minutes in the last rush, right? Just an Illusion in, Primal Companion in, and then just keep going. So reset.
What you're telling me is we need tier 6 items now.
You know, that'd be pretty interesting. How crazy can Dota really get? Tier 6 would be fantastic. When your games go 18 minutes and no one ever wants to win, yeah, maybe that ends the game. Still, you know, it's not quite enough for either side to feel comfy yet. 16k lead for Entity, 19 to 25. I mean, at this point, 17k lead just doesn't matter. Everyone's got items, everyone's got farm, except maybe pause 5s. And it's all about execution. It's all about if you can catch certain heroes out, if you can get your enemy in a bad position, punish them harder. No one wants to give that open. And if you're not looking to give away openings, you're just looking to hold your ground, keep farming, and just be patient. Very, very patient teams here, Mike.
You've got to be, John. Now, this is the event you've been playing for the whole year. I mean, if there's a time to be patient, it's right now. And there's a Divine Rapier. Oh, boy. It does come out on the Tiny. Support Tiny with a Divine Rapier. You love to see it. 69.5 minutes in. You said, John, it was a risky maneuver. I say Giga Chat maneuver.
Well, he doesn't have buyback, but Kataumi's positioning has been on point. They haven't been able to really kill him off. So, yeah, 3 volley away.
Yeah.
As long as RNG doesn't catch him out, he is set for a really good time, because boy, oh boy, do they just melt.
Yeah, fun fact, by the way, the damage is not reflecting on the Tiny damage right now. So whatever damage you see on that Tiny, just add 350. That is not accurate.
Yeah, it's just a bit too much damage.
I'll do the math for them, John. It's basically what, like 900, 1,000 damage base on this Tiny right now?
Thank you, Mike. Yeah, that's a good amount of damage. And now we just need to see that in action. Entity, and the moment they see that opportunity for Kataomi to just do his thing, that's where it gets wild. And again, it just goes back to this draft, right? Goes back to what we were talking about with timings in this lineup. The scaling of entities kicking in, because this Tiny was a support. And he's got the Divine Rapier now. But you can't do the same thing with, say, a Lich. You know, it's not the same thing in terms of scaling. Even again, Chalice can't really do as much now on the Underlord. It's a little annoying, but it's not the most annoying thing in the world. So
I don't like your lack of faith in the carry Lich, John. This is the SEA TI. I'm sure we could make it happen. Any server that makes it happen is probably us.
To be fair, I've seen my own share of mid Liches.
Top lane.
Interesting.
Certainly is. Look at that damage from that tree volley just bursting down. 2.3k damage as now they make the jump in. Somnus in trouble and they toss him, they burst him down just so quickly. Pure, he has the damage. Stormstormer trying to back his way up, but now it's Ghost that's in trouble. Can they surround him? Pure, he's looking for more on the backside. He's found Kaka on the Earthshaker. No forced up away this time through the Nullify, but Chalice trying to buy a bit of time, but Kaka's gone. Pure going for more now. Somnus, keep in mind he has no buyback available for this fight. Where's Ghost? All by himself, still trying. Does end up getting the Terror Wave off just in the nick of time to force them back, but he's going to find a target to actually aim down. Toby will move in. Now with the Bloodthorn, he's copying way too much damage, but the Sunder is there in time. Ghost trying for the TP out, is going to make it. Just barely. This game is not over yet, but it is a 4v5 situation, and they are missing their mid Leshrac.
And no buyback out in Somnus. It's still a big window for Entity. I mean, you had to expend so many resources on RNG. Refresh down from Ghost. He's going to have to wait a lot longer for that safety net. Now Roshan opens up for Entity. There's no contestion out from RNG. All the items once again going the way of Entity. I wonder who they give the axe to at this point, because I would say just hand it over to Pure. Yes, have the Wolf Bite. Wolf Bite a Visage with Silent as the Grave. Or, you know, just Wolf Bite your Tiny with Tree Volley.
Yeah,
that sounds
Wolf
fun.
Bite your Tiny. That's about it. Here we go.
Pretty much.
Go on, Pure, do it. He's going to wait a little bit. This is going to be a real treat to watch. I mean, we saw this last grand final of TI-10. We're going to see it all over again. Some things never change, John.
Some things just stay the same, and RNG. I mean, this is a toughie for them. They still have their racks intact too. That's the crazy part. Their high ground is still completely there, but they haven't been able to do anything else with that one lane racks they took. They've not been able to find more beyond that Bont melee, and Entity just worked the map a lot better. They're trying to get the second set of talents up for Somnus. He's eating all the books once more, rushing into 29 for that 20 strength. And that's going to help a little bit in durability, but we're talking about a Tiny with Divine Rapier and Daedalus. I don't know if that helps by that much.
Swift Blink might help there, Jonathan. Tiny's now got a Swift Blink up as well. So Kataomi, up and available. Still grouped up here, Entity. Daedalus being built up on Pure, by the way. I mean, this is the point where they're just running out of slots to put items in. It's kind of rough for them to try and decide what they really want in this game. Resources is, I believe, the key word here, John. Resources.
Those slots, it's not something you can always just find more of. So
yeah.
We've seen that be a problem for Ghost, right? Like having to juggle in the refresh.
What if you could, like, say 75 minutes in, they just give you 2 extra slots?
That's really broken. That's absolutely broken.
Yeah, but you're 75 minutes into the game, John. What else are you meant to do?
That's fair. Everyone's going to get the slots in this hypothetical scenario of yours.
Yeah, I mean, you've got backpacks. Why not have pockets? Makes sense.
I guess it could work. That would really, I mean, that would just make late game Dota even more insane.
Yeah.
To be fair, like, you know, it's already hard to understand whatever's going on here.
Taomi's a wolf right now, John. That's a very, very scary predicament if he does make the jump in with that swift link. Let's see how it works out for them. They're going to try and defend high ground here. RNG, in they go. Comes Taomi. He's in, but the Aeon Disc is going to save Xnova. He'll be back out of there. That Ghost, he's the one to move in. They found Pure. Oh, Lycan, Pure's in trouble and he's gone. At least the first time. That's just the Aegis, the tree volley. He's going to fly him, but Pure casually walk out as they do Cyclone up the TB once again. Ghost cannot get to work, but now they found at least Fishman on the AA. Ghost forced the BKB up, but he's going to be just fine to take the AA down. And they hold on to the top racks. This is quite literally defense of the... This is what defense of the Ancients is, John. They are defending.
Yeah, but we're not even at the Ancient. We're still at the racks. Like, they still hold on to the racks, and it's Entity who's at least a lane and a half behind. But they've got the 35k lead. And RNG just managed to execute in that tight area so well. Like, you saw Kataomi try to jump in on the flank, and the Aeon Disc just managed to buy enough time. He doesn't want to stay around there. It's too risky for this Tiny to take that frontline role instead of just playing with the tree vault. So even if you have that wolf fight, if you don't find that instant kill, he's out of there. And that just gave RNG the chance to jump in, punish Pure, chain stun off. They've got so much control in a choke point like that that Somnus just really shines on that Leshrac. It's that point where it starts to really stall the game well.
You got to give a shout out to our boy Xnova as well, John. He's still on the stage by himself right now. It's 75 minutes in. The guy's just been stuck there the whole time.
Yeah, well, with his 4 Teddy Bear teammates, of course, those Teddy Bears are playing mad Dota right now.
Yeah.
An Entity, it's so hard to say that they're behind. They're not any metric, but as long as the high ground looks better for RNG, the game looks better for RNG.
Oh, mid lane, Ghost. It's like a very aggressive jump in, but it's only onto the creep wave. Entity don't want to borrow this. They do back their way out. But keep in mind, you are basically one mid lane barracks away from having Megas up for RNG, but I don't really think it matters so much right now, considering we're almost 8 minutes into the game. RNG gonna move their way in. There's your tree volley. It does do quite a bit of damage onto Ghost. He's lost half his HP pool. The Ice Blast also gonna land, but they are gonna be fine to back their way up. Buyback was forced out from Fishman. That's gonna be enough for the side of RNG.
Yeah, just go back, reset, maybe. If this game keeps the pattern up, we're gonna be waiting for that next rush.
Yeah.
So we'll see. I do feel like RNG's got so much more to play with. Like, just having this Ags up as well on Somnus, it forced this build-up of the Revenant's Brooch up on Pure, because he needs a way to hit while Ghost Form is up and everything. So he has to go for the Brooch. Very unorthodox, but very good counterplay for the Lesh. We'll have to see if it does play a big part there, as it just feels like that Nihilism's ult is going to be a problem up front. 38k lead still up for Entity, 20 to 27. And next Roche, still 2 minutes 40 when we see that timer come back up. Entity, they've got Travels, 2 on Kataomi. I mean, they've really just got 4 cores. At this point, you know what? Yeah. Get the Ags up on Fishman. Just go for it. But we're going into that point of Dota where everyone's going to be a core.
I don't care about the core AA. I want you to tell me how we can get a core Lich. That's what I really want. How do we translate Xnova here into a POS 1? Never mind. Toby could be in a danger. RNG trying to move into that mid lane. There's 2 big targets. If they can make the jump, Somnus is there with the Scythe device to get started. Bit of Malice, Ghost trying to move in with the tree volley damage. You've got to be wary, but he has the Sunder. He'll reset. Back in onto the Visage they go. Stormer is going to be able to back his way out. Now without the BKB Ghost, he's going to be so careful. It's in the backside. Chalice is gone on the Underlord. Kaka, he'll go for a Vision to try and hold them back, but they can't control this Tiny. He's in that wolf form. In goes Pure as well. The Echo Slam, it literally does no damage.
That's a big win for Entity. They managed to force the buyback out from Challenge, take the dieback out from Kaka, and you saw RNG try to be the aggressor. They just don't have enough to eat through just the Brewmaster with his own save. And even then, we saw Ghost focusing in on Stormer. He doesn't have enough damage to eat through just how thick a Visage is at this point.
Yeah.
So Entity find the fight outside, but RNG, again, just look at these waves. Side lanes are shoved out top and bot, mid lane shoving in a bit, but your Leshrac's still alive, so you can just and hold it back. And Entity isn't moving bodies forward. They're just holding their ground, farming up more, waiting for next Roshan. Again, just not wanting to take that risk. But here, they took a big risk in RNG jumping in. They tried to get control. Ghost just nearly melts.
Yeah. You cannot underestimate the damage from this tree volley right now, John. It's if you get the lucky crits, I think he's critting for over 2k each time.
Oh yeah.
It's a scary affair if he gets a few crits in a row, that's for sure. Still, no high ground attempt coming up from Entity quite yet. I mean, Kaka does now have buyback available on the Earthshaker. 30 seconds away from respawning. Like you mentioned, it's all about the next Roshan. How many Roshans have we gone through now, John?
I can't count.
You can't count.
I'm not capable of it. Fortunately, it
use
feels
your
like
hand,
maybe
John.
Seventh or eighth Rosh.
All right.
Maybe my count's off. It probably is off around that point. RNG, I mean, again, their line is so good at just holding, though. And there's been no progs. You know what? If X-Nova manages to hit his level 25 and goes for regen, these towers could just heal up. We could be here all night.
I forgot that existed.
All night.
Yeah, plus 50 HP regen. Let's see it happen.
Yeah. I mean, you know, all the tomes have been going over to Somnus for the most part. Now I think you'd really want them. It's kind of weird to say, but really on X-Nova.
Yeah.
Like, just additional HP regen on objectives at least is nice. If not, going offensive for the Chain Frost bounces really clears out that army. Well, smoke out from RNG here, though.
In we go. In triangle, they hold. Kataomi. I mean, he has a Divine Rapier. If you can find the kill, it's a pretty big one. X-Nova, Aeon Disc.
That's not the target.
No, it's certainly not. Ice Blast will land. Kataomi, he'll get the Wolf by now and be fine to back off. In fact, he wants to go back in. Double Wolf strat here. They do move in. Somnus with the Shiver's Guard. In fact, they found Toby, but he has his own Aeon Disc, so he's going to be just fine. Meanwhile, Pure, he'll get stunned up through the BKB. Will retreat immediately. Didn't have enough time on that BKB left to keep going. Understands he can't really handle Ghost without it. Just back his way out. Speaking of Ghost, he's got a Divine Rapier locked in his backpack right now as well.
They're ready. Roche respawning. This is pretty good for Entity. They have the better position here to take Roche. Another full complement of items. It's time for Fishman to have his own eggs. So you will see the Chilling Touch remove. Secondary life in. Is this enough to open up high ground for them? It surely should be.
Are you kidding? I mean, 7th Roshan, you're telling me now it's gonna work?
Yeah, it takes 7.
Okay.
It's all the way up to 7.
You don't even know if it is 7 yet, John.
I'm really not sure. I can't count.
Confirmed. Right.
I really can't count. I'm just not capable. But yeah, we were at the point where you do have the Ags and Fishman, so he can just kind of build up into whatever he wants. You've got another core. Everyone's scaling on Entity.
Yeah.
He could buy a Divine if he wants to. That would also be really fun. But I don't think he would do that. RNG for their part. They still have this hold. They have the lanes all shoved out in a very favorable position. So Entity has to kind of take initiative here. They've got to shove out the lanes their way, get the commitment onto the high ground, and try to make it work out. I think the one issue with a high ground siege is positioning Kataomi for a good tree volley is a little bit tougher in that choke point. So finding that angle for the burst from afar is a bit of a challenge here.
It certainly is. 82.5 minutes in. Again, Divine Rapier was combined here by Ghost. Now Refresh Orb available on the Tiny as well. So you've got double tree vol. Maybe that's the... more trees are the answer, John.
It could be. It could be. And that might be enough. Now the issue is, again, in some of these choke points towards the high ground, you will run out of trees. I'm not sure if the refresh does everything you'd want it to. I think the bigger thing might be just multiple tossbacks.
Right.
That could be it. Opens up this game. Just instantly relocate multiple heroes back. Keep controlling Ghost. Keep controlling Somnus. And open up the high ground. Still, you drop the Pit of Malice. You drop the Split Earth. You drop the Firestorm. A push just doesn't happen.
No, it does not. They are still going to try, though. Who have they got? It looks like Somnus on the left track has been caught out, but he'll be KB up. He'll survive. As Ghost will go for the Terror Wave. Is going to be just fine. Hasn't popped the real Metamorphosis. Still has Refresh anyway. I suppose if you're Entity, surely you're just going to keep chipping away. I mean, you've got the Aegis up. You've got to keep going. And that they will.
Yeah, still, again, now Pit of Malice out, Somnus.
Oh, here we go again. Ghost just blinks in right into the center of all this, dealing with the units. Stormstormers Familiars are just going to melt through this. As well as the Brewlings from Toby. He'll keep sending them in, trying to get the damage out. Just a slow chip away. The kill they got there on the bottom side, it looks like Stormstormer was caught out there for a moment by the Pit of Malice. He's going to be just fine though, as Entity still trying to move in onto the high ground. Just can't get it done though. Familiars are being fed back the way of RNG. And that's going to be it. Entity, they are out once again.
Yeah, they hold high ground. Pit of Malice, Split Earth, Firestorm. What push are you really looking to get out here?
Yeah.
And does take some risk from Ghost. He has to come in, get the Terror Wave off, had to pop the refresh once more. So Entity are draining resources still, but they also drain their own. Like, they don't have Familiars for a bit longer. They're going to need to kind of finagle their way in somehow. And they're just going to have to go back and farm. Next Roshan, 4 minutes 40 until we see that timer up.
Yep.
Age is still up for a little bit longer here. And it's maybe time to chill out again.
Yeah, and for anyone in the crowd as well, by the way, if you do have work tomorrow, I highly recommend you end up falling in sick right now. And this one's not ending. We're going all the way. I don't know where the end is, John. I don't know where all the way is, but we're going somewhere.
We're going somewhere. We're going on a journey with RNG and Entity. They're taking us all the way to truly explore the concepts of Dota, to explore the concepts of sieging high ground. This is really just a great class to understand how to play Defense of the Ancients, how to hold that high ground. Absolutely. You have a lot of AoE, toss out all those spells, and eventually, Mike, we're gonna get the point where X-Nova has 25. Why is he stuck at 22? He has not moved at all.
Someone's buying all the tombs, John. You know, these damn calls, they're like, oh, I'm level 27, let me get level 28. You know, I need that extra talent.
Just get the healing and then just heal up everything.
Never let the game end. That's what I want to see. It's exactly what we want. Bot lane. Creep wave being pushed out again. Wolves are in now. 4 wolves, in fact. He'll wrap them around the mid lane instead. This is what the game's all about now. How well can you micro these units? It's not even about heroes anymore.
Just about sending something in, sending the bodies in to try and rip apart. They find the tier 3 tower down bot, but he can't move in onto the rack, so you're still fairly alright here on RNG's end.
I mean, with all due respect, John, I don't think the Raxes matter anymore. I don't think the T4s matter anymore. I think the Ancient is literally the only thing in this game that matters at this stage. Right now, for both sides, they are still well protected. Nothing's happening.
Aegis does expire on Entity, so your backup plan on Stormstormer is kind of gone. Time to wait for the next Roche perhaps here. And yeah, they just leave the racks alone. Can't really find a pickoff. That will force RNG to constantly look down bot, especially since you do have the shard up on Pure. He's had it for a while, so that bot lane is always just going to naturally shove in without the tower to protect. 68k lead for Entity, 20 to 29. 69k lead now. Really doesn't matter.
John, I didn't think I'd be asking you this on the TI stage. I really didn't. Have you had Mary Enter today? I've got to ask you one time.
No, I haven't. I haven't been able to have my high tea, as they call it here. Okay. Always love myself a high tea, but it's been a while. I haven't been in Singapore in years. Right. Always good to be back. And we are well past high tea as well, Mike. We're starting to approach supper.
I'm aware. That's why I asked you if you had Mary Enter, Jonathan. Not if you're having Mary Enter.
I mean, it's TI. There's no time for that. Only time for Dota. And RNG and Entity really maximizing that time here in Dota. Next Roche, minute 50, minute 40 away. Again, just lining up for that. Great pack up on Toby. A little bit more damage mitigation. It's getting really hard for RNG to pierce through. Like, they just don't have enough damage. Even with that Divine up and Ghost, it's not like Kataomi, you know? It's not like this big, tiny, with the crits, 3 volleys. It's just not the same.
Gentleman's agreement. Everyone deletes their items. 6 Divine Wraith easy. That's what I'm thinking. Top lane. Stormstormer. Well, in goes Ghost. He does pop the Terror Wave. Gets the Familiars. That's about it. He'll just respawn the Familiars once again. Just slowly chipping away the base of RNG. And I've said it a few times, John, but I don't think Megas are going to matter. Like, you'll get Megas up. Literally nobody cares on RNG or Entity. They'll just keep defending.
Yeah, you're way too farmed up on everyone. It's just not going to really influence the game state except for having check lanes alone.
Jump in. Dominus by himself, just trying to go for those units. Does clear out the Familiars and the Ancient Black Dragon. So the units are gone, though Pure does pop the Wolf Form. In goes the Tree Volley, but it's off the mark. Kataomi not able to find the targets he wanted. RNG still doing a fantastic job of defending in this game. Bot lane, Toby, gonna get spotted out though. Kaka, he's the one getting jumped here on the Earthshaker, but he does have the Aeon Disc. Meanwhile, from the backside, Kataomi, he's got that tree volley in X-Nova. He's gonna go down, but the immediate buyback is there as Ghost now. Man's up against Pure. It's a lot of damage onto that Lycan, but he backs his way out as now the Hex is out. Ghost is in big trouble. The Ice Blast will connect and he is gone, but he does have buyback.
They've still got the options here on RNG. Not going to immediately pop that buyback. Entity, this is their opening. They need to find something off the back of this. Start to rip into the high ground. As we approach the 90-minute mark here, onto the high ground they go.
And they go once again. Divine Rapier now combined by our TV. Dagons are out by our AA. Everyone's just buying out as much as they can. The tier 3 tower. The siege. Somnus trying to defend by himself. Entity just understanding the buyback is available for Ghost. Do not want to throw a team fight back the way of RNG, but they are going to pop that wolf form again on Pure. Just trying to get the job done. Somnus, he'll get hexed up. There's a tree volley on Tex Nova, but he's barely going to survive the Ice Blast. Might connect, but it shouldn't be enough damage, and it won't. Entity still just focusing down the bot lane at Barracks. The Pit of Malice will lock them down, just taking down all the familiars. Somnus moving in with more stuns available. Stormstormer. Again, gonna back off. That is a big, big splitter.
It really is. And
here we go again. That's a big Fisher. They're not done yet, Entity. They're gonna keep trying. Hex is out. Kataomi just gonna slowly walk his way out. More stuns are just permanent stunning Toby here in this bottom lane. There's nothing he can do about it. Meanwhile, mid lane, they're onto Chalice now. They've got the Underlord, but he's going to be KP available. He's going to be just fine as the gaze now X-Nova. Look at that range onto Toby. But the Aeon Disc, it's going to save the day once again as Ghost. He does move in with the Terror Wave, but it's not going to matter. They just don't have the lockdown.
No, they don't have the lockdown, but Entity can't clear out the racks or make a path for themselves onto the tier 4s. They do have Roshan up. They've got the double damage scouted out here. They've got the blessing into the Rosh. Another sell. I mean, at this point, the axe doesn't.
You're gonna talk about Roshan again? You want to talk about Roshan again, John? What number is it at now?
I can't count.
You can't count.
Nah, I want to say 8 or 9, but I can't be sure. Refresh out on Toby just to ensure they take this next Rosh, no problems. RNG though, smoked up, close by.
They're gonna try. They don't want to let this Roshan go down. Toby and Pure. Run around.
Oh no, they're ending. They're ending.
Oh, they are ending. They're going for the Ancient.
RNG, are they going to get away with it?
They go. RNG, can they get it done? The clip is there. They are moving back to rotate back in. This could be the play of the century as RNG. They're trying. X-Nova in big trouble. They're Pure. Should drop. Meanwhile, Somnus still going. In the meantime, goes. He's had enough. He's popping his BKBs right up to the Ancient. He goes. But then he's going to drop. Oh, he's gone.
He couldn't sunder.
Oh, he couldn't sunder. They are not going to be able to end. What in the hell am I watching?
That's what you want to see. You take the risk, you try to go in. I mean, tier 4s are down. They're playing defense of the Ancients now, and Entity's in. They have to defend.
There's a Divine Rapier on the deck. Literally nobody cares, Jonathan. I mean,
Kataomi cares, I guess. He picks it up.
It's his Divine Rapier. That's why he cares, John.
It's all right.
All right.
Just cleaning up some pollution here. But now, the next time Chalice decides to do that, Ancients exposed. Fortify, down. They just need to find a way to get back there. Because you can always do funky stuff like that. It's Underlord. You see your creep wave shoving up top. You sneak in. And yeah, this is Dota. This is literally the name of the game. This is it. Entity are in a very awkward position. They do take Rosh. They've got the security of Aegis. They have everything else that they're not going to need there, unfortunately, as everyone already has the Ags blessing up. Refresh is nice. Cheese is nice as well.
Oh, here we go. Chalice. He's got Bean's Grip up in 7 seconds. Are they going to try again?
It's risky. They need to fix that mid. They need to ensure their top lane is shoved out completely as well, and it's not quite shoved healthily enough to eat through back door. So they're going to have to play defensively in RNG, and an Entity. I mean, they know something's up. Divine's gone from Ghost, not going to be hitting as hard. They haven't managed to hold on to the buyback, though, throughout this entire time.
Back into the bot racks they go, Entity. And they are really trying to get this Rax finally down, but Ghost has respawned. They do at least find the range Rax. Ghost has boarded this one. They're going. They're going for the Dire Ranger once again. In come the rotations. They're going to try, but Ghost, he's got the Terror Wave. They're just going to man up through this. The Echo Slam being committed. RNG, have they gone too far, or are they going to be able to make it? It doesn't seem like it. They are going to drop. Once again, they will go down. They've got buybacks available, though. This game is not over yet.
It ain't over till it's over. It ain't over until the Ancient falls over, and neither side is any closer. RNG gets a few steps closer. They had no creep wave. Backdoor was there, but they tried to counteract it. You know what that reminds me of, Mike? That reminds me of when a good old local boy Ponlo sold his hags and went for a Desolator and tried to backdoor as well. That's the same thought process, but doesn't quite work out here.
Don't bring up his name, Jonathan. You know he gets a big head when you bring up his name on class.
Well, you know, he's from here, so grow his head as big as he wants for now. 113k lead on Entity, and that brings them nowhere closer to ending this game just yet.
Satomi, he's in that wolf form once again, John. They are not done. Back towards that bot Rax they go. They want the mega creeps up. Entity, they are going to find it. Kaka, he's in with the Fisher. One lane of barracks now left for Entity to try and aim for, and that's the top side, but they're going for the tier 4 towers. They've had enough of this game. They're onto the Visage, though. They could have him. Stormstormer, he's in big trouble. Somnus will keep moving forward. Stormstormer, though, he does go into that stone form. He'll survive for now. Is RNG. They will go for a reset, or do they? Backing off the Stormstormer they go. They want the Visage. They've got him down, but he's got buyback. He can rejoin the team fight if necessary. For now, no need. RNG, they'll continue defending.
They hang on. It does cost them a lot with those 2 buybacks, so options are growing limited here for RNG.
I saw a refresh.
Yeah,
it was that.
Refreshing out just to get more use out. I believe that might, I want to say, I can't even tell. There's just too much going on. But what RNG needs to do now, right? Entity's got the right thought process, just bash their heads against the wall, get Kataomi forward, siege away. RNG needs to free up the top lane. That's the only lane they've got the advantage in. Needs to free it up and backdoor some.
Lane, Somnus, he's going to be okay. In fact, the turnaround now, back in onto the Tiny, but the Tiny is fine. Everyone's got a BKB. Everyone walks out of there just safe and sound. Reset, come back another day.
112k, 96 minutes in. I think that's the longest that we've been together in one spot at the same time. 6 minutes in.
It's only our third land, Jonathan.
No, that's fair.
Don't get all sentimental on me, John. Looking me in the eyes, I was wrong with you.
I mean, we're approaching the 100-minute mark. You know, at this point, I would say it's fair. Hand in 2 more item slots at this point.
Yeah.
Make the Ancient attack when it's under attack, when the tier 4s are gone.
I love this game. I hope it literally never ends, John. I hope this goes on forever. This is an amazing game.
It has a very high chance of not ending. I'm still baffled that X-Nova's only level 23.
Hey! Toby just gets rid of the Axe Blessing. He just denies it all. How rude of him.
It's just there. It's littering. You know, almost everyone's upgraded except the side of RNG. They don't want to give the free axe away onto X-Nova. AoE Sinister Gaze actually would be pretty good in this game. So you don't want to hand that off. Kaka could make great work of jumping around with the enchant as well. And no one checked it anyway. So if you don't see the Axe Blessing being denied, does it really disappear?
Very good question, John. Bot lane, the great question is, can Somnus survive through this one? For now, at least he can, just trying to walk his way up, but he's surrounded, and once the ethereal ends, he is down. In goes into X-Nova, will try to chase down the Lich. A nice Fisher though from Kaka, gonna make sure he's fine. X-Nova, still fine. Pit of Malice is out into the Chain Frost. They just want to make sure Toby can't keep chasing back Toby. Dropping so darn low to this Chain Frost. When does it end? It won't be enough in the end. Toby's gonna be alright.
You've got the Divine and Fishman now. With the Axe Blessing on him, and his own Divine that he buys out. There we go. This is what we were talking about. This is how you end the game. This is it. This should be it for Entity. And if somehow Fishman dies in back, which honestly as an AA isn't too hard to do, and that could help RNG hold on once more. But they really have all the tools they need. This massive Tiny, this massive AA. Or RNG, if they manage to hold on somehow, I don't know what to say.
Oh, here we go. Tier 3 tower, top lane, still up, goes, still take care of it. With the Terror Wave just pushing back all the remnants, though Kataomi will go for a tree volley, but not going to be able to get any damage off onto Ghost. Toby gonna move back in, does find a tier 3 tower, so that's the tier 3 goal. Onto the racks they go. Got the mid lane to go through as well as Entity. Familiars getting the job done. Eventually that is, though Ghost trying to slow them down the best he possibly can. Balance out early on. 1 Rax left. Indeed, in goes the Tiny, though the Hex is out into the Fisher and now the Chain Frost, but Kataomi, he does have a BKB up, so he's going to be just fine. Back his way out. On to the top racks they go. They do get pitted Malice up, just everyone being rooted here by Chalice. Ice Blast is going to fly through onto Ghost, but there's going to be no follow-up. They just want the Megas. Onto Pure, though. He does get caught on the left side. The refresh is there by Somnus, but it leads to nothing. Is now Kataomi. He does move in onto Toby, onto that Brewmaster. Can they take him down? Not quite. Aeon Disc is there once again, though. Toby, he is dropping low now. He might just drop and does, but he's got buyback. And I know Mega Creeps are up. It literally means nothing.
No. It does make it easier for Entity to kind of pressure into the high ground. It will leave RNG stuck in their high ground as well, but they've been stuck there for a very long time. What it does do is take away the potential for RNG to try to go for that cheeky Ancient play.
That's fair.
Like, they are not going to be able to shove out lane safely anymore and make their way onto the Ancient to try to force the end. They haven't been able to repeat it. They tried it last time, didn't quite pay off. So we're crossing the barrier here, Mike. 100-minute game.
Yeah.
It's RNG clinging on. 127k deficit and making Entity work for every single game they get on this map.
Welcome to TI, Jonathan. Welcome to TI 11. What a game it's been so far in this best of 1. Elimination Dota, nothing's more entertaining than that. RNG not out of this game yet. Still pushing out the mid lane, and I suppose you did make a fair point, John. It's going to be hard to rat the base now if you are RNG. The wave is naturally just going to keep pushing in over and over again. Luckily for them, they've been dealing with this for roughly 101 minutes now, so they should be pretty used to it on the side of RNG. So they are going to move in through the mid lane, see if they can try to force a fight against these Mega Creeps. Rather against the side of Entity with the Megas, and in they go. Ice Blast is there. Chalice going to be targeted. Here comes the Chilling Touch. It's a lot of damage for Chalice. He does have the Crimson Guard to protect us now. They move in onto Somnus, but the Terror Wave goes to Zound. Onto Kataomi. He'll try to focus him down, but the Wolf Form allows him to get away, as it seems like they need to try and reset. RNG, it's not the fight they wanted. They just can't lock them down long enough. In goes Pure, though, onto X-Nova. The Fisher was not there in time to block him off. X-Nova still actually being left alone here by Pure. Instead, he sees Chalice on the Underlord. He'll Abyssal Blade him up. Chalice in huge trouble, should drop surely. Eventually, he is surrounded and will go down. No buyback available on the Underlord. It's X-Nova. He's going to go down to the Ice Blast of Fishman. We'll buy back immediately. Chalice, he needs another minute to be able to buy back into this game.
Guess
Roshan's
what? Yeah, with a double damage rune as well. On to the next Rosh. Entity goes. And RNG, I mean, their backs.
8th Roshan.
9th, 10th, I don't know.
It literally says 8th Roshan.
Okay, I'm just very...
You can't read either,
I can't read either. 8th Roshan melting. Probably just deny the Axe Blessing once more. Smoke out, and Entity look to make this game end. 102 minutes in, RNG. And they've been holding for such a long time. They've been able to just play their hearts out, but it's so tough with how well Entity's scaling. Even just the damage from Fishman. It's no joke.
No, it certainly is not. You see the Axe Blessing getting denied off once again there by Toby. Just does not like them being left alone. 60 seconds without Chalice, but buyback up in 3 seconds. It's not really too big of an issue here for RNG. But they are up against the Aegis, they're up against the Cheese, they're up against the Refresher Shards. It's not that easy as Chalice immediately, no hesitation, will pop buyback. Not messing around, doesn't want to lose these tier 4 towers. The creeps are pushing in. Entity, again, I mean, they've been patient for 2 hours now. They may as well keep being a little bit more patient. As Kataomi, Wolf Form is there. Double damage rune. Avalanche toss back. They've got a big target on Chalice. They'd love a dieback right now. Ghost, he's going to try and jump in and save the day. Refresh is out. Terror Wave is out as well. Toby, he's the one to drop. No buyback available. That was a dieback on the Brewmaster. Can they find more? It seems like for now they're going to hold because the creeps are moving into the base. Turns out the Mega Creeps are in fact doing something, Jonathan. Very, very pop.
It makes it so hard for RNG to try to get anything done outside. They do manage to hold on, though. Again, Entity with 129k. It's not enough. RNG still has bite in them. RNG still has a way of playing. They have a way of holding. And they do have 25 up on X-Nova. He does opt for the Chain Frost now, and there's not much to really defend with the regen on the Frost Shield. But they've got a good way of just holding back. And if they manage to keep at least one wave shoved in, I mean, they don't have tier 4s to rip through here, Mike.
Yeah.
The Ancient is exposed.
It certainly is.
They just need to keep that creep wave alive somehow.
It certainly is. And they've got the Fiend's Gate available if they wanted to try and abuse it. Haka, going for a fish, are going to miss. Somnus, he's right in as well. In fact, it's Ghost that we need to watch right now on this TPs. They've got the AA down. That's 2 Divines on the deck. Is this the turning point now? As they found another, it's going to be the Aegis down on the Visage. He'll respawn very, very soon. Toby, he's still got no buyback. They're back onto Stormer. They might just have him, and it seems like they do. He is going to drop, but he does have buyback.
This is just
They're still going. Fishman, he's going to drop a second time, but Pure, he's going to be right to back his way out as Kataomi now getting caught out on the Tiny. He might drop to Boo, and he does. Pure, he does move back in. Chalice is going to drop. That's 2 down with that buyback for the side of RNG. How do they do it now?
Well, I mean, their tier 4s are going to be under siege. Someone's got to go back and hold. None of their creep waves are shoved out. It's back to just having these mega creeps up, and we are now in the longest main stage game in TI history. This is as far as it goes. We're just going further now.
In literally all of TI history, this is the longest game.
Yes.
Well, there you go.
On the main stage. This is just a marathon from both sides. RNG, again, they're still there. They managed that gold swing from 123k to 84k. I mean, that's the biggest gold swing we've ever seen. And multiple Divines being dropped. They're rushing level 30 talent up on Ghost now for the Sunder cooldown. And despite that win, because of the mega creeps, RNG are still stuck here. So they're gonna need to repeat that process again, Mike.
Here we go.
They need to knock him out one more time.
Get started. They've got Ghost with a toss back. The TB Abyssal Blade is out. He's gonna go down. He's got buyback. He'll commit immediately. It's gonna be a 4v3 situation. RNG are in trouble as Somnus dropping low, pops the Bloodstone, tries to run, but it's not gonna make it out. He'll buy back as well. This could be the opening though Entity needed as they can go onto those T4 towers. They've got the mega creeps incoming. Ghost, he's gonna find a way to fight. Kaka, he's in with the Echo Slam, and the Fisher locks them down. Tearaway build with the Wolf form. It allows them to just keep running as Kanaumi still trying to fight back. Stormer, Tree Volley, everything thrown at Ghost, but it's going to be enough. The dieback is there. RNG are in huge trouble now. It's a 2v4 situation. Surely there is no way to defend this. Those Somnus, he'll try one last time, but it's over. Or is it? They paused the game at a very awkward time. Fisher's out. It's all over though. The big creeps around the Ancient. GG is caught eventually. Entity barely managed to do it. 107 minutes in. I don't know what else to say here, John.
Oh, that's just insane. I don't think the longest game in the main stage ever. And my God, Entity, what an amazing game they played. But props to RNG as well. They held on when it just looked like they weren't supposed to.
Yeah.
They hung on for so long. And Entity, I mean, yeah, it just took way too long. But they do manage to ride on, and the crowd's loving it. What a game between these two titans.
The incredible game here. Of course, you're seeing X-Nova as well. Not looking the happiest, John, but this guy's probably the biggest Giga Champ on the stage right now, all by himself, without his team, putting on a performance here with the side of RNG and Entity. Of course, happy faces from them right now. Just you almost had a 2-hour game. You've got to be smiling after that one as, of course, X-Nova again has to walk off by himself, but he's a Giga Champ here, John.
He did phenomenal for not having his team physically around him. And RNG, again, considering that they're all, staying safe right now, separated up, they put up a hell of a fight. And it's such a shame. This team has gone so far. They managed to fight against those odds really well. The handshake coming out, it's just such one.
I thought they almost had it there, RNG, at the end as well. Like, just all over the place. Just hard to know who was in the lead. You hear the crowd very, very happy here. Entity doing a fantastic job once again, making it through the best of ones, getting through to those best of threes. With that, Jonathan, of course, it's been a long game. We are going to head back to our panel who are waiting to talk about how this game went. We'll see you very soon.
Thank you, MLP and John X Nova. Yeah, we're going to break it down 10 minutes at a time. The longest main stage game in the history of TI. Entity take the win over Royal Never Give Up. Heartbreaking to see with Royal Never Give Up as well. X Nova, out there shaking hands by himself. But for Entity, you can't take anything away from them just because of Royal Never Give Up situation. They played their hearts out. That was still amazing from both teams.
Yeah, I think both teams just played some of their best they've played the entire year. Like Entity, they're a push strat. They didn't even take a Rax or a tier 3 until 90, 100 plus
they lost
minutes.
the lanes
Exactly.
as well,
Like they were behind. They're behind on the lanes. They're behind on the team fights. But they find this beautiful way to kite out so many engagements that this RNG lineup that against other teams probably would have out-team fought and won the game. They just, again, it's hard to go back, but minute 40, 50, 60, all this, just amazing team fights.
It could have looked like, nerves and non-commitment, but they were like, no, we can't go further than this.
They really couldn't.
We know that, yes, we've pressed spells and abilities, but we can't go deeper. So they kept on having to have that discipline and kept pulling back out until there was these, sliver of moments and chinks in the armor of Royal Never Give Up.
It's always like that. This wolf form, you pop it, you pop your BKB, you go in, you go deep, but you have to pull out eventually. You can't just continue attacking as the moment your BKB and wolf form are off, you're going to feed. And they played perfectly around that. Did they have some opportunities to maybe seize the game a little bit earlier? Perhaps. But the emotions are running high. You're in the lower bracket. It's a best of one. You can't afford to make any mistakes. And this here was just... Yeah, it was one of those moments where your heartbeat is 200.
Bro, we were begging for this play with the Underlord ult for like 10 minutes. And it took so long to come out. And when it did, it was like so hype. You have to force these glyphs.
The bash, sorry, I just got excited. I was getting excited again watching the highlights, I'm like amped up again. Oh, maybe they can do it. Maybe RNG can win.
You don't have to be excited. We have like 30 more minutes of the highlights.
No. He was the most excited. He was like, no, this is... and I was like, how do you analyze this? He's like, you don't. When it gets here, there are no rules.
You feel the hype, man.
It's just the Wild West. Like, at any minute, RNG can make this clutch play. There's Rapiers on AA. We got Dagon 5. Like, everything. Like, this is what, everyone wants their pubs to be. Some messy tier 5 item, 80-minute games where you have to completely forget you need to cook dinner and stuff. You're just committed to the moment. Oh.
I know, and it's like, you feel so bad as you get further in the game and you have these amazing scaling supports on Entity side, and RNG just have a lich.
Oh.
He's just the saddest little lich you've ever seen in your life who can't scale into a core. He's not even hitting his level 25 to get that like frost shield talent to defend his base. He's having the roughest one.
Yeah, so it's something that teams have to think about when they're playing Entity. Better pick supports that can become cores, actually.
Yeah, they did end up with 5 cores. Who stood out for you from Entity? Because when it gets into these weird situations and you start shifting into this game, it felt like a...
It needs to be said, Kataomi, right?
Okay.
Okay. On the Tiny. Come on, he brought the game back in, or at least he gave them that glimmer of hope, right? Because you're playing a Lycan lineup. It isn't really a lineup that can scale that very well. However, at a given point, you get that Rapier on Tiny, suddenly you're a threat in every single team fight.
Yeah, the first time they showed that in a really big way, they deleted Somnus on his the Shrek, and it was like, oh, okay. And, through the help of Underlord, they were able to kind of walk back their, carry into the base, but it was like, okay, this is a real threat now. And then, of course, Ancient Apparition can do the same thing to some degree. But who were you thinking? You disagreed.
Oh, no, I agree. He played phenomenally. He had the Rapier for probably some of the longest of any players.
I said most impactful, so you do disagree.
Okay, I'd say Brewmaster, Toby. Like, he kind of forgot about it due to how long the game went, but during, like, the mid-game, the 30, 40-minute marks, he was doing these, like, clutch dispels and stuff to keep his heroes alive, to keep them going, and just purging the Crimson. So I think, just Toby as well is a close...
Dispels. This guy had the Rapier damage.
So I just want to point out, it was the longest game on main stage. I think it was probably the happiest team I see win a game that wasn't the grand finals.
Yep.
And that's great because I'm wondering if they still have that energy, because we're going to go to Casey with an interview.
Oh my God! Stormer! I'm exhausted watching you!
Yeah, me too. No, this game actually insane. Man, holy shit. We played a 128-minute game against one player on stage. No, just kidding, but holy shit. This game actually, I don't know. It's TI, I don't know.
Did you ever have any idea what the maximum gold difference was? Do you know? Because I do.
It was a 3-digit even.
Yes.
It was 3-digit?
Can you guess?
I have no idea. I mean, we got like, I don't know, I know that Toby destroyed one Aghanim's Blessing, so 110K?
At one point, you were over 131,000.
I mean, that's like the point, you know? We were buying moonshards. Like, I was like, Tiny, do you need my moonshard? Or AA. In the end, AA had freaking... I looked at Fishman's inventory. He has 2 rapiers, and do you want my moonshard? It's like, sure. 3 people were offering to buy moonshard for him. We actually, yeah, never had a game like this.
Congratulations. How are you even going to come down from this?
Probably not at all.
That's good. You're going to need it the next few days.
I mean, holy shit, TI. I mean, this entire best-of-1 situation, I mean, this game was absolutely phenomenal to play. Probably pretty nice to watch too. Like, RNG, man, they're such an amazing team. Like, they are struck by COVID, but they're still, like, I don't know, you can feel how they're playing such a disciplined game. Doing little mistakes, little pickoffs. You were really looking for every inch of the map to get them, like, get a pickoff, and they played so freaking well, so really shout out to them. I think it's a tough situation they're in, that they basically have 4 COVID players and have to play from hotel room. So big shout out. It was really an amazing series.
They definitely made you earn it. Congratulations. We'll see you again soon.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Back to you.
Welcome back to the panel. Yeah, Stormstormer, first TI.
Love Stormstormer.
The energy, that is just infectious energy.
It's just,
like, oh.
I mean, the adrenaline that he's, still kind of got holding from there. And, as we kind of mentioned, yeah, even though they were in a tough situation, he was like, we had to work so hard, to the point, 133K gold lead, or 31 Casey mentioned. But unfortunately, they don't get to take that with them. But it doesn't carry on.
I need a true sight of that team comms offering the moonshards. I just want to hear them go, I can do it, and then battling about in a 100-minute game, the core's going, who needs to take the moonshard for him? Oh,
imagine the moment in which you click your position 5 AA and he has 2 rapiers. It's like,
we've got more than you. You're like, wait a minute, who's the carry here?
So much in general, like just that mid-game time. It's not even late game yet, and Stormstormer's just at like 10,000 gold on his visage, just waiting. Oh.
Well, it's been an incredible day. It's kind of the monster day of the first day of TI main stage. We've had everything. So let's take a look at the brackets and kind of break down what happened. It's very far away. And in the upper bracket, we did have Thunder Awaken beat Evil Geniuses 2-0, moving on. And then Team Spirit taking out PSG LGD. Tomorrow we'll be seeing some more upper bracket games. And then in the lower bracket, which is what we were on today, we had 4 matches. It was Beast Coast knocking out Hikori. They will be moving forward to play Evil Geniuses. Team Spirit lost out to Boom Esports. Boom Esports will be playing PSG LGD. Fnatic losing out to Gaming Gladiators, who will await their opponents, which they'll find out more about tomorrow as we go back into the upper bracket. And Royal Never Give Up, as you just saw, unfortunately missed out to Entity, who also await their opponent. So, looking at the upper bracket and lower bracket, it's hard sometimes, I think, with this TI, it's stacked. It's hard, you say, like, which one's which? If you took away the text, because you've got PSG, LGD in the lower bracket, EG are down there as well, but they had they've always been a TI contender really. They've got so much experience and within their team, Chris and Arteezy, but it's not obvious to me, at least. I don't know if it is to you guys.
Of course it's not. Like, if you even think about today's games, like we had a lower bracket in which the ex-TI champions were eliminated, right? So it's very, very close. And I'm actually really happy that we will not get to see any more best-of-1s. They are fun.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're good.
They're just so draining.
Yes, it's this thing. You're like, give me the
which camera do I have to look at? Come on, which one?
Yeah, go on.
The red one.
You got this one there.
Okay.
You're looking at all the cameras.
The best ones are the best thing in TI. We have so much Dota in the group stage. Like, come on, we can have one round of best of one. Oh, I love best of one.
Long games.
All right, relax, T. Calm down.
Sorry.
Calm down.
Don't put T in charge of anything. But I think the biggest, one of the storylines, and I know we just went through the brackets, but one of the biggest upsets today was Team Spirit. Were you guys kind of expecting that, or it's the defending champions to go out on day 1 of main stage?
I don't think anyone was really expecting it, but I think when we look at the group stage, right, the biggest story through that was people just taking games off everyone. Anyone feels like they're beating anyone. It's like the closest group stage we ever had. It's also close with these tiebreakers too. So I do believe that these teams could knock out Spirit potentially.
I actually think we've either got a soundbite from Mira or potentially even an interview. I'm not sure which one is coming up, but Mira was, did have a chat with Casey, so we'll see if anything comes up if I magically try and conjure it.
Appreciate you taking the time to talk with us. It's really got to feel awful to go out that way after such a stunning performance last year, but I know and all the fans know that you guys are a really strong team. What do you think was the difference maker this year? Why was this year different for you? It's the same roster and everything else is the same. Why do you think it was harder?
This year was definitely different compared to last year. A lot of things happened to us. We had to move from our countries because of Russian-Ukrainian war, so it affects me and the other the most, I think. But we somehow managed to get through this and to live with it. But in this tournament, I think we disappoint our fans, we disappoint ourselves, and I think personally, if I can speak for me, I just lost my confidence on this tournament. I wasn't sure that I can do it. I wasn't sure I'm good enough, and it was really hard to play with this mindset. So it's just bad times.
I'm so sorry. Did you think the other teammates felt the same way, or do you think this was something you were struggling with? Did you feel kind of alone in it?
I think it's about me personally, hard times in life maybe, and I think we're gonna manage to go through this situation, and I hope we will play together next year and show what we can do, because it was like 10% of our power for sure. It's just hard times for all of us, I think.
Yeah, and you can kind of see the gravitas of the international and how people feel, when you turn up and you aren't able to kind of, really bring your best, what it really means to these players. And it's heartbreaking, that we did lose a lot of teams today. And of course, team spirit with Mira there, the interview with Casey, hopefully they do come back next year.
Yeah. I hope they don't change anything when it comes to this roster. They definitely have proven to us that they can take it the whole way. Even Mira, what's so interesting is, man, you're a TI champion. Like, you don't get to say, I feel that I'm bad. Like, you're great. Like, he is a great player, and I hope that they stick together.
All right. Well, that's been a lot for today, but let's think about tomorrow, because we've got even more coming up. And we haven't seen some of the teams compete yet on the main stage. We've got Tundra Esports going up versus OG. After that, we will have Asta versus Team Liquid. And then in the lower bracket, we will continue moving forward with Evil Geniuses versus Beast Coast and PSG LGD versus Boom Esports. This is what happens when you watch 100-minute-plus games. You lose all will to be able to use your words. But this is a great day too. Yeah. And it's really going to solidify some of the storylines here and show us who's looking to go further, I think.
Yeah, key storyline for me is simply EG obviously lost to South America today in upper bracket. Now they go against South America again in the lower bracket. Potentially South America could just remove the last NA team from TI. So that's a pretty cool little storyline in that. I think it was a third game. So
yeah. Potentially they were brought to TI as well by a South American team,
yeah,
right?
From the DPC points and then taken in from other teams. So yeah, a lot of interesting lines tomorrow.
Yeah, and speaking of interesting things, I'd like you to meet two of them. It's Slacks and Casey.
No problem. Oh! That's us.
Oh, hello. Yes, we're here with the survivors of one of the most incredible days we've ever seen at the International. Hello, everybody. Still in the arena, still here, guys. Woo! Favorite moment of the day. What was it?
Hey, buying 2 rapiers.
Ah, yes, yes. Were you rooting for the loneliest druid out there, the one man and his friendly bears for like 100 minutes? Did you want them to win?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Well, too bad. Sorry about that, my friend. Don't worry about it.
Why don't we try over here, Slacks? What do you think? All right, what was your favorite moment of the day?
The cute teddy bears.
The cute teddy bears. Aww. I like those too. What about you?
About Secret. The Knicks of Zach.
Oh, okay. Yes. Okay.
Yeah.
Another worthy contender. Did everybody feel like, even though we didn't get the game 3 that we were all asking for, we kind of did with the way that last game felt?
That was enough games
It
for a
felt-
lifetime. That was like game 5. Good Lord. And those poor children. I'm so happy they get to go home. But
This is what it's all about, though. It was
Absolutely.
so exciting to watch it that way, and then to hear all the players give shout-outs to the opposing teams and the fans, and this is why we're here.
Give me a second.
Oh, I'm sorry.
To the people still in the arena, you guys are legendary. You guys are screaming for 100 minutes straight on that one. Thank you for that. But yes, it's been an incredible first day, Casey. I can't wait to see more, and yeah, it's good to have you back too.
You hit me again, I'm going to hit you back.
All right, let's plan on it.
Back to
That's
you.
what I like. Back to you, Silver Fox. I love you, James. I love you, James.
There's one advantage to being in Norway here at this international, but we'll find out a little bit later. Hello, welcome back. Favorite moments?
Oh, please.
Favorite moment? Biggest highlight? What are you going to remember from today?
Storm's interview. That's what I'm going to remember. Very wholesome.
Their winning celebration.
Oh, when Boom won their game, I went wild for them, dude. I was so happy.
You were, you channeled your inner entity.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, to cover them all year, first TI, let's go, Boom.
I mean, I'm sure, like, when you ask the fans, as you heard there from Saxon Casey, it is about, like, you know, my team turned up, my team won, my team showed amazing games. So it's, huge support from the Dota community, and thank you so much for, supporting these teams. Of course, what they do is really because of the community, as well with a lot of the prize money. So, just buy a couple more battle passes, and I might be back next year. Who knows? But from us today, we're going to be wrapping it up at the panel. But please stay tuned, because in a little bit, when he's ready, because he's a bit of a diva, there will be the late game with my friend Pyrian Flax. But thank you very much for tuning in to day 1, and we hope to see you for day 2 here at the International.
They're gonna run bottom to our outpost. We can smoke. I can smoke macro. We don't have macro.
Yeah,
And Secret 2-0 PSG LGD, but Genji runs in, he punches the ancient team spirit, they don't have an answer, GG! Boom, come in and upset the champs.
My hammer slash. I think you're angry slacks, and I'm the LGD after the last team.
Better.
we're back, baby! Late game TI 11 edition. What a group of chaps that I've got here for the first episode. This is always just going to wrap up the day, talk some bollocks for about 15-20 minutes, and luckily we've got some fantastic guests tonight. I am also joined, first of all, by my longtime companion, first-time co-host, Sir Action Slacks. Jake, we've wanted to work together for some time.
Slacks and flags,
and it's
baby.
finally happened. Don't hug me. That's not part of the deal.
All right.
And then we got Quinn. Quinn, how you doing?
Been better, but I'm
Been
good.
better. I know it's a stupid question, but I have to ask it. I'm not going to say, Quinn, I guess things suck for you right now, huh? You know, I'm going to try to put a positive spin on it. That's my job as the host.
That's fair.
Okay, all right. And Jack?
Good to be with you.
Good to see you.
Better already.
Better, yeah. The legs getting better as well, gradually.
Slowly but surely.
Slowly but
Very
surely.
slowly.
Well, first of all, what a day. What a first TI. A day of surprises in many ways. A day of records as well. Surprise number one, James is confirmed no longer an arse. I was surprised by that. Did you guys know that was coming?
No, I was actually looking for the Gabe obituary. I thought that was a lifelong duel. Like, one could survive and one couldn't. So
They're going to release them one after the other.
I can't believe it. Is it really the same James, though? Maybe they, like, fabricated one.
Well, maybe it's not that he's no longer an ass, but the goalposts have moved. We accept that now. We've embraced who we are.
We've embraced the asses.
Aston is acceptable?
Just like we've embraced slacks over the years. Like, you know?
That's a good point, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I do love having you on these. It's always my favorite TI tradition is conning Jack into a panel. It's absolutely fantastic. We don't pay this guy anything extra. But he just comes and does them.
I just asked him really nicely. And I said to Quinn as well, would you guys mind coming on? And they were both like, yeah, sure.
You know what happened is actually Jack messaged me and said we're going on the panel. He didn't even ask me. There was no question mark. It was a period.
There you go. After doing it in the rain last year in Romania,
Oh, man.
I had to run it back, you know?
Yeah, you didn't have to do it last year in the freezing cold sort of. It was actually, the studio was just like this, with one wall missing on that side, a wall missing on that side, curtains. But
8
imagine it
people huddled
outdoors and
warm.
it was like minus 15. That was what it was like. And I was just wearing a t-shirt. It was pretty rough. So, what?
I loved it. Thank you. Please have me on anytime. Number one show here. Anytime, everybody.
It was pretty rough. I'm sorry. It was very cold.
It.
Not going to lie about that. That was fantastic. You could see my goosebumps on the flipping broadcast. I was that cold. All right. So, let's talk about some of these upsets here today, lads. No repeat of last year's final. Spirit are gone. Boom knocked him out. Boom could also knock out PSG LGD, which would be a pretty nutty story, right? We also saw EG lost after a good group stage. They got 2-0.
They got smacked.
Not that surprising.
PSG LGD 2-0'd. Wait, what have I written here? That says 400? 2. No, as well. They got 2-0'd as well, yeah.
They 400'd them.
They did 400 of them. And I also put Hikori pulling a Ghostbusters and choosing the form of their Destructor.
Oh.
But I had to look up. How do you get this reference at all? The original Ghostbusters, when they say that you have to choose the form of the Destructor.
I've not seen the movie.
Have you seen it, Jack?
I know of the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man and little else.
Do you know what it is in Spanish?
No.
It is El Hombre de Malvavisco Stay Puft.
Stay Puft.
We've learned a lot here today. Thank you so much.
I'll remember this.
You
There
were
you go.
prepared. How did you know it would go there?
Stay
You were
puft.
just prepared for that.
I just thought, you know what, I bet they're going to lose. Because that's just, people set the storyline. It always feels like you set up the storyline, you'll walk into it. Like, you can't stop fate sometimes, it feels like.
I want to see a stat for the chooser's win percentage because I feel like it never ends well. Like, whoever you
It's
pick,
better to flip a coin.
Yeah. Or at least tell them that
I
you
think
flipped
you're
the
right.
coin.
Choosing
right?
is too risky.
Yeah.
Yes,
You're like, they chose us? How dare they?
And you need to like message them on Steam like, we didn't choose you, by the way. We flipped the coin.
I saw
Don't feel
snaking-
empowered by this.
I saw snaking the other day actually, and it was like, oh, look who it is. You know, winner of Group B, just like back in the day. He's like, once again, we get to choose between LGD and OG, and guess we pick OG. I was like, all right, good luck, brother. Get vengeance for us this time.
Well, so I chatted to one of the guys on the Hikori team. I don't want to say who, but he said that the issue was that they've played Beast Coast a lot more. And they said Entity are really scary. That they were like a team, he's like, we just don't want to get rolled in 15 minutes. They'll just win all the lanes and destroy you. So he was like, well, we just chose Beast Coast because at least it's familiar. That seems reasonable.
I think they were afraid of, they were afraid of this exact strat that we saw. Of course, it wasn't 15 minutes, it was like 130. But this like Zoo strat, they were afraid of precisely that. And like, yeah, the familiarity does go a long way. Like if you think you know what they're doing, you think you can deal with it, I mean, yeah, why not?
If I was a player and knew that was waiting for me, I would have just forfeited, honestly. Screw it.
Stop me in 15 minutes, please.
Yeah, please.
Don't stop me in 2 hours.
Quinn, what's the closest you come to a game like being that long and the net worth like being, it's like 132K gold difference or something?
Yeah, we had a game against LGD at TI with some Mega Creep comeback where, I don't know, Dota becomes just absolute nonsense at that point in the game.
Do you feel more pressure at that point, or is this like, this is so ridiculous that in a way, if it goes wrong, we can't really be blamed for how this turned out?
Yeah, it's pretty easy to be like, we tried. Well,
we tried for 90 minutes.
And if you get eliminated, it sucks, But if it's just like another game, I'm sure X-Nova is not a happy camper.
Right.
Oh.
Yeah. But you know what? What I liked was that the crowd were chanting his name. They saw. I mean, this guy's up there by himself with a bunch of stuffed toys. He's doing his best. They were chanting. They were X-Nova. Like, I thought that was good respect from the crowd.
That was very sweet.
That man has. This is the most tragic possible story I think at TI for a player. Like, they're 9-1. They're destroying everyone. They're probably 1 win away from upper bracket.
Right.
And then pretty soon he's playing by himself in a room, and they've lost 9 games in a row, and they're gone. Like
Everyone's just coughing on the mic.
That
You
just
can't hear
cannot.
anything.
Yeah, he's talking about in the comms. He just hears mostly coughing.
Oh my God,
Heart
that's
goes
so
out to
rough.
X-Nova. I can't imagine what that's like.
Yeah. Jake can't imagine that. He's the head in hand.
Yeah, that hurts, man. That hurts.
I got some questions more specific for the lads here, the Sonics boys. I'm gonna always call you Quincy Crew, but I'll call you Sonics.
Oh.
So Jack, quite interestingly, I looked up an old interview with you from just before TI, and you said we are representing a small and consistently disrespected region, and I thought that was really interesting because I want to just know, first of all, why do you think NA is disrespected?
Yeah.
Jack?
Elaborate, Jack.
Okay. All right. Thanks, Quinn. I think, I think first of all, when we do well, we tend to be pretty vocal, so we let other people hear about it. So it's easy to hate on us. And I think, I don't know, it's just easy to dogpile on the, on the weak region that has like these Quins who are like very outspoken about things. Like it's just easy targets for everyone else, especially when we struggle. So yeah.
Do you think it's also like just America? Do you think it's like that's an aspect as well?
Oh yeah, for sure. Everyone loves everyone. It's like the big easy target, right? Everyone loves to hate America, and then again, there's so many like overrepresented American talent as well in the scene. Like you have these like Slacks and stuff that just.
Why does it always come back to me?
I don't understand. They're just easy targets. So
they hate us because they ain't us.
Yeah, that's true.
Exactly.
Sorry, go ahead.
Making fun of Americans, I mean, it's like we enjoy it as well. I mean, Americans also hate America. It's just like free reign. You can't get away with that anywhere else.
Brits are the same. Like we quite like making fun of ourselves, and we do that quite a lot. The problem is when other people do it, it doesn't feel funny. Like we like making fun of ourselves, but it's not so funny when other people are like, "Oh, your country sucks." It does suck at the moment. I'm on board with that statement, okay? I love my country.
You're right.
But we're in a bad way. But I don't mind saying that. But I don't want Jack walking up, hey, Pyrian, what's up? Your country sucks. Like, that's not...
There it is. He can say that, but God forbid any of us attempt to, and, you'll see a totally different side of him.
Exactly.
It is called the international. We're all here together respecting. That's very good.
Shut the fuck up.
God damn it, you pissed me off. I tried to bring it back in for an easy alley-oop.
It's a shill now.
So stop being so positive.
Let's shut up. Let's talk about NA's performance so far at this TI.
Abysmal.
Has been really abysmal. You guys are out. TSM are out. EG lost 2-0 today. What is going on? How much of it is a mentality problem? Because you guys are good teams. Is it just belief? Is it like tilt? What is it? If you can sum it up.
Yeah.
I mean, there are just way less players in NA. So when there's less players, there's going to be less good players. There's going to be less good practice.
But you guys are good. I mean, these are good teams we're putting out here, don't you think?
I mean, I don't know. If you go by results, I wouldn't say we're particularly good. I mean, I think a lot of the NA teams have potential, and maybe in a specific world, or if you run the simulation enough times, they could perform well. Like they did well at whatever the heck the first major was called, the Sweden one.
Yeah,
but
that one.
Yeah, that one.
That one, the Sweden one. That was a good one.
That was great.
Hell yeah.
NA.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, I don't know. There's not as many players as other regions, not as much passion for the game or support in terms of orgs and stuff like that for, the same reasons as there aren't, as many players or as many pros as there aren't that many players. So it's just hard to have a strong player base, I think.
I think to a large extent, the South American players actually prop up what remains of NA, I would say. I think, I don't know what the proportion is, but it's a very large number.
Yeah, it's like 80-20 or something of SA players to NA and NA pubs.
And so it's just not great. But also, if you don't have, tournaments or exposure, it's just hard to really measure yourself. So, for us, it was an entire year almost before we got to play another international competition. You get there, you realize it's a pretty big gap. And also, are you improving? Everyone improves when you, grind and play, but can you improve at the same rate as other regions? And so if if your pubs are worse day to day, rep by rep, you're just going to fall behind.
So that's another thing I wanted to ask, which is that obviously we've seen a lot of upsets today, right? Of teams that people were expecting one thing, But it just seems to me like there are so many teams now that are so bloody good. Like, it doesn't really feel like there are that many teams that come in and you think, oh, well, these guys are going to go like 0-12 in groups and just crash out. It doesn't seem that, like, all these games are hard. And teams that have done really well all year turn up and it's like, oh, man, this is impossible. Spirit got knocked out today. Yeah. It's unbelievable, right?
Yeah, I think we had some of the best records for teams that were eliminated out of the group stage, right? Because there was like a winless team last year. I think like 5 being the cutoff was like pretty high. And a lot of the games were like very close, like winnable both ways. I mean, that's usually partly like also because of the patch. But yeah, the gap is like, it's so competitive now. Like we were talking about this the other day, but like if someone steps away from the game for even a few months, it's like very noticeable now. Like they're so far behind. And that might not have been the case as much in the past, you know, when your team's taking like extended breaks and stuff. Now you step away for a little bit, like you're just totally behind.
They've been trained, you know? The Zoomers, they've grown up. They've seen the old men of Dota. They're creaky puppies going out there with their canes. And now they know.
COVID sped up the Zoomers.
It did.
They were all at home, being in their basements.
Nothing to do.
Dark and decrepit.
Doing their
pee bottles
homework.
everywhere. They're just being...
Going to school and hearing the teacher and doing 5 other things. I mean, they're crazy now. They call it ADD in the past. Now it's just normal functioning. They've become superhuman. How can we compete as elderly Dota people? I don't know. We don't. That's why we're Archons now.
That's why I'm on this panel.
Don't make fun of my rank, all right? That's actually my rank.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. I just threw out the lowest
I played with him the other day. And
Don't
he's horrible
talk
to
about
fucking play
that. That
with.
is not true.
His rank is inflated.
That is not also not true.
Agreed.
Why do I come on this? This is
man's
a favor.
rank is like a helium balloon just ascending into
You
the
are
sky.
such an idiot.
Under false pretenses, just waiting for the pin to come anywhere near it.
Slacks has definitely been boosted. We've seen it. We've seen it.
What was the highest you've ever placed at TI? Because I placed second. So in case, please tell me who's boosted. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you. Such
God,
a
I knew you were going to bring
friendly
that out.
panel.
Can
here.
I just remind you, I watched a content piece that we did at that TI, at TI6, Secret Shop Man. Do you remember?
Yeah.
Hi, Secret
Oh,
Shop
that was
Man.
a good one. Yeah, yeah.
What you doing there, Jake? That bit.
Yeah, that was before I was an Emmy Award winner. But
Right.
continue.
But in that, you take out a piece of paper and you said, I made a list of all the games I can miss. And it was all the DC games. So you can claim to finish second. But I was
okay.
like, wow, he really threw his team under the bus. And then they shoved it back in his face.
Now the true story comes out.
Nah, but what can you do?
Hey, what are you going to do?
What are you going to do? Suns fan goes in there, tries to win a TI, he doesn't do it. I ain't going to go in with him. Stuff happens. DC, chaos. Next topic.
All right, just quickly, because we're going to wrap it up soon.
Oh,
Chad.
no.
Give me an example. I would like the two of you to come up with the average day of a professional gamer. So I'd like it from your perspective, Quinn, and then how Jack sees your average day, if you guys can think of that.
Wake up.
This is quick fire. This is quick
all
fire.
right. Wake up at
Midday.
9 a.m.
9 a.m.
Yeah.
Wow, that's very professional. I
Thank
thought you
you.
guys would like sleep until midnight and then play until 4 or 5 in the morning.
I'm slightly less degenerate than the average.
Oh, wow. Okay. That's
Hard to
cool.
believe.
Wow. I thought you were like a hardcore 6 a.m. grinder, but... Okay, fair enough. What next? You have something to eat?
I have lunch. I skip breakfast.
Skip breakfast straight to lunch.
the
Power
gamer
move.
diet.
Yes.
Power move. What next? Dotes?
Dotes until
for how
dinner.
long? Dotes until dinner. How many games? 5 games? 6 games?
6 or 7.
6 or 7 games. Dinner.
Dinner.
Straight back on the Dotes.
Back on the Dotes or the YouTube, and then into the Dotes.
Okay. And how long are we gaming for? Midnight? 1 a.m.?
Midnight-ish.
Midnight-ish. That's very responsible. I think that's a good regimen.
Thank you.
Now let's hear from
Bullshit.
Jack. What's it actually like?
Most of what he said is true.
Oh.
Most of.
No, we have some people who go to the gym. We have some people who sleep a little bit later, wake up a bit later. You know, occasionally.
Right.
You got to help them make sure they get there on time for the scrim.
Oh, I thought I really,
is
in my
bull.
mind, his take on how the day was wildly different from reality. And Jack was like, no, that's not right. First, I have to help them tie their shoes. Then I got to feed them, all this kind
Make
of
their
stuff.
beds.
Yeah.
It's
No,
Tuck them in.
totally.
I lived in a gamer house. All right, it's called Moonduck Studio House. One day I had to wake up a guy named Mott, knock on his door, open the door. This kid is sitting there. He's got his hand in a jar of peanut butter, still asleep on the side of it. His mattress is on the ground. He's got his hand in some peanut butter in a jar. And this is the first time I ever saw something like that. I look around, there's multiple jars of peanut butter with scraped out things. I say,
When
Mott.
he woke up, did he eat some?
I was like, Mom, it's 3 p.m. You got to get out of there. And he goes, and we go and we play Dota till 6 in the morning, baby.
Oh, my God.
I guess that's why we're not pros. It takes a different level of human.
That's how you
Nutella,
get
not peanut butter.
Yeah, that's right.
and that's how you become a TI runner-up. I guess.
That's how.
boy.
All right, lads, final thoughts. Jack, I'll start with you. Your thoughts about today, like overall, let's just say.
I think like with this last game, you saw like the beauty of this game, right? Like they're down like 100K. It doesn't even matter. It still feels like anything can happen. That's like, a great example of like how great this game is. Like the best game ever, hands down. And then I think from early in the day, obviously, I think the EG Thunder series has a lot of emotional resonance. South America is a region that's just everyone has like loved to like step on for so long.
Yeah.
And over the years, they've finally gotten like equality of access and opportunity through the DPC. And then, here they are with this, like, I think is this their first ever top 6 at a TI?
At TI, I think so.
Yeah.
But don't quote me on that.
And
Quinn, your
feels like-
thoughts as well. Sorry, Jack. We've got to wrap it up
Yeah,
fairly
Jack.
soon.
No, yeah.
Hurry up, Jack. Go on, Quinn.
I mean, I think it's just really awesome to have TI back with the crowd. I think last year was just not the same because of the lack of crowd.
Agreed.
And people can wham about the size of this or that. But I think at the end of the day, having fans back and hearing the roar whenever somebody dies or having the casters like in the building, like there's just such an added feeling of it. The TI feels much more like a TI rather than a soulless husk.
A soulless husk. Speaking of soulless husk, your final thought, please. Thanks for the setup there. It was an alley-oop.
Final thought, guys. It's just fun to be back in Dota land. You got the talent here, some of them. You got the fans here, some of them. I mean, looking at the positive things are good TI, I gotta say. So far, I like the teams. I like the players. I like the Enagan dumpster. Everything's going according to plan. All we need is LGD in the grand final so that they can fuck it up one more time.
Okay. All right. Well, that's our show. Thank you so much for watching. Thank you, Jack. Thank you, Quinn. And thank you, Jake, as well, for stepping in. We'll be back tomorrow after the games are finished. Join us then on the late game. Thanks for stopping by. Goodbye.
This is our thing now.
We wave.